Their drop into the labyrinth's depths hits a major turning point when they finally face the 98th floor. Gasping hard through the downpour, the red-haired Meili fights for air while the battle rages all around her. She stares up in sheer terror as Wim Strauss stands on top of a massive armored beast, towering over the waterlogged battlefield. A sinister cackle tears through the storm, and a shadowy figure leans in from the dark, grinning like they're about to enjoy every second. The story jumps back a few months, right to when the party first charged through those stone-carved labyrinth halls. Wim's hands shake as his dagger flashes. He's warning you, plain and brutal. If you choose greed over retreating from the floor boss, death is waiting for you. The once-proud dragon's wings are shattered and bloodied, crawling across the cold stone floor after a fight that crushed them. Shock slams into Wim as he gapes at the carnage, struggling to accept that this nightmare is actually happening right before. With nothing left but hope, he pleads in desperation, begging the universe his comrades are still alive. A thunderous boom rocks the room as the massive creature slams into view right behind the startled adventurer. A gigantic reptile monster, jagged like a blade and lined with razor teeth, looms over the lone survivor. The beast rumbled a deep, guttural growl, then its predatory eye snapped onto its next target. As Wim locked eyes with that nightmare, it finally hit him. Floor boss power wasn't just strong, it was terrifyingly unstoppable. With one brutal, earth-shaking hit, the monster slams the whole party flying, every last one of them tumbling like rags. With panic flooding his chest and sweat pouring down his face, Wim realizes one brutal hit has knocked everyone out cold. Then he scrambles, desperate for any way to escape. He weighs the impossible odds of either buying time for a rescue or hauling 3 unconscious allies to safety, and then realizes both. Bracebound for what's coming, Wim realizes there's only one brutal way forward, and he steels himself. Chanting the words to his secret technique, he raises the switch he alone can use, Puppin's Spieler, and prepares to unleash his puppeteer power. For one brutal, shame-choked second, the idea of ditching the others and sprinting away by himself flashes through his head. Then it hits him fast. Dragon's wings opened their doors and pulled him in, and the bonds they forged day after day still burn with him. Deep in the shadows, a vicious presence keeps laughing through the chaos, sneering like it's loving every second of the tragedy. When the beast rips the air apart with a deafening roar, Wim's chest surges with pride, because in this life, the memory slips away into the peaceful hush of the Dragon's Wings party house, the very place where the group once huddled together. Right now, inside their home, his nervous Wim stands before his teammates, feeling the room's strange, suffocating weight pressing down on everyone. Wimstammer stared in panic because he couldn't make sense of the sudden, chilling change in his friend's attitude. His chest drops as a brutal sudden movement snaps into his world, leaving him utterly blindsided. In pure shock, his own leader swings a heavy blade straight toward his throat, eyes burning with cold, lethal threat. Kronos, the ruthless leader of Dragon's Wings, glares down with pure contempt and orders Wim to get lost, like the scum he thinks he is. Mage, Meili, and Priest Enquer flat-out refuse to help, then laugh in his face, saying it's obvious he no longer deserves their elite party. They sneer at his heroic act, waving off his final, perfect punch on the boss as pure luck. Kronos sneered at Wim, brushed off everything he did, and declared that only his magic blade and Meili's were the real powers that trapped the boss. Shocked by the brutal betrayal, Wim stammers couldn't believe it. He was sure the bond between them was something stronger, and he truly thought their win belonged to the whole team. A brutal memory crashes back. Wim drops to his knees, drained after the beast is finally down, still clinging to hope that his comrades will throw him even a single word of praise. The party snaps at him with venom, claiming his support buffs didn't cut it, and that his failure is exactly. Harsh accusations slammed into the young man as his former friends turned icy and swore that every failure in the labyrinth was all on. A dark realization slams into Wim as it clicks. His teammates have been nursing a deep hate. Wim's face twists in silent agony as the brutal weight of their total rejection smashes his spirit. Terrified he might lose everything, Win starts blurting out apologies for failures he doesn't even understand, completely lost and panicking as he tries to save his life. He begs them to let him stay, because if he's just a lowly grantor, no guild on Earth will ever hire him for another expedition. Sweat streamed down his face as he pleaded to stay in the only place he'd ever felt like he truly belonged. Kronos freezes in cold, indifferent silence, then drops a brutal challenge meant to decide the whims of fate once and for all. The leader yanks his sword free and spits out a challenge so ridiculously impossible it's almost cruel. Win fully knows it, someone like him, a non-combatant, has absolutely no shot against a seasoned warrior like Kronos. A hysterical laugh bursts out of him when the truth hits. Surviving this would take nothing less than another full-on miracle. Fuming at Wim's answer, Kronos snaps that he needs to know. What on earth could Wim possibly find funny in a moment this deadly? Right before Wim can even blink, Kronos rockets forward and clamps both hands on his throat, ripping him off the ground. The leader spits venom at his former comrade, calling him a worthless scumbag who's only good enough to sling Kronos roars that Wim, a bottom feeder, better not even think about defying the party leader's absolute rule. Wim gasps for breath as the beatings keep coming, his desperate pleas echoing into nothing, left completely unanswered with a thunderous slam, Kronos hammers the defenseless grantor, flings him aside like he's nothing, and snarls that he's a weakling. Kronos tightens his fist in full-blown rage, seething at the thought that someone this pathetic could possibly get the credit. Wim crumples to the floor, hacking and gasping, bitterness burning because he risked everything for people who can't stand him. His hand quivers against the floorboards as the memory hits, how badly he wanted to repay the dragon's wings. Betrayal finally breaks him open when the awful truth of being left behind crashes into his shattered heart, tears come pouring out. A dark silence drops into the room as a mysterious pair of high-heeled boots suddenly steps into the doorway. Wim snapped his gaze up from the floor, vision smeared by blood and tears, straining to figure out who just showed up. Wincing through crushing pain, he barely manages to ask, who is the person standing over his shattered body? Kronos introduces the woman as Sophia, then drops the bombshell that she's already been picked to join the party in Wim's stead. Sophia bows in silence while Kronos thunders that his superior skills will effortlessly plug the entire left, once Wim's gone. Standing over his former friend, Kronos rips out one last chilling command: Wim has to leave, and he better never make him repeat himself again. Kronos slams down the last crushing blow, snaps that Dragon's Wings doesn't need Wim anymore, and orders him to get out, right now. A tight close-up catches the pure terror on Wim's face as the sudden betrayal hits, and cold sweat pours down his skin. The camera swings to a sprawling ancient city, crammed with towering buildings and dominated by a monstrous clock tower that claws. Way up above the chaotic streets, birds whirl around the great clock tower's gorgeous spire, standing tall like the adventurer's hub's most iconic landmark. This twisting city was born from the dreams and desperate hopes of young adventurers who dive into its depths, chasing fortune with everything. Merchants rake in fortunes by hawking rare treasures, like high fins ripped from the 35th floor, proving that this city is built on what the market stalls overflow with magic stones hauled up from the 60th floor, and other top-tier first-class treasures. Once you pass those city gates, the world opens up to uncharted stretches packed with rare monster materials, and secret sites you'll never find anywhere on the surface. In this world, your first big breakthroughs decide your worth, and the friendships you build with people who have faced death together are said to hit harder than family. The only people who dare to risk their lives diving into the labyrinth's deadly depths are the ones hailed as true adventurers. All alone, Wim stumbles through the streets in total ruin, muttering through broken breaths that he just wants. He's terrified that once the adventurer's guilt starts bringing in work, no party will ever hire a grantor, because that role is hated far and wide. He stands in front of that twig-in, weighing whether to hunt the little guys by himself or squeeze into some raucous laughter and clinking glasses spilled out of the inn, making Wim's misery feel even worse. Wim glares at the handful of pathetic coins left in his palm, and the truth hits hard. Being exiled drained him to almost nothing. Swamped by deep sorrow, he decides a drink is the only way to dull the ache, and gets himself ready to step into the lively place. The moment he shoves the door open, a bell blares, and a bright, cheerful voice greets him right away with a warm welcome. Cheerful and curvy waitress Gretty's Anne clocks him the second he steps in, grins wide, and shouts his name like it's the best news of the day. Wim flashes Gretty's Anne a respectful nod, then she says she's already heard the newest news about his party. She lights up and congratulates her right away because she's heard the rumor, Dragon's Wings just wiped out the floor boss. The other patrons pile in, jeering that he's world #1, then smirking, so you gonna treat the whole house tonight. Greta-san predicted that once the guild officially reviewed the boss kill site, his party would skyrocket straight into the air rank. Without a hint of celebration in his bones, Wim quietly waves it off, then orders a beer and his usual. He's perched alone at the bar, digging into his meal, and the sharp snick of his knife slicing the sausage gets swallowed up by the loud, buzzing chatter. He takes a bite and grimaces. The food tastes bitter and gross, and he's sure it's his heavy heart ruining every single mouthful. Suddenly, a familiar, eerie fuhei-hai-hai laugh burst from his throat, and he jerked back, snapping his hand up to cover his mouth. He winces, remembering how Kronos always snapped at him to stop laughing like that, because it disgusted him. A jolt of realization hits him. He's no longer part of Dragon's Wings, and the chains of their rules snap off at last. He scans the crowd of adventurers huddled in loud little circles, and the moment he realizes his family cast him out, loneliness crashes down on him like a storm. Win looks back on the celebrations they used to throw and admits, straight to himself, that no matter what, he was never really good at jumping into their conversations. Win stares at his empty plate and the bittersweet memories of his time with the party crash over him, then he admits, straight to himself, that it really was fun. Reality crashes down when he realizes he's got nowhere left to go, no home, no place that feels like it belongs to him. Greta-san stares at him from across the bar, her face aching with silent sympathy for that wrecked adventurer. That sharp doorbell blast jolts Wim out of his spiral of depression, and then boom, his name is shouted in a voice he knows. In total disbelief, he stares as a disheveled Heidi Marie bursts into the inn's doorway, gasping for breath, and he snaps. Distress floods the red-haired mage's face as she stares at Wim, her eyes packed with regret she can't bring herself to. Meanwhile, the story swings to the grand, ornate domes of the Adventure Guild headquarters, blazing above the city like they own the sky. Inside the master's office, an official rushes in with a formal report, breaking down the exam of the giant crocodile carcass they just crushed on the 98th floor. The guild master leans in, hears the party's story about their teamwork, and then demands the investigator's honest verdict on how that battle really went. He starts grilling the situation, wondering if the dragon's official wing report even matters. Up close, the beast's corpse tells a brutal truth. The deadliest wounds, even the killing strike, were carved in with nothing fancy, just a plain machete. The examiner rules it out cold. Sure, magic and enchanted blades can scar it, but they just can't hurt a monster that's this high level. The investigation hits a jaw-dropping twist. Wim Strauss turns out to be the only one in the party who was carrying a machete. The official doubles down on the almost impossible claim that some useless grand tour wiped out the floor boss, alone, using sheer raw strength. A mysterious stranger leans over a razor-sharp city map, eyes locked on one pinpoint marked deep inside the tangled streets. Baffled, she stares at Wim's tracker crest as it suddenly skids away from the Dragon's Wings headquarters, and she tears through her gear, muttering under her breath as she hunts down her wiretap device to snag even more intel. A sharp ping snaps through the air, and she zeroes in on the signal. From the device, she catches Kronos' cold, cruel voice as he snarls at Wim, "Get lost, scum," and it smashes her last shred. Rage burns through her as she clenches her fist, swearing she'll get payback on Kronos for daring to talk to her beloved Wim like that. Desperate to get to him, she sprints straight for the ruined inn, screams his name as the towering wooden walls loom closer. Inside the tavern, the door explodes open, and the panting girl stumbles in like a disaster. Every startled patron Wim snaps around, eyes going huge with shock, as Hyde Mary bursts into view in the doorway. Greta Sand flashes a knowing smile at the newcomer, but Wim can't even catch his breath. Haydenry's sudden appearance has him. The waitress smirks and playfully taunts Mary, shouting, "Stalker S. John," then laughs as the poor girl turns bright red and can't even hide it. Hidemari snaps right back, saying her name doesn't even have an S in it, then hits Greta with a brutal cowgirl jab in return. Two women hurl insults back and forth as Hidemari chants "drop dead" over and over, while Greta smirks and flaunts her chest with a loud, stupid boing sound effect. Hidemari shoves the banter aside and locks eyes with Wim, telling her straight up, "I'm not here to fight the waitress, I'm here." She slides up to his table, eyes blazing with worry, and asks if he's okay, yet Wim just blurts stammering confusion like his brain won't start. Wim bites his lip, panicking like the news already hit the streets, and asks if she's here because Dragon's wings got him fired. Hidemari shuts down every rumor and tells no gossip, leaving Wim totally baffled, because how did she clock that something was wrong if it wasn't from the same chatter? She drops a casual bombshell: she knows everything about him, and that one sentence makes her sudden appearance feel even more impossible. Hidemari shrugs it off as just because we're from the same village, but Wim is visibly shaken, like her words just confirmed the worst thing he feared. A flashback bubble pops up, showing younger Wim finally getting it, and the moment her explanation clicks, his suspicion loosens just a little. Still, Wim can't shake the confusion. He stares at her like, what flipped the switch? As he scratches his head, baffled that she bolted over for something specific. Mary and Gretties yanked him into hiding and grilled him for answers, because the moment they saw his crushed, dejected face, they knew something was seriously. Wim fumbles for the right words, scratching the back of his neck like he's stuck in a panic, bracing to unleash the bombshell. He finally snaps and tells the whole room the truth, flat out saying he got fired from Dragon's Winks. The moment he blurts out his confession, the tavern goes wild, patrons choke mid-bite, stunned faces frozen as the truth. An adventurer slams his fist onto the table and demands answers. Why on earth was Wim fired right when his party was seconds away from an A-rank promotion? The patrons huddle together and whisper, and yeah, they recognize the other three members, but everyone only knows him for doing. Wim tells them he barely had a second to pack, yet he somehow left every piece of necessary paperwork behind. He shrugs off his own importance, swearing anyone could do the job and praising his replacement, Sophia, like she's already proving she can handle it. As Wim talks, the name Sophia snaps Hidemari's focus, right to the beautiful elf who just stepped into his spot on the party. Greta snaps her tongue in disgust and blasts Kronos as a total womanizer, because the second a party spot opens, he swaps in a new girl like it's nothing. Hidemari nods with a heavy look, admitting the rumors about the leader's conduct are probably dead on. Wim drops his head and lets out a heavy sigh, crushed by the fact that he couldn't earn enough trust to stay in the party. A nervous little fuhi laugh slips out of Wim's lips as he scrambles to dodge the crushing weight of the moment. He snaps a hand over his mouth in pure panic. He slipped back into the exact habit Kronos hated. Hidemari tilts in close with a gentle grin, then taps the problem like it's obvious. He still hasn't fixed that weird laugh of his. Wim shoots a guilty glance away, then blurts out if she thinks it's disgusting, because that's exactly what his old leader asked him back then. Hidemari gently shakes her head, telling him with a warm certainty that it doesn't disgust her at all. She props her chin on her hand and admits she's crazy about his laugh because it feels just like him. Blushing from the compliment, Wim blurts that she shouldn't say stuff like that, or he'll think the wrong thing. Hidemari stares at him like she's burning with affection, then answers with icy calm that she doesn't care if he thinks the wrong thing. Steam practically billows from Wim's ears as he panics, flails his hands, and begs her to quit teasing him. The room drops into a stunned hush as Wim scrambles to steady himself after that sudden romantic assault. Wim sits back, glares at his drink, and finally admits he still can't wrap his head around why they fired him. Hidemari nonchalantly takes a sip, then drops the truth like it's nothing. He wiped out the floor boss solo. Wim snaps into confusion and blurts, "Wait, what do you mean by something that ridiculous?" She slams her glass down and argues that the rest of Dragon's wings couldn't possibly kill the boss, meaning only he's left. Wim panics, flails his hands, and insists it was all just a misunderstanding and that the finishing blow was pure luck. He insists the win wasn't luck, it was the party's combined hits, stacking up damage until it all paid. Hidemari snaps him shut and declares, ice cold, that the floor boss took 0 damage from anyone at all, except Wim. Wim gives a shaky laugh, sure Hidemari is wildly overrating what he can pull off as a support mage. He swears he was only desperate to not slow everyone down while the others flaunted their amazing talents. He rubs his neck and blurts out, "Why would she think I'm amazing when, in my eyes, I'm a total failure?" Mary's cheeks light up and she shoves her gaze away, panic-struck, trying to find the words to confess just how utterly she trusts him. Greta slams in out of nowhere, her face tight with worry, calling to him from across the counter. The waitress leans in and swears she's lived in this city her whole life, yet she's never once heard of anyone clearing a floor boss alone. She snaps at Hidemari, telling her to quit that creepy habit of inventing weird little stories just to flatter the thing she's stalking. Greta snaps at her for crossing the line, but Hidemari fires back. She insists she's telling the truth. The tavern keeps roaring around them, but Hidemari's bombshell revelation hangs heavy in the air like a curse. Wim stares into his cup and mutters that the real reason they fired him was nothing but one thing: no trust. Hidemari slams her palm onto the table with a brutal thud, her face twisted with raw annoyance. She yells at Wim, barking that he needs to shut it down right now and toss that pathetic, weak attitude before she loses it. She swivels to the counter, slams in a beer order, and shoots Greta a rude cowgirl like it's an insult on purpose. Greta rants that the mage can't handle alcohol, but Hidemari snaps in and shoves her aside, forcing her to pour the drink anyway. Wim slumps in awkward silence as Greta's eyes leans in and, with a nod, agrees to. The waitress storms back and slams a huge wooden tankard of beer right in front of the pouty girl. Hidemari immediately cracks open with a drunken rant on cognitive dissonance and the fable of the fox and the grapes. Right before she can finish her sentence, she suddenly faceplants onto the table and collapses, knocked out cold. Moments later, she jolts awake and demands another drink, then Greta quickly shuts her down, reminding her she's still only on her first. Win snaps and tells them she's calling it, she's done for today. Right before they walk out, Hidemari shoves a business card across the table to her friend. Win snatches the card, reads Naklul, and freezes, totally baffled by what he's staring at. The card flashes the emblem of the strongest A-rank party in full brown, proof of their high status and their brutal. Wim remembers how Hidemari got snatched up by that elite crew right at the start of her career, and how fast she shot to fame. Flashback hits hard. Mary is seen scribbling a note, sliding an invite to Wim, and calling him to their party house the very next day. When he asks if he can just show up, she shuts it down and orders him to work for them for a bit, right away. Then, with cheeks burning from pride, she declares, since she's the 74th sage and a shoo-in for the top brass, this setup is a piece of cake for her. Back in the present, a groggy Mary groans as Wim hauls her out of the inn beneath the night sky. Wim shoots Greta a grateful look, then carefully shifts the sleeping girl higher on his back. Greta asks if he needs a strength buff just to lift the weight, but Wim bursts out laughing and says she's not heavy at all. Mary mumbles in her sleep that Grantor is weak, then rubs her cheek against his shoulder like she's caught up in a secret dream. Greta shooed them away and snapped at Wim to watch himself, because drunk adventurers were roaming the streets at this hour. Wim trudged through the dim cobblestone streets, completely absorbed in the weight of that invitation. He can't stop worrying that the other Nacht Libel members will judge him hard the moment he joins. A shadow of insecurity flickers across his face because the moment he thinks about showing up with people, his biggest fear that the failure he can't escape will finally make Mary turn on him and hate him. Out of the pitch black, a glass bottle rockets forward, flying straight for the two of them. The bottle explodes against the ground right by them, and a flashy visual hits like it just logged a perfect 100 impact score. Raucous bursts into mocking laughter from a nearby alleyway, shattering the night's silence. Wim snaps his head toward the shadows, and there they are, two figures, one sneering like the thrower missed the target. In the alley, one of the drunks throws his head back and chugs the last bitter dregs from a dark bottle. He lets out a satisfied breath, declares it's his turn, and thrusts the empty bottle to his equally wasted buddy. Wim barrels through the heckling, dragging Mary past those furious men, who scream that their thrown bottle should have nailed its target. The adventurer keeps moving in perfect stride, and one of the men snaps at him with an aggressive shout. The drunk staggers ahead, face blazing red, blurting out a dazed, confused sound as he desperately tries to make sense. He steps into the glaring light, squares up to Wim, and spits a slur to force the young man to face him. Squinting at the figure perched on Wim's back, the man stammers, fighting to figure out who's being carried. Mary sprawls in Wim's arms, sleeping like a stone, then lets out a tiny hiccup that snaps the drunk's attention. Shock hits the man's face as he jabs his finger at her and yells, "You're the thief from the other day." Wim freezes in confusion, blurting "thief" again and again, trying to piece the accusation together as his sleeping friend stays there. They all scream in perfect sync that she wiped out the entire stash of limited edition Snowball snacks while they were still stuck waiting in line. Wim gets a flash of pity for their petty complaint, but behind closed doors he thinks it's totally ridiculous to call her a thief. Just fuming at any reason, the men shove for instant satisfaction and order Wim to wake up so she can apologize. Wim's shoulders sag as worry twists his face, because he realizes right then that sweet-talking his way out of this is totally hopeless. Drunks snap at his silence and start yelling at him to stop ignoring their demands. One of the guys lunges forward, yanks Mary out of his grip, and screams at Wim to wake her up right now. A glowing magic crest snaps to life on Wim's chest as he silently fires off his Pum-Pup-Zui-Mole ability, doubling his physical stats in an Wim disappears in a streak of motion and the man's hand jerks forward, gripping nothing but empty air. Two drunks stumble into an empty street, frozen in total confusion, scanning left and right like, where the hell did our target vanish to? Racing through the alleyways, Wim keeps apologizing under his breath for Mary, because he can't forget those candies she once shared with him. In the alley again, the aggressive drunk just gapes with his mouth hanging open, still totally unable to wrap his head around the insane speed he just saw. Wim slips away from the confrontation with a shaky excuse, terrified that his sudden exit only poured more fuel on their rage. The two men are stuck in place, drenched in cold sweat, and the scary truth of what just happened starts crashing down on them. Terror slams into their eyes the moment it clicks. This sleeping girl is the infamous Hyde Mary of Necklable. They huddle and whisper in panic, dead set on one burning question: was that lightning-fast man part of that elite crew too? One of the men stares at the dirt, his face draining to a sickly white, and whispers to his partner if they've seen the wreckage he left behind. Deep, jagged gouges scar the stone as Wim explodes forward. His kickoff unleashes a terrifying, unstoppable force. Still clueless about the terror he sparked, Wim barrels through the city streets, sprinting straight for the clock tower. Mary. He finally grinds to a stop at a safe distance, wheezing with heavy breaths, and repeats to himself, "Good, the drunks won't come after him." In her sleep, Hyde Mary lets out a satisfied little groan, safe and sound, totally clueless about the chaos she's unleashed. Lost in the chaos, Wim suddenly feels something on his back and whips around. She refuses to let go, clamps her arms around his neck in a fierce squeeze, and whispers softly that he can't. Wim's thoughts snap back to that earlier promise. She'd put her name on the line and vouch for him joining her elite party, just to wipe away every last worry. Self-doubt claws at him as he wonders if someone like him, so lowly, has any right to even try to join a legendary group like Necklable. He stares at the enormous gap between them and realizes she's not just some rare sage, she's also a hotshot candidate for the guild's top brass. Guilt crushes his chest as he tells himself he can't bring any more trouble to the one person who's all. A vivid memory hits him hard. Mary blares at him to just come, shoving past his insecurities with pure, unstoppable emotion. Her hand clamps down hard on his shoulder like a lifeline, keeping him grounded while her support never wavers. She leans close and whispers in his ear, telling him his future is limitless, and that once he joins Necklable, he'll finally see just how valuable he truly is. With a gentle yet unbreakable voice, she tells Wim to quit holding back and finally start living his life exactly the way he wants. Her smile crashes into his mind, blazing with warmth and total trust, something he's been starving for way too long. Wim stammers, shoots him a heartfelt thank you, her gratitude blazing as she remembers she's the one who found him when he was sinking in the darkest depths of despair. With a fresh burst of courage, he tells her, "If I'm going to live freely, then you get to live that way too, do exactly what you want." Trying to claw his way back to reality, he awkwardly blurts that now she's awake and sober, she should probably hop off his back. Hyde Mary shuts him down with one sharp word, then dives her face deeper into his coat to smother the blush spreading across her cheeks. When he demands a reason, she barely whispers, "Your back feels perfect," then shuts him down clear as day because she's got zero plans to. She murmurs that he's warm, that his back is broad, and just like that, safety and calm wash over her until she can't bear to let go. Her voice turns soft as a plea. She begs him to let her linger like this just a little while longer. Blazing with embarrassment at that sudden closeness, Wim stammers out, "Yes," and then commits to carrying her for as long as she needs. As he strides into the quiet night, Wim keeps his vow locked in. He'll bury his past for good and give everything he's got starting tomorrow. The emblem of Necklable hangs high like a battle banner. This is the land's biggest rank party, packed with over 100 elite fighters. A towering, majestic mansion punches into the sky, buzzing as the guild's party house. These legends have already crushed 30% of every. A stone-faced guard in towering, heavy armor stands watch at the iron gates. Wim paces back and forth in front of the entrance, nerves grinding in his chest, and you can practically feel his anxiety pouring off him while the guard just watches. Sweat drips down Wim's face as he freezes in place, self-doubt crushing him while he wonders, heart racing, if he even has the right to stand in a place that. The guard squints hard at the twitchy kid, and right then he decides the young man's jittery pace screams, suspicious. Deciding he couldn't stand it anymore, the guard strides up to the shaking wreck and barks, demanding to know what the man is doing with the guild. Wim flinches hard at the sudden confrontation, then blurts out frantic nonsense as he scrambles to justify why he's even there. Panic slams into Wim all at once, and he blurts out his creepy signature laugh right in the guard's face by accident. The guard jerks back in shock, convinced the sudden move and strange noise are a hostile grab for a weapon. Desperate to cool things down, Wim scrambles for the business card Hidemari gave him and thrusts it forward with hands that won't stop shaking. The guard's face crumples into total shock as he reads the card, because this suspicious boy is suddenly revealed as her friend. Wim's eyes flicker with confusion, and that guard's eerie emphasis on the word her leaves her unsettled and on edge. Hidemari bursts onto the scene with a dazzling smile, sweeping Wim into the Nactlable headquarters. Wim bursts inside, then freezes mid-breath, eyes popping wide as the lavish hall hits him, and the sparkling fountain dazzles like it's alive. As Hidemari gestures at the enormous training hall and the giant cafeteria, Wim can't help but gape. This doesn't feel like a party house at all. He meekly slips away through the grand corridors, shrinking down to nothing in the shadow of it all. Abel the guard shoots back an apology for his earlier hostility, then straight up says Wim doesn't look anything like the person they told him to expect. Abel's jaw drops at how massive the gap is between what he was told and what's staring him in the face, and the questions spill out. Blushing and panicked, Hidemari yells for everyone to shut up, and she snaps that the guard can't believe she described Wim as this gallant, manly hero. Mary panics to cover her embarrassment, grabs Wim by force, dodges the guard, and barrels down the hallway with him. They burst into the main gathering hall, pure chaos and excitement, where top-tier adventurers mingle, trade rumors, and gear up for quests. Hidemari halts in front of the seated figure, snaps into a formal bow, and declares she's delivered the recruit, just like Wim feels a razor-sharp gaze lock onto him as a long, sleek-haired woman gives a calm, cool nod to his arrival. Wim froze in stunned silence, immediately sensing the brutal power pouring off the woman in front of him. He finally snaps to attention and realizes he's standing right in front of Camilla, the silver hair, the legendary leader of Nactlable. Camilla drags her gaze over him, sizes him up fast, and snaps that he's way smaller than the warrior she thought she'd get. She bursts into a hearty laugh, teasing him about that rumor that he's a handsome, masculine hero, while some hulking, armored gauntlet lunges toward him, offering a handshake packed with the raw force of her enormous. Win's nerves hit her hard as she grips his hand, and she introduces him, straight up, telling everyone he used to be part of Dragon's Wings as he finally steps. Camilla breaks into a real smile, clearly impressed as she realizes the unassuming new recruit packs way more grip strength than anyone expected. She greets him with full formality at Nactlable and tells him, straight up, that Hidemari already spilled every detail about what Wim blurts out, shaking, that his mana is low and he only ever did chores, so Camilla leans in and demands to know what his exact job was in his old party. He makes it clear his job was strictly non-combat. He'd hunt for enemies, run searches, and handle the— When he tries to talk about getting fired, Mary's eyes go wide. She panics, clamps down on him, and cuts him off before he can spill more negativity than anyone needs. Camilla tunes out their bickering and calmly hands out rearguard duty to the women, readying them for the scouting dive. Shock hits Wim so hard his words choke. He can't believe they're really about to step into the labyrinth right this second. Camilla strides off, snapping that real-world experience beats everything, and Wim just stands there, reeling from the sudden demand. Panic hits hard as he snaps that it's way too soon, and admits he's never raided with a group this massive before. Hidemari spins toward him with a glowing grin, swearing that everything will turn out perfectly fine. Wim's eyes widen with raw terror, and that upbeat optimism of hers doesn't stand a chance once danger rears its head. The story slips into the chilling stone corridors buried deep inside the deadly labyrinth. Every single member of the Nacht Libel Guild gathers in eerie silence around a blazing stone pillar at the heart of the chamber. Ancient runes ignite across the structure as the magical device charges up, ready to launch its teleportation. A blinding column of light explodes from the pillar, screaming that the teleportation sequence is finally maxed out. This is a teleportation circle, an essential lifeline hidden on select levels, built to help adventurers slip through the maze. Smash the floor boss and these circles light up, then parties can blast past several floors in one shot using secret routes. The massive party kicks off their march, and their armored footsteps slam loud through the cold stone corridor. Wim freezes in confusion when Hyde Mary slams on the brakes and stops dead in front of him. The other guild members stop mid-step, whip their heads around, and feel the whole air change when the procession finally grinds to a halt. A seasoned veteran fixes everyone with a grave stare, gripping the moment as he waits for the leaders to finally break the deadlock. Hyde Mary stands stone still, eyes locked with calm intensity, ready to fire off a security protocol, because non-members are about to get shut out. Wim jolts from the sudden stop and blurts, "Yo, what's going on? Why did everyone just freeze?" She tosses out a heavy roll of cloth and, with a guilty smile, begs him to wear the blindfold just for a little while. Hyde tells him straight, since he's technically an outsider, the guild's secret teleportation line stays locked away, no exceptions. Wim snaps the blindfold on without a word, like he knows one thing for sure. Guarding priceless route intel is an advantage he'd be. Blind as a bat, he just stands there, waiting until Hyde orders him to reach out and grab her. With a tight grip, Wim clamps onto her hand and pulls her in, ready to guide him through the darkness. Silence crushes the air as they lock hands while the whole party stares, hanging on every beat of the moment. Hyde cheeks burst red as she internally squeals, burning with delight that he's bold enough to grip her hand in public. Wim flails his hands in full panic, blurting that he should have grabbed her shoulder, because he can't see a thing. He pleads with Hyde to stop messing with him, totally clueless that she's secretly loving every second of holding his hand. With his friend guiding him, the blindfolded mage trails the party as they slam into secret teleport circles one after another, racing deeper ahead. The crew finally reaches the jaw-dropping, towering architecture of the 97th floor, buried deep inside that endless labyrinth. Wim stared wide-eyed at the sheer efficiency of that A-rank party, still reeling from how fast they tore through, and panic rips through his chest as he starts telling himself he's nothing but dead weight with nothing to offer. He's terrified that all his mindless copy-pasting will drag a crew this huge, and this powerful, right down to a crawl. Hyde flicks a glance over his shoulder at the mumbling recruit, and it clicks. His caution isn't attitude, it's nerves, because this is his first time running with them. She flashes a little smile and thinks, good thing I stayed careful, because that cautious instinct is exactly what makes an adventurer great. Wim yelps in shock as he crashes into something, then whips around and realizes Camilla is right there, looming behind him. The silver-haired leader leans in with a soft grin, then tells the young boy, straight to his face, to stop holding himself so painfully tight. She reminds him, you already wiped out this floor's boss with your beer-rank party, so quit stressing. Camilla tells him to just do what he can, saying the only goal today is mapping the area. Her kindness knocks the breath out of Wim, tears sting his eyes, and he manages a shaky, whispered thank you. Camilla leans in and reassures him one last time. Nacklevel is packed with good people, until the tension finally. Wim's face snaps from anxiety to razor focus as he starts hunting the room, scanning every inch for the smallest wrongness. A sudden anomaly hits and he snaps to a stop, eyes wide as he freezes, and cranes his head toward the dungeon walls, terrified. He hesitates before saying anything, whispers to Hyde that he might have caught something, but he's terrified it's all just his imagination. Caught between reporting it and staying silent, he can't shake the feeling that the strange noise is a bad omen, like a hidden. He decides to play it safe, cranks up his magical search range, and pushes deeper to hunt down the awful feeling that something is seriously wrong. He thrusts his hand forward, pours his mana into a razor-sharp detection spell, and calls it into the dark. A blazing magic circle snaps to life across his palm as he kicks on his search ability and scans everything around him. The spell flared to life, showing him the corridor ahead, and with every glow, it exposed the dungeon's hidden structures and long-buried secrets straight to his eyes snap wide with shock as the scan seals it. His worst fears are real, and something deadly. He remembers the standing order, spot something, then report it to Camilla instantly with transmission magic. Robbing himself of doubt, he obeys the order and gears up to warn the leader about the danger that's about to hit. The party keeps climbing that massive staircase, blissfully clueless as something waits in the shadows, already set in motion. Wim breaks formation, strides over to Camilla, and politely calls out, asking if he can steal just a moment of her time. Camilla tilted her head, clocked him, Wim boy, and then just waited, like she already knew his report was about to hit. He pins it down to the inch. There's a rockfall trap set to go off on the upper left side, exactly 45 meters from here. Camilla narrows her eyes, challenging the report's truth as the tension in the room tightens around her. Wim stammers through his nerves, refusing to back down, and figures there's a crushing 90% chance the trap will only spring after a delay. With a flick of her hand, Camilla gives him a casual wave and tells him to broadcast his findings on the public channel next time. Time drags on. Wim clenches their teeth, terrified at the idea of having to talk to the whole massive party all at once. He steels his nerves, fires up the transmission magic, and blasts his voice out so it ripples across every single member. He fires off a jaw-dropping, razor-accurate report, pinpointing the rockfall's exact mass, its shape, and precisely where it's about to. A wave of confusion crashes over the vanguard, and the seasoned fighters jerk in shock at the sudden announcement. Whispers of doubt ripped through the ranks, and Wim's stomach dropped as panic crashed in, wondering if he just made a fatal mistake. While Wim sweats bullets, Hidamari smirks with pride as Camilla stays ice calm, steering her tank straight at the threat. Abel strides forward without a second thought and declares he'll handle the trap himself. The armored warrior charges straight into the danger zone, hoisting his massive shield high like he's daring trouble to strike. He plants himself on the trigger point, clenches in anticipation as the mechanism beneath his boots snaps to life. A colossal stone pillar crashes down out of the darkness, barreling toward the defender like it wants to splatter. With a thunderous crash, Abel snaps the falling monolith onto his shield and grinds its momentum to a brutal stop. Unscathed and stone-faced, Abel shouts that the trap is gone, while dust swirls down around him. Camilla gives a sharp nod of approval as the defense lands, and the rest of the party just freezes, staring. The adventurer's mutter caught in his throat. He couldn't believe it, because the trap lined up with Wim's description perfectly, down to the smallest detail. They shoot each other disbelief-filled looks because none of them have ever seen a scout map out a trap's shape, and then actually hold his ground and wait. Rumors explode as everyone debates whether this godlike precision is the real hidden power fueling Dragon's wings. As Hidamari flashes that Cheshire Cat grin, a frantic Wim misreads the silence and immediately assumes he's in big trouble. Hidamari grins and declares that Wim's normal is anything but ordinary. While the group finally gets a breather, they all freeze in awe because Camilla just stares off into the distance, wrestling with that shocking revelation. She jolts to the shocking truth. Wim casually fires off high-level detection magic like it's nothing at all. Her mind whips back to Dragon's Wings, the party that blasted to a rank in record time. Confusion claws at her as she reels. Why would a mage with skills so overpowered they break the game stay hidden? Wim's voice cuts through the silence over the transmission, asking for her attention again. He spots a huge spike in humidity and something's off. The usual low-level winged insects are mysteriously gone. The veterans lean in, eyes locked on him as he lays it out. These environmental changes mean a deadly predator is lurking nearby. Wim realizes way too late that they stumbled, without noticing, straight into the hunting grounds of a colossal, hostile beast. He clocks the danger as the great tortoise, Zeratin, and before it can even move, he shoots back with a detour to slip right past. Camilla squeezes her eyes shut, then snaps, demanding to know right there and then whether his report about Wim meets her eyes, lets out a shaky breath, and swears he's 90% sure he's right. Camilla lets out a sharp sigh and tells him to use the public transmission to handle high-probability threats. Wim drops his head in shame, stammers out a shaky apology, and swears he's upset the leader. Panic spirals through his head as he hammers the same thought. He's done it again, another critical mistake. Camilla snaps an order at him, hand the search over to Simon and push straight to the front lines. Wim's stomach drops when the order feels like a punishment, like they're kicking him out of his role for good. Camilla steps up, tells the group they're not taking a detour, and shouts that they're going straight after the great tortoise. She snaps her razor-sharp eyes back on the recruit and demands to see what he's got, real combat, as a grand tour. A terrified Wim panics, because if he blows this chance, there's nowhere left to run in this. Fear tried to freeze him, but he clenched his fists anyway, and swore he'd give it everything to be useful. Camilla snaps her attention to the side and orders the other scout to give her an enemy status report, right now. Simon snaps his detection magic to life, then reports the target is dead asleep about 200 meters ahead. The leader barks out command after command, shouting for the able fighters to sprint into the vanguard, and then orders Hydemurray to brace. The elite of Naxlable roar their approval in perfect unison, gearing up to clash in battle. Camilla shoots her finger at Wim and hands him the make or break job, boost Abel with his buffs. Wim blurts out a shaky yes, then steels himself, because this fight is the one that decides. Wim shuts his eyes and whispers his personal mantra, tuning out the world so he can stay hidden and quietly help others without drawing a single eye. He realizes his whole purpose was simple: find a way to help people, all from the shadows. A razor-sharp stare pierces his thoughts the moment he realizes reality has veered wildly off his perfect path. The massive great tortoise ominously crunches down on scattered debris in the distance, while Wim stands frozen. Hydemurray grabs his sleeve and pushes him onward. Strike now, the monster's too busy devouring its meal to notice us. With every eye on them, she tells him this is his golden shot to show the guild exactly what he's worth. Camilla and the elite of Naxlable lock eyes with the pair, glaring at them like every move is being judged. Win jerks back under their collective stare, choking on pure terror as the legendary party's pressure crashes down on them. His heart drums against his ribs as he vows to fix what he messed up earlier and stop any more trouble before it. Tangled in a spiral of self-doubt over his own speaking skills, he barely catches Hydemurray yelling his nickname through the noise. Merryhide finally breaks his spiral by screaming his name right into his ear, snapping him out of that crushing. She grins at him like she owns the moment and demands his usual support buff for her ice spear attack. Wim watches her sail forward with that giant weapon raised, still reeling from how casually she demands the usual. A rush of nostalgia crashes over him as memories of their duo dives flood back, and he realizes this same familiar rhythm is exactly what he's been craving. A real smile bursts through his anxiety the moment that crushing weight finally slips off his shoulders. He pumps his fists again, throws a heartfelt thanks to Hyde Mary, and announces, right then, he's ready to go all in and fight. Hyde Mary's one-of-a-kind magical contraption starts to hum, and every mechanical piece snaps into place as it gears up to unleash its power. She plants a fearless stance, raises her weapon, and declares, all right, time to show the guild what we're truly made of. Wim instantly spots the tweaks to her gear, then freezes, blown away that she managed to cram triple the density into a smaller frame. He grins, eyes sparkling with awe, because this kind of brilliant engineering is exactly what he'd been expecting from her. Hyde Mary slams the generation sequence into motion, her eyes blazing as she kicks off the spell. Mana starts swirling in the air, shimmering with raw power as the magic finally takes shape. Thereupon the mighty tortoise snaps shut mid-bite, tilts that huge head, and finally spots the danger. A crushing silence smothers the battlefield as the colossal monster fixes its eyes on the two little adventurers. High above, a massive spear forged from solid ice rips into existence with a thunderous crack, then it starts to drop, ready to crush everything below. A gigantic projectile hangs above the ruins, ominous and towering, crushing the pillars and the adventurers standing beneath it like they're nothing. Wim jerks his gaze upward, stunned. Any regular mage would be totally lost staring at the sheer magnitude of this magic. Hyde Mary lets out a confident laugh, then flexes powers that run on rules so far beyond modern magic they feel unreal. An infographic spills the truth. Sorcerers and priests get stuck with one magic type, but sages smash the rules and break the whole mold. The text flat-out claims Hyde Mary's sage class is the ultimate power move, because it lets her unleash every single Hyde Mary leans in and tells Wim, sages can actually craft the raw magic units needed to invent brand new spells from the ground up. With a dramatic flourish, she proudly announces her approval of the grant that Grantor Wim Strauss provided. Wim grins warmly at his friend, then accepts the connection and kicks off the enchantment right away. Wim locks in his mana and hurls those solid, frost-slick enchantments straight onto the The magic circle flares outward, then locks together with the colossal ice tower hanging over the ruins like it. Hyde Mary snaps to attention. He's not buffing her at all. He's slamming his strengthening magic straight into the spell construct. That giant block of ice slams under an enchantment and morphs in an instant. Its shape sharpens into a brutal, terrifying weapon. Hyde Mary screams the order to fire as the colossal tortoise lumbers straight toward them, dangerously close. With a thunderous roar, the massive ice spear rockets forward, slamming into the path of the monster bearing down. The projectile screams forward at blinding speed, slicing through the atmosphere so fast it looks like nothing but a streaking blur. The moment it hits, a catastrophic explosion detonates, blasting ice shards and wreckage screaming through the air in every direction. Camilla and the rest of Nacht Libel shriek in pure panic as a brutal shockwave rockets. The impact from that blow rockets the giant beast off the ground and hammers it straight into the ruin walls with a violent crash. Adventurers huddle up, shielding their faces as the gale-force winds slam them from the impact. The great tortoise gets completely wiped out, its shell caves in, and a hellstorm of enchanted ice spikes drives straight through its body. Shaking from the cold, Wim blurts out an apology to Hyde Mary, then panics that he somehow cranked the magic output way too high. Hyde Mary grins and tells him it was flawless, then reminds him he totally proved his skills to the whole party. She whips around to the leader with a proud grin and fires a question at Camilla. What does she think about Wim's? A sharp crack slices the air from the leader's side, and everyone's eyes snap to her armor. Camilla stared at her shoulder pauldron, expression locked tight as she checked the brutal new damage. Wim catches a crack in her precious armor and panic detonates instantly because he's sure he botched everything again. Camilla snaps out to Vim Boy in a serious voice, and he jolts so hard he blurts out a terrified stammer. She shrugs off the damage without a flinch, then orders him to boost the shield unit because a wyvern attack is incoming fast. She spins away from him and demands, point-blank, that he finally show his defensive enchantment in action. Wimbo shoots up in panic, blurts out that he gets it, and finally lets out a breath because he still has a job to do. Hydemary catches the whole moment with a smug, cat-like grin and knows Camilla definitely liked what she just saw. Wim clenched his fist, eyes burning with determination like this was his second chance, and swore he'd give it everything. Hydemary heaves a frustrated sigh over how dense he's become, basically admitting that failing to read the room is an illness at this point. The other party members huddle in disbelief, whispering about how that spear seems to move faster than sight, while Mary smirks because she finally gets just how dangerous he really is. Two battle-scarred veterans lock eyes on the pair, sweating buckets as sheer terror crashes over them, because this strange new Grantor's power is just too overwhelming. Hydemary whips around and glares at her friend like she's onto something, and Wim panics so hard he blurts out that he didn't say a thing. A towering, armored warrior strides up with perfect manners and confidently introduces himself, Abel, the squad leader. Wim freezes in awe, staring at this young man who's the same age as him, yet somehow already leads a whole unit. Abel tilts his head, baffled, as he waits for the frozen recruit to finally answer his greeting. Panic crashes into Wim's mind the moment he realizes he has zero clue what to say to a total stranger. Abel leans in to ask if he's okay, and can only manages a bunch of frantic, incoherent panic sounds. Wim spiraled into self-loathing, sure his awkward silence was making the leader see him as utterly disgusting. A dark dread of rejection floods his mind, and he's convinced Abel will turn on him and hate him like everyone else. To Abel's shock, a blinding grin lights up his face as he softly urges. Wim blushes hard and a warm, fuzzy glow spreads through his chest because the kindness he's getting hits him completely out of nowhere. Abel brings up defensive buffs, and Wim quietly admits he's still pretty new to them. Then another party member blurts out, Grantors are insanely rare in Naklable, because nobody wants that job enough. Wim explains his magic runs on pure consciousness, and it only kicks in if the target openly says they approve. It explains that buffs don't just boost raw power and speed, they also level up your weapons, making them far sharper and better. Right as he's laying out that the target has to want it, a hard, stern voice cuts in out of nowhere and shuts the whole conversation down. A hulking, scarred brute strides up and flat-out declares that he hates getting buffs. Wim goes stone still, eyes wide with raw shock, totally blindsided when the rejection hits out of nowhere. Mark steps forward, says, I'm Mark, then pushes for more details, rushing in fast, admitting he's sorry if his straight-to-the-point tone sounded rude. Mark breaks it down, buffs don't just tweak power, they completely change how your body feels, and that's why he can't stop talking about the brutal run-in with a grand. He remembers that last mage crammed on attributes without a shred of control, and it all backfired, his own body buckled mid-fight and slipped out of his hands. Wim blurts out that he's only using beginner-level buffs and that they won't steal his grip or cost him control of his body. He claims it's just a clever mashup of simple effects, but Mark's face tightens even further, like the intensity keeps climbing. Wim jerks back because the veteran locks eyes with him and glares with a terrifying, full-force rage. Mark bares his teeth and snarls, demanding to know if Wim thinks he's an amateur just because. Hara's presence hits Wim like a shockwave as he tries to convince himself he's actually managed to make that scary veteran furious. Mark leans in and admits the truth. He wants the details to learn, not because he's angry. Win realizes with a chilling clarity that Mark's intimidating cross-examination is nothing but the elite. He tells the tank his senses won't slip at all, but Mark leans in and demands, "Are you 100% sure?" Mark surges in with a brutal ha, and that single laugh throws a fresh wave of terror straight into the poor mage. Tense silence slams down as Wim strains to decode that terrifying sound spilling out from the veteran. Confusion hits the shield unit hard as they doubt Wim's wild claim that his buff changes nothing in how it feels. Wim begs for permission to lay out his method, saying that his gift works because it barely rattles your senses at all. Mark Stammer gives a shaky agreement, clearly bracing for a lecture he didn't sign up for, yet still ready to listen. A radiant smile bursts across Wim's face when he realizes this is the first time anyone's ever actually asked him to explain himself. He launches into a fiery lecture, tearing apart the rusting method and the casting method of application magic like they're completely different worlds. Wim points out that because every adventurer has a different body and strength, a one-size-fits-all buff just can't work. He warns that careless magical upgrades can shatter a user's bones, and Mark instantly yells, "You're right." Mark can't stop staring at the recruits' skills, and he loudly praises Knacked Level's elite standards for turning raw recruits into real experts. Wim barrels through another rapid-fire academic rant, tossing out a storm of wild magical theory. Wim snaps back into reality, realizes he's been rambling, cuts himself off, and apologizes with a sheepish grin. Mark waves off the apology, but you can tell he's still reeling from the sheer overload of information. Wim tells him he fuses 7 defense enchantments and 25 sensory enchantments into one perfectly balanced spell. Mark throws his hands up, yells at him to stop, and gets completely swallowed by all those technical details. The whole squad freezes in stunned silence, all eyes locked on that tiny mage who just casually dropped a whole thesis on them. Wim recoils in terror, sure his overhyped explanation has blown everything up again. Mark snaps back to his feet and blurts, stunned, if Wim really means he can hand out dozens of enhancements at the same time. Wim keeps it humble, saying he has to grind out and nail the magic perfectly, because his mana runs way too low to match. Mark leans in real close, double-checking one last time that his physical senses are going to stay exactly the same. Wim nods hard, saying the only real difference is this: his body is firing on all cylinders like never before. Mark shuts his eyes tight, presses a hand to his chest, and solemnly proclaims he approves the grant. His fellow squadmates stare at him, stunned, and fire back, "You're really trusting that newcomer?" Mark grins from ear to ear and blurts that Wim's massive knowledge alone is all the proof he needs. Wim stood there, stunned and breathless, his heart surging when he finally realized someone trusted him at last. Tears prick at the corners of his eyes as he swears, right there, that he'll give every last bit to repay that trust. As Wim slams the spell into motion, a swirling, glowing magic circle snaps into existence around Mark's torso. The veteran tank jolts into a gasp, eyes snapping wide as the enchantment's magic finally crawls into his very frame. Mark drags his fingers over his chin, lost in thought, humming low as he scans his own body for every tiny shift. Mark and Abel square off across the stone training hall, bracing to unleash a brand new enhancement magic and see what it really does. Mark explodes forward and slams a crushing punch into Abel's shield, testing the strength he just unlocked. Two warriors slam into each other with brutal intensity, darting and flowing so smoothly and fast that their heavy armor suddenly feels. Wim huddles on the sidelines, wringing his hands like crazy and nervously blurts out, "So, how does magic feel?" Mark whips his gaze to him, face set in stone, and says one blunt thing: no words are needed to explain it. He breaks into awe, marveling that his body can move even better now than it ever did in his physical prime. Abel nods along with huge excitement, staring like he can't believe it. Her body feels so weightless it might as well be a total. Wim slumps with relief, gripping his chest as if the danger just passed, and lets out a shaky "thank God" that sounds like he's still dodging disaster. The other shield knights surged in instantly, surrounding the Grand Tour and barking that he'd better hurry up and boost them too. Win lights up with a real, heartwarming grin and joyfully pledges to boost the rest of the squad. We cut to the massive dungeon floor, endless pillars stretching out as the main force rallies there. Wim suddenly trembles as his senses get steamrolled by a huge, hostile presence looming right nearby. He mutters that the enemy's here, and his instincts blare like an alarm, like a massive threat just walked in. A teammate clocks Wim's shaking and demands if he's alright, but Wim snaps back that something massive is right around the corner. Camilla feels the danger hit the air and immediately yells at everyone to get ready, battle mode right now. Wim clamps down on his collar, his expression hardening into pure, focused determination. From the shadows above, a terrifying winged demon drops down. Its head is a multi-eyed skull staring right through you. The creature's swarm of eyes jerked and twitched violently as it tore into the air with a deep, gut-punching growl. It hangs high in the dungeon's archway, screeching like a living alarm as it dives straight at the adventurers who refuse to back down. Energy surges inside the monster's mouth as it lines up a brutal breath attack, ready to unleash pure devastation. The shield unit surges ahead in an unbreakable wall, bellowing a war cry as they brace their ground for the incoming blow. The demon spits out a gigantic orb of blazing magic, and it rockets straight for the defensive line. A roaring fireball crashes into the magically reinforced shields, and the whole vanguard vanishes in a blinding flash. To everyone's shock, the attack doesn't just stop, it gets smashed away and blasted back into the caster with brutal force. The demon lets out a blood-curdling shriek as its own fireball blasts it out of the air and crashes it into the ground. The crowd erupts in shocked disbelief, screaming that the shield unit just pulled off a jaw-dropping high-level reflection maneuver. Behind his shield, Mark goes completely numb, staring straight ahead as sweat pours down his face in pure, jaw-dropping shock. He whips around to his squad, voice shaking as he demands, "Did you guys really just pull off a reflection?" All the other knights burst out that it was their very first time, and they couldn't help wondering if what they were seeing was nothing short of a miracle. Mark glares into the distance, a twisted grin on his face, flat out refusing to accept that something as basic as a buff could pull off a feat this insane. Camilla roars the order to fire, snapping the long-range units into action and commanding them to unleash their attack right now. Arrows and spellfire explode from every side, hammering the wyvern in a blinding storm of raw, violent chaos. A A mage roars through the incantation for Jupiter's spear, and one brutal bolt of lightning slams into the beast. The smoke finally thins and there stands Guji, totally unscathed, letting out a mocking growl like he's daring the world to try again. Camilla watches the whole thing crash, eyes razor cold, and realizes their attacks didn't even leave a scratch. She spots that one-of-a-kind sparkle in its eyes, and realizes its scales are sealed under an anti-magic coat. The leader slams the conclusion down. They're up against a rare wyvern subspecies that laughs at all standard magic. Wim just stands there, silent and shaken, because he can't figure out how to fight something that feels unstoppable. Camilla shoots her hand up and barks, "Everyone back, clear the area." With a confident smirk, she snaps that it's finally her turn to step up and own the stage. Her cape snaps in the wind as she strides forward, unleashing a crushing aura that screams raw power. Hyde Mary flashes Camilla a grin and tells her to take over the rest of the battle with those capable hands of hers. Camilla's thoughts snap back to that insane reflection maneuver the shield unit pulled off earlier. She can't believe it, 5 different people pull off that brutal skill in total sync, like they're one mind moving as one. Her curiosity ignites the second she realizes Wim's magic still has untapped power waiting to explode. She can't stop thinking, if that same buff ever hits her body, what kind of monster would she become? The unknown sparks a grin on her face as she dreams of shattering her own body's limits. She whips around to the rookie and yells, "Vim boy!" Right away, she grabs his attention. Wim jogs in, all nerves, and asks her if she wants him to slap a buff on before the fight. Camilla demanded he unleash every single offensive buff in his whole arsenal. Wim weighs the danger and declares that going more than 3 times is where safe stops. Camilla squints hard, fires off an accusation that he's playing it safe, and dares him to push even further. Wim panics inside, terrified that if she powers up even one notch too far, her own body will rip apart. Camilla shrugs off the warning, throws her hands up, and demands a power boost 10 times over. Wim's mind goes into chaos because she can't wrap her head around the absolute madness of what she's being asked to do. He tries to warn her that that kind of power-up is basically suicide, but she shuts him down and refuses to hear a single word. Sweat drenches his face as he finally realizes the leader means it. This reckless demand isn't a joke. He quietly concedes that, yeah, it could happen in theory, then basically signs his own death warrant. Mary slides in with a sadistic grin and whispers that she can't wait to see the results. Wim stands there trembling before the leader, and he's forced to unleash the deadliest buff of his life. Wim locks in on his magic, thrusting his glowing hand forward as he kicks off an intense chain of spells. A glowing digital grid snaps over Camilla's silhouette, and the spell Analyze rips through her entire physical structure. Wim stared at her biology like it was unreal, wondering if she was even human as she marveled at those ridiculous muscle and bone density stats. His mind spins with relentless calculations, mapping every fulcrum and center of gravity so his magical enhancement hits at maximum power. He locks in the strategy to squeeze maximum efficiency with the least risk, then calls Bowen in, so even the tiniest parts of her body get pushed into perfect alignment. The spell Enchant *** crashes down on Camilla, and her eyes blow wide as that confident smirk snaps onto the leader's face as she feels that overwhelming power surge. She rips out her gigantic blade, lunges into the standoff, and snaps the beast into. Camilla stands ice cold amid the rubble and swirling dust, staring down. She rockets forward in a flash, blade poised to smash the flying monster out of the sky. Her eyes sharpen with pure focus as she triggers her signature, multiplication, turning the attack into something way. A massive blade of pure energy rips out of her sword, screaming. A bunch of adventurers just stands there, totally locked in place, eyes wide as they watch the wild spectacle blow up in front of them. They whisper in stunned awe as the legendary Great Executioner sword unleashes its true power right in front of them. The seasoned veteran stared in total disbelief, shocked that he'd never once seen her multiplication skill grow. Camilla taunts the massive wyvern, sneering, "Little bird," as she lines up her final judgment. The crowd sucks in a breath, stunned, speechless, because they can't even begin to imagine the wreckage she's about to unleash. With a thunderous roar, her blade crashes into the beast's skull, and the whole dungeon trembles from the impact. Wim and the shield units just froze with their jaws dropped, utterly stunned that one strike could kill them all. Camilla shuts her eyes tight and lets out a shaky breath, exhilaration lighting up her face as she savors the rush left behind by the fight. She gasps and laughs, riding the rush of that upgraded fight like pure euphoria has swallowed her whole. The dead silence snaps and the whole party Wim bolts forward in sheer panic, firing off frantic questions. "Tell me, do you feel any pain or something off in your body?" Camilla tilts her gaze to the worried boy, and her face softens the moment she recognizes his concern. She clamps his hands in hers and grins like she's on top of the world, telling him his buff is unreal. Wim finally exhales in total relief, because that scary 5% chance of side effects had his nerve. Camilla furrowed her brow and asked, "Out of all this, you're seriously freaking out over just a 5% risk?" She just stares at him, dead silent, as he warns that in the worst-case scenario, the buff could have ripped a muscle clean. Wim swears muscle tears are brutal, but Camilla just stares at him like he's cracking up. He keeps grilling her about bodily discord, totally missing the point that Camilla snaps her head back and erupts into loud, totally uncontrollable laughter at how ridiculous he is. She leans in over the baffled recruit, grin stretching wide, and at that exact moment she decides, Wim Strauss is her mind races through his resume, clocking that his labyrinth-level knowledge, razor-sharp search skills, and top-tier. She stares at him like a hunter, eyes sharp with intent, telling herself she doesn't care about his past. Wim freezes in confusion as she keeps cackling like a maniac, not a clue why she's losing. He starts sweating with nerves, wondering if that strange behavior is really just a side effect of his buff messing with her brain. Beneath a cold, pale moon, the Nacht Libel party house looms over the night. Tonight's loud, wild celebration is about to kick off. Frothy mugs slam together with thunderous force as the guild roars out a rowdy toast to kick off the festivities. The guildmaster bursts in to declare the labyrinth dive a total win. The hall explodes into a wild, chaotic roar, cheers crashing over cheers as everyone screams in pure joy. Monica the mage practically sparkles as she beams at Wim, gushing that his performance. She leans in like, "What enchantment did you slap on Marie's spear?" Because Wim shuffles in awkwardly and admits he once dreamed of becoming a mage, so he went and studied the craft. Monica bursts into hearty laughter, realizing his technique's theory is way. Wim cranks himself into panic, stuck in his own head, terrified about how to talk to someone he barely even knows, and scrambling to figure out. From under the table, a voice suddenly barks Vimson and jolts him out of his spiraling thoughts. Bettina pops in, introduces herself as part of Vim's jaw drops when he realizes he's standing face-to-face with Simon San, the legendary commander of the. With stars in his eyes, Wim blurts out that he's read every single one of Simon's books and articles. Simon starts firing off excited ideas about the trap he's cooking up, but Bettina snaps at him, hard, shut him. The giant, boisterous man barges in mid-scolding, bursts out laughing, and tells everyone to just drop this and go drink instead. Bettina snaps her irritation at Mark San, calling out that he always downs way too much to drink. Mark bursts into laughter and shoves a drink at the tiny masked figure. Bettina shrugs off the antique talk and steers the conversation right back to what matters, snapping her focus. Simon lit up as he praised how Vim's reflection enhancement came out, admitting he never thought it. Vim quickly shuts down the praise, claiming he only helped out, and saying the party's skill. Simon erupts in hearty laughter, slams a clap onto Vim's shoulder, and declares with total. Vim freezes on the spot, cheeks burning as his hero's praise hits him like a wave. Another fighter steps in, slams a heartfelt apology for his earlier blunder that he finally admits he hasn't been acting right either, and he's scrambling to make it up for what he did before. Vim lets out a nervous laugh, but inside he's spiraling, convinced his awkwardness is ruining everything. The table goes dead quiet for a beat as everyone turns to Vim, and he blurts out an awkward. Vim's mind spirals into full-blown panic, begging to vanish or even to end himself, just to dodge the crushing social pressure. The man says Hidamara-san told him one crazy thing: Vim has his very own world inside him. Mark suddenly clamps Vim in a headlock, grinning wide as he taunts, asking if the boy wants to join Nactolable. Vim gets swallowed by their kindness, but then his words tangle as he stammers, telling them he's not sure he really belongs in a group like that. He tries to brush off all the praise as just sweet talk, but the voice whispers that this guild is the one place where Vim can finally soar, fully spread his wings, and Vim watches them and the shock hits. How on earth, through all this chaos, they still move with this razor-sharp elegance? A fierce longing crawls into his chest as he wonders, could this be the one place where he finally fit? Hidemarie chomps a carrot loudly, still chewing like there's no tomorrow, and somehow manages to. She chomps loudly, eyes glazed over, and still somehow thanks him. Everyone else watches her with amusement because she's at it again. She slides into her seat and starts eating like it's nothing. She snaps that there's no meat left, and when they tell her it's mostly gone, she practically goes, "Yep, that's exactly what I said." She teases Vim, grinning that he's got everyone eating out of his hand. Then he squirmed, tried to play it cool, and begged. Vim tries to brush it off like he just helped, while everyone else steals the spotlight. And a teammate kept poking fun at Vim like, "Seriously, you didn't even clock how Camilla was staring at you." Between bites she insists, mouth full and all, that the guild master is completely, utterly in love with him. Vim demands where Camilla is, and when he hears she's probably stuck in the office cleaning up the mess from that dive, his eyes narrow. Spotting his one-shot chance to talk to her, Vim bows to Hidemarie, then bolts off to hunt down the office. Alone in her office, Camilla hunched over the desk, hammering the keys on it. She slows down just long enough to check her progress, praying she can slam through all the paperwork before the day. She leaned back, replaying the day in her mind, smiling at how perfectly the labyrinth dive went, and how brilliantly Vim nailed it. She realizes right inside that his contribution supercharged the whole. It felt so natural, like her own power had been upgraded, like wings had just. She can't believe it. She crushed a performance way past her normal limits, stepping into a zone. A flushed sigh slips past her lips as she soaks in the sharp, lingering memory of that mind-blowing sensation. She can't stop thinking, if she vividly remembers that enhancement, could it steer the team to even greater heights or serve as perfect training material? With his help, she feels a breakthrough coming, like she's about to smash right through the ceiling she's been trapped against. A sudden knock slams against the door and yanks her out of her deep thoughts. Vim calls out his name from the hallway, and Camilla wastes no time. She swings the door open and beckons him inside. Vim storms in, then freezes. She's still trapped in her armor, so she blurts out, "What's going on?" Vim shoves the awkwardness aside and, with her hands trembling, nervously offers a stack of documents. He tells them this is his official guild report from the expedition. Camilla stares at the stack, frowns hard, and blurts out, "What's this report even about?" Vim insists that since they struck a gold vein and brought in outside hands, his side of the story has to be reported. Camilla buys his logic, shoots him a grateful nod, and suddenly sees just how useful his documentation really is. As she reads, it hits her. His report plus hers snaps everything into place, solving her problems. Relief crashes through her the moment she realizes she can finally finish her work today. She remembers him telling her he used to hustle odd jobs for the Dragon's Wing Guild. Vim doesn't brag. He admits he took care of everything that wasn't the big fights, even handling all the accounting duties. Camilla just gapes at him, stunned as the reality of his claim sinks in. He really did manage everything. She flips through the documents in a heartbeat and misreads everything. She decides he hauled that report home to prove his worth and make sure he stays on Knack Label's good side. She studied him for a beat and then realized his weakness was just a disguise because he's been plotting this play from the start. She refuses to get played, steals her nerves, and vows to pull him into her side. Vim freezes, totally baffled, and tentatively calls out her name, hoping she'll finally look her way. Camilla barrels straight into it, slamming down a salary of 500 milk and dare. Vim's eyes snap wide in pure confusion and he blurts out, "Huh," like he can't believe what he just saw. She shoots down her own offer on the spot, adding another 2,000 if he comes aboard, then makes it crisp. Vim is still totally lost, staring at her and demanding, "What are you even talking about?" Camilla reads his confusion like a cover-up. He's trying to mask his moves while hunting for the absolute highest price. She clenches her teeth and realizes she won't let anyone steal him away, not even if he's the most ridiculous man alive. She throws down the offer like a knockout, $700 in reward. She sweetens the deal with a fixed salary of 600 milk per month, right in line with the high rank. Staring him down, she demands his last words on the proposal. Camilla reads his silence as greed and demands if he wants even more, while Vim can't shake the feeling this whole negotiation is nothing but a cruel joke. With her eyes locked on him, she ups his old pay to double and presses for one thing, exactly how much he made at Dragon's Wing. Vim stammered, desperately trying to knock down her claim that he was anywhere near making 200. Camilla reads his hesitation as a power play and slams her offer up to a jaw-dropping 2,000. Flustered out of his mind and shaking like a leaf, Vim finally blurts it out. His monthly paycheck was 20 merc. Camilla just freezes, pure disbelief hit. Vim drops his gaze in shame, whispering to himself once more that yep, his monthly paycheck really. Camilla's face twists with disgust as she points out this amount is so tiny it's less than what a fresh general store worker earns, and way less than what an adventurer risks their life for. She freezes at his crushed expression, and horror slams into her when Vim quietly mutters that she doesn't need to push herself to chase a high reward. He'd be happy with. He tries to slip away with an excuse, but Camilla snaps, yelling at him to wait, hold. She slams the press on him again, stunned that the only price put on his. As he storms out, she stares after him and mutters under her breath, sickened by how they treated him and furious at the fact they just fired him. Vim flat out admits he has no clue why, and that leaves Camilla stranded with. Down in the dungeon, the Dragon's Wing party gets slammed with a brutal truth. They're fighting for every breath on the 35th floor of the labyrinth, and it's pure desperation. Monstrous shadows chase them as they bolt down the dark corridor, their heavy breaths roaring off the walls. A swarm of goblins barrels forward, shrieking like they've gone feral as they slam in on the fleeing adventurers. The leader clenched his jaw, still believing that once Vim was gone, life as adventure. He figured that with this new fighter in the mix, their formation would finally click, and the delusion grins back at him as he insists the grind is just natural, right before reality smashes his fantasy as he howls at Nicola to heal them. Right now, only to realize the healing output is dangerous. He whips his panic toward Melly's, barking, "Is your Doppelini spell finished yet?" His eyes blow wide with terror. He realizes the chanting still isn't done and he screams, "Why?" straight at his mage. Melly's finally snaps out a flame veil, blasting a fiery barrier between them and the monsters. The leader snaps, "Follow me right now," as the blaze keeps the enemy pinned back. The battered crew staggers up the dungeon stairs, drained to the bone, their spirits shattered. The leader snaps at Nicole again, barking out why she still hasn't finished treating their wounds. Nicola lets out a shaky apology, grips her staff tight, and admits she. The leader glares at her as she rushes out an apology for snapping, and his frustration keeps building like a storm. He forces a fake smile, thanks her, then urges everyone to breathe and calm. He tries to pump himself and the team up, insisting that if Nicola pulls through, they can claw their way back from. Desperate to pull them out of this mess, he demands they still can win. He decides they've got to pinpoint where they are right now, find a landmark. He whips around to Melly's for answers, but she stares back with blank, terrified eyes that say she's one step from breaking. Melly's dammer stared at him, asking what landmark he even meant, and he looked completely clueless and totally useless. He panics and demands the group tell him where they are, but Sophia shoots him down with a shake. He whips around to the tank, praying it'll save him, but all he gets is cold, dead silence. It finally hits them. Without their old support, they're drifting with zero direction. They slam to a stop and just stare wide-eyed at the solid wall blocking their path. The whole party stays trapped in a dead-end street, frozen in place, as the goblin horde screeching closes in. The leader's face contorts with raw horror as it clicks. Somehow, they've steered straight into a death trap. He realizes too late that they marched their enemies right along, and into a place they never should have touched. A quiet, vine-draped house sits peacefully in the sunlight, quietly playing host to the Dragon's Wing party. Inside, a teammate squeezes out water for the bedridden comrade, but she snaps it off, then asks. Sophia hovers by Nicola's bedside, her voice tight as she worries, "Are you okay?" Nicola flashes a shaky smile, tells her friend she's totally fine, and whispers a quiet thank you. The door bursts open, slamming Melly's with a jolt. She chokes on a gasp as Kronos strides into the room. Kronos strides in with a small plate in hand. He tells Nicola that Sophia peeled apples for her and hands over the fruit like a sweet. Amid the party's chaos, he stills everything and gently feeds her a slice, catching a rare, tender moment that feels. Kronos tells them to slow down this time, rest up, and keep everyone's spirits blazing. He admits to himself that the floor boss's injuries still haven't healed, and he never thought he'd get this wrecked. Melly's lunges to his defense, snaps back that Kronos isn't the villain, and then, without hesitation, owns the mistake and takes the blame for misjudging him herself. The whole group gets swept up in the feeling, and when they finally open up, tears start. They huddle into a crushing group hug, clinging to each other like a promise, and swear. They band together, swear they'll grind even harder from here on out, and refuse to let this latest. Later, in the living room, the air feels suffocating as the story drags them back to that brutal, disastrous dive into the labyrinth. A flashback rips the curtain back. Turns out their strategy was just brute force, with awful coordination and clumsy. Chaos erupts as they get slammed in the fight, and the only way they live is by blasting a flashbang to break free. They shriek for Sophia to save them, scrambling like. Back in the present, they cling to one tiny win. At least they weren't wiped out and stagger home alive. But doubt slithers in the moment they realize, hard to believe these are the same Beer group that just crushed a floor boss. The elf girl locks eyes on the table and her suspicion. She glances at the chaotic desk buried under papers, remembering Kronos' order to sort out the mess those useless. She remembers him snapping that the guy in charge used to be useless, then ordering her to come fix the disaster. She agreed to carry the weight with them, but the moment she starts flipping through the documents, her face shifts, like she's completely stunned to discover detailed party house repair plans, thick stacks of thorough reports, and receipts. She digs up the supply delivery plans, and the paperwork is so insanely detailed it might as well be a. She digs up a map of every known level, packed with monster breakdowns, and that totally useless claim crumbles like a lie in her hands. She freezes as horror hits. Whoever came before her must have been doing all that massive work by herself. She starts to doubt the whole story, that her predecessor wasn't helpful. Then her thoughts snap to a sharp. Rage surged through her the moment the truth hit, and she couldn't stop wondering what Kronos, the leader, had really been up to the whole time. The flashback tears open the truth of Vim's training. Kronos comes in swinging and hits him with a real sword, not a fake. Chrono slams into him with a thunderous hit and Vim rockets backward, crying out in pain. Chrono looms over the beaten boy, staring down with icy contempt, while Vim curls on the floor, writhing in. He sneers that Vim can't even cut it as a training partner, and the kid quietly swallows his pride and agrees. A healer snaps cold as ice and hurls a healing staff at Vim, telling him she's not doing it for. She demands to know why he can't finally be useful to Chronos, and turns her cruelty into verbal abuse while his body is still racked with pain. Vim throws out a flood of apologies, his spirit shattered as he shrinks back and cowers before them. She snaps her arms across her chest and barks at him to get up the second he's feeling better, showing him Chronos loomed over him, squeezing his mind with the same cruel lines. No one else would hire him, and he was just a plug-in part, until he couldn't even finish the thought. He snarls that Vim better be useful or he's gone, and locks in the same vicious cycle. Chronos' screaming "Get out" echoes through his mind again as the nightmare of his dismissal crashes back in, straight to the moment. He jolts awake as the darkness of that memory slips away, and up on the rooftop, Hydemary peers through her telescope and can only feel pity as he's still trapped in nightmares about Dragon's Wing. Vim slid into the guest house as a temporary member, stuck under a rule that blocked. Hydemary stares at him with an obsessive grin, practically buzzing because having him so close lets her track. She stares back on the wild, dangerous days, like slipping into the Dragon's Wing. Now she can keep a close watch on him with her entire magical toolkit. In the moonlight, she can't stop giggling to herself, soaking up every second she gets to watch his every move. She obsessively updates volume 105 of her VIMS diary, laying out his life with chilling, no details left thoroughness. Vim's day kicks off before the sun even finishes rising, like the world's still half asleep. He kicks off his day with a sprint across the guild grounds, shaking loose his body before the trouble hits. Breakfast at the Naklival restaurant is a simple spread that hits hard. He spends his afternoon in calm bliss, diving into magic practice, losing himself. After getting buried under endless duties at Dragon's Wing, he finally breaks. Hydemary tiptoes into his room, watches him nap in awe, then bends over his cute sleeping face and scribbles down notes. She plugs in his biostats and clocks his weight at 129. 260 pounds, then marks it down, exactly plus 0.21 from. Later, she engineers a perfect run-in in the hallway, beams. She skips off with a grin after their quick little chat, heart buzzing as she wonders how many years have passed since she last got to be this close to him. Right when she's about to drift, she spots it, Vim acting totally out of character, and her instincts scream that something's off. She spots that he's slipped into the courtyard, and her stomach drops as she wonders who lured him out there. Suspicious of everything, she snaps her eavesdropping stone to life and tunes in right away. Her face drains of color the moment the stone crackles to life. In the courtyard, Vim squares up against Camilla on a massive training grid. Camilla stands in her armor, grips a wooden sword, and declares, "All right, let's start." Hydemary leans over the roof edge, heart pounding, and Camilla ignites her enchanted spell, and a blazing magical aura. Hydemary peers through her telescope and spots it. You blast through the motions as fast as you can so your body learns them on the fly, then you hit it with a. Mary watches with sharp curiosity, knowing this is how you strain your limits bit by. Camilla whips her sword through the air so fast it blurs, eyes locked in, drilling every swing. With one brutal strike, she tears a shockwave through the air, carving it up with terrifying power. Hydemary breaks into a cold sweat as she realizes Camilla didn't struggle for long. She matched the motion in just. Vim stares at the display, frozen for a moment, and can't decide whether to step in. He calls out that her arm swings way too wildly, then tells her to tweak the joint friction. He pitches a wild reverse enhancement plan, slowing things down by restricting movement instead of boosting it, and everyone nods like, "Yeah, let's try it." Camilla snaps into action with her new adjustment. Her blade darts in with razor-precise control and a crushing burst of force. Vim watches the dust finally fall, then turns to his guild master and blurts out what she thinks of the new modification. Overcome with pure joy, Camilla yanks Vim in close and crushes him in a sudden, tight hug. Mary peers through her telescope and freezes, then unleashes a Camilla goes wild for Vim, clapping her hands and yelling, "Excellent, brilliant," while Mary panics and keeps trying to calm herself. Yet jealousy flames higher she tries to tell herself it's just an emotional hug, then she snaps and screams no. Camilla hugs Vim hard with a warm. Camilla wastes no time, she jumps on the opening and promises to pay Vim to lead Abel through morning exercises every single day. Mark jumps into the recruitment push in the afternoon, then swings by with an invite for a drink just to keep himself hooked with the guild crew. Mary peers out her window and realizes Camilla is weaving Vim into a tight web of personal connections, locking him down before he can. As night creeps over the city, the clock tower looms high, silhouetted against a sky that's turning pitch black. Mary sinks into her chair at her desk alone, watching time tick by as she clocks that Vim ditched her to go grab drinks with the guys. She crosses her arms, huffs like she's offended, and swears she's got the common sense to respect Vim's privacy. She's not about to tail him 24/7. Her imagination hits the brakes for nobody. She immediately starts picturing those guys and all. In the tavern, Vice Commander Hands lifts a steaming, frothy mug and breaks into a big grin, toasting Vim like they're the best friends in the world. The tavern's packed and buzzing, waitresses turning heads in daring outfits, while the guys lean back with huge grins, soaking up every second of the wild. Mary lurks on the wall nearby, teeth clenched so hard with fury that she can barely breathe, because she finally realizes it's that. She strains to catch a single word through her eavesdropping stone, shouting silence swallowed by the crowd's roar, seething because Vim keeps stealing glances at the girls. Back at the table, Hands throws out like it's nothing that Vim is from the same city as Vim drops the truth. He confirms the link, says he's from Ryer Eifelde, and admits it's a heck of a long way from here. One of the members blurts out that Vim's been craving this kind of adventure for ages. Vim gives a quick nod, tells him how, as a kid, he devoured stories of heroes, and how he always dreamed of reaching the exact spot he's standing in now. Hands remembers Monica saying Vim had his heart set on becoming a mage. He clocks it instantly. Vim has a soft spot for that fairy tale. Vim blurts out an enthusiastic yes, then scrambles to remember He snaps his fingers as it clicks in his head, and he's like, yep, turns out it was Cinderella all along. Guild members freeze in pure shock, then whisper like crazy, because the moment the drinks hit, the table explodes in laughter and warm cheers as the group leans in, trading stories and bonding for real. Mary watches that heartwarming moment from the window. She softly tells him, don't overdo the drinks, don't miss sleep, and you can see the fury melt into a warm, quiet love. Moments later, Vim storms out of the tavern, and right as he steps into the night, a bunch of men hiding in a stone archway pounce and flag him down. They drag him into a singles section, completely brushing off. Vim blurts out that Mark is married, and the big guy just flicks his hand like the worry doesn't even matter. One of the men hesitates, like he can't shake the feeling that dragging Vim into this talk could be a disaster. They corner him and fire questions about Mary. Are they lovers, or is there something far deeper brewing between them? Vim panics out of nowhere, flailing his hands wildly while he swears up and down that they're only just friends, nothing more. Mary lurks in the shadows, and the moment she hears his fierce denial, Vim reveals the truth. Mary is just nice to him. She treats him kindly because she feels responsible for keeping him safe. Men shove their eyes past Vim, frozen in pure terror as every bit of color. They freeze dead in their tracks, staring in terror as Mary flashes a shaky forced grin and greets them with a stiff, hey, what a coincidence. Vim demands why she's there, and she panics, stammering out a flimsy excuse about a girls' night out nearby. She snaps around and orders Vim to send her flying, and the terrified Meg. While they walk, Hidemarie can't stop replaying a heavy talk she had. She knows she has to figure out how to deal with Vim joining the guild. She takes the advice in, then admits to herself that a whole lot has crashed down on her in just one single day. Vim stays right beside her, blurting out that he'd never felt this kind of warmth, never, while he was still in drag. He blushes and tells her, "It was like I finally belonged to a real circle of friends, like it happened for the first time." Hidemarie leans in with a soft smile, soaking up his joy, and praises him, telling him he nailed it tonight. Vim's brow furrows as praise hits her. She turns to ask what. Hidemarie keeps her thoughts locked up inside, satisfied that she's finally become the bright force in his life. In Naklabel's opulent office, an investigator stands frozen in place before the guild master, so intimidating the whole room stops to stare. He introduces himself as Dominic, an Exiled agent from the Adventurers Guild investigation. Camilla stares at him from behind her desk, suspicion blazing, and demands to know, right? Dominic leans in and tells her they need her help, saying his unit has been running a secret. Camilla leans in hard, eyes narrowed to slits, and demands he spell out exactly what happened. Dominic blurts out Vim Strauss and suddenly reveals he's a former member of the famous. Camilla takes a deep breath, keeps her voice cool, and snaps back a short reply like she's already filed. She flashes a smug, knowing grin and lets out a little chuckle as she tells the investigator. Dominic says her shock makes perfect sense, but he still digs in and won't budge on his belief about the boy. Camilla snaps that it's straight up logically impossible for Vim to have taken down a floormaster all by himself on the 97th floor. Dominic shoots back that the only clue on the boss is a wound from Vim's machete, blasting a hole through Chrono's claim. He insists Vim's report checks out clean, no gaps at all, yet they still can't launch a full open investigation. Camilla snaps to it, this isn't just a hunt, they're chasing the labyrinth's secrets, and she drills the point home, only solid physical evidence. Dominic admits he can't shut down the rumors, but then drops the bombshell. He scoffs at the idea that 3 people who couldn't even scratch the boss are being praised as heroes in Fielbron. He finally admits he's the only one pushing the idea of a solo defeat, and even he knows how impossible it sounds. Camilla flips through the reports, admits they're flawless, then there's one tiny detail that instantly throws her off. She reveals that Vim intentionally scrubbed his own achievements from the records, so she clocks his modest vibe and thinks, yeah, of course he'd play. Seeing how hard the investigator fights for the truth, she finally caves and agrees to help them assess her new member. She figures it's time to test Vim's fighting power firsthand, and this time she's determined to confirm what he's truly capable. Deep in the ruins, Vim slams the brakes on the party, then spots Camilla slams his warning into the moment, barking an instant change of course and expecting everyone to move, no hesitation. Vim tiptoes along in silence, replaying the few months he shared with Naklabel and wondering if his words are landing the way they should. He maps out where he stands, saying his whole job lives between the front line and the back line. He spots that the teleportation array isn't hidden anymore, and he can't believe it, because a wave of gratitude crashes over him when he finally realizes he's being seen, and for once Camilla suddenly snaps his attention back. She calls out to him and shatters his internal monologue in an Vim's eyes dart to him nervously as she blurts out, "Show me what you can do," and dares him to prove his fighting skills. She demands a one-on-one showdown, and Vim tries to dodge it by blurting that he's already fought his He stammers that he usually hunts small fry, then admits, broken voice and all, that he's too weak to pull off a real demonstration. Camilla locks eyes with him and demands to know exactly what he's capable of, because the next labyrinth dive is going to be absolutely massive. Vim finally backs down, realizing that proving he can handle a fight solo is exactly what she needs to. He snaps to it fast. There's danger in the distance. A giant clay doll, a golem, sitting 140 away. He decides they can't handle this alone and urges everyone to team up, asking Hidemarie and the others to back him up. Camilla shrugs off his plea for backup, fires up the crowd, and leaves him no choice but to face the fight alone. The air turns thick with tension as that towering enemy closes in on the reluctant adventurer, unstoppable. A colossal clay doll golem looms over Vim, and its stone body throws a terrifying shadow that pins him in place. Mary shoves the screaming Vim ahead, grabbing him and hauling him straight into the monster's path. Vim's panicking and sobbing that he'll die, but his teammate cuts in cold and ruthless. Just try it. Mary casually swats away Vim's fear, gripping his knife so tight it's practically begging to be. Vim's resolve hardens, blade thrust forward, glare locked on his target, as he steels himself to face that massive threat. The rest of the Nacht Libel party just backs off, staring in awe as the massive clay doll golem looms over the little. Hans tells Camilla straight up that a clay doll is way too monstrous for a one-on-one showdown, because no matter how special he is, he still doubts he can pull it off. He flat out says even a battle-hardened B-rank warrior can barely survive that monster solo. Hans tells everyone that Vim's ability is unlike anything else. He doesn't just fight. He breaks down how piling tiny boosts onto exact body parts, he admits it's theoretically possible, but in the quiet of his thoughts he can't stop wondering, does Camilla really believe Vim can beat that? As Vim lines up his spell, Han can't help but smirk. The story muses on what it really means to be an adventurer, because most adventurers walk around with bodies 10 times strong. Vim looked utterly drained as the narration explained the truth. Grand Tour's strength barely tops ordinary humans, and trying to upgrade yourself is a waste of time, and it almost never makes you stronger than the other combat experts out there. The real edge is brutal, no physical overhaul, no delay, just instant combat readiness, and that's the clay doll slams its massive stone arm down with total crushing power, and Vim has to scramble and dodge for his life. Vim triggers instant enhancements Weimar, boom, an instant double surge rips through him and supercharges his physical power in the blink. The golem's fist slams into the ground, thud, but Vim rockets upward mid-swing, vaulting into the air to dodge the devastation. Self-application cuts the delay, no more waiting to set up an approval. Vim tweaks his enhancements on the fly, stacking boosts twice on body parts that can only handle one layer of magic. He clenched his teeth, already knowing this fight could only be temporary. His magic was too weak to. A brutal shockwave crashes through the air as he rockets forward at explosive speed. Vim plants his feet on the golem and climbs higher, bracing for the savage recoil pain that always hits when he blasts strong magic into a weak body. He freezes mid-swing, eyes bulging as the shock hits. There's zero recoil pain this time. With newfound fire in his chest, he slams on instant enhancement Dremmer for a triple boost and can't help thinking. He hurls a brutal strike and the golem's rocky shell shatters under sheer, crushing force. His blade screams through the stone defense as he keeps hammering the massive construct with relentless strikes. Vim's boosted strength smashes the golem's arm clean off, rock chunks exploding through the air as debris goes flying everywhere. As rocks thunder down, Vim catches the magical core in his sights and zeroes in on it with ruthless. He drives straight into the core and snap, the massive clay doll's balance shatters, collapsing into rubble. The giant's hulking form buckles instantly, collapsing, and dust drifts through shattered ruins as the lone enchanter crushes the massive threat into rubble. Hans freezes in disbelief, then blurts to Camilla that he only caught a glimpse. The other guild members are just as stunned, asking, "Wait, it's over already," like they only looked away for a heartbeat. Hans studies Vim's feat in his mind and snaps to the truth. Just based on pure speed, Vim is already one of the fastest Feelbrons out there. Vim blurts out an apology for dragging things on too long, and Hans panics, denying it hard while sweat pours off him. Hans gushes that what he's seeing is totally incredible. The rest of the party barrels in, and their faces light up with stunned awe, tangled up with straight-up confusion. Camilla fixes him with unblinking focus and fires, "Who are you?" right as Hidemari strolls in and greets them like it's no big deal. Hidemari scrambles to say they're both from the same hometown, but Camilla cuts in fast. She's not digging into his back. The guildmaster locks eyes with her brand new recruit, and you can see it instantly. This kid standing in front of her is undeniably strong. Vin bolts toward the group with a blazing smile, shouting at everyone to Hidemari as he crashes back into his party. He can't stop grinning as he admits he got a little reckless today, and somehow it worked out, leaving him weirdly pumped about the whole result. But once the adrenaline finally fades, his legs turn to jelly and his whole body goes wobbly fast. Camilla watches him with a smirk like he's nothing but a fresh-faced adventurer, swinging at his first monster instead of standing as a battle-hardened. She spots his crushing low self-esteem hanging on even with all his. Camilla stares at his real smile and realizes he wasn't trying to hide his true power at all, he's just been weighed down by guilt. She's completely thrown off. She can't wrap her head around his wild swings in confidence, like he can't decide who he is from one moment. Hidemari slid a calming hand onto Vim's shoulder and told him to chill out, because Vim was getting way too hyped. Vim stammered in full panic, blurting out, "Was I saying weird stuff?" as his excitement went absolutely off the charts. Shaken by his own outburst, he slaps both hands over his face and rides the wave of pure embarrassment, cracking under his own lack of composure. Mary hides a bunch of beams for him and declares with total confidence that taking down a clay doll all by himself was absolutely brilliant. Vim fidgeted and rubbed his arms, whispering that he'd only been reckless because they had his back. He tries to warn them about the damage, admitting his body always pays for his reckless moves afterward. Hidemari slams the brakes on his self-diagnosis and blurts out, "You're not in any pain at all." Vim just freezes in total confusion, because after pulling off that triple boost, he should have been wiped out, drained of magic. He gapes at his own hand, stunned to find magic power still blazing inside him even after. He starts wondering if he's actually getting stronger. Right then, the shield squad moves in and prepares. The squad rockets him into the air with loud cheers, heave-ho, and he thrashes wildly, panicking mid-flight. Hidemari stands there grinning through the celebration and finally sees. Sunlight blasts down onto the rustic wooden roof of the knacked. In the armory, Monica stands alone by the window, eyes locked on the courtyard beyond, while swords and shields. Simon barged into the room, slid up to her and leaned in, asking with sharp curiosity what she was watching. Monica shoots a bright smile and points down at the courtyard below, practically begging him to come see the chaos and beauty. On the training grounds, Camilla and Abel slam their weapons together with ruthless fury, while Simon tells her to ditch the starstruck look and join them, because lately they've. Monica freezes at the window, panicking that showing up might ruin their already intense moment. Simon shrugs off her worry with a grin, teasing her that she's already loud as can be. Three figures huddle in the courtyard, grinning through sweat as satisfaction and exhaustion wrestle across their faces. When the sparring match ends, the dust swirls through the open training ground, and the fighters finally drop out of their fighting stances. Camilla drops her weapon and snaps that they're calling the session off for today. Abel drops to one knee, drenched in sweat and gasping, but he refuses to quit. He insists he can still. Camilla cut in and reminded him that. She swivels to Vim and fires off a question. How did that last tweak to the enhancement feel? Abel grins so hard he practically vibrates, yelling that it's. Camilla and Abel heap praise on Vim, practically gushing as they admit they. Vim blushes and stumbles under their praise, insisting, straight up, that it's actually him. Camilla lights up with sincere gratitude, thanking him for staying with them this far, despite the fact he's only a temporary member. She clenches her fist tight and admits with a grin she can't help it. This next challenge has her buzzing with excitement. Her cheeks flush with pure anticipation as she imagines what might expect. Vim just stands there in silence, secretly overwhelmed. He tells them for tomorrow to go right, you both need to shut it down and take a real break today. He hesitates, then lifts a finger and shoots out a plan to help them unwind and recover. He asks if they want to grab a meal together right now, just to finally unwind. He brings up a killer steak spot and both warriors light up at once. Vim stammers, glancing one last time like, are you sure this invite won't be a— He suddenly freezes in terror, then it hits him. He's got a study session with the recon team right now. Camilla's smile vanishes, she locks eyes with him. Vim blurts out a heartfelt apology, then winces as he has to awkwardly yank back the invitation he just threw out. Abel's face falls, Camilla's smile turns awkward, and Vim realizes, oh no, he just pulled the perfect shutdown. Abel shoots the mood back into place, pivots instantly, and asks if they can keep up the morning. He throws his thanks to Camilla, then sprints for the stairs, riding out of the training session on pure momentum. Camilla lets out a heavy sigh, realizing she pushed herself too far, so today she's grabbing a stronger— Inside the library, Vim locks in with the recon team, studying like his life depends on it, while Camilla stares from outside the window, waiting and watching. The squad huddles and debates scouting. Vim's pinpoint accuracy comes from feeding in tiny bursts of magic, while Simon goes, ever since Vim showed up, they all swear the whole crew's been getting a massive boost, and they especially they stare in awe at the self-discipline it takes to master skills like that, and just talking to him lights a fire. Camilla watches the whole scene unfold, knowing the crew of Nact level can't help but catch fire. Her smile drains away into a razor-cold stare as she mutters to herself that the Vim kid is downright creepy. She storms down the corridor, her mind racing, because if everyone's praising him that loudly, what secret? Two guild members crouch in a hidden corner, whispering like the walls. She blurts out an apology for her mouth running off, but admits she just couldn't. Even with Heidemarie's blessing, she argues it's hard to trust a grand tour like Vim when the rest of them have busted their backs for it. She weighs Vim's sudden entry against the members who still haven't jumped in. Talk pivots to the dangers ahead. His mere presence could spark a ripple through the guild, spreading it like wildfire. The man points out that Nact level is a brutal battlefield, elite nobles and academies. While Vim tries to study with zero clue, the gossip crowd rips into the idea. They're betting that after tomorrow's dive, once everyone sees his skills up close, those opinions will flip fast. Camilla's shadow drops over them and the whispering cuts out cold the second. A guild member rushes to Camilla and tells her the Adventurers Guild sent a representative. So Camilla— Those heavy doors burst open and the investigator snaps open his documents. Every second feels like it's tightening the air as he readies himself to find. Dominic reads the report out loud, zeroing in on the wild claim. He demands Camilla's confirmation and she fires back instantly. Yep, it was absolutely an— Dominic pushes for answers, grilling if Vim could have wiped out the night. Camilla locks her fingers together and shuts that possibility down cold. No room for doubt, no room for argument. She shuts that down fast, saying it's not happening. She admits his speed is top-notch even in Fielbron, and he's a one-of-a-kind Grand Tour. Dominic leans in, listening hard as she says Vim's combat power is basically matched to their top candidate core member. She admits the whole thing could flip upside down fast if the boys still got more of his real power. Dominic can't stop wondering if Vim's got a secret, while Camilla slams the point home. His special— The investigator pushes himself to his feet, demanding that she race back to the guild the second she figures out what the boy's hiding. He slaps on a terrifying catch to his request. Any report hinges on one thing: whether Vim makes it through the dive alive. The story jumps to a cozy tavern. Heidemarie plunges into a mountain of food, and between bites she can't stop gushing about how adorable Vim looks asleep, then lets out a breath of relief because his nightmares finally seem to be gone. The waitress forces a strained grin as Heidemarie drops the bomb that Vim has started talking in his sleep too. The waitress shifts in place, clearly uneasy, and can't figure out how to handle the— Heidemarie clocks the waitress's dead-eyed energy, then bluntly corners the cowwoman and asks what's got her so bothered. The tavern owner steps in fast, grabs the waitress's attention. He spits out grimly that a normal tavern party hauled itself up to the 98th. Heidemarie slams her food to a stop, eyes widening as realization hits her like a wave of heavy news. Small parties sprint headfirst into the unknown, reckless and most of these would-be adventurers don't survive, either they end up as corpses. The owner lets out a heavy sigh and admits it's heartbreaking, but every adventurer faces death every single day, so you— Hidamari slams both hands on the table, shatters the awkward mood, and yells that she'll buy the waitress a drink just to lift her spirits. The waitress snaps her eyes wide at the offer, stunned because this stingy mage is hardly ever— Hidamari dramatically declares this drink is a gift from a future— The whole vibe snaps upbeat the moment the waitress slams down a huge tankard of beer, and she clinks mugs with— Hidamari lets out a furious scream the moment she spots the enormous glass. She's been outplayed. She starts crunching the numbers, muttering that if it costs the same as a normal drink, then yeah, she guesses it's fine. Chaos ignites the second Hidamari snaps that the waitress is ripping her off. Hidamari bursts into hearty laughter with the waitress Greta, and she admits she has— She snaps with fury, blasting back at the accusation that she's a stalker, shouting, "My name is Hidamari," while Greta keeps poking her with nicknames. The whole vibe flips to serious when Greta confirms Hidamari is locked in to plunge into the deadly 98th layer tomorrow. Greta begs her to come back safe with Vim, while Mary Huff blows it off with a smug humph, like surviving is something she's entitled to. As she walked away, the story hit like a gut punch. Someone laughing today could be gone from this world by tomorrow. Deep in that dungeon, screams explode as the party realizes a nightmarish monster lunges at them, ripping through their ranks while they scream. In the pitch-black dungeon, the floor is soaked in violence as the adventurers get picked off, one brutal slaughter after another. The sole survivor bolts through the stone corridors, her breath tearing out in brutal, ragged gasps of pure terror. She huddles in a pitch-black corner, shaking so hard she can't stop, trying to disappear. A grotesque shadow packed with countless eyes crawls up behind the monster lunges down on its final target, crushing the last flicker of light. The grand clock tower towers over the bright sky, roaring the city awake as the most important day of its life is about to begin. A roaring procession of NACT-level members pounds through the cobblestone streets, their banner snapping high above perfectly disciplined ranks. Townfolk spill from windows and pack the streets, cheering like crazy. Vimwalk slips into the ranks of those hulking armored warriors. The streets are roaring like a festival as the city kicks off the guild's massive investigation. Vim shoots a nervous glance toward the spectators, his mind racing. He halts mid-sentence, a sharp wave of guilt hitting him as he realizes he's still calling his old Dragon's Wing party members everyone. He frets over whether their wounds have finally healed, because there's been zero news about them lately, and that silence is haunting him. He shook his head hard and slammed the truth into himself. He's a member of NACT-Libel, at least for now. He shuts the past out of his mind and leans into the roar of the crowd around him. Bystanders stare in disbelief at the operation's massive scale, and in the crush of bodies, two men trade whispers about a mysterious provisional member. Rumor has it they're about to slip into the elite. One man blurts out the recruit's real identity with a stunned gasp, shouting that he's the Grantor magician Dragon. Rumor has it that adventurers can't stop talking about him. The man rakes a hand through his hair, scowling as he tries, and totally fails, to remember the exact name of that rumored magician. Inside the guild hall, Camilla grabs the attention of every soldier and fires up the frontline party, because they're the ones who have to charge straight into danger first. She blasts a warning at them. The floor master is almost guaranteed to show up, and those traps don't just hurt, they slaughter fresh-faced newcomers on the spot. Her voice slices through the air, promising that once those deadly dangers are crushed, the ultimate reward is right there, winning the labyrinth at last. In that massive cathedral-like hall, rows of armed adventurers stand frozen in silence, all eyes locked on their leader. Camilla declares that this mission isn't like the others, it's a life-or-death gamble, diving into the unknown depths where anything could kill them. She barks an order for them to steel themselves. Every single member must drop their fears, toss their wills aside, and follow her command. She screams at them to drop everything, give up their lives if they must. The whole guild surges forward, weapons up, unleashing one unified roar as they chant Nacht Libel of Fielbron, so loud it shakes. Vim jumps into the chant with a late, awkward shout, standing out like a sore thumb among those hard. He breaks into a cold sweat when he realizes he missed his timing, and heat of embarrassment burns through him at how weak he feels next to the Eidmurray shoots him a knowing glance, clocking every tremble in his nerves as he scrambles to steady himself. The story kicks off by revealing the first layer of the labyrinth is hiding under the guild, and they're pushing forward by the 98th floor bursts open like a colossal, wild paradise, towering rocky cliffs, strange plants everywhere, and pure. Vim tips his head back in pure awe, staring up at the towering emptiness. He quickly runs through what the frontline unit expects from him, boost the team with upgrades, and step in to scout when the situation demands it. Responsibility crushes his chest as the truth hits. If he drags his feet for even a moment, he could derail the entire. Abel clocks the boy's panic and with a gentle voice asks the pale-faced kid if the mission's got him feeling nervous. Vim insists he's fine, but the second he starts, he vomits on the spot, and Abel doesn't hold back as he calls out that it's. Abel steadied him by reminding him of his spotless training record, and Vim quieted his nerves by mentally running through his mind-bending code. Vim blurts out a sudden request for Abel to trust him too, and it leaves the swordsman utterly blindsided. Abel's cheeks burn bright red as he blazes with determination, shouting that he'll protect Vim no matter. The second the words leave his mouth, regret crashes in. He buries his face in his hands and blurts out an apology. Abel's chest tightens with panic. What if he's gone too far? While Vim just stares, utterly stunned by the sudden turn. He can't stop wondering, after training together and chatting like it's nothing every single day. Vim breaks through his spiraling thoughts and with a shaky voice, calls out his own name to yank his focus back to the here and now. Vim stammers through his words, scrambling to ask Abel out for a meal next time, while heat flows. A weird, welcoming vibe spills out of the dungeon entrance. Either the place is calling him in. Vim jolts in panic when a bug darts by, then blurts out that every time he steps into the labyrinth, his mind turns wild. Abel nods yes to the meal with a grin, then instantly flips the switch. He orders the party strides straight into the enormous entrance of the 98th floor, stomping into a weird new world of strange plants and jagged rocky ground. Vim slaps on his holographic interface and it lights up enemy signals confirmed and that razor-tight Behydra head stamped on the map. He dives into the creature's data and realizes this species can't survive without a water. Vim scans the damp walls and the strange bird-like creature. Vim barked razor-sharp tactical orders, telling Bettina to lock down the left side while he surged through the right and sent the underground scouting to map everything under the surface. He snaps at the map maker to stay sharp, then points out that the road they're taking keeps dropping lower with every step. The teammate nods at the advice, agrees the slope is the real threat, and the whole group keeps inching forward carefully, step by step. Vim's fingers rip across his holographic interface, snapping the data into place with fearless, practiced speed. He mutters tangled coordinates under his breath, and his mind sprints through grid after grid, mapping the area in full. Abel stared in awe as Vim blew past his assigned job, running hypotheses and check. Vim locks onto the glowing map, dragging his finger along the lines as he pushes deeper into the structure data. He figures out that if he sells this razor-precise map, the price could skyrocket, because he knows exactly how. Panic snaps onto him as he overthinks every spell. Stress hits his body like a hammer. He drops to all fours and vomits violently across the dungeon floor. A teammate yells at him to hydrate, but Vim waves it off like it's nothing, claiming everything's cruising because everyone's got it. Just as he's spiraling into self-doubt, a notification suddenly blasts. The leader wants you, and it yanks him out of the dark trance. Camilla nods and confirms it. His call is spot on. A massive hole is waiting just ahead, and he trusts his own analysis with zero doubt. She waves them over to a better spot so they can lay out the strategy and read the situation like a battlefield. The crew huddles around the map, nodding like it's fate, because Camilla leans in and tells Vim to test the water quality, because if it's safe, they're about to refill their supplies and keep moving. Vim tests the water and declares it safe, pointing out a rare butterfly that only survives in perfectly clean conditions. Camilla snatches the report, a satisfied smile cutting through the room, declaring the briefing officially over unless anyone else has something to add. Vin fidgeted nervously next to Abel, biting his tongue as a worry burned in his chest. He just couldn't bring himself. Abel clocks his nerves and leans in, pressing him with a straight-up question. Are you still upset about something? Camilla barks, just say it, while Vim stares at the countdown, panics, stumbles over his words, then finally blurts it out. Vim spots a weird change in the terrain and realizes the path has flipped, one moment downhill. Camilla studies the whole setup, trying to figure out if this is just wild, natural ground, or a sneaky trap built to drown them. Vim lays out the doomsday scenario, warning that if the uphill climb keeps going, water will surge in and trap them inside. He paints a brutal picture of being trapped in the labyrinth, only to get ambushed by the boss while their backside is fully underwater. The soldiers murmur with unease and Vim's panic spikes. He blurts out apologies for raising that mirror like it's all a what-if nightmare. He stammers out an apology, guilt punching his chest as Camilla lets out a heavy sigh and demands with real seriousness how many times they're forced to relive that brutal back and forth. She tells him to stop holding back, then hits him with the truth. His introspective. She flashes a soft smile and tells him, straight up, that he can live his life however he wants to. Vim's cheeks burn as she blurts out a heartfelt thank you, her voice stumbling with gratitude for the acceptance and those sweet, kind words. After that, the investigation rolls along without a hitch right up to the end of the mission. Camilla checks the situation and smirks. This labyrinth dive's profit is already guaranteed to land in the black. Then she adds that they didn't just strike gold once, multiple gold veins were uncovered, proving the mission was a massive financial win. But she notes how the progress is so smooth, it makes them. She blurts out, are things really too good right now, and feels sure someone is drawing them deeper into the labyrinth. Even with the doubts swirling around her, she insists they've already pulled off big results, and she's locked the dive in for exactly 1 week from now. She declares they're not turning back now, no matter that a nagging worry about the slope still hangs in the air. She swears it's impossible to turn back just because it feels wrong, and she reminds everyone that they're nacked Libo. She warns, if you turn back right now, you'll end up carving out dark maps of the whole area. Another member nods, swallowing the truth about what really counts as the dark side of Felbrun. Camilla explains how dark maps get forged. Adventurers shove their findings onto the map again and again, right up until the second they finally lose their lives. She points out that with the cost of living so brutal, these maps get traded for jaw-dropping price. She warns that if they walk away before the investigation, she flat out declares that abandoning a massive investigation halfway, no exceptions, can't happen. She proudly declares that they dodge situations like that every time, proving once again the guild's vow to chase excellence. She steps up and declares, we're forming an elite team, now we push forward. She breaks it down, once you weigh every risk, this is the safest move, the one that cuts the danger. She fires them up, telling them they're only a little ways from finally reaching the Great Hall. The guild members huddle up, trading whispers, their eyes locked on one terrifying question. Who's about? They all agree, of course, a job like that can only be handled by now. Screen blasts a fresh announcement. 6 people are about to step into the advanced team. The very first three names drop: Monica the Mage, Abel the Tank, and Hans the... The last three names hit the scroll: Vim the Granter, Hyde Mary the Sage, and Bettina the Mage. Beneath the banner of Naklable, a massive investigation kicks off on the 98th. 6 heroes band together as an advance party, hunting for water at all costs, and they charge toward the Great Hall with hope. Vim can't believe it. Somehow he's been thrust into this elite squad, and he's left staring at the team like... A spell chant erupts through the air, and the moment it hits, Enchanted snaps to life. Party members snap to a stop in shock, spinning their heads every which way as the magic finally locks in. Before they can even blink, they feel their weight vanish like their bodies just got supercharged, and Monica tells everyone she kicked in a speed boost to slam into the Great Hall fast, and if things get ugly, she's got even more combat buffs ready. Choked up with joy at finally casting the magic, Monica clasps Vim's hands and pours out her gratitude, while Vim's jealous fury rips through Marie as she barges in, snarling at Monica to back off and quit clinging to him like that. Monica pretends she's clueless, sweetly asks what's wrong, and even slaps that adorable Chan onto Marie's name. Marie snaps back hard, telling her to drop the honorific and quit playing buddy-buddy with Vim. Monica pouts sweetly, teasing, "Aren't we friends?" while Marie shoots daggers at her, eyes locked on that chest like she could burn through it. Marching in and declaring them enemies, Marie snatches the call to Monica, Cowwoman B, leaving the mage staring, baffled by the exact insult. The leaders shoot them sarcastic praise for getting along, then heap compliments on their patience as the girls keep bickering. Switching to business mode, the leader checks the route with Bettina right on the spot and makes it clear he trusts her skills, no matter that it's their very first team mission together. He confirms the plan: slip through the shortest route and dodge fights at every chance. Bettina vows to go all in, then presses Vim to send recon support, if he's got the power to pull it off. Vim's speed hits like a wrecking ball and he tumbles to the floor, vomiting while his teammate rushes in with water. As the chaos erupts, the leader lets out a heavy sigh, realizing he's not really a commander at all, he's just a teacher trying to shape his wild kids. Giant frogs sit perfectly still, staring into the void as the party tears past. The leader rockets forward so fast it feels unreal, and he realizes it's wild no matter how fast they're moving, not a single one of them. Spotting a lurking shadow ahead, the leader shouts "Monster!" and slams the team into a hard right turn. The scout snaps in on the spot, cuts him off, and calls it out for what it is: a trap. She taps straight into the trap spotting techniques she learned from Vim's recon data. When he passed over the data, she still remembers the jolt. She couldn't believe the mountain of... After crunching the trap stats, she realizes the next fight is unavoidable, because that monster is already waiting. A giant scaled monster rockets out of the shadows, and the leader gets slammed into instant combat. The leader snaps out of the way, sliding clean beneath the monster's massive bulk as the strike comes roaring past. His blade slammed into the creature's hide, but the moment it hit those brutal scales, he winced hard. Monica strides up with nerves of steel, demands the leader back, and vows to handle the monster herself. Vim panics and yells at everyone to freeze the output. She's terrified she'll push it too far. Monica hears the order and nods, while her staff starts stacking up a massive magical charge. A swarm of magical little beings materializes around her, chattering like mad as they gear up to launch. Monica's eyes spark with raw power as she officially greenlights the integration of Vim's enhancements. Vim slams keys at the interface, whipping the speed reduction, and Monica snaps into action and blasts the enchanted spell at full. She blasts off the Dunning-Kruger electric shot, snapping her aims. Magic missiles rain down on the monster, detonating into a brutal, deafening chain. The creature gets smashed to nothing by relentless blasts, then crumples as magical firepower tears it apart. The massive creature screams in sheer agony as a storm of magical blasts rips through its defenses, and you can tell the teammate swears every single shot landed perfectly, and the next guy just freezes. Monica stares at the result in awe, grinning as she tells everyone she fine-tuned her spell's range to pull off that insane level of accuracy. Whipping around to Vim, the leader demands, "Can you enchant a weapon?" And Vim doesn't even hesitate, he immediately says yes. Swordsman hands throws in the official stamp of approval, and you can tell he's ready, because the next step is taking Vim's enhancements straight into. Hand demands a blade that's stronger and tougher without getting heavier, and Vim fires off an enchanted spell on the spot to make it happen. With his blade blazing in magical light, Hand strides forward again, all confidence, ready to take on the last looming threat. He vows to track the enemy to the ends of the earth, clenching his enchanted weapon in a death grip as he Hands blasts out a deadly technique. He slams the Naj in a Giri crosscut and finishes the job. The strike lands with sickening ease, and while the rest of the party erupts in cheers, Hand stands frozen, staring at his weapon, sweat pouring down as shock and confusion crash over him. He snaps to it. The blade's edge is way too sharp, like it's slicing through empty air, and Vim's enchantment is the reason. A teammate lights up and praises the feat, and you can tell, because it's no surprise. Suddenly, a scream cuts through the air, warning that another enemy is dropping down on them from right above. A grotesque, fish-like monster crashes down on them out of nowhere, and the whole party freezes. Reacting in a heartbeat, the Dramer spell bursts to life, stacking a triple boost to slam the surprise attack out of the way. The massive monster gapes wide to swallow them whole, but Vim rockets into the air, sword gripped tight, ready to crash in and stop it. Vim snapped his blade in a razor-straight sweep across the creature's body, slicing clean. The monster gets split clean in half, its hulking body collapsing in pieces as Vim hands beams at Vim, praising his jaw-dropping performance, and admits the outcome matched his expectations. Vim laughs through his nerves, instantly brushing the whole thing off. Hand squinted at the claim, totally unconvinced. Deep, bone-shaking rumble rolls through the cavern as the wreckage from the fight finally thuds and settles on the floor. Buried in the wreckage, an open locket glares back at you. Inside it sits a smiling portrait of a young girl. The group suddenly connects the dots. Those heartbreaking items were dropped by an adventurer who plunged into the dungeon ahead of them. Hand snaps that they don't have time to dig graves, but he still demands they stop, just long enough to pray for the fallen. Vim watches the crew closely, blown away because every single one of them thinks for themselves, and while they pray side by side, he can't shake the thought, Dragon's Wing, his old party, could never move like this. That moment locks it in, he's really part of an incredible powerhouse party now. No more delays, this crew surges forward again, sprinting through the rocky cavern corridors like their lives depend on it. They burst out of the tunnel and Vim leans forward, staring out at the huge stretch of open land ahead. They roll up to their destination clutching Naklabul's shield, then stare out over the breathtaking landscape like they crowd the edge of a huge underground lake, peering at the water and scanning the whole area like they're hunting something. Hands confirms Vim was right. Straight ahead they spot the Great Hall, and the water checks out as safe. He cheers again for Vim's work, saying this place is exactly what the 98th floor needs, a flawless relay point. The whole team erupts in celebration, throwing praise. Hans tries to land a heartfelt thank you, but Vim trips over his words and blurts that he's only. Marie jumps in, fires off a sharp question. Why does he always get a kick out of putting himself down? Vim tries to defend himself, quietly insisting that he's not really enjoying putting himself down. Marie snaps back with biting sarcasm, saying his logic is garbage. She must be a total idiot to invite a fired adventurer to an air-rank party just to sabotage her own organization. Vim nods hard and you can tell he agrees. Hyde Marie's assessment hits the mark. Abel swings around with a calming grin, then addresses him. On the underground shore, Abel just smirks and shrugs off Vim's gratitude like it's nothing. You're welcome. Vim slows to a breath, soaking in the calm and the sheer weight of the underground lake. With the area confirmed safe, the expedition's main force finally hurries in to link up with the advance. They decide the water levels are a huge clue. No one expects any floor traps in the Great Hall. Commanders rally the troops, roaring out praise for every single one of them for crushing it. They locked the Great Hall in as the official relay stop, and decided to bunk there for the night. Tents go up under the looming rock formations as the group finally. Vim sprawls alone outside his tent, staring into the dark, unable to. He anxiously flips through his notes, straining to decode the wild geography. He remembers the slope playing tricks on him, dropping down once, then climbing back up until it finally spit him out at this hole. He stares up into the dark and sees the ceiling shoot endlessly high, like the empty, ruined wasteland of a dead world. Panic snaps tight in his chest as he realizes the massive surge of water will slam shut their escape route and leave them trapped. He pictures the room lifting off the ground, then horror hits as it just keeps floating, sealing their fate with no escape except drowning. Panicking, he forces himself to breathe, then repeats the truth. They found 0 water traps and already charted the routes. He tucks himself under the blanket and tries to talk himself out of it, insisting that panicking over a sudden flood is pointless, even stupid. Just as he's trying to doze off, sudden wet drops pelt his face and jolts him wide awake. He snaps his gaze upward in pure terror, because the cavern's ceiling is gushing rain straight down on him. Panic bursts out of him as he screams for everyone to wake up, right now, because the labyrinth is flooding from the inside with rain. He gapes at the pouring rain, utterly stunned. His mind can't grasp how a disaster this brutal could hit out of nowhere. Panic snaps through the adventurers as they blurt out, "This can't be right," demanding answers for why rain is falling inside the labyrinth, convinced this has trap written all over it. Vim freezes in the pouring rain, shaking with confusion as he tries to wrap his mind around what's happening, and how anyone could have seen this disaster coming. It hits him hard as Night watches the flood spilling forward, and he realizes the water is surging upward way too fast. Panic claws at their chest as a soldier yells that the route is blocked, and there's no turning back now. The commander snaps into action and roars for everyone to stay calm and dig in right as he gets the grim news that the southern passage is already drowning. He lays out his desperate plan, saying that if this turns into the worst-case nightmare, they'll have to hunt for a way out while gearing up to fight the floor boss head-on. Camilla lunges forward with a ferocious glare, roaring at the naked libel crew to get ready, because this crisis is their moment to prove they're worth it. The squad clenches their weapons and steadies their nerves as the shock of that sudden flood starts to finally fade. When the call hits, the whole crew explodes into one loud cheer, and their spirits snap right back like nothing ever happened. Vim stares, stunned, realizing that the real reason Nactlibel is so incredible is this power to turn raw fear into pure resolve. Pride flares up in his chest, so he slaps his own cheeks and steels himself to get fired up and do his part too. The scouts zip back in from every direction, shouting that the west, south, and east passages are totally clear right now, no anomalies anywhere. The radar operator locks eyes with his screen, sweat beating up as he fights to decode the blaring readings while the chaos rages all around. Suddenly, he jerks his head up in pure terror, screaming that something is charging in from the north passage. He tells everyone he can't see the full picture yet, but he's pretty sure the floor boss is closing in. The commander snaps into action, shouting for the rearguard to open fire the second Vim hits them with his enhancement magic. Mages and archers stand locked in, eyes blazing as they roar, "We're ready," and they brace to unleash the volley. Vim shuts out the storm, grinding through the brutal mental math he needs to pull off the enhancement spell, rain battering everything around him. He snaps his magic into action, using vibrate and harden to supercharge every incoming strike with deadly, lethal force. Magical energy surged outward, washing over the rear guards, ready spells and weapons like a living wave. In the pitch black, a colossal, squirming mass finally emerges, and the shout erupts because the target is huge and damn near impossible to spot. The mages hurl the thunderstorm Jivator spear, and Vim turbocharges it by tweaking its hardness, its vibration, and the air resistance. Enhanced magical spears slice through the cavern air, snapping with crackling electricity as they streak straight into the dark. A deafening explosion slams into the far wall, blasting the whole cavern into brutal, white-hot light. Even after the direct hit, the scout screams that it's not over, it's still moving, and the readings are shifting, like an endless sea of tentacles is about to swarm. A colossal shadow barrels through the smoke, and one terrifying scream cuts in, it's charging straight for us. The shield squad surges to the front with a thunderous roar, slamming their massive shields into place to stop the oncoming charge. Vim lunges into action, screaming enchanted, as he slaps a protective buff on the front line just seconds before disaster hits. The shields flare with a bright, reflecting spell, blasting back the monster tentacles as they crash in, each hit packing a brutal, crushing force. With a maniacal cackle behind his shield, the tank leader goads the monster like, "Come at us as many times as you want." The commander barks an order to High Marie to light up the targets so everyone can finally see what they're up against, and she jumps at the chance without hesitation. She hurls the flasher spell and shrieks that she can see its body as the cavern erupts in blinding light. Every adventurer sucked in a breath at once as the blinding light finally broke through, unveiling just how colossal the monster looming over them really was. A gigantic, flesh-dripping monstrosity clings to the ceiling, staring down with one huge eye while its tentacles thrash and writhe like they want to grab you. Its grotesque appendages writhe and coil through the air, spilling slime and water onto the flooded floor below. Soldiers gawk in pure terror, shaking as they blurt, "Tell me that thing isn't way too big to be real." Commander whips around to Vim, confirms it's the floor boss, and then fires back. Does he know exactly what it is? Vim shoots back that it doesn't match any floor boss he's seen before, then describes it as a tiny monster that looks way too much like a sea cow. Camilla spots that the passage is still intact and figures, if this is a sea cow type, fire should tear it up fast. Spotting the crack in their defense, the command snaps, "Rearguard, switch tactics now and unleash fire magic immediately." Monica erupts into action, bellowing the incantation as a blazing fireball crashes down on the beast hanging in the sky. To crank up the inferno, a male mage screams through the effort and blasts out a roaring torrent of flames with a flamethrower. High Marie charges into the assault and blasts out scorching wind, whipping the monster's flesh into searing flames. Fire magic smashes into that grotesque tentacle mass, swallowing the whole creature in a blinding burst of light and ruthless heat. The monster convulses in agony as the flames burn into its flesh, and its giant eye practically pops out from the sheer shock of the attack. When the creature flinches back, the soldiers erupt in cheers, dead sure their fire-based plan is working flawlessly. Camilla fires off non-stop orders, forcing the front line to link up with the shield squad to hold off the tentacles, then strike the main body. She snaps orders to the rearguard to team up too, saying, "Intercept the hits and then strike on your own, keep the pressure on." The troops snap into perfect sync with a thunderous shout, then lunge into the complicated formation right away, no hesitation, no doubt. Camilla tells Vim to save his strength, keep the enhancements only for the shield squad and put their defense first, no exceptions. The shield squad leader smirks behind his barrier, fearless as ever, and shouts to Vim that it's time to strike and carry out their piece of the plan. Vim locks eyes with him, clenches his resolve and fires back defiantly, then doubles down, channeling his magic with full focus. With the rear guard's magic ripping open a clear lane, the front-line fighters explode forward and surge through the openings in perfect, breathtaking coordination. They unleash razor-precise hit-and-runs, slicing into the behemoth's limbs again and again, until its stamina starts to drain away. Vim watches the battle unfold, stunned by how perfectly they move, like he's seeing a grandmaster plot every chess move in real time. He realizes that even though they're stuck deep in enemy territory and fighting through a brutal downpour, they're still absolutely crushing this battle. Against all odds, Naklable takes full control of the fight, methodically shattering the floor boss with surgical precision. Vim is left speechless by the real power of a top-tier party, stunned they can shove a boss this far on a first encounter. Right when he's lost in his own thoughts, Camilla blurts out his name, snapping his focus straight to the front. He whips around to face her, stunned by the sudden sharp focus and the raw intensity blazing in her eyes. Camilla orders him to make it stronger, no limits, then declares she's going in herself to end this fight for good. With a confident smirk, she leans in and tells him she's counting on him, just like always, to bring the power she needs. Vim snaps into action and shoves his magical energy into the spell, blasting it at full power to grant her request. Camilla formally seals it with a verbal nod and the contract snaps into action. Grantor Vim's enchantment fires up the exact ICSA protocol. The soldiers around him snap into stunned cheers and shout, watching their captain stride onto the battlefield himself. Vim locks his magic onto Camilla's wavelength with deadly precision, then fires off enchanted to give her exactly the power she needs for her fighting style. A blinding burst of light explodes around Camilla's sword, flooding the dark cavern as she braces to unleash her power. Squad leaders blast out orders for everyone to back off, don't lift a finger, so they can clear the whole area for their captain's crushing strike. The monster senses danger closing in, unleashes a terrifying, ear-shattering roar and braces to defend itself. Vim clenches up, staring ahead with nerves on edge because bosses always pull out hidden trump cards. He's praying their one-hit plan lands perfectly. Camilla grins like a warning sign, hell-bent on smashing the enemy in one brutal strike before it can even unveil its secret power. Her power surges to its peak, she grins and shouts that it's time to prove their training, then she explodes forward like a rocket. A few years back, a lone warrior hammered away at his training in the moonlight, completely alone, like time itself was watching. Camilla hauls a colossal steel roller across the stone courtyard, muscles screaming as she digs deep to the very edge. She pushes herself straight to the edge, taking fierce pride in mastering both her body and her magic even as the limits keep screaming in her bones. With a brutal heave, she hauls the training gear forward, grinding through the crushing weight and refusing to quit. After finishing the 1022nd repetition, she throws her hands up in despair because the outcome still feels exactly the same as before. Her face contorts in pure anguish as she finally grasps the brutal truth. No matter how hard she strains, she's made zero progress. Frustration erupts and she snaps curses at the deadlock haunting her training. She decides that if she can't sharpen her own strength as a warrior, then she'll throw her whole heart into leading everyone else. She steels herself for the end of her warrior spirit and accepts this grim new normal until one fateful moment rips it all apart. Right now, the troops erupt into wild cheers as their captain charges onto the battlefield, ready to end the fight once and for all. As Camilla barrels in, she realizes every time Vim repeats his enhancement, the magic shifts like it's changing right under her feet. She feels the power sharpen into something cleaner, sinking deep into her body, right into every muscle. This enhancement lights a brand new flame of hope in her, smashing the limits she believed were untouchable. She plants herself in front of the monster-sized foe, ready to unleash her reborn power and end it. With a secret smile, she realizes Vim probably has zero clue what he's truly done for her. Vim keeps his eyes on her back, totally oblivious to the huge gratitude swelling in her heart for his help. She replays the instant their paths collided, and that one connection detonates her whole destiny. Her eyes blaze with fierce light as she realizes his magic didn't just help her, it reignited her warrior's thrill. She unleashes her ultimate technique, triggers the Kaijingiri, and yanks the power straight into the world. A brutal shockwave erupts and blasts outward the moment she unleashes her power. Her teammate just stared in pure horror, realizing the power exploding right now dwarfs anything she showed back in the Wyvern battle. Vin finally clocks it. The soaring ceiling gives the captain room to unleash her abilities with zero spatial limits. Camilla rockets upward, launching into the air and blasting over the target at insane speed. She rockets through the air, jerks back mid-flight, and raises her sword high like she's about to end everything with one brutal strike. Stunned by how weightless she feels, she suddenly realizes her power is way bigger than she ever dared to imagine. Lost in pure bliss, she tightens her grip and prepares to unleash a strike with everything she's got. Soldiers shout at the top of their lungs for everyone to retreat farther back, shaking with terror that they'll get caught in the blast radius. The monster freezes dead still, utterly unable to keep up with the brutal speed of the incoming attack. Camilla plummets downward, yelling the first half of her technique Chiajin. She finishes the Giri, carving straight down through the monster with a blinding beam of pure light. The colossal beast rips cleanly into two and Vim just stands there, utterly stunned by the sheer, crushing power on display. Camilla touches down in the water with a soft splash, while the monsters split halves slam to the sea behind her. A deep shaking hum rolls through the air as that massive corpse sinks into the lake. Just as peace settles in, the radar operator bursts into a terrified scream, "It's not over," and the calm instantly shatters. He warns that the target's biological response is still firing, and Simon doesn't slow down for a second. They shout, "Keep attacking," and the mages fire off a blazing follow-up volley right away. A storm of magical blasts hammers the creature's wreckage until nothing but ruin is left. The operator stares at his screen, leans in, and finally snaps, "Nothing," declaring their victory in one breath. The whole army explodes into a thunderous roar, cheering like they just seized victory with blood, sweat, and pure grit. They collide into a tight hug and scream in disbelief, because they just pulled off the impossible, beating the floor boss on their very first dive. The soldiers go wild, roaring that they're the invincible NACT libel, and they start plotting a massive party the second they roll back in. While everyone celebrates, Vim stands apart in the pouring rain, frozen solid, shaking as an ice-cold dread clamps down on his chest. Sweat drenches his face as he frantically scans the battlefield, terrified he'll realize the fight isn't over or that he missed something crucial. He just stares into the pouring rain like he can't believe it. Defeating a floor boss might actually be this easy. He tries to talk himself out of it, insisting they just shut the threat down before it could move, but deep in his gut, he knows it wasn't that simple. That nagging doubt won't let go. He swears their lightning-fast win came from pure speed, but the weird weather still won't make sense. His thoughts get shattered when he suddenly bolts away, and a teammate yells his name, totally baffled. Vim skids to a stop and whips around as Abel barrels in, panting hard after the sudden move. Abel snaps at him to watch out because the water is surging up at a deadly speed from that unnatural downpour. Locking eyes on his map like it was the only lifeline left, Vim's total focus alarms Abel and Abel blurts out, "What's wrong?" with real worry. Vim starts snapping it all together, mumbling, "Wait, the floor boss showed up," and then, right when the rain starts, he attacks them on the dot. With a shaky urgency, he blurts out whether a floor boss usually can bend the rules of nature, like summoning rain with pure power. The moment it hits him, he slams his comms on, hammers the captain on the line, and shoots an urgent, "It's me, Camilla," into the channel. Vim warns that the water is rising fast, and once it does, those semi-aquatic monsters will get way more aggressive and lethal. He grimly adds that even though the party's slowed down in the flood, the enemy is probably going to move even faster. Camilla snaps to the heart of it, confirming his assessment. This crisis isn't even close to done. She blurts out an apology for earlier overstepping, then praises his razor-sharp intuition and orders a full retreat on the spot. She makes a snap call, "Survive long enough to report what happened here, and that's a mission worth counting." She fires off a question to Vim, "Do you have a retreat plan ready?" and bets their survival on his navigation skills to get them out alive. Vim nods instantly and jabs a finger at his holographic map, pinpointing a tight passage out to the northwest. He tells them it's a brutal detour that'll eat up time, but it's probably the only path that lets them slip past the flooding. Even though the plan is set, Vim's hands keep shaking like they're possessed, and he can't stop asking himself why terror hits his body this hard. The whole crew huddles together in the pounding rain, but that sweet victory turns into a brutal retreat, and their morale soaks through instantly. A weird, bone-deep thud suddenly booms through the cavern, and the soldiers halt mid-breath, white-knuckling their weapons. The knights swivel in panic, scanning the stormy chaos as they hunt for where that ominous roar is coming from, rain hammering down as they strain to pinpoint the source. Bubbles surge up from the water, and the soldiers' breath catches as colossal shapes start crawling up from the deep. A colossal, hideous blob of flesh and tentacles bursts through the surface, looming over the terrified adventurers like a nightmare given form. The creature finally drops its disguise, revealing a full nightmare form, slime cascading off its body as it glares down at the tiny humans. In that single split second, the whole party locks eyes and realizes this is real terror. With sinking hearts, they realize the monster they just crushed was only a pawn, and the real floor boss is still waiting. Massive splashes explode everywhere as more shapes burst through the water, closing in around the group from every direction. The party gets boxed in by a horde of giant, worm-like monsters, each one built like the boss, and they're barely managing to keep them down. The soldier freezes in pure disbelief, stammering that the monster from earlier was nothing, just some run-of-the-mill mob enemy. Camilla's hands shake with nerves, but she digs deep and finally admits it. Conquering the 98th floor won't be a walk in the park after all. The cavern floor sours into despair as massive, tentacled horrors surge out of the water, trapping the tiny party in a tightening circle. A stunned adventurer stammers in disbelief, frozen as the terrifying scale of the threat unfolds right in front of them. Panic surges as a trembling voice stammers out, begging desperately what on earth they're supposed to do against odds like this. A scout yells that the rain won't let up, so he can't even count the enemies because the downpour keeps frying his vision. They finally get it, the storm is the boss's power, and they still can't get a word through the deafening roar of the downpour. A wild report crashes in from the west flank. Two monstrous mobs are barreling their way closer. On the east side, right away, they chimed in, terrifyingly confirming we've got two more giants coming from that direction too. Terror peeks in as the South Guard roars that he's confirmed 5 more enemies are bearing down on their position. Bettina bursts in from the north side screaming that they're totally surrounded, all of them panicking and begging for orders. The soldier starts hyperventilating, choking out sobs that this is hopeless, and then blurts that they should run for their lives right now. Camilla slices through the panic with ice-cold focus, then barks for everyone to lock into a defensive formation right now. Her unshakable calm slices through the soldiers' panic, snapping every one of them back to their captain in an instant. Camilla screams for them to form that defensive circle right now, before the enemy closes in. She tells herself this is what being a leader is. She refuses to crack, even when the whole situation looks hopeless. The soldiers obey in a heartbeat, snapping their shields together until a brutal steel wall stands firm as the towering monsters loom over them. Massive tentacles crash down and the shield bearers grit their teeth, sweat pouring as they brace and hold the line against the giants. Inside the formation, the soldiers huddle and whisper with shaking fear, because the path is jammed shut and retreat feels impossible. Doubt slams into them as they wonder if even Nacht Libel can slice through a floor boss while they're getting swarmed by multiple mobs at the same time. Vim's hands tremble as sweat pours down his face and he scrambles through numbers. Can they break free before anyone hunts them down, and how long they can hold the line before the fight ends? A heavy hand slams his back, yanking him out of his spiral as his teammate yells his name. His comrade snaps at him, tells him to stop staring at the ground, and says that dark, gloomy look has no place on his face. Vim whips his gaze around and spots his teammates clenching their weapons with raw, unshakable resolve, like they're about to take on the impossible and win. When Vim spots the tank leader's confident grin, his stomach drops because it hits him hard. He's the only one panicking. Ashamed but fired up, Vim slaps his own cheeks, steels himself, and without hesitation shouts a confident yes when the call comes. He tells himself they might not have victory locked in, but right now still, they're not truly behind. Relieved that nobody's been lost yet, he realizes they still have the strength to keep fighting. Vim snatches his own resolve, studies the situation like it's life or death, and swears every single one will crawl out of this hell alive. He locks in on what he can do this very moment, then pushes to nail his role to perfection. The monstrous worms yank their massive bodies backward, squirming and pulsing as they brace to unleash a brutal barrage of attacks. Camilla shrieks for everyone to fight as the forest of tentacles crashes down on them. Without hesitation, Vim blasts out the incantation for Enchanted, and his support magic surges into place to harden the defense. The shield bearers explode into roars of acknowledgement, teeth clenched tight as they brace themselves for the brutal hit coming their way. A violent storm of tentacles slams down from above, blotting out the sky and pounding the tiny defensive circle like a hammer. The soldier stares as the shadows drop, and he stammers that the sheer flood of attacks is crushing his nerves. Camilla bears her ferocious grin and screams a warning as the massive limbs smash into place. The front line buckles, but they still lock in, shields groaning as the enemy's crushing blow bears down on them. The impact slams the ground so hard it rattles everything, and Vim drops into a crouch, gripping his weapon tight as the whole world shudders beneath them. While the assault rages all around him, Vim yanks out his dagger, eyes blazing as a fresh plan ignites. The command blasts through the air to keep holding on, while the soldiers roar and strain with everything they've got to keep that defensive wall standing. The leader rallies everyone to hang on tight, because their lives hinge on keeping this formation unbroken. Camilla's voice slices through the despair, screaming for everyone to lift their heads, pull themselves together, and strike back. The legendary party Nacht Libel is teetering right on the edge of total destruction. Brutal truth hits hard. This squad is already half wiped out, crushed by a force too overwhelming to stop. Broken knights and mages churn in the rushing floodwater, clinging to life as they desperately try to rise, only to get hammered by the relentless onslaught. A giant nightmare looms over them, its monstrous bulk draping the survivors in the shadow of certain death. Desperate defenders hunch behind their shields and clutch their staves, shaking like leaves as they fight tooth and nail to keep that beast at bay. A flashback blasts open the truth. They'd prepped for the absolute worst, convinced they could handle anything that came at them. Their training and raw power were meant to be enough to crush anything that dungeon dared to throw at them. But when the labyrinth finally revealed its true, twisted logic, every plan they made and every hope they carried crashed like nothing mattered. Brutal truth hits: if a group runs into this floor boss first, they're basically cooked, destined to get wiped clean. In the pouring rain, Camilla snaps her head toward Vim, her face dead serious as she calls out his name. She snaps at him coldly. He's not part of Nacht Libel yet, and if he tries to slip away on his own, no one's going to fault him. Vim freezes in disbelief, and before he can even walk out, she demands one last favor from him. Caught by the implication, Vim stammer chokes out an apology and refuses to buy into what she's pushing. Camilla presses harder, insisting her desperate plan only works if he follows her, and agrees to swallow the casualties. She declares loud and fearless that she'll take down the monster alone, and then she demands he hand over every last ounce of enhancement he's got. Her word is law. Everyone else has to break into squads of 3 and scatter fast, with zero help offered her way. Vim snaps to the truth that she's about to sacrifice herself, panics, and begs her to at least spill the escape route to everyone. Camilla forces a shaky smile and promises, with full responsibility, that she'll keep Nacht Libel safe. Vim pleads with her to shut up because he can't stomach the crushing weight of her self-sacrifice. She tells him that Hyde, Mary, and Abel will make sure he gets a safe future if he joins the guild, and Vim suddenly falls apart. Tears spill from her eyes as Camilla formally calls the contract one last time, sealing Vim's enchantment for the final round. Vim clenched his teeth so hard his jaw ached, tears pouring down his face as he fought to choke back the crushing agony flooding his heart. Screaming through the agony, he slams the enchanted spell to life and pours every ounce of his magic straight into his captain. A blinding pillar of light explodes around Camilla as she shouts for every single member to turn their attention to her. With terrifying calm, she announces to the team that those are going to be her final words. She grips the bus tight and orders them to run, then drops the truth. Vim is the one she staked their survival on. With a soft smile, she turns to her comrades and sincerely thanks them for everything they've fought through together. Right now, a soldier finally clocks what's happening, but it hits her too late, so she staggers forward and screams, refusing to believe it. Camilla braves the darkness alone, and her comms abruptly die with a brutal burst of static, like a sharp kiss of silence. She can't believe what she's feeling. Her body turns weightless, like someone just yanked a massive burden off her shoulders. Her eyes snap wide open, razor-sharp and hungry, zeroing in on the massive target in front of her. The massive worm surges to the surface, its writhing tentacles and hungry mouths trembling with the promise of a kill. Camilla strides up to the beast, squares her shoulders, and declares, "You run this floor," then introduces herself, Camilla. With a ferocious glare, she vows, respectfully but firmly, to tear its life out right here and now. She rockets forward through the water, slashing the distance so fast it feels like she appears out of nowhere. A brutal shockwave explodes outward as she cuts straight through the monster's defenses, unleashing catastrophic power. The hit rocks the cavern to its core, and the beast goes wide-eyed, stunned by the tiny warrior's devastating strike. Camilla rips through those towering tentacles, spraying blood everywhere as severed limbs go flying in every direction. She rockets forward at blistering speed, taunting the beast with one fearless question: is it finally time for her to go all in? Sparkling with raw magic, she grabs tight onto a vertical tentacle and boldly announces the enhancement is the absolute top tier. Her eyes burn with pure focus as she slashes her sword through the monster's defenses, cutting them to pieces. The brutal tentacle gets sliced off in one clean strike, then the massive limb whips through the dark and vanishes. She rockets across the battlefield, so fast her teammates can barely even keep up with where she's moving. Camilla realizes she can climb endlessly with zero fatigue, and she's stunned at how effortlessly her body moves. She snaps back to her old self, staring at the past like, "Are you really me? because this version feels way too alive to be the same one that used to be dull and numb. With another hit landing, she spirals into one brutal question: has this powerhouse warrior become the real her? Her blade flashes, then it bites hard, carving a deep slash straight through the monster's massive eye. A manic grin claws across her face as she realizes she can take this boss on head-to-head. She sprints down the creature's length, swearing she'll slice every tentacle off and drive her blade straight into the central body. Grit and pure will blaze across her face as she screams for more speed and raw power. Even with her ridiculous surge in strength, she's left stunned. This monster just won't fall. Vim watches in awe, comparing Camilla's full-force strength to the legendary showdown of a mythical hero. He grabs hold of his resolve, obeys her orders, and risks everything on the precious time she's carved out for him. With his device locked in his focus, he starts cueing the retreat assistance so the rest of the party can pull back in time. He slams the retreat protocol to life, and his hand shakes just a little above the controls. Vim lifts his wounded comrade up, and as they limp out of the battlefield, the comrade fires off a grateful thanks. Marie clocks him coming and blurts his name in pure relief. She stands right in front of him and blurts out the truth: she never stopped believing in him. Vim pants hard, sweat pouring down his face as he double-checks the area, and finally lets out a breath of relief that it's safe. He lays out the brutal reality of the second recon team. Hands is safe, but the others are hanging on by a thread. With a sharp nod, he whips around to go, pushing Marie to get out now. Marie freezes in confusion, staring as Vim's footsteps drag along like they're being pulled by something unseen. Vim's breaths turn jagged, his mouth gaping as pure exhaustion finally drags him under. When it hits him, his body suddenly feels like a ton, and he realizes he's in deep trouble. It doesn't feel like simple tiredness anymore. His legs turn into dead weights, refusing to rise when he needs them most. A chilling truth hits him all at once as he finally realizes exactly what this feeling is. A brutal memory of his abusive ex-leader crashes into his head like a hallucination, whispering in his ear that he's nothing but dead weight. His eyes flare wide with terror as he realizes that awful, familiar pain from his time inside Dragon's Wing. He wrestles the panic down, firing the same question into his own head: why is he even stuck on this right now when there's zero time to breathe? Marie shrieks his name in pure panic as he slips and starts to tumble down. Camilla's memory slams into his head, warning him that falling back doesn't mean he'll be safe. Her smile lights him up, and he decides to do whatever he can. He remembers her praise and how she told him his progress was absolutely magnificent. He can't figure out why these memories are crashing back right now. Her kindness keeps haunting his thoughts, and he just can't shake it. Images of her slipping him food, handing over money, and showering him with praise keep flashing through his head, like a storm proving just how much she cared. Her voice slashes through the fog, barking at him to lock in, focus up, and do exactly what she says. A countdown slams into his skull, screaming at him to stop thinking and just move, right when the timer hits 1. A chilling voice crashes through Vim's thoughts, barking that he must obey Camilla's orders, and somehow his feet still force themselves forward. The voice surges into full-on aggression, hurls insults at him, and barks for him to look up, like it can't stand seeing him freeze like an idiot. Vim freezes in the rain, shaking hard as the ghosts of his past trauma slam into his mind. His voice sneers at his fear-struck face, laughing at how pathetic he looks in this very moment. It viciously mocks his frozen smirk, like the same face he made when he humiliated himself back there in front of trash leader Kronos. The hallucination press is roaring nonstop, demanding to know every thought running through his head while he just stands there, utterly useless. Suddenly, Marie's voice slices through the darkness. She yells at him to stop fleeing and finally think it through. She demands to know exactly what's running through his mind, and traps him until he finally has to face the hesitation he's been dodging. At the most critical moment, the voice slams him with the accusation he's been doubting his comrades. Vim stands there letting the rain soak him, eyes bulging with pure fear as his own inner war locks him in place. The colossal worm monster heaves up its hideous head, ready to smash the tiny humans beneath its crushing weight. Camilla rockets toward the beast, her blade screaming as she cleaves a brutal tentacle clean off in one lightning strike. Vim suddenly remembers the team's rallying cry, and with their captain at the front, he's convinced they can pull off the impossible. The soldiers bellow in perfect sync that nobody's quitting, and even with the odds stacked against them, their courage surges higher and higher. Camilla keeps hammering forward, slicing into the monster's flesh with brutal, unrelenting precision. She rockets through the air, weaving past every strike, then carves deep into the creature's thick hide like it's nothing. The soldier yells that the enemy's assault has finally stalled, and he grabs the one quick opening to strike back. He's yelling at the top of his lungs for everyone to grab the moment right now, calling it the exact chance to flip the whole tide. A brutal blast detonates across the battlefield, and a massive shockwave tears everything apart as the devastating attack finally erupts. The battle-hardened warrior roars with pure resolve, pouring every last ounce of strength into one final, desperate strike. The monster fires back with a horrifying move, Human Hunt, ripping through the attackers until none are left. A chilling voice hisses good as the trap snaps shut. Camilla's eyes blow wide with terror as it hits her, way too late that she has to dodge the incoming strike. A colossal limb crashes into her, smashing her armor to pieces and blasting blood through the air like a storm. The blast slams into the water and sends a violent shockwave tearing through it, smashing everything in its path backward. Vim shrieks her captain's name in full-blown terror as he watches her get slammed down. Camilla gets blasted through the air like a ragdoll, totally helpless as that crushing hit swallows every ounce of her control. Abel spots the danger and launches into a sprint, roaring at the top of his lungs as he hurls himself straight into the line of fire. He snaps his shield up at the last second, bracing as the world-ending impact barrels in, ready to smash them all. Vim lunges to catch Camilla as she drops, skidding through the water and clutching her tight in his arms. He jerks his head up in panic, screaming her name again as the monster's shadow swallows them both. Camilla chokes on air, blood dripping from her mouth as she blurts out praises for Abel's reflect skill. Abel grits his teeth under the crushing pressure, refusing to break, and swears he'll keep the defense standing no matter what. Vim frantically throws himself toward his captain, yelling whether she can hear him over the chaos. His grim analysis slams down the truth. Her organs are wrecked, and her bones are shattered all over her body. Camilla cracks her eyes open with a weak gasp, then strains to ask, who the hell is still standing on this battlefield? Heart sinking, she realizes it's over, they never escaped, and the whole party is still stuck there with her. Resignation flickers across her face, and she murmurs, I see, like the weight of everything finally crushes in. She chuckles under her breath, points out that somehow nobody else died yet, and teases them as sweet, foolish youngsters. With her last ounce of strength, she screams for the young and the strong to sprint away, leave her wounded burdens behind. Vim froze behind his fallen captain, stammering to himself as the grim truth finally hit him. This was a desperate fight, and there was no backing out. He locks eyes on Camilla, kneeling and broken, and the shock hits him hard, because this is the strongest warrior he's ever known, brought down to defeat. Refusing to run, Vim fires back that if her reinforcement magic is still online, then he'll gladly be the meat shield, just to keep her protected. Grit and raw desperation blaze in his voice as he tightens his fist and vows with absolute certainty that he still can't quit, not yet. Camilla lifts her gaze with a fragile smirk, gives his request her formal stamp, and pleads with Vim to lend her his reinforcements one final time. Vim's face twists with raw emotion, rain and sweat streaming off his chin as he clenches his teeth and drags himself past his terror. He realizes with bitter self-hatred that every second he hesitates is stealing the precious few seconds of life Camilla has left. A terrifying vision slams into him. If he doesn't act right now, this group will get wiped out here and now. The party's warmth crashes through his thoughts, and it only makes him feel more undeserving of their kindness, like they're being gentle with a total misfit like him. Tears sting his eyes as he trembles, crushed by the awful thought that he doesn't belong in a party this good. He racks his brain for every flaw, convinced he's a painfully awkward, miserable outcast, and that he should have been thrown out of society ages ago. He admits it every time danger shows up. It's the Febron's strength and unity that's kept him safe. That debt to them drags him under, crushing his soul so hard that even dying over and over still wouldn't make his worthless existence feel redeemed. He stares at his shaking hand and can't believe it. Those incredible people welcomed him, overlooked his flaws, and still treated him with real respect. Vim snaps open a channel for the whole team and with chilling clarity declares that they still have one last shot at surviving. In the pouring rain, the remaining members go still, utterly baffled by the sudden, deadly serious words their support mage just blurted out. Vim pours out a desperate apology, his voice trembling but steel straight as he declares he's going to ignore the orders, right to their face. His teammates stare in stunned silence, totally lost as they try to figure out what this timid enchanter is even cooking. Vim admits the road he's about to take probably isn't even the smartest move on the board. He insists this is the only card left in his hand, and once that door slams shut, he has no choice, he has to act. He yells for the rest of the party to snatch the opening and fall back at once, while he stays behind, ready to hold the boss in place. Vim slams the activation button, unleashes the Mighty Hurt spell, and kicks off the stalemate protocol that freezes the battlefield mid-motion. Magic energy starts swirling around him, and he blurts to the confused team that he's about to unleash a specific debuff. He zeroes in on the Lord of the Levels and declares, with full-blown madness, that he'll take down the floor boss all by himself. Camilla looks up at him, stunned, and the moment it hits her, she was right all along. Something special always lived inside him. Vim jabs his finger at the enemy, shocked at this wild move, especially since he usually hates reckless behavior. He remembers Camilla's words about choosing his own path, and suddenly everything clicks, so he finally understands what her advice really meant. A real, confident grin snaps onto his face as he fully owns his choice, and the wild freedom that comes with it. With a wild, dramatic flourish, Vim unleashes his ultimate move, kicking on Transition Puppet Master, and launches his solo war straight into the battlefield. Vim just freezes in the pouring rain, and a stern voice digs into his choices, calling out to young Vim like it's a verdict. Vast, grotesque beasts surge up out of the water, their bone-chilling screeches slicing through the air above one lone figure. Vim braces himself against the pounding rain, swearing that beating this enemy is his sacred duty. As he stomps toward the shoreline, a voice shouting his name crashes through the storm, echoing like a ghost. In his mind, he seals his choice and tells the girl behind him, his silhouette cutting hard against the light. She forces a smile through the fear and sweat, then quietly accepts his choice with a resigned little nod. Even with his non-stop complaints and doubts, she swears that when the moment hits, he still finds this shocking, fearless boldness. Vim tears up, forces a brave smile, and gives Haidmarie one last, heartbreaking farewell. She tells him straight to his face that he's got the power to win, and then she pushes him to stop stressing about what the result will be. Vim rubs his cheek with a sheepish grin, insisting he's only buying time, just like he did back then. He drops a smug, confident boast, claiming he's way stronger than the old ruler who ruled this floor before him. Haidmarie freezes mid-step, her eyes snapping to something wildly unexpected in his demeanor. Trying to brush off the tension, Vim chuckles, then admits his emotions are spiking and that he feels strangely off. She slashes through his bravado and demands, "Are you scared?" then points straight at the shaking in his legs. Vim admits it: when you're betting your life, shaking isn't weakness, it's what fear does. Still, she watches him like a hawk, and she realizes his trembling isn't fear at all. Vim slashes the conversation dead in its tracks, snapping that there's no time left, then spins and storms out. She tells him right to his face, "I know you better than you know yourself," because she can feel he hasn't even figured out what he truly is yet. As she watches him fade into the distance, she's sure of one thing: one day he'll finally see himself clearer than anyone else alive. Tears spill down her face as she finally admits the truth. No matter what she said, she still doesn't know everything about him. She can't believe it. Right in the middle of that dire moment, he's choosing to laugh. A hulking monster drags its grotesque flesh into the light, pulsing and writhing so violently it makes your stomach turn. The enemy laughs at their struggle as the leader's severed tentacles start to regrow and drive them crazy all over again. To make it even worse, the water surged higher and completely reshaped the battlefield. A colossal beast towers over the surging waters, towering so high it crushes the sky, while one tiny figure stands his ground, facing the impossible. Vim spots the rising water and how it'll turbocharge the monster's movements, then panics, scrambling for any way to stop this nightmare before it gets worse. The creature thrashes the water like it's stirring up fate, sending out low, ominous growls as it coils and prepares to strike. The beast shifts its huge weight, and the whole air turns heavy with its terrifying roar. Vim clenched his fist hard, controlled his breathing, and braced himself to explode with raw power. He clenches his resolve and vows that, as a support specialist, he'll push all kinds of things to their absolute limit. A mental diagram snaps into view, showing how the challenge of reinforcement changes depending on which part of the human body you target. The easiest level is all about hardening your bones and muscles, and you can usually finish it in just 1 or 2 treatments. To go even higher, you've got to boost blood flow and hammer your heart harder, so fresh oxygen can fuel you as you smash past your limits. But beyond the heart lies a forbidden realm, an unseen core where power growth is locked out, reserved for only a handful of chosen souls. At the very top of the grind sits the unknown level, the brutal brain boost that powers it up. The whole scene snaps into a memory, Vim hunched over a desk, eyes blazing as he studies through the night, refusing to stop. He tears through the texts, jaw tight with frustration, and realizes the stuff about strengthening the brain is painfully hard to find. The ancient tome drops the truth. No matter how many tries they throw at it, nobody's ever managed to successfully strengthen the brain. Boosting processing speed in the consciousness center could crank combat power through the roof, but the text slams a massive warning: it's incredibly dangerous. It basically says self-strengthening won't help the weak at all, and trying to beef up someone else's brain is nearly impossible. Vim can't stop wondering, would anyone actually dare to risk their life just to try a technique that lethal? He glares into the distance in silence, like the weight of his thoughts is crushing his chest. A memory crashes back. One brutal warrior steps in, shoves Vim aside, and even apologizes for Vim's weakness. Then he takes the fight for himself. All alone at his desk, Vim slams into his research and digs in like his life depends on it, desperately chasing the strength he can't live without. He thrusts his hand forward, eyes widening as he finally understands it. This forbidden path is the only door left to him. They call it the Puppet Master, an insane skill that turns a person's body into a marionette, tugging every move like it's on strings. Sharp snap echoes as the activation process kicks off deep inside his mind. He feels the danger closing in, knowing that cranking his brain's processing speed any higher could slam him into total overload and knock him out cold. He turns inward, and suddenly every flicker of his own consciousness screams louder than anything around him. He sharpens his senses to the bone, firing rapid questions and quick answers at himself until his mind clicks into perfect focus. He calculates the multiplier with razor precision, tweaking it until it's teetering on the absolute edge right before overload hits. It's locked in at a tiny boost, just one times his usual max power. He accepts that the side effects will probably fry his brain, but he's pushing himself as far as he possibly can. His mind starts sprinting through wild theory after theory, and he confirms piece by piece that steering himself like this is totally possible. Reality snaps as a monstrous tentacle slams down to flatten him. With the Puppet Master technique fully locked in, a maniacal, breathless cackle erupts and refuses to let up. Vim clamps down on his weapon the moment the killing tentacles snap in from every direction. Giant tentacles whip through the air with brutal speed and crushing force. A wild storm of strikes slams into his spot, blasting debris into the air and fully swallowing him from sight. With that insane speed tearing through the moment, he flashes a terrifying thought: what if he's already dead? Suddenly, his senses flip. Every terrified blur of the world grinds to a crawl, as if time itself just got dragged. Vim reclined like it was effortless, and with every beat his eyes raced, dodging those massive attacks that suddenly felt slow as molasses. He rockets onto the writhing tentacles and sprints along them with freakish agility, like he's laughing at gravity itself. Spinning through the air upside down, he slips through the deadly maze of flesh with a death-calm grin. He rockets down the creature's limb, sprinting so hard toward the main body that he blurs into a streak of pure motion. Closing in on the monster's core, he steadies himself and lines up a bone-crushing, fight-ending strike. He locks in with total focus, slipping through the last defenses with razor-sharp precision. The crowd freezes in stunned silence, jaws dropping as the impossible spectacle unfolds right in front of their eyes. A streak of pure motion tears through the air as he keeps hammering with zero mercy. He glides over the creature's hide, every move silky and razor-sharp as he sets up the next strike. He finally unmasks what his power really is, then bam, he triggers a split-second surge that boosts his physical stats by 20x. With his senses dialed to max, the whole world feels frozen in place, and the enemy's moves crawl like they're barely even trying. Every fiber in his body snaps to attention the second he barks his command, and he rockets forward. He charts the perfect route and nails the exact moment to strike, so precise it feels like he's got a computer brain running his every move. His perception shatters reality itself, locking onto every twitch in every muscle fiber again and again, all in the span of thousandths of a second. He realizes the strong train keeps pushing without mercy, just to make sure they hit a perfect 10 for 10 every time. So the weak have to pour every last ounce of energy into chasing that 1 in 100,000 shot, pure coincidence, the kind you only get once. He finally realizes that just sitting there and waiting for success to show up won't cut it. He insists he has to wrestle that miracle into the world and drag success out with nothing but sheer willpower. He unleashes the raw power from his technique, then rockets into the air just to slip past the final blow. Vim sprints across the shifting ground, and you can see it's no accident because he's specially hardened his ligaments, so they stretch through the insane strain without snapping. Spikes the size of daggers hammer down from above, pinning him inside a deadly kill box where every shadow looks like a blade. With a wild grin, he swings his blade through the chaos, screaming at himself to keep hunting for that 1 in 100,000 miracle. He slips beneath the crushing strike, eyes wide, knowing one wrong move will spell death 1,000 times over, until he finds the only route that keeps him alive. His eerie laughter bounces across the water as he glides with impossible grace, and everyone on the shore just freezes in stunned silence. Camilla just stares, mouth hanging open, trying to wrap her mind around the impossible speed blasting across the screen in front of her. She can't make sense of what he's doing, then he explodes upward into the air with a leap that straight up defies physics. She realizes he used a technique that would normally blow joints apart, then he slams the backswing into the strike and wipes out the jump's momentum. She can't stop wondering, does this kind of feat truly belong to him alone, powered by that wildly upgraded body of his? Horror flashes across her face as she realizes his movements have broken past what any human body is supposed to do. As she keeps her eyes locked on that tiny fighter throwing down with the Leviathan, it finally hits her. Vim's transformation is way bigger than she ever imagined. Vim cackles in Death's face, laughing like there's no tomorrow, and yells his fresh philosophy for living exactly how he wants. He throws a victory party for defying impossible odds, dragging a 1 in 1,000,000 miracle out of thin air with nothing but stubborn willpower. His sky-high euphoria just instantly detonates into despair when he realizes this miracle still can't keep death away from him. He figures out his own end with chilling precision, knowing that even a tiny slip of milliseconds could smash his bones to pieces. Even with the grim odds staring him down, he fires off taunts at the beast, certain his upgraded speed is the one thing that'll put him over the top. Suddenly, the creature snaps back with a roar, tossing out glowing magical glyphs that ring its gigantic body. Vim's eyes bulge with terror when the beast starts flinging magic, and he realizes, way too late, that he never counted on this. A monstrous blade of raw magical power cuts across the battlefield, slicing through the air like it can't be stopped. On pure instinct, Vim throws himself out of the way as that deadly dark energy surges toward him, ready to erase him in an instant. He barely slips the next blow, twisting midair like a dancer to avoid getting crushed by that massive swinging limb. He jolts in shock because that monster is so brutal it hacks off its own tentacles just to slam the attack home. His way gets slammed by a ripped-off limb, flying straight at him like a lethal shot from the creature's brutal magic. Vim whips around in the non-stop barrage, gritting his teeth as he snaps that the enemy won't even spare him one single second of peace. Madness flares in his eyes as he swallows the brutal onslaught whole, then swears he'll dodge every single hit that comes at him. Vim rockets across the wild network of massive, bone-white tendrils, a blur of motion as he cuts through the deadly battlefield. He explodes forward with a feral roar, blade flashing wildly as he desperately claws his way through the colossal thing's onslaught. Vim whips through the air with impossible flips, slicing through a deadly world with a fearless kind of grace. The knights below locked eyes with shock, sweat streaming down their faces as they stared at the impossible unfold before them. None of them can wrap their heads around how Vim's still standing, every move he makes looks impossible, and their minds are spiraling against that monster. The narration drives home the brutal truth. Vim is locked in with the highest, most powerful hierarch of all, and he's going solo. Vim grins like a lunatic as he dives into an ultra-high-speed fight where every single millisecond is life or death. The crowd can only mutter in awe, utterly stunned by the breathtaking skill unfolding right in front of them. Vim blasts the beast's gigantic limbs with a storm of strikes, vanishing in a blur of brutal, razor-precise violence. Vim milked the momentum, surfing straight onto those giant tentacles and turning the monster's own body into a deadly highway. He darts through scorching water jets with unnatural reflexes, and the crowd erupts into screams, stunned that his agility is even real. Vim hangs in the air for a split second, weightless as he's suspended right beside the massive body of the hierarch. Once again, he rockets forward, just a violent streak of speed tearing through the dark. Just like that, the battle turns on its head, catching the young fighter completely off guard, and they choke on a sharp gasp of pure shock. Vin suddenly feels his mind snap out of sync with his body, like he's trapped in some insane fugue state, and he can't even figure out what the hell he's doing there. The fight rockets forward at insane speed, and he pulls off multiple jaw-dropping maneuvers before a single heartbeat even finishes. Vim's eyes widen as danger screams at him. He has to bolt right now, because once that giant limb crashes down, he'll be crushed instantly. He's hanging onto life by a thread, dodging death with a 1 in tens of thousands shot, just barely staying one step ahead. Wriggling down the creature's hide, Vim notices with a jolt that even after all that strain, nothing inside him has broken or gone bad, yet. He rides the monster's blast shockwave, grabbing the wild chaos as a launchpad and shooting himself to safety. Realizing his clock's run out, Vim panics and scrambles to break free as the impossible truth crashes down on him. He rockets away the instant a giant tentacle comes crashing down, obliterating the exact spot he occupied just moments earlier. Vim touches down safely, staring in shock as his body pulls off every last frantic move his mind just cooked up in that split second. A wild thrill sparks through him, and somehow his mind stays unnervingly steady while his body goes haywire on adrenaline. Vim snaps out of his battle trance in a heartbeat, then freezes, realizing he got way too hyped and gapes at what's unfolding. With a grim jolt, he forces himself to remember one thing: buy time right here, or the other Furbryn will be dead for sure. Vim snaps back at his own guilty rush of enjoyment, then locks onto his mission, refusing to let the thrill pull him off course. He wrestles with the dark thrill he felt while dancing on the edge of death, shaken by how much he enjoyed it. The scarier the danger gets, the more his heart spikes, because the truth hits him hard. It thrills him and terrifies him all at once. Vim feels like he's been chasing this deadly moment for ages, watching the premonition finally snap into reality. From afar, the soldiers stare at the wreck and whisper in shock, wondering if Vim somehow survived that catastrophic hit. A giant hierophant looms under the water, its many limbs twitching and sliding as a chilling sense of danger hangs in the air. The soldiers stare, totally baffled, as the creature's body starts to twist and warp, and they blurt out, "What the hell is it doing?" The battle-worn knight stares in horror as he realizes the beast is changing, right in front of his eyes. Weird floating noises crawl through the air as the creature's body breaks every rule of nature. Vim stares up in total shock, sweat pouring down his face as the chaos keeps climbing. A huge ring of flesh rips free and hovers over the main body, and Vim just can't stop staring, because whatever magic this is, it's breaking every rule he thinks he understands. The knight swears the hierarchs always pull a trump card from their sleeve, then drops the truth that their enemy is downright terrifying. The veteran knight clenches his jaw and swears this terrifying metamorphosis has haunted him as a recurring nightmare, because the old hierarchy pulled the exact same stunt before. He finally gets it: this terrifying shift isn't power flexing, it's panic. The monster has been shoved into a corner and has nowhere left to run. Vast, pale tentacles slam down across the battlefield, tearing the ground into a twisted maze of flesh. The hierarch finally shows its true form, this grotesque, bulbous god, crowned with squirming appendages, while a blazing symbol pulses like it's alive. Vim yanks the sweat from his brow, flashes a ferocious grin, and realizes, yeah, the deadly game is kicking off round 2. A commander barks that he can't see the next attacks coming, then orders every kid in the area to evacuate right now. He locks onto Abel, barks an order to drop his post, and tells him to get out while the veterans handle the defense. Abel shakes with raw fear, but he won't bolt, stammering that he has to stay put because a shield commander's job is to block stray shots. The commander glares at him, stunned, as if he can't figure out why that terrified kid is still refusing to back down. Abel clamps his shield tight, certain that somewhere in this crushing despair, hope is still hiding. A battle-scarred knight flashes a reassuring grin at the boy and tells him to quit spiraling about dying, just lock in and fight. The hierarch's floating limbs start twitching and whispering in low bursts, warning that a brand new attack is about to ignite. Clinging to a jagged rock face, Vim stares at those drifting organs, dread tightening in his chest as a horrible feeling twists in his gut. Then it clicks: those aren't random parts at all, they're support organs built to unleash attacks from the sky, and that turns dodging into a joke since jumping to escape won't work. Grinding his teeth, Vim snaps that his pace isn't enough, so he barrels past his limits and forces himself even harder. He slams an instant trigger, and in a split second his physical power rockets 50 times stronger. His eyes pop wide for a blink, and he fights to stretch his sight farther than it should go, desperate to catch every last detail on the battlefield. Vin pledges to chew up absolutely everything, scraping even what's outside his line of sight and locking every last detail into his memory. The sheer blast of information slams into him so hard his vision blurs, and he feels like he's one heartbeat away from fainting. Endless, intricate magic circles erupt around the hierarch's limbs, surging with power as they prime a brutal magical bombardment. The air tears open with raw power as the beast rips its arsenal free, blasting out matching energy beams all at once. Water jets and magical shots slam the battlefield nonstop, turning it into a bullet hell where escape is basically impossible. Soldiers scrambled like their lives depended on it as huge beams tore through the water and stone all around them. Vim rockets through the chaos with a wild grin, shouting in pure awe as he barrels through a storm that shouldn't exist. He snaps with exhilaration, every detail is suddenly crystal clear, and his senses drink in the whole wild chaos at once. He spots every attack from the blind spots, follows the reflections rippling across the water, and even catches the tentacles, shadows creeping in beneath the surface. His mind races through the unseen, tallying *377 tentacles for *190 blades *, 55 lances and 1020 bullets With godlike accuracy, Vim clocks the trajectory of every single projectile before it even lands. He slips through the deadly barrage, weaving between the massive blows like water, hits that would have crushed him to dust. Vim bursts into a crazed laugh, grinning at how perfectly the hierarchy runs, no energy wasted on pointless attacks. He feels omnipotent and soaks in the thrill of reading the whole battlefield, every angle, in a flawless 360-degree mental map. A jolt rips through him, and when he realizes that straying for even a blink means instant death, cold shivers flood his spine. He can't shake the fear that this death hunger has been living in him all along, and the moment he strikes a deal with the hierarch, it hits like pure electricity. Vim bursts with pure joy and declares, "I finally hit my absolute peak, maximum performance." Deadly tendrils whip through the air at blinding speed, slashing everything in a furious, chaotic storm of destruction. Vim just barely twists out of a killing strike, and the shock hits him. He almost ate that attack straight in the face. With the support fire suddenly cut off, a calm voice turns to Heidemery and thanks her for everything she just did. Through the chaos, a desperate scream cuts the air, begging hands to tell them how, or if they can escape. The team hits a brutal wall. How do they back Vim while stray bullets rain down and still shield the injured long enough to survive? With the battle raging this hard, even the idea of offering support gets thrown right out the window. A relentless storm of crushing punches and kicks batters the battlefield, and every hit explodes with deafening impact. Camilla realizes that jumping into a fight that fast would get them nowhere. She'd just slow everyone down and become dead weight. Orders hit the air, lock in on defense, and fall back as far as you can, no questions, just retreat. As soon as the Great Curtain kicks in, the whole crew launches into a frantic evacuation, no time to waste. A brutal shockwave detonates in the air, blasting light across the leader's silhouette as the chaos erupts in front of him. As the battle rages on, Camilla flashes back to Vim's wild promise he'd beat the floor boss no matter what. She finally confessed she'd assumed he was just bluffing, like he couldn't possibly mean it when he said he'd take down the monster alone. To her shock, Vim isn't just keeping up with the boss, he's shoving him into a corner, pushing him harder and harder. Realizing the fight has blown past their limits, Camilla throws all her trust onto Vim without hesitation. Deep in the zone, Vim uncovers a savage side of himself, one that lights up the moment he starts cutting loose, blade in hand, mind totally blank. He charges forward with ruthless momentum, turning into a streak of pure violence. Vim fends off the blows, but the moment hits, he's stuck in a dead-end fight, and not a single strike has landed on the main body. He shoved that thought down hard because he knew, deep in his gut, he couldn't survive a battle that dragged on and on. Slipping past blow after blow, he digs deep, pushing his mind past its breaking point to think even sharper. He remembers feeling a solid shell hiding in the black mist, and the second he does, he knows something about it is wrong, way too unnatural. Spotting the target, he decides the only way to win is to smash the core hidden at the heart of it. A path snaps into his mind like a map forming out of nowhere. He can't fully wrap his head around the math, but he knows it's the tightest, fastest route straight to the boss. A spark of inspiration detonates inside his head, lighting up the next move like a blazing spotlight. A wild solution suddenly clicks into place as probabilities collide and parallel events blur together in his mind. Now it all comes down to one thing: can he stay locked on that exact, calculated path and not mess up even once? He realizes he's been shaking with fear ever since the very first second. When he glimpses that miracle-winning road, it finally hits him. Triumph is right there, one breath away. With a 90% death rate hanging over him, he's dead sure this version of himself can still beat the odds. He turns the horror of suicide into a sick thrill, then flashes a grin at how ridiculously insane the whole risk is. He rockets forward and the wind slams into his face so hard his features warp and twist. The massive boss explodes forward, slamming its tentacles through the air to cut him off mid-run. Wim slips out of view so fast the crowd can't even blink. He's gone completely. Wim freezes in confusion as the rain abruptly stops, like the sky just held its breath. He finally realizes this isn't just a stop. He's launched so high he's actually flying above the clouds. He realizes the enemy won't let up, so he dives down the descent, cranking his speed even higher. As he dives headfirst into nothingness, every sound gets ripped away until the world turns into dead, absolute silence. In that eerie silence, he can't shake the feeling that he's the last living soul left on the planet. As he closes in on the target, a heady rush takes over, like he finally owns every inch of the space. Magic circles blaze to life as he crashes toward the impact point with earth-shaking force. Wim finally spots it, the enemy slammed up a barrier, praying it'll halt his drop before he falls any farther. Pushing himself to the brink, he decides to squeeze every last ounce of strength he has left and force his way through. Bursting with speed, he becomes a living missile, projectile form locked in, ready to slice straight through everything in his path. His eyes snap to the target and instantly pinpoint the hidden core buried deep inside the swirling black mist. He drives straight into the objective like a missile, detonating a blinding blast of raw force. The whole world turns to white static, stuttering and glitching out of existence, and Wim ends up alone in a silent, empty void. Confusion hits him hard the moment he stares at the empty space, completely lost on where he even is. Just as he leans in, a bizarre egg-like pod splits wide open and unleashes a thick, dark slime that splats onto the ground. The shell snaps apart completely, and pure abyssal darkness spills out from within. A glitchy hand jerks out of the wreckage, clawing for the air like something from the void is trying to grab hold of reality. Distorted whispers rip through the void, sounding almost like speech, until the meaning crumbles into pure noise. A colossal shadow crushes over him, and it speaks in cryptic symbols that scramble his mind, stuff no human brain is meant to understand. Even though the words make zero sense, Wim can feel it. There's no malice in the entity's presence, just a clear message. It's not here to hurt him. Vision cuts off just as fast as it starts, vanishing in an instant after a single quiet acknowledgement. Wim snaps back into reality, drops hard, and gasps for air as exhaustion slams into him all at once. The floor boss's colossal bulk collapses behind him, smashing into the water with a monstrous splash. He finally realizes he pulled it off, saved every single one, and he soaks in the pure joy lighting up his Russian comrades' faces. His strength finally gives out. He lunges forward, smashes face first into the water, and splashes hard. Panic erupts inside the guild as screams tear through the air, and they shout his name like an alarm bell. As his vision dims, he clings to one sweet truth. After all that relentless downpour, the rain finally lets up. The expedition ends with 106 injured, yet the final report somehow screams, not a single casualty, zero, absolutely zero. When the party hits the 50th floor entrance, they gawk upward at a towering staircase, guarded on both sides by creepy serpent statues. A hulking amphibian behemoth looms in front of them, eyes locked on the intruders as it draws back to strike. The giant frog whips its tongue like a weapon, but the vanguard darts away from the sticky snap with battle-tested precision. Nicholas bursts into the opening, roars as he swings her colossal hammer straight at the beast. Her skill detonated into a fierce crush. She connected perfectly, driving the monster's jaw straight into the ground with brutal, shaking force. While the beast scrambles to recover, Malice slams down a binding spell and pins its limbs to the floor, leaving it totally exposed. A roaring blast of fire swallows the trapped monster whole as another teammate hurls a wall of flame to burn it to the bone. The creature screams in agony as the flames devour it alive, trapped tight in magical restraints with nowhere to run. A swordsman bursts through the smoke and, in one unstoppable sweep, cleaves the flaming beast into 3 perfect parts. Blood spatters across Chrono's cheek as he grins, savoring that perfect, clean kill. With the battle finally over, the party rushes in on Chronos, cheering nonstop for his icy precision and unshakable skill. With Nicola healed up, Dragonwing dives back into the dungeon like their teamwork was reborn, moving in fresh, jaw-dropping sync. Even with her stuck in the back dealing with the map and random errands, the elf can't miss it. She's noticed their combat coordination has truly leveled up. Even with the wins piling up, a stubborn doubt creeps in as she digs through how fast everything happened. She admits that flying through this floor is proof the trio has real, unstoppable potential. Their reckless bravery flips the whole fight their way, proving their raw talent was never a fluke. She coldly shuts it down. Even with their talent, this party has no future beyond today. The Dragon Wing chasing frontline glory is gone, but as a mid-level crew, they've still got everything they need to survive. She admits it could come off as rude, but the truth hits her. This crew is missing the raw power needed to crush a floor boss. The story swings over to the Dragon Wing party house, where a hot, comforting meal is waiting for them after the expedition. The group chows down in dead silence, and all you can hear is cutlery rattling against plates. Tension hangs in the air as they chew in silence, each one dodging eye contact like the food might explode. Chronos shatters the quiet and demands, "Did Nicola cook?" then immediately calls her out she forgot to yank the carrot stems again. Nicola fumbles, blushes, and blurts out non-stop apologies for her clumsiness, while the others scramble to chuckle it off and move on. Chronos urges them to try, but one member snaps their mouth shut, refusing to eat the stem, and the laughter instantly dies, leaving a painfully awkward silence. The elf's stomach drops as the air turns heavy, and he realizes nobody has a clue how to lift the mood. Suddenly, Chronos snaps to attention, remembering the exact topic he's been dying to bring up with the group. With a laid-back grin, he slips up to the girls and asks, "So, what do you think about recruiting new members to bulk up our numbers?" He snaps them back to reality, we're still in a rank party, and admits he totally lost track of that while they were stuck in rehab. If they put out a recruitment call, they could slip right back to the front lines anytime, thanks to how highly they're ranked. Nicola freezes in place, then blurts out, jaw clenched, how many people he's really trying to cram into their tight-knit crew. When Chronos pitches the idea of rounding up a couple dozen people, the girls all freeze and stare, each one battling a different level of worry. The elf frets over the whole vetting mess, because how do you screen that many strangers when their party is literally made up of women? Unfazed by the tension, Chronos whirls toward Melis and demands her take, right when she wasn't ready. He leans in, waiting for your reply, grin bright with innocent curiosity. Watching their exchange, the elf realizes Chronos always slips in subtle moves, like he's quietly steering the whole conversation. Melis stammers that she'd feel a lot safer if the new recruits were girls, then insists, right through her nerves, that she's totally okay with Chronos being the only guy. The elf watches the awkward exchange unfold and instantly clocks the romantic tension as another painful crack in their group dynamic. It's a messy love triangle. Both girls are chasing Chronos, and he somehow has feelings for them both. Nicholas sits there in crushing silence, panicking that if more women slip into the party, Chronos might rip his heart away and fixate on the newcomers. Sophia flashes a troubled look, and it's no shock at all. She looks like she's carrying worry on her shoulders. Seeing her falling apart, Chronos leans in and demands, "Sophia, what's wrong?" Sophia speaks up about their crushing money troubles and admits they've got zero experience running a huge roster of members. A heavy, breath-stopping silence smashes down on the dining table as her words hit like a brutal truth. Chronos brushes off her fears, telling her that if the plan looked impossible to her, she should have spoken up from day one. Sophia's thrown off by his brutal pushback, and her words tumble out in stammers. She can't land a real defense. Chronos claims the floor boss's reward is so massive that money basically stops being a problem. Panic crashes over Sophia as she frantically spirals, wondering if she accidentally left out that one crucial detail in her reports. Sensing her hesitation, Chronos tells her, "If you can't get the words out, come meet me privately in my room." Sophia tells them that Wim's records say it plain. They've got no proofs and no approval to move against the subjugated boss. Panic rips through her as she realizes, in sheer terror, that she just caused a huge administrative disaster. A razor-sharp voice snaps in, ordering her never to say that man's name again. Sophia shoots back an apology, saying that based on the files, those documents were supposedly already sent. The crew realizes he must have messed up the paperwork, and that's why the reward money never showed up. Even with the finger-pointing flying everywhere, Sophia's not buying it. She's convinced approval should have shown up by now, no matter what mistake they think happened. She tries to push the brakes on expanding, because nobody knows what's coming next. Tension snaps like a whip as Kronos jerks to his feet, rage blazing, and the whole meal gets thrown into chaos. Grinding his teeth, he spits a curse on that bastard, because he's causing trouble for them again. He screams that the Dragon Wing was the one who took down the 97th floor boss, then throws a demand. How long is Wim going to keep getting in their way? Sophia drops her gaze with a heavy sigh, accepting that this twisted story is the truth, and it's not going to change. She bitterly realizes this whole party is just bandaging egos, while they smear Wim Strauss as the villain. The story snaps into a peaceful room where a chandelier glitters overhead, hanging like a silent watchman from the ceiling. Wim blinks through a haze and slowly forces his eyes open, only to realize he's waking up in a bed that definitely isn't his. The girl perched by his bedside spots his eyes open, then blurts, "You're awake." She bursts into the morning with a cheerful hello, and he answers with a groan of pure pain. She grabs him and hisses, "Don't move, don't talk." His battered throat and bruised body prove he can't afford even a whisper. Confusion floods Wim's mind as he scrambles to remember where he is and what in the world just happened. Memories crash into him, and without missing a beat, he blurts out, "Is everyone okay?" The girl chews him out, snatching him right for pushing himself even though she just told him not to. Wim snaps to it. He's in a hospital, and he immediately scrambles to figure out how he got there. She grabs his hand and tells him, "Yeah, the injuries are serious, but nobody's going to die." She drops the bombshell that he's been knocked out for 5 non-stop days. With a warm smile, she praises him for the great work he's done out there. Relief crashes over Wim, and he blurts out a tearful thank you straight to the heavens. Tears blurring his vision, he steels himself. Saving everyone matters more than risking his own life. The girl calls out to someone waiting outside, saying Camilla wants him to be called the moment he wakes up. A hand swings the door open with a gentle push, and that familiar voice snaps out, shouting Wim's name. Camilla barges into the room, grins, and teases him like, "So, did you have fun with that reckless stunt?" Blushing hard, Wim snaps his eyes away and admits quietly but honestly that he liked it a little too much. Camilla breaks into a warm, genuine smile at his honest answer. Wim snaps awake in bed as the door creaks open, and there, in the doorway, stands a familiar face staring back at him like trouble. To his utter shock, guild leader Camilla drops into a deep bow in full armor, lowering her head like that respect could crush the air. Wim's heart skitters as his superior suddenly goes formal, and he wildly flails his hands, practically pleading, "Please raise your head." A gentle voice slips through her hair as she offers her thanks, simple, sincere, and straight from the heart. She straight up admits that for now, all she can offer is gratitude, and then breaks down because she has no clue how she'll ever repay him. Tears spill down her face as she keeps thanking him over and over, her composure shattering under the sheer wave of relief. Wim stammers blurted out nonsense, utterly blindsided by the stoic leader's emotional explosion. Scratching his cheek with embarrassment, he humbly blurts that he's just relieved everyone made it back safe and sound. Camilla locks eyes with him, stunned that after he nearly lost his life, the first thing on his mind is still protecting everyone else. Swamped by emotion, her body jerks the moment she hits her breaking point. She can't hold it in, she surges forward screaming, then slams him into a bone-breaking hug so strong it rattles everything. Wim jerks in a gasp, too late to stop it, because the hug from a metal plate armored stranger slams into him like pure pain. As Wim's body turns blue under the chokehold, a loud, boisterous laugh erupts from the doorway at the sight of him fighting to break free. The rest of the guild barges into the room, shouting that the entire gang is here, come to pay their respects to their hero. Without a second thought, the whole gang piles onto the bed and smothers him in their group hug, pinning him even harder under all that weight. Pinned under a brutal pile of corpses, Wim jerks out a choking scream as his life gets slowly crushed out of him. The pile keeps swelling as more members dive in, and they totally ignore that the patient is still recovering. Wim howls that he's about to die the second he spots Abel rushing in, and the horror hits. His own friends are trying to end him too. The nurse snaps, her fury blazing as she shouts the mob to back off, and the other girls start whining that it's unfair they don't get their turn. She tries to whip everything back into shape, snapping that they'd better stop right now or they'll end up causing damage that never comes back. Watching the chaos unfold, she clenches her jaw and realizes Wim won't survive much longer if things stay like this. Camilla's voice slices through the chaos as she barks for everyone to stand at attention. With zero self-awareness, she barks for the group to keep their contact brief so they don't risk tearing into the already injured hero. A guild member deadpanned that her bone-crushing hug was nothing like what she preaches, then flat-out denied it like that wouldn't give her away. They cracked down and built a tight system. Everyone got exactly one chance to step in and thank him. A line snaps into place at once. Members step forward one by one, choking back tears as they pour heartfelt gratitude onto the person who saved them. Wim forces a shaky grin as he grips the handshake, insisting, voice trembling, that he was just doing his job as an adventurer. One guy tries to hang back for a little more, but the ruthlessly efficient system slams into gear, and they shout him down to keep it moving. The assembly line keeps roaring forward, and each member blurts out a quick thanks before they're pushed to the side to make way for the next person. Chaos explodes again the moment someone tries to cut back into the line, and a furious shout snaps back, "You already had your turn." Fights erupted over whether those interactions counted, and his members were desperate for just one more second with him. Camilla fights back, insisting those time limits are non-negotiable, because if they drag it out 1 second longer, their own hype could literally burn their savior up. Calm voice cuts through the chaos, urging them to call it a day right there and move on. The nurse yanks Camilla back by the collar, warning the leader, she's an intensive care patient too, she has to get back to her room. All alone after the dust settles, Wim lets out a soft, amused laugh, because somehow the absurdity of it all still feels warm in his heart. The nurse comes back, whispers that the storm's finally blown over, and urges him to rest, and he nods right away, grateful as relief washes over him. As he sinks back into the pillows, the room goes dead quiet, and the praise from today comes crashing back like a wave. He can still hear the shock in their voices as they told him they'd never seen anyone fight with skill like that. The girl's heartfelt thanks for saving her life keeps replaying in his mind like a promise he can't forget. As he fades to sleep, the whole guild's tearful cries of gratitude pour into his heart, and peace finally settles there. Alone in the quiet aftermath of the visit, Wim finally cracks a smile and tells himself, their gratitude, that's what lit me up. He grips the sheets so tight his knuckles ache, overwhelmed by that rare rush of being truly helpful and getting their grateful thanks right back. With Camilla's strength steadying him, he steels his resolve and decides it's time to officially join the Nacht Libel Guild. His work grinds to a stop, voices blare outside the door like trouble has finally arrived, and now those pesky guests are here to crash his day. He finally accepts the hand he's been dealt and admits this world is packed with every type of person imaginable. His thoughts slide into something darker, weighing the gratitude he got today against the people he thanked back when things weren't this heavy. With sharp pain stabbing his chest, he snaps at himself hard, then slams the brakes on that whole dangerous thought. Even in this moment of kindness, his traumatic memories claw back in, and he can't stop the despair from swallowing him. With his chest tight and his thoughts spinning, he finally admits it. He can't hold back the bitterness anymore, and it's spilling out anyway. He desperately wrestles with his own mind, trying to bully those dark thoughts into silence and clamp down on the resentment before it takes over. Standing outside that door in silence, the nurse watches with a heavy heart, sensing the hero's pain he hides. In a lavish office, a report slams onto the desk, confirming that Wim Strauss has finally awakened. The official breaks citywide news about Nacht Libel allegedly taking down the 98th floor boss. He clocked the buzz going around among the journalists, whispers that the temporary grandeur member really was the one who killed the beast. A piercing stare pins his subordinate, and he snaps, reminding him that it's the guild's job to dig up the truth in this mess. His subordinate breaks out in a cold sweat and quickly nods, agreeing with his superior's assessment. A quiet little chuckle slips out of the guildmaster, instantly shattering his usual stone-faced calm. His aide points out how wild it is to see him this fired up over just a simple investigation. They're heading for the hospital and can't stop talking, because this lucky hero is about to stare down the guild master face to face. As they step out, the master fires off a suggestion. Use this opening to finally grill him about that creepy 97th floor incident involving Dragon Wayne. Camilla Gaze stands in Vim with a grave face, staring him down and demanding, "Can you promise me just one thing?" She lets a sweet smile bloom on her face, then tells him, "Please remember me and think of me at least once every single day." Vim freezes in total confusion, staring back like, "Wait, what?" because he has no clue how to even answer a request that hits that hard that fast. The story suddenly jumps to a book excerpt. Every floor of this labyrinth is only linked by teleportation circles scattered between them. Dr. Hinks pours his heart into Lano's Lutz theory. If you dig deeper and deeper, the space around you doesn't stop, it just turns into a floor. Vim grips the book like it's precious, staring at the cover of the infamous, controversial Labyrinth Freak. Lying in his sickbed, Vin stared at the ceiling and thought, no matter how many times he rereads Dr. Hankey's essay, it still knocks the breath out of him. You can feel the author's words pouring out empathy and warmth, like they're reaching straight into your chest. Even though the idea is brilliant, Vim can't shake the shock. How come the doctor's work never shows up in any academic journal? Just as he's lost in thought, Camilla suddenly erupts from the doorway, screaming his name, so loud it rips him out of his head, and he yells in pure shock. Camilla flashes a grin and goads him like, "You've got to be brave to ignore me while I'm standing right here." She blurts out a quick apology, chuckling that it was all just a joke, because the truth is, he looked way too into that book. Vim's eyes flare with pure excitement when he confirms he never once imagined he'd actually get his hands on a copy of Labyrinth Freak. Camilla admits she used a few of her connections to get it, but she won't spill how the trade route works or where it even goes. She explains the book came from a branch that wasn't approved, because turning self-published manuscripts into real, peer-reviewed books takes forever. Vim grips the book with a grin, buzzing with curiosity. Now he's dying to know if any other members of the Naklibble share his love for this science-wise stuff. Camilla rips him out of his thoughts, tells him a visitor is here, and asks if he'll move to the reception room. Vim nods and hauls himself up from the bed, his feet slamming onto the floor with a loud, heavy thump. He leans in and tells her, "Don't judge me by how I look. I'm healed way more than this battle makes it seem." An older doctor grabbed Vim's attention and warned him he can't keep overworking his body, because he's already pushed himself way past his limits on the 98th floor. The doctor tells him straight up that the visitor can't possibly fit in the current room, so they'll have to move him. Vim is completely stunned. He can't wrap his head around it. Like, how does a visitor end up being unable to fit in that room? The doctor leans in and tells the guests straight up, there's a good chance they won't even clear the doorway. Camilla flashes a knowing smile as Vim's nerves spiral, and he blurts out, "Just who is this visitor exactly?" A messenger bird swoops in with a message. The guildmaster wants to talk right to his face. Outside, a colossal brute sprawls by the fountain. His massive weight hits the ground with a bone-jarring thud. A snarling dog erupts in fierce barks at a towering man, who's sitting right beside a child shaking on the bench in pure terror. A terrified bystander stepped up to Guildmaster Gottulf and begged him to calm that unnervingly intimidating aura. Guthealth is just out there acting like it's no big deal, barking back at the dog and telling it to stop chasing the impossible. The dog immediately drops to the ground and whimpers, utterly terrified by the ruthless stare lurking behind Gottulf's sunglasses. A reporter pushes in toward the scene and yells, "Excuse me," just to grab the giant's attention. The little man shoots a direct glare up at the towering figure and calls him out as the guildmaster. He leans in and asks, "Mind if I fire off a couple questions to double-check the rumors about Wim Strauss?" God's health gets shut down on the spot, and he snaps that he has nothing to say to the reporter. The reporter won't back off, desperate to snag a quote that proves the headline's real, that one grand man wiped out a floor boss all by himself. Gottulf whips his head around, stone-faced, and bluntly repeats that he has absolutely nothing to say. The reporter slides in a massive bribe, offering a huge donation to the guild if he'll hand over a justice statement. Gottulf lets out a sharp, stunned burst of disbelief at the sheer nerve of that offer. He leans in like a storm, voice cutting, demanding to know if you heard him right, and pressing if the man truly thinks money can buy him off. The reporter finally clocks his blunder, and as the guildmaster's wrath crashes down, he blurts out a panicked, stuttering denial. The reporter freezes in stunned silence as Guth's health hovers over him, and his face twists into pure fear and confused disbelief. Adolf stared down in pure disgust and snapped that the man was scum for even trying to bribe the guildmaster. The reporter gasps in pure terror, clutching his hat for dear life as he finally realizes how colossal his mistake truly is, standing right before that looming figure. A terrifying hush slams into the room as the reporter stiffens, trapped beneath the guildmaster's unblinking stare. Godolph slams his huge hands together right in the reporter's face, and the shockwave rattles the little man so hard his whole body starts to tremble. Wind pounds like a wrecking ball, shoving the reporter's face out of place, blasting his glasses right off and freezing him in stunned shock. God's health declares that before he ever became a guildmaster, he lived as a man of the cloth. As the reporter staggers backward with a bloody nose from the pressure, fist clenched, the giant priest thunders that he'll never miss a single sinner while he's standing there. The reporter crumples to the ground, trembling violently as the intimidation finally breaks them. Godolph demands to know why this reporter won't show an ounce of guts and cover the other big guilds, Minerva or Kitsun, and then taunts him like, "Did that clap finally knock some sense into you?" Alva storms in, chews out the guildmaster, and makes it crystal clear he caused the reporter's nose bleed, so now they're almost guaranteed to blast them with a nasty article. The reporter panics and blurts out that he had nothing to do with covering the incident, shaking with fear that retaliation is about to come for him again. Refusing the offer to get healed, the reporter stammers up some excuse, then bolts out of there like the whole place is on fire. Godolph steadied himself, then thanked Vim for making it all the way to the reception room, quickly apologizing for the whole disruption. Vim grips the edge of his courage, staring in raw awe and a tremble of fear at the gigantic figure who's now sitting calmly across from him. The giant steps in and introduces himself with full ceremony, calling himself God Health, the guild master, then declares it's an honor to meet Vim. Vim nods back nervously, sweating bullets as he introduces himself, all while the guild master's presence bears down on him. Turns out Godolph Nochenhauer isn't just famous, he's a living legend who once carved his name through the labyrinth, smashing forward with a gigantic warhammer. He's a one-of-a-kind warrior priest, no fixed class, just raw power, trading blows while healing himself with magic so he can soak up the fights like a living tank. Godolph politely asks if he can call the young adventurer Womano, and suddenly his whole vibe flips, respect replaces the scary reputation. Inside, Vim's screaming this guy is terrifying, but out loud he stammers, insisting he absolutely doesn't mind the nickname. Godolph bursts into hearty laughter, slaps his knee, and tells Vim not to sweat a thing, he's only here to say thank you and deliver his congratulations. Godolph leans in, a sharp glint flashing behind his glasses, and then drops the one last thing he wants to confirm. Vim perches on the sofa's edge, fidgeting and blurting out how shocked he is that the guild master trekked all this way just to thank him. Godolph clings to the truth, he took down the floor boss all by himself, so how could he not pay his respects? He flashes that huge grin, leans into Vim and praises him to the hilt, saying he's absolutely nailed it. Vim gets totally thrown off by the exact wording, and he starts questioning that single-handedly part of the sentence like it doesn't add up. He straightens up and calls the guild master out. No, it wasn't him alone. It was every single one of them in Nactolable, taking down the floor boss together. Godolph erupted in laughter, smugly agreeing that Vim was exactly the kind of guy Camilla had warned her about. He breaks it down like this: trigger the boss's phase change and wipe it out, and it'll count the same as taking it down all by yourself. Godolph makes it clear Camilla and the rest of Nactolable fully agree with that judgment, so all that's left for Vim is to swallow the credit and move on. Vim tries to claim it must be a mistake, but Godolph slams him down mid-sentence and demands he accept the honor. He tells Vim he'll be showing up at the award ceremony, then grabs his well-deserved reward during the upcoming Festival of Passage. Virbrand's biggest party is the Festival of Passage, held the moment a floor boss goes down and a brand new path to the next floor suddenly opens up. Godolph explains that because this lands so soon after they wiped out the 97th floor, they'll throw a never-before-seen joint festival, celebrating both floors together. He's calling it right now. This is going to be the biggest festival Virbrand has ever seen, and it's just getting started with a grim look on his face, he lays out the situation, and it sounds absolutely unbelievable. Godolph tells the wild tale of Dragon Wings shutting down the 97th floor boss with just 4 people, and then, only months later, the 98th floor boss goes down too. He hammers home the savage irony: the 98th floor boss gets wiped out by the very adventurer who was kicked out of Dragonwing. Vim sinks into silence, crushed by the guildmaster's words and shaken by just how huge his achievement really is. Godolph points out that everyone in Virbrand already knows Dragonwing smashed the 97th floor boss, so that Vim link should be screamingly obvious. He drops a bombshell. Dragonwing still hasn't received official approval for that exact subjugation. Godolph explains that the approval process got shut down the moment Dominic, his sharp-eyed subordinate, spotted that something didn't add up. Vim freezes in confusion, swearing he wrote those documents himself and daring anyone to find a single mistake in them. Dominic checks the paperwork and says it's flawless, and that just makes Vim's confusion about the delay explode even more. He insists the report feels wrong, like Vim didn't just vanish but deliberately wrote himself out of the story. Dominic admits the labyrinth might be to blame, but the on-site investigation makes it crystal clear something is seriously wrong. He says Vim's first reaction basically proved his theory, because Vim cut out his own deeds and shrugged them off like they didn't matter at all. Dominic demands the proof, but Vim panics and slams back, yelling that he only reported the objective truth. The subordinate digs in, pushing even harder because he realizes Vim is the last one left, and then he finishes the boss just as the other three members crumple. Dominic drops the bombshell. He went undercover as a reporter just to get the truth straight from Kronos himself. A flashback hits and Kronos smirks at the disguised Dominic like, "So, do you want to hear how the glorious floor boss battle went?" Kronos smirks like he owns the universe, bragging that he wiped the monster out, then slices it straight in half, the brutal sensation still burning in his hands. Back in the present, Dominic clocks it instantly. Kronos' massive retelling clashes with the official report word for word. Vim stares down in total disbelief, blurting out how the story ever got twisted into something this clearly fabricated. Dominic stares coldly at Kronos and realizes it's clear. Unlike humble Vim, Kronos acts like he's royalty, worshipping his own power and talents. Vim tries to smooth things over for his old boss, cracking a shaky laugh as he tells reporters that Kronos just loves to blow things up a bit. Dominic admits Kronos could go far but rips into his character and refuses to let the official record stand there. No way, not without real proof he can put his hands on. Vim breaks into a cold sweat under the crushing pressure, then finally blurts out what the guild really wants from him. Dominic declares that sweeping the truth under the rug when it comes to a floor boss's honor and the subjugation of them is a sin. He slams his words down and demands that Vim reclaim the credit that's rightfully his. A sick drop hits Vim's stomach as they realize they're about to officially hand him the 97th floor clear. He's battling himself in silence, realizing he hasn't even untangled his own messy feelings about Dragonwing yet. Vim's panicking now. If he retracts his report, he's basically set the stage for maximum awkwardness with his old party. He's torn up inside, overwhelmed by it all because he can't deny it. These strangers are trying to help him, even as his own fear keeps him backing away. Vim dug in his heels and said Dragonwing wiped out the boss, then he got dropped until Naklevel caught him, took him in, and gave him the respect he earned. He locks onto them with a sudden, spine-chilling glare and demands to know straight up if they've got a problem with that version of events. Guts' health and Dominic freeze in stunned silence, smacked speechless by the crushing pressure blasting off the young adventurer. Vim jerks out of his trance, suddenly realizing he's been glaring straight at the guildmaster, and he blurts a panicked gasp. He jerks his head down, blurting non-stop apologies, swearing he was so desperate back then that his memory is a total blur. Godolph swallows the apology, then turns serious and begs him to at least take the honor of clearing the 98th floor. Down the hallway later, Camilla cornered Godolph and asked how the meeting went. He just shrugged, saying it was hard to tell. Godolph leans back thinking Vim only trusts what he hears as absolute fact, then he wonders if the kid even realizes he just knocked out a floor boss. He realizes the boy has zero presence, and he can't even picture spotting him in a crowd. Godolph drops his serious face and admits it straight, if Vim ever goes full serious mode, not even he could survive. Camilla snaps at him that no pile of cash can ever buy Vim, and she can practically see it. Godolph is pressuring him hard. She flashes a knowing smile, and Godolph just hums along in silence like he's admitting she nailed it. Godolph tells her not to go overboard on that boy too, but she just laughs and shrugs, because honestly, what would he even have to say? He grimly confirms that Vim sadly didn't get credit for the 97th floor subjugation. Godolph replayed the meeting in his head, and the only time the boy truly felt alive to him was in that one unforgettable moment. A flashback hits and the sheer terror in Vim's eyes screams louder than his words as he confronts them about his past. For one split second, Godolph feels it, like he caught the real Vim hiding under that timid mask. He strides off, wondering if that quiet kid could actually push a legend like him to the edge. Abel drops a fresh set of clothes on the table and asks Vim, "Anything else you need before I go?" Vim shoots him a grateful look, then scrambles up in the sickbed, only to find it sinking fast beneath a swelling avalanche of gifts. Vim glances around at the chaos, lets out a heavy sigh, and finally admits the truth. Those overwhelming vibes piled on him have him genuinely shaken. The caption spills the truth. Abel shows up to the recovering adventurer every single day. No excuses, no breaks. Flashbacks reveal Abel grinning, cheerfully volunteering to take care of him even though he's packed with his own work, pushing him away and yelling that he should leave it to him. Abel blurts out how grateful he is, then keeps telling Vim over and over that he looked absolutely unreal out there in the battle. Vim breaks into an awkward smile, sweat beading as he realizes Abel's praise is meant with good intentions, yet the non-stop hype still makes him feel weirdly embarrassed. He finally resigns himself to it. His life now is just lying in bed, stuck enduring one endless wave of visitors after another. The guest beams at him, cheering that he looks way better than he did last week when they dropped by. Another visitor shows up with a bouquet of flowers and swears they've got a special calming power to help him heal faster. A grin stretches across his face as he thrusts a jar of olives into your hands, bragging that he personally grew them back in his hometown. Someone else shoves a fresh copy of the hottest new novel into their hands, then points out it's being sold nearby. With tears spilling down her cheeks, a woman drops into a deep bow and pours out her gratitude to Vim for keeping her husband safe during that deadly expedition. A proud father thrusts his baby toward the bed, calls her an angel, and demands that Vim hold her. Finally alone, Vim lets out a long, shaky breath of relief, looking small and utterly worn out in the middle of that wild mountain of gifts. He snatches up a wrapped box, freezes with it in his hands, and tries hard to recall which visitor handed it to him. Vin spirals because he can't remember faces, then realizes Nact Level has 122 members and the panic hits hard. If he can't learn everyone's name, he's going to be in serious trouble. A weird guy with a monocle steps in and introduces himself, Gregor, claiming he's with the Brother Branch Party, Libra Rob. Gregor explains that if you count every associate across all those branch parties, the total shoots up to at least 1,000. He leans in with a sly grin, whispers to Vim that his comeback against the floor boss was so legendary it even caught the attention of the secondary parties. Vim watches the man like a hawk, dead set on the fact that Gregor doesn't give off the same brutal, electric energy as the main Nact Libel crew. Gregor rubs the back of his head, embarrassed as hell, and admits it. Yeah, he's the leader now, but he was basically thrown into the role just recently. Relief hits Vim like a warm wave. He suddenly feels like he's found his own kind in this awkward, unimposing man. Gregor steps up with a white box, wearing a humble smile, and tells Vim to please take it as a little token of their greeting. Vim rips open the gift and freezes in pure shock because the box is stuffed to the brim with shiny gold coins. Gregor misreads the situation and blurts out, "Isn't that enough?" while Vim loses his mind, yanking back hard and refusing that wildly outrageous bribe. Vim warns that taking that money would spell trouble for Camilla, but Gregor slams back that it's nothing more than a small token of gratitude. Realizing he screwed up, Gregor lets out a shaky laugh, then rushes to apologize for how wrong and inappropriate that gift is. His gaze flicks to the bedside table, and there it catches, a specific book sitting on the shelf just waiting for him. Gregor perks up and grabs the volume, eyes locking on the cover of the infamous, controversial academic text, **** Labyrinth Freak***. He snaps his head to Vim and asks if he's a fellow reader too, and Vim hesitates before admitting he only reads a little. Vim blurts out a warning, yelling at him to read with caution, because the guild never signed off on it and everyone's calling the content sketchy. Gregor shoots Vim a shocked look after spotting that rare book here, then demands to know if he's actually read it, because everyone knows getting it is nearly impossible. Blushing hard, Gregor confesses he's not just reading the book, he helped build it, writing an article about fluorescent paint. Vim's eyes blaze with excitement as he confirms he hasn't read the other works, yet he's 100% sure he knows exactly that article. Gregor lights up with pure excitement, tells everyone his pen name is Jelon, and can't stop grinning because Vim finally knows his work. He stares at Vim, eyes widening with respect, and whispers to himself that he never thought he'd find a brother in a place like this. They shoot the breeze for hours over their shared obsession, and when the time finally comes, Gregor leans in and begs Vim to keep their little hobby hidden from Camilla. Vim breaks into a warm grin as the conversation wraps up, finally feeling at ease because he knows the organization has people just like him. The sun blazed over the guild building, signaling the day Vim finally got to leave the infirmary. Camilla flashes the hospital staff one last goodbye and tells Vim to look after himself as he steps out the infirmary door, and Vim can't believe how fast he healed. He honestly didn't expect to be released this soon after the fight. Vim steps out into the open air, pausing for a beat to breathe in the world after being locked away for a full week. Camilla waits for him with a cool, confident smile, congratulating him on his discharge as she casually leans against the wall. She rushes to apologize for dragging him all the way out to meet her instead of just coming to his room, and before she can worry, Vim waves it off fast, grinning like it's no big deal because he's just thrilled to be on the move. Vim freezes mid-step, eyes locked on her, because this is the first time he's ever seen Camilla in plain civilian clothes. Camilla catches his scorching stare and immediately blushes so hard she stammers, "If you keep looking at me like that, I swear I'm going to feel embarrassed too." Vim blurts out the truth. He says that outfit looks insanely good on her, and he's adamant that it's not weird at all because that casual vibe fits her perfectly. Camilla fidgets with her face and admits in a whisper that she still feels off, like she's totally exposed without her usual thick plate mail. She tells him that for years she's lived in nothing but her armor day after day, and Vim finally blurts out what happened to all her usual gear. Camilla sizes it up and blurts that her beloved armor is stuck in the shop right now, racked from the damage and needing massive repairs. A flashback slams us into that brutal brawl. Her armor gets wrecked by the hits, and it still buys her time against the floor boss, saving her from the floor. Later, she admits the fight on the 98th floor shattered the whole structure's integrity. She reels from that gut-churning screech of metal tearing apart, and the horrifying truth hits right then: her defense is crumbling fast. Her face turns grim the moment her fingers press the cracked spot in the armor, and suddenly she's back in that gut-punch terror of knowing she could have died. Camilla finally admits it: her armor didn't just help, it saved her, standing as the only wall between her and a death blow. If she hadn't been wearing that exact high-grade set, she's certain she'd have met death on the spot. Vim listened with a heavy, somber stare, fully feeling the weight of that fight and how dangerously close he was to losing her forever. Camilla snaps out of that heavy cloud fast, slaps on a bright smile, and drags herself right back into the conversation. She shuts down all that gloomy talk about death and armor and pushes them to get moving. As they stride along, she leans in and tells him she's got something huge to discuss, something about the city. She grabs his hand and tells him to walk with her for a minute because she needs to explain everything clearly without getting overheard. They wander through Verbran's non-stop streets, soaking up the city's wild energy and the crowds buzzing all around them. Camilla kicks off her explanation and makes it clear: Verbran is a colossal meeting ground where adventurers of every kind roll in. Since it's the heart of exploration, people swarm to this place from every corner of the world, chasing fame, fortune, and glory. She warns him that where the light and wealth shine brightest, deep shadows always lurk just beneath the surface. She points out that while everyone's distracted, countless parties are clawing over resources, territory, and prestige, and it turns violent fast. This competition spirals into chaos in no time, and the guild can't stamp out the fights fast enough. Camilla snaps her gaze to Vim, serious as thunder, warning him to watch himself now that everyone's starting to notice him. Suddenly, she freezes mid-step, whips her head over her shoulder, and locks eyes on the feeling that something's right there with her. Vim feels the sudden tension in her body, blurts "What's wrong?" and whips his gaze around like he can't believe what he's sensing. Camilla lets out a shaky breath, wondering if her mind is messing with her or if someone really is watching her. As she picks up the conversation, she warns him that Verbran has a rotten side most people shove out of their minds, especially those brutal parties where they trade in black maps. She calls black maps illegal because they're built by tossing expendable people into the labyrinth, baiting the traps, and charting the route one body at a time. She rattles off even darker horrors, like the demi-human slave trade's key players and the way illegal magic drugs get distributed. Camilla hammers the point: the city's monstrous structure isn't just hiding darkness, it's swallowing even more, letting those evils rot in silence without anyone noticing. She finally blurts it out straight to his face, asking if he's ever heard of a party called Minerva Akaya. Vim freezes mid-step and the name hits his brain like a spark, flipping a long-buried memory back to life. He confirms he's heard of them, nodding slow as the name crawls back into his memory. Camilla's face stays grim as she braces herself to finally tell them why she dragged them into this. She drops the bombshell, sure they're a top-tier guild, but rumors say they're tangled up in the city's darkest underbelly. The scene slams shut on a towering, intimidating building, and you can practically feel the clash about to explode in its halls. Camilla admits she was paranoid to believe the enemy would hit Vim the second he was discharged, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she had to stay on full alert. Vim strides through the silent outskirts of the city, and the name Minerva Akaya keeps pounding through his mind like a warning he can't place. In a loud, booming tavern, Kronos twirls his wine like it's nothing, and casually asks Nicola what he thinks about the girl marked as number 15. Nicholas rubs his cheek and recalls the red-haired warrior, cute, sure, but her fighting power just didn't hit the mark. Kronos flashes a slick grin, acting like just walking in can magically crank up the energy of their whole party. The elven mage snaps in with ice-cold pragmatism, dismisses the girl just by her eyes, and tells her to shift her focus to number 6 instead. Nicholas lets out a quiet internal sigh, terrified that recruiting members with whimsical rules is going to rip their party's coordination apart. The mage keeps his eyes locked on Kronos because one slip of a word and the whole thing could shatter, sending him snapping back to square one and wiping every bit of progress. Right when it starts getting interesting, a thunderous conversation from the table nearby yanks her attention. Everyone's buzzing about Naklabel's latest big win. The patrons stare in disbelief as Naklabel rockets through the 98th floor at insane speed, their cheers screaming how elite they truly are. Kronos slams Midrink, his rival guild, right into a freezing halt, slicing through the tavern's wild noise like a blade. He snaps to his feet, towers over the gossiping adventurers, and demands to know straight up if that story's real. The adventurers freeze, mouths stuttering as they realize it, terrified because they're staring straight at the leader of Dragonwing. Kronos locked eyes with them, his stare ice-cold and deadly, and demanded they spill every detail they knew about the rumor. A man admits, hands shaking, that Naklabel reportedly crashed straight into the floor boss on a huge expedition and attacked it on the spot. And the wildest part, the rumor says they beat that monster on the spot, no retreat, no hesitation, just straight-up victory. Another patron scoffs and calls the whole story fake, pointing out it still took 3 grueling years to clear the 97th floor, unlike that claim. Gossips are buzzing that Vim's been hit with naked libel and Kronos can't stand still. He's itching with intense agitation as he leans in to listen. They can still feel Kronos' explosive tantrum in their bones, the moment he realized his old baggage carrier was pulling it off without them. Kronos scrambles to pull himself together, sneering that Dragon Wing won't fall to punks like them, until the man cuts him off and drops more bombshell news. The adventurer pauses, then finally admits the bizarre truth. People swear Camilla wasn't the one who delivered the killing blow. He explains that everyone's whispering the same thing, that temporary adventurer riding alongside the party was the one who actually took it down. The crowd is totally lost. How in the world would a top guild let a complete outsider swoop in and steal the glory? Kronos slams his hand down and roars at the man to quit spitting riddles and just say it straight. The man trembles, then he drops the bombshell. The temporary member took down the floor boss all by himself. Kronos just blanks out and the word solo hits his ears without landing anywhere in his head. The man insists that this one temporary member reportedly took care of the whole threat solo. Kronos' mind snaps at the idea, rage surges, because it's insane to think anyone could take down a floor boss alone. The phantom of Vim grinning at him flashes in his head, and denial hits like a violent wave, ripping through his chest. He shakes with rage he can barely contain, muttering that nothing like this could possibly be true and snarling at them not to mess with him. In the middle of the packed tavern, his party members stare in pure horror as his calm shatters into nothing. Kronos yanks the adventurer by the collar, hauls him off the ground, and roars that nobody can take a floor boss alone. He shoves the terrified man hard into the wall and roars that the rumor is total trash. Then the entire tavern freezes into deadly silence. An elven maid shrieks at him to stop, jabbing a finger as she screams that everyone's watching their humiliating mess. Kronos snaps his grip away, then the red haze clears as the man stammers out an apology, swearing he has no idea what came over him. He rakes his hand through his hair, tries to brush it off with a flimsy excuse, and admits he's been a little on edge lately. At the next table, a rugged man leans in and snaps, saying Kronos is right, because that rumor sounds flat-out impossible. He snaps in with a sharp jab, saying it's just as hard to believe 4 cleared the 97th floor. The stranger jabs the knife in deeper, then roars at the top of his lungs, demanding to know why Dragonwing's jump to A rank is taking forever to get processed. Kronos' party members snap with rage at the insult, and then someone spots the heckler. It's Daz, the B-rank adventurer, the Iron Fist himself. Kronos sneers at the rumors, saying Vim only got lucky because their old chore boy botched something. Then he laughs off the idea that anyone could take down a golem with bare fists. Des bucht sich vor grinst spurdisch unmustert den angeblichen Laufburschen. Naklu left für einen offenbar richtig gut und den stichelt Kronos eiskalt and in dem ihm embietet, die neuesten Gerich zu teilen, die über seinen Extremkollegen Kursoren. Kronos snaps, demanding to know what that tone is trying to say, and Daz just shrugs like it's nothing, claiming Vim probably slid into the guild on connections, not skill. Daz storms up to Dragonwing and rips into them face-to-face, sneering mopey-dopey and flat-out, saying they don't look like an A-rank party at all. Then he jeers at their whole downfall, taunting that all the hype around them is totally gone. Krono glares back with dead-cold eyes and fires off that he's only been on edge lately. Then he demands to know if the guy's deaf or just plain stupid for ignoring the warning the first time. The tension snaps as Daz rises up, looming over Kronos and calling out that a fight is coming any second, while the tavern crowd erupts, hungry to watch violence ignite. Grinst bedrelig nur wenige Zentimeter von Kronos gesicht entfernt, unfordert seinen Senpai heraus, Rostjahin für ein Rund und mit seinem Spot gegen die Autorität workt es wie ein Einladung, der man sich einfach nicht entsinnen kann. Kronos lifts his gaze calmly and smirks that this brute must be fresh here if he thinks he can act this foolish. Then he swears he'll deliver a painful lesson in exactly when to keep his mouth shut. The whole crowd screams as the two fighters shove the fight outside, and one patron yells Daz get his ass, making it crystal clear the place is brimming with hate for Kronos. Kronos' party huddles together, hands trembling as they stare at the chaotic public brawl, because one ugly scene could wreck their A-rank promotion, yet the moment Daz starts slinging bets money side, everyone jumps in fast. Under the moonlight, loud crashes boom as the tavern crowd laughs. Kronos clearly bit off more than he could chew, and they're having a field day roasting him for not knowing his place. Daz rockets through the air, blood bursting from him as his jaw shatters under a blow he never saw coming. Then it hits him too late that the rumors about Kronos' weakness were deadly lies. Kronos rockets a fist straight into Daz's face with brutal, pinpoint precision, brushing aside Daz's broken, garbled surrender, then keeps hammering him with zero mercy as the impact thunders on. Rage takes over. Kronos slams into the defenseless man, fists flying as he roars that the guy should have just kept his mouth shut. His eyes go wide and wild, pouring all his fury into the B-rank adventure. Nicola bursts in, snatches Kronos by the arm and yells that it's done, only to wrestle with his leader, who looks like he's ready to smash that man to death. Kronos finally stops wheezing as Daz crumples to the floor, unconscious and shattered. The brutal fight snaps shut and a crushing silence hits like a wall, stopping the story mid-breath. The crowd freezes in total shock, realizing this is what a real party leader looks like after hunting down a floor bus. Then Kronos steps forward, points at everyone, and dares the whole group. Who's the one who said he wasn't strong? He flips personas on the spot, flashes a grin, and apologizes to everyone like it's nothing, brushing off that brutal beating like it was just a tiny snap of temper. Kronos whips around to his party, grinning like, "See, this attention just proves we're getting famous." Then he rips into them to shut out the idiots spreading those ridiculous rumors. The elven mage fixes him with a worried stare, urges them to slow down, and tries to calm the tension as she senses he's teetering on the edge. She insists they can still prove their worth by pushing into the rest of the 98th floor, and she argues that taking the time to recover is the smartest play for their future. She forces a bright smile, nudging him like, "Forget everything, recruit new members first," and she practically begs him to help the party crawl back on its feet. Kronos flashes a smile and nods along like he's buying her logic hook, line, and sinker, and for a split second, the tension finally starts to melt away. The second he turns away, his face hardens and you can tell he's got zero plans to slow down. The agreement was just a trick to shut her up and silence her worries. He mumbles that those dragon wings are meant for the labyrinth's front lines, and pride won't let them vanish into the background. With a crazed grin, Kronos roars that he'll teach the world what happens when Dragon Wing gets furious. Then he snaps at his terrified crew to rush to the 99th floor right now. As the mage gapes in horror watching him vanish, a hooded stranger studies everything from the shadows, slipping through the alley like a silent ghost. What they want is a total mystery. Abel's beams blazed with endless energy, practically begging them to jump back into their morning training, just for a few hours, please. Hyde Mary tugs on his hood, flashes that smug smirk, and tells Vim he's been picked to speak at next week's study session for the Labyrinth Freak Book. A burly adventurer flashes a huge grin and pulls him in, begging him to grab a drink and toast to his recovery. Three thrilled guys link arms and practically beg Vin to join their shopping spree, because they want matching outfits together. Vim lets out a nervous laugh, completely drowned by the sudden, relentless spotlight of attention from everyone around him. A packed surge of eager faces crashes into his vision. Everyone yells his name and shoves gifts into his hands from every side. In the hushed quiet of her study, Hidemary sinks into her books and maps, grinding at her desk like every second matters. She leans over the magical map sprawled across the table, eyes locked as a blinking signal starts flaring across the city grid. Her eyes sharpen as she spots it, Vim's tracking signal slithering through the streets, stuttering in a weird, totally irregular pattern. Virbrin is buzzing nonstop, all because rumors are flying about what's happening on the 98th floor and the chaos and opportunities that might come crashing in. A shocking diagram pops up, showing tons of guilds are scrambling to recruit Vim before the official guild announcement even hits. Hidemary drags her finger across the map, clocking that Vim's been hopping from coffee shops to bars the whole time while she was stuck dealing with the Sages Association. She mutters under her breath, eyes narrowing, trying to figure out just who he's meeting in all these places. Her calm shatters, she screams in pure frustration, snapping that his actions are way too suspicious to just look away. A hooded stranger creeps around a brick corner like a shadow, practically begging not to get seen. Hidemary watches from afar, clocking that Vim's in disguise and that he's already yanked off his tracking device. She watches him slink through the streets, convinced his secret way of moving is hiding a scandalous truth. Her imagination goes full throttle, and she's suddenly convinced he's sneaking around to meet another woman. She flashes a quick thought that he could be with Abel, then swats the idea away just as fast, because in her mind, Vim doesn't have anyone else. Jealousy and rage flood her. She clamps her spyglass so tight it looks like it might snap under the strain. She insists it's probably a recruitment meeting because his plain clothes are so painfully unstylish that there's no way they're meant for a date. Doubt creeps in as she starts to wonder if maybe his fashion sense is so bad that, yeah, those are really just his dating clothes. A scream of sound from the street below yanks her attention away, cutting straight through her thoughts. Vim slips through the jam-packed marketplace, darting glances over his shoulder like trouble's right behind him. A sneaky stranger trails him from just a few steps back, slipping right into the crowd like they belong there. Hidemary jolts because she realizes someone is really following Vim through the city. She whips her gaze across the crowd and zeroes in on the hooded pursuer. He's copying Vim's moves like he can't breathe without them. A stalker shadows Vim around a corner and into a quiet alley, completely clueless that something far worse is already on the hunt. Hidemary snaps off a chant and slams Icebund into the air, freezing the pursuer dead in their tracks. A monstrous pillar of ice detonates upward from the ground, snaring the stalker in place, while Hidemary leaps down and erupts at them with a furious shout. The hooded figure slams onto the cobblestones with a brutal thud, then the freezing spell locks him in place, utterly immobile. Hidemary towers over the captive, her terrifying glare locked on them as she demands to know who sent them, what party took them. She leans in so close her glare could slice, and she rips into the stranger as a creepy stalker for targeting innocent people. The stalker blurts out frantic denials, then whips his face into view, and it's Abel standing right there. Abel jolts upward in full panic, eyes locked on the mage, and blurts out who he is, leaving the poor spellcaster completely stunned. Hidemary just freezes, staring ahead in stunned silence, and the name slips out of her mouth as the rush finally ebbs away. Abel stays rooted in the alley, totally frozen, while Hidemary looms over him and demands to know why he acted like that. She folds her arms tight, glares him down, and demands a real reason, because why was he sneaking around behind Vim? Abel drops his gaze in shame and mutters that he only wanted to copy Vim's style. He scratches his cheek, blush creeping in, and lets out a nervous laugh, because ever since their fight, Vim hasn't left his head for a second. Abel clasps his hands like he's praying, gushing that Vim is just too cool and he wants to become exactly like him. He praises the adventurer's razor focus, straight up saying that the moment Vim locks in, he turns into a whole new person. Hydemary glares like ice, demanding to know what his hero worship has to do with stalking Vim block by block through the streets. Abel tells him, sure, our classes are different, but I swear if I copy how Vim moves, I'll climb to the same level. Hydemary props her chin on her hand and narrows her eyes, like she's side-eyeing every word as his logic falls apart. Sweat trickles down Abel's face as he bursts into nervous laughter, blurting out, so, you finally get my reasoning. Hydemary snaps, calling him a stalker to his face, then turns to walk away, warning she'll hand him straight to the authorities. Abel snatches her up in panic, gasping for mercy and swearing this is his first time defending himself. Hydemary slams the brakes, whirls around, and stares him down with a stern look, then makes it crystal clear where the line is. She shrugs and admits she's totally fine with him drawing power from Vim or clinging to her for that sweet spark of inspiration. She slams into the wall and fires off a warning. If you invade Vim's privacy, you've crossed the one line you don't come back from. Abel drops into a crouch, lets out a chilling, rasping laugh, and just flat out agrees, she's totally right. Hydemary recoils in disgust, snapping, what's wrong with you? As his creepy laughter sends shivers down her spine. Abel tells them he's trying to steal Vim's laugh, but Hydemary shuts the whole thing down on the spot. Dead-eyed, she snaps stop, and horror sparks on her face as she realizes how badly this is going wrong. She screams pure refusal, demanding he stop acting like that. Abel jumps in immediately and agrees. Hydemary warns him, I'll let you off just once, but don't count on a second chance. She waves him off like he's a nuisance, shoos him away, and snaps at him to hurry home, already. Abel stops right before he leaves, flips the script, and demands to know why she was following Vim in the first place. Mary's face went pale, she blurted out, stammering that she'd been stopping other parties from trying to poach him, all because Camilla ordered it. She snaps her gaze away, scrambling to hide the blush, swearing it's nothing, while Abel just stares at her, eyes burning with raw doubt. Clutching her panic, Mary realizes Vim is gone and she bursts out that it's all his fault, while Abel watches her in quiet, silent judgment. Vim sits alone in a hushed cafe, eyes going dead as he waits, staring at nothing while his appointment hangs in the air. He snaps his head up, startled, as a voice rushes in to apologize for the delay right when his guest finally arrives. Vim pops up to greet the visitor with a polite smile, insisting he just got here and that he definitely hasn't been waiting for long. Abel cranes his neck to the window, jaw snapping open with shock when he finally recognizes who Vim is meeting. His whole body starts to tremble without control and his mind scrambles, trying and failing to make sense of the impossible thing in front of him. Abel falls apart when he hears Vim's about to meet a woman, and not just any woman, a stunning beauty, crushing every last bit of his idea of the fearless adventurer. He jabs Hydemary around hard, demanding what they're supposed to do about this shocking twist. Hydemary freezes in total silence, eyes blazing wide as she processes what's happening inside that cafe. Her shock snaps into rage. Vim sips his coffee black and she erupts, yelling that he always loads it up with milk and sugar. Abel lunges in to shut her up as she explodes on Vim, demanding he stop playing it cool and pretending he's an adult. He tells her at least try to deny that jealousy, and then admits he figured Vim was just a late bloomer. Abel's gaze snaps to the table, and right between them he spots a mysterious paper bag just waiting to be uncovered. Through the window you can see the two chatting, while the bag suddenly becomes the center of everything. The woman glides the paper bag across the table toward Vim, cradling it like it might shatter. Hydemary gasps sharply, and the instant she recognizes what she's seeing, her eyes blow wide in shock. Through the window panes she's suddenly revealed, an elf wearing glasses, her serious expression set in stone. Hydemary snaps that she's seen the woman before, and her mind goes into overdrive trying to pin that face to a memory. She slams her hand on the ledge and locks eyes on him. This stranger is the Chronos Party mage. Vim sinks into the cafe seat, replaying how Dragonwing kicked him out, and realizing the accountant who took his place can only go so far without someone steering her. He sits across from Sophia, the elf accountant, grinding his teeth as he fumes that this chaotic handover mess keeps shoving them into secret meetings over and over again. Vim blurts out an apology for dragging her into all of this, admitting she probably never wanted to be mixed up with him after his removal. He replays his chat with the guild receptionist, and it hits him. Sophia isn't just surviving on luck, she's sharper than he ever gave her credit for. Vim takes a sip of his tea and wipes out his earlier mistake. She didn't join the party just because she'd fallen head over heels for Kronos. Then it hits him, her no-nonsense attitude means the party's gold, and even the veins behind it just got handed off to an entirely different crowd. Sophia grins and backs up his guess, saying this new setup turns the recovery medicine into an even bigger game-changer. Vim can't believe how fast she clicks with his explanations, and it sends her right back to the days when his old teammates used to grumble that he was impossible to follow. He stares down at the documents in his hand, ready to slam the final details into place for the transfer. Vim insists that just one more meeting will wipe everything clean, swearing that after that, it'll all be fine. Sophia dips her head and apologizes with real sincerity, admitting she stole his precious time with her selfish worries. Vim lets out a breath of relief as he locks eyes with her, thinking, if it's you, I can ditch this party and trust you to handle it. He snaps himself back to reality, fuming that he's still obsessing over Dragon Wing after they already kicked him out. Just as Sophia stood up to leave, Vim shouted her name and yanked her back before she could reach the door. He pauses for a beat, then awkwardly brings up the 97th floor boss, like it's a loaded question no one wants to touch. Vim freezes, terrified he just triggered a landmine just by bringing up the topic to a guy who's still active. He leans in and reassures her, no matter how loud the rumors get, he's sure the subjugation approval will come through sooner or later. Wearing a worried smile, he tells her, don't pull any wild moves, this reward money should keep us afloat for a bit. Caught going too far, Vim drops his gaze and blurts out an apology, because he knows he's got no right to talk about their affairs anymore. He admits that for a while Dragonwing was his real home, and even with all its ugly flaws, he still can't help thinking of it that way. He asks her if she'll carry his message to the rest of the members for him. Before the words even settle, he snatches the request back, realizing it's safer if she never reveals a thing, because the less they know, the better. Sophia giggles through her fingers, teasing that her lips are completely sealed about everything they just talked about. Vim shot his eyes up in shock, totally thrown off by the elf's playful, warm smile after his request. Sophia flashes a warm smile and admits it, sure, she can handle the work, but she'll never replace him for real. She waves him off for now, and Vim is left alone, stuck with nothing but his own thoughts. Outside, Hydemary fidgets over whether it's truly safe to leave them, then clings to one thought: Sophia is Kronos' woman. She insists that even if anything shady goes down, they can still knock it out physically within 3 hours. Abel locks eyes with her, totally baffled, because he can't figure out what her weird time estimate is really trying to say. Mary hides a confident nod, convinced her logic is flawless, while Abel quickly dodges the topic and shifts the conversation. Abel asks if she's close with Vim, and she lights up and says, oh yeah, best buddies, same town, always together. He can't stop wondering why she's stalking him instead of just talking to him face to face if they're really such good friends. Hyde's smile collapses as the darkness in his expression deepens into a heavy, somber frown, telling you right then that this mess is way more complicated than it looks. With patience gone, Abel snaps, yelling a greeting to Vim from the street, blowing their cover wide open instantly. Hydemary goes rigid the moment Abel shouts her name, and when he admits, quiet as a confession, that her bond with Vim is a total tangled mess. The story snaps back to that cafe. Vim calls out to Sophia one final time right before she walks out the door. He leans in and begs her to keep their meeting under wraps, and she nods back, nervous breath hitching as she stammers, okay. With everyone gone, Vim sits there at the table, locks eyes on his empty cup, and vows he'll never bring up Dragonwing again. He decides that starting now, the only thing he'll let himself do is pray for their success from a distance. Vim shuts everything out, commits fully to his own journey, and finally gets it: he has to put himself first. He stares at his future and finally admits there's basically nothing else left for him to do. With a fierce look in his eyes, he decides his rightful home is right where the Nacht Libel is. Camilla leans in and asks Vim if he's finally bounced back at least a little after those injuries. Vim finally exhales in pure relief as he stands right in front of her. Camilla says he must be exhausted, but Vim awkwardly blurts out a denial. She snaps at him for downplaying himself in the report, then orders him to rewrite it, make it clear he crushed the floor boss. On the desk sits a thick report packed with dense text and tangled diagrams that scream, "This isn't simple." Camilla switches gears and tells him straight up that she wants the answer to the question she asked him earlier. Vim's nerves crash over him and a thin sheen of sweat breaks out as he struggles to take in just how heavy this request is. He catches himself in his own mind, sure as day that exactly what he needs to say is crystal clear. A sudden uneasy hesitation surges deep inside him, and it won't let him move. Camilla pleads for him to join the knacked libel for real, making it crystal clear this isn't just some casual suggestion. She tells him he doesn't have to be fully set up yet, and if the deal feels wrong, he can walk away anytime. She tells him to grab that first tiny step and finally commit to the decision. Her armored hand shoots out toward him, welcoming him like she's inviting him in. Vin admits he's done second-guessing everything and decides he's done staying stuck. He's ready to change for real. He tells himself with pure certainty that he can change and that he has to. Clutching the memories of his friends' smiles, he vowed to fix the twisted part of himself so he could finally laugh with them like he used to. He realizes this is his shot, and his voice starts to break as he stammers out an answer. He fumbles for the right words, convinced his first try just isn't cutting it. He finally quits overthinking and blurts it all out at once. Vim grabs Camilla's hand tight, then leans in and tells her, "From now on, take care of me." Camilla flashes a huge grin, bursting with joy that he finally made that choice. Vim storms out of the room, completely thrown off by the sudden twist in everything. He storms into the Guild Hall, and the second he steps in, everyone erupts, clapping, cheering, and celebrating like he's the hero. They clap him onto the ship with a thunderous round of applause, and Camilla just stands in the doorway, watching him step in. The guild member shoves him ahead and hammers him to speak up, right now, to the crowd. Vim's heart thunders in his chest as he urges himself, "Don't trip, act like a real member," and he steals his nerves. He calls himself Vim Strauss and swears he'll give it everything he's got, no limits. The crowd explodes into cheers, congratulating and welcoming them in all at once. They hoist him high into the air, lifting him up in pure victory. Vim gets whipped into the air by his brand new guildmates. Camilla leans back and watches the festivities unfold, a warm, satisfied smile lighting up her face. The story reveals that knacked libel naturally reaped the rewards after crushing the floor boss. The guild slams out an official declaration of victory, and right after that, full-scale exploration finally kicks off. On the 98th floor, you're hit with a jagged, uneven stretch of rock that makes every step feel dangerous. They split up into a bunch of tiny teams and push across the map fast, section by section, to expand it like clockwork. Vin can't stop worrying if he'll even click with a partner he's never met. He takes a deep breath, hypes himself up, and reminds his heart that he's a member of knacked libel now. He steps up to his new partner, grins, and tells him he can't wait to team up and work together. He dips into an energetic bow, yells his name at the top of his lungs, and swears he'll never slow anyone down. Vim erupts with relief inside, grateful he managed to speak without even tripping over his words. Vim freezes in this brutal, awkward silence as the beanie-wearing person steps up and demands he stop pretending this is their first meeting. The stranger snaps into focus as Bettina, and she reminds him that they just teamed up last time, leaving him utterly stunned. Bettina lets out a tired sigh, saying it's okay because she's playing anyway, while Vim panics and scrambles to apologize for forgetting her completely. Vim panics inside, realizing he screwed up even after all those study sessions, and frantically insists he wasn't at fault, he was just distracted by other stuff. Camilla stands on a jagged rock outcrop and barks orders to the guild, "Stay on your toes and keep the lines open with constant updates." The exploration squad barrels through sprawling cave tunnels, and their pounding footsteps thunder off the stone walls. Vim skids to a violent stop, his boots screaming across the ground as he feels something lurking just ahead. He checks his magical map and snaps to the team, warning them that a giant entity is lurking right by the split in the road. Vim shakes off that earlier embarrassment and locks in, forcing his mind to stay locked on the mission ahead. He tells himself his spot in the high-mobility map-making unit matters more than anything and promises he'll make it up to Bettina later with snacks. Vim clocks the danger in an instant and pins it down as a Type D wyvern, right there, 25 meters straight ahead. Team captain snaps to attention, stunned by how fast and how perfectly the rookies nailed their report. A weird visual overlay suddenly flashes across Vim's sight, and it instantly ignites that familiar, crushing sensation inside him. He rockets forward the second the wyvern peeks from behind that rock, eyes blazing straight on the target. Vim instantly figures out his path, 3 jumps off a shaky rock, and he'll drop right onto its neck. He braces to unleash the move, absolutely certain this plan will hit exactly like he imagined. In a flashback, you see his wild grin during the boss fight. Every time he beats the odds, pure adrenaline slams his heart like it's sprinting. Just as the memory pulls him in, Camilla's voice snaps through his wrist communication device, shouting his name. Vim breaks the news about the wyvern showdown and demands permission to strike the moment the target is confirmed. Camilla clocks the whole situation with a stone-cold stare, then snaps at him to dodge the fight if there's even a chance. Vim freezes mid-step and whips his head over his shoulder, totally baffled by the order to stand down. He grudgingly admits dodging the fight is the smartest move, but his shoulders slump like he just got crushed. He lets out a heavy sigh, and the moment the adrenaline dies down, that strange, deflated feeling hits him hard. Vim can't figure out why this crushing disappointment hits so hard, even as his stubborn urge to keep fighting won't let go. The captain cracks a bottle, shoves Vim a chunk of dried meat, and tells him he basically turbocharged their whole expedition. As the captain chews his food, he realizes Vim's wild, extreme versatility makes picking the perfect job for him feel almost impossible. Back at the guild office, Camilla drags the newly joined Vim into the spotlight and demands he break down his enchantment techniques, especially for the floor boss fight. Vim finally agrees to talk, and Camilla reassures him, "Just say what you're comfortable sharing." Camilla leans in, eyes locked on him, totally sure his explanation will finally expose the real truth behind his powers. Vim breaks down his template enchanting method with ready-made code, and the moment Camilla hears it, she realizes, no doubt, this guy is a legit genius. She presses for the danger it could cause on other people, and the answer lands clear. It almost always just leaves them with muscle fatigue and soreness. Camilla pushes harder, demanding to know one terrifying thing: what happens if the casting fails and it turns on him? Vim says it straight: once that exact body part is caught in the crossfire, it gets damaged for real. Camilla's eyes narrow with worry. This isn't a minor slip, it's a serious crack in his technique. During the floor boss battle, Vim drops the bombshell. He straight up cast enhancement on his own brain, turbocharging his stats in real time. Camilla stares at him, panic ripping through her, and demands to know what would have happened if that exact enchantment had failed. Vim shrugs it off and basically admits, "Yeah, I could have blacked out or wrecked my brain, like that's nothing." He laughs, claiming he only lived because fate threw him a lifeline, while Camilla stands there, completely stunned by just how reckless the danger he chose truly was. Camilla locks eyes with him, won't swallow it as just luck, and suddenly realizes he's probably selling his own success rate way too short. She stares at that boy who keeps diving into mortal danger, and right then the captain screams that an emergency is happening. Bettina realizes they're about to get boxed in, and she panics, screaming that they retreat right now. She suggests we retreat and meet up with the main crew before the beasts close in for good. Camilla crunches the odds and guesses Vim can take 1 or 2 beasts, then her worry spikes as she spots the 3 huge ones standing there. She makes a split-second call, then barks a straight-up command to Vim: engage the enemy. The wyvern lets out a blood-curdling shriek of agony as a sudden, lethal blast of silver confetti rends it apart. The massive beast slams into the ground with a bone-rattling thud, then it's over in a blink. Camilla finally confirms the first kill, but she snaps the truth to Vim: a second wyvern and a chimera are still out there, hunting and waiting. She fires a straight-up question at him: can he really take on the remaining threats by himself? Vim drops one calm yes, even while the odds scream back like they're trying to crush him. He snatches back his resolve and charges forward, cutting off the very next monster. Camilla freezes in shock as Vim declares he's switching his suit into Puppet Master mode. He slams the device on and boom, his power surges in a blink, amplified 20 times over. Vim rockets across the battlefield at inhuman speed, roaring as he hammers down a brutal storm of attacks. In the middle of all that chaos, he starts doubting his own mind for even slipping into the deadly Puppet Master mode. He finally gets it: if he truly cared about safety, he never would have used it, because even last time it was already way too much. A colossal lion beast launches toward him, and Vim immediately realizes he's just dancing on the razor's edge of death. He He can't help but wonder, are they really dragging him this far just to satisfy everyone else's expectations? Blood-slick fingers clutching his dagger, he shuts down every doubt with a hard, no-nonsense dismissal. He slams the brakes on his thoughts and goes full survival mode, fighting to stay alive in the carnage right in front of him. Vim rises victorious through the choking smoke and the fallen bodies of the beasts he just annihilated. The whole guild explodes into cheers, roaring his name while he stands there, gasping hard after the fight. Camilla steps up solemnly, eyes locked on him, and realizes that this risky move is the exact same technique he pulled back when he took down the floor boss. Vim tells her, "Don't worry, I've got this," and says it's holding up way better than he ever thought it would. Camilla tells him, "Don't burn yourself out," and you can hear her worry crack through her polished, professional mask. Vim smirks through the grime and nods back, taking her warning like it's the truth. We cut to the sunlit streets of Verbrin, where victory banners snap high above the crowd, blazing with celebration. Townspeople can't believe it. Whispers are flying as they swear some kid actually brought down a floor boss. They stare at unimposing Vim like, "No way," then they look at hulking Abel like, "Wait, what?" and the rumor just won't add up. Skeptical eyes track Vim, and that hunched loner vibe makes him look downright gloomy. Vim tightens his posture like he means it, forcing his back straight as he vows to reinvent himself now that he's a night dragonfly. He snaps out of his own thoughts when a warm, friendly tap lands on his shoulder. Hyde Mary suddenly pops up with a bright, cheerful grin and teases him the second she says hello. She beams at him, calls him her official colleague, and congratulates him for finally joining the guild. Vin thanks her, but she snaps at him right away. He rushed his hospital discharge just to dodge the visitors. She drops the bombshell. She figured out he'd been using the Puppet Master app to zap his pituitary gland and heal at lightning speed. She shoots him a hard glare with that pouting look, making it crystal clear that his reckless stunt is absolutely not okay. Her face melts into something gentle as she leans in and asks him straight, does he really like the people in Night Dragonfly? Vim freezes for a second, stunned by the question, then breaks into a gentle smile and tells the truth without hesitation. Hyde Mary beams back at him, practically breathing easy because he just knows inviting him was absolutely the right move. She fumes inward, hating that she can't truly hear what's churning inside his heart. The official guild notice just confirmed the 97th floor boss has been crushed, locking the whole victory into the history books forever. Inside the guild house, the last fighters of Dragon's Wing crowd around the table, ready to crack open the long-awaited news. The swordsman leans back and mutters that the bureaucracy definitely dragged this out too long, and the others finally exhale like they can rest for real. Sophia grips the notice with a troubled stare, realizing the air around Dragon's Wing has turned awful lately, just because everyone can't stop the gossip. Since Vim got kicked out, she says people have started to openly question whether this party is really as strong as they claim. Behind her glasses, her eyes harden as she finally admits, yeah, the critics are right, the party just doesn't have what it takes to beat the floor boss. She swallows the brutal truth and admits it, right now their formation just isn't strong enough. Sophia admits it even without the full picture, Vim was absolutely the key to beating that floor boss. Kronos slams a document onto the table and blasts out a jaw-dropping 500,000 bounty for whoever subjugates them, straight up to throw them off. He tells them they've got to get the leader's magic seal to cash the check, then snaps his gaze to Sophia. With a lazy flick of his wrist, he hurls the sealed key across the table straight into her hands. Sophia scrambles to grab the key out of the air, stunned by how reckless he just acted. She locks eyes with the key, feeling the weight of trust behind it, handing something that important to a newcomer, but unease still claws at her gut. A cold shiver rips through her as she trembles. She can't stop fearing the reckless future Kronos is definitely cooking up. With a smug grin, Kronos announces that they're officially an A-rank party, on paper and in full reality. The flashback snaps us into Vim's question. He presses her hard about not quitting, and you can hear the worry shaking in his voice. In her memory, Vim flashes a reassuring smile and tells them, relax, don't pull anything wild, that reward will keep you afloat for a while. Desperate to keep everyone on the safe path, Sophia barrels in, speaks up, and fights back against her leader's deadly ambitions. She tells them to jump straight to the 98th floor right now, before schedule, since they've finally got a little breathing room. She figures that if they strike now, they'll lock in a steady profit, no wild risks, no guesswork. Kronos shoots the idea down on the spot, slamming the decision into place, no doubts, because they're going straight for the 99th floor. Sophia drops her gaze in defeat, sweat pouring down her face, because her attempt to inject logic into the conversation totally collapses. Kronos rips into the group, spitting out the truth that while everyone else scrambles for quick wins, Dragon's Wing has to surge forward just to keep its place on the front lines. He throws his arms wide and loudly declares that this unbreakable hunger for more is what truly makes their party who they are. The new female recruits squeal and swoon over how cool he is, while Sophia clocks that his big bravado might be desperation wearing a smile. She finally understands he's driven by a raging need to scrub every humiliating rumor off the city's lips. In a flashback, the party members freak out, screaming "No way," as they refuse to swallow the truth that Vin wiped out a floor boss all by himself. Sophia locks eyes with Kronos' unbreakable smile and instantly realizes he's desperate to prove his real strength on the 99th floor. The massive stone entrance of the labyrinth looms ahead, daring the adventurer to step inside and vanish into the dark. A sharp, rhythmic march pounds the air as the newly reborn dragon unfurls its wing. 48 women rally behind it. The army-sized party of 52 surges ahead, betting everything on sheer numbers in a frantic scramble to seize power. Getting between those transfer gates fast is everything if you want to hit the front lines before it's too late. Nacht Leibel throws these huge, organized parties, and they map every route and keep them maintained, so getting around is smooth as can be. Dragons can't use that power at all, so they have to shove forward through the labyrinth using deadly hidden gates. So they have to claw their way through a gauntlet of brutal spots just to gain a single inch of progress. That brutal pace chews them up. By the time they're barely past the start, half the fresh recruits collapse from exhaustion before they can even set foot on the 98th floor. A razor-sharp clap snaps through the air, and the brutal march grinds to a sudden stop. Kronos grins at his worn-out troops and declares, loud and proud, that this is exactly where the rail challenge finally kicks off. The recruits wheeze for breath, faces drained and ghost-pale, staring into the cave's blackness like it might swallow them whole. Sophia studies the group with a sharp eye. She can tell the overall skill is rough, but a few seasoned adventurers are still standing their ground in the crowd. Kronos steps up in front of the recruits and roars out that they're now proud members of Dragon's Wing, because they've finally reached the true front lines of the labyrinth, and their real mission starts right now. With eyes blazing and a scream in his throat, he rushes up to the scared group, swears he's on their side, and shouts, "Don't be afraid." The recruits scan the room, sweat dripping down their faces, their nerves buzzing, while Kronos roars at them to lock in, heart to heart, right now. He's out here preaching about the glory and honor waiting for them after this dive, swearing he can already see the victory crystal clear in his head. Kronos strides forward with wild, unstoppable confidence, declares that the 99th floor is waiting, and snaps the group into motion. No delays, move out now. The party charges into a dense, primordial forest where colossal trees tower over them and the wild overgrowth hits harder than anything they've seen on the past floors. They slog through the thick, jungle-like undergrowth, and their footsteps get swallowed by the dense, tangled plants around them. Kronos and his core crew stride forward with full confidence, while the fresh recruits trail behind, staring around in stunned confusion and tight-lipped unease at this wild, unfamiliar world. The fresh recruit wipes sweat off his brow, grumbling about the brutal heat, and staring at this weird alien world like it doesn't make sense. Another recruit snaps their head up in total disbelief, staring at a real sky above them and wondering if they're actually trapped inside a labyrinth. Wind claws through the treetops overhead, screaming how utterly unlike the stone corridors they're used to this floor really is. Kronos flashes a horrifying, tooth-baring grin, eyes dark and wild as the reality of where they are hits him like lightning. The party crunches through the brush and the rustling echoes everywhere as Kronos mutters, "Very good," praising their progress to himself. He bursts into uncontrollable laughter, soaking up the thrill that he's finally landed on a floor no one has ever dared to set foot on. Standing on a jagged rock outcrop, Kronos roars down to the crowd below that they've finally clawed their way to the labyrinth's front lines. He roars that this mission will be etched into history, then demands they stay in sync and keep trusting each other to pull it off. From the crowd, a voice suddenly rips through his grand speech and demands the boss pause, just for a minute. Kronos halts mid-motion, whips his head around, and asks Rebecca, loudly, what she wants. Rebecca stares at them like, why aren't we using communication magic? Because trying to coordinate this many people without it is straight up impossible. Kronos brushes off the worry on the spot, saying they've always just called out to each other, and their crew doesn't need any magic at all. Rebecca bristles with visible frustration, insisting that constant talking only worked back when they were still a tiny party. She insists that stepping into unknown territory with that huge crowd takes more than courage. It demands a real plan to move together and stay perfectly coordinated. Kronos just shuts her down, brushes off her valid concerns, turns away to call for Miley, and smirks that he's got a plan. With a dead-eyed stare, he coldly commands the mage to torch the entire forest until nothing's left standing. Miley kicks off her chant and spits the incantation. Those twin lines won't ever fade because they're about to unleash a devastating spell. A gigantic magical circle erupts across the sky, crackling with raw energy as she hurls her high-level spell, *** Inferno Torrent ***, like a wildfire unleashed. A blazing column of white-hot fire rips down from the sky, vaporizing a huge chunk of the forest in a thunderous, earth-shaking blast. The recruits scramble and shield their eyes as the blinding light and brutal heat hit, then the shockwave crashes over them. The forest erupts in fierce flames, roasting ancient trees to embers and carving a blazing route straight through the tangled brush. Miley stands in the choking smoke and ash, yelling that it's safe to move on now, because nothing living is left. The new recruits gawk at the wreckage, whispering in disbelief that this kind of magic-proof dragon-wing destruction can only come from an A-rank party. Kronos tells them that down on the lower levels they had to fear fire because the oxygen runs out, but up here, the open sky gives them the freedom to unleash absolute hell. He shoots his hand up, barks for everyone to follow Miley's lead, and orders the rest of the forest to be burned to ash. With arms flung wide, he roars that beasts fear fire, then orders them to sear the monsters until they're nothing but ash. The grizzled, one-eyed adventurer swivels toward Sophia, then just snaps, abruptly quits, and tells her he's done. He stalks off without a single glance, barking at her to tell the boss he doesn't even need the payment. As he walks away, he mutters to himself that Kronos is an absolute fool for thinking magical monsters are anything like ordinary animals. He argues that weak monsters cower at flames, but stronger ones get smarter and shrug off the heat, and Sophia realizes she can't talk herself out of that logic. A bone-chilling screech tears through the sky, and right above, something enormous crashes in, drawn straight to the blaze. The veteran adventurer grabs Sophia's attention and tells her to slip out of the party while she still can, because the real monsters are here, and they're not joking. Sophia freezes in place, ripped between the urge to run and the brutal truth that, in this chaos, surviving is the only thing that matters. A dark shadow claws its way out of the rolling smoke, and the recruits freeze, realizing with horror it's not a beast at all, but a monstrous terror. As the figure closes in, they snap back in pure horror, because it's no ordinary beast at all, but a humanoid monster. Smothering smoke from the flames swallows their vision whole. Panic erupts as they shriek, "We can't see the enemy." Agonizing screams rip through the darkness as the unseen threat slams into their ranks, knocking recruits hard to the ground. The girl shrieks in total confusion as everyone else whips their heads around, panicking and demanding to know what's going on. Panic hits the group hard as they yell for the enemy's location, begging for orders that never arrive. An observer watches chaos swallow everything, realizing the party's leaderless and spiraling straight toward total destruction. A commander screams over the chaos, blasting orders for everyone to lock into a defensive line and retreat as one, because only together can they survive. He vows to protect them all, then shouts at the terrified recruits to stay calm and dig in where they stand. Screams ripped through the air from every direction as the enemy slammed in again, and the recruits shook with pure, helpless terror. Their hearts drop as the truth hits. They can't fall back because they're boxed in completely, surrounded on every side. Creepy noises churn out of the jungle, and fear tightens around their hearts like a vice. A hand shoots out of the bushes and Kronos snaps his focus, realizing this is a brand new monkey-type monster species. Monkeys slam their hands into the ground in perfect sync, pounding out a wild band rhythm like a full-on ritual. The recruits stare at what's happening, torn between music or a ceremony, and they can't wrap their heads around it. Monsters doing something this obvious and still acting like they're actually intelligent. Kronos flashes a sick grin, half thrilled and half unhinged, and declares that they're the very first explorers to make it this far. A brutal, deafening blast erupts out of nowhere, and a roaring shockwave slams into the adventurers, shaking them to the bone. The boss snaps its eyes open, blasting a glare so vicious and terrifying it freezes everyone who dares to look. A brutal thud hits the ground as one member drops, then a comrade barrels over, panic in their voice, demanding, "Are you okay?" A man clutches his chest, choking on every breath as the boss's relentless pressure smashes down on him. Sophia's eyes go wide as she freezes, hit with the suffocating, terrifying weight of the entity standing right in front of her. Hara clamps down on the group as their screams explode, because they just realized this isn't some random beast, it's the floor boss. A reckless adventurer yells that he doesn't need chronos and barrels ahead, firing a wind cutter spell to prove he's got the power. The boss slips the attack aside with effortless grace, and the attackers freeze, staring in total stunned disbelief. The boy gasps, stunned beyond words, because his attack completely misses the mark. The boss snaps up a deadly finger flick and warns the human, "Don't you dare underestimate it." Chronos stares in shock, eyes blazing wide, as the monster snaps into a lightning-fast counterattack the moment it strikes. With a sickening crunch, the adventurer is cut clean in half, and a brutal fountain of blood blasts from his body. Sophia's eyes go wide as his headless body slams into the earth with a sickening thud, and she's left frozen in pure horror. Sophia finally realizes her instincts never lied, proving that winning this fight is, without a doubt, flat-out impossible. She admits to herself that taking on the floor boss here means certain death. Her legs suddenly collapse and panic crashes through her as she stares at her own body like, "Why can't I stand? Why can't I move?" Monkeys perched in the branches taunted the helpless adventurers, flinging their hands around and jeering like the whole forest was laughing at their misery. They flash creepy, toothy grins that make everyone watching go cold all over. Suddenly, the monsters burst forward in a full-on charge, roaring into the attack, marking the instant the final slaughter begins. Sophia steels herself and pushes forward, because she knows if she doesn't act right now, they're all going to be lost. Monkeys surge in with jaws wide open, teeth flashing, and pure death staring out of their vicious faces. Sophia shrieks for everyone to get behind her, desperately trying to shield them, though it's clearly not enough. Monsters crash down on them, and the world instantly shatters into a screaming bloodbath. Chronos' eyes snap open with a sharp jolt as consciousness crashes back into him in a room he's never seen before. He jerks upright in the bed, scans the fancy room in total confusion, and can't stop asking himself where on earth he is. A voice suddenly barks, asking if Lord Chronos is finally awake, blasting him out of his thoughts as he snaps his gaze toward a presence lurking nearby. Chronos locks his one visible eye on the stranger, bears a furious demand, "Who are you?" even as he cradles his bandaged, throbbing face. The hooded figure nods, confirming they hauled him here, then Chronos snaps, asking if this creepy place is a hospital. The stranger drops a chilling bombshell: he got crushed by the 99th floor master, and half his team is either dead or vanished. Chronos erupts in screams, yanking at his chest as reality's sharp pain crashes down on him like a hammer. He huddles on the bed, frozen in disbelief, trying to wrap his mind around that nightmare as the question burns, what the hell just happened? Panic explodes in him as he blurts out every party member's name, frantic and praying that Sophia and the rest actually survived. The hooded figure stays cool and tells him with a steady certainty that those exact three are still alive. The stranger starts a deep philosophical monologue in a slow, careful voice, slow enough to make the bedridden adventurer completely lose the thread. He warns about the brutal fate that smacks every brave fool who charges first, and he can't stop lamenting the heartbreaking loss of a warrior as deadly as Chronos. Urging Chronos to steady himself, the figure snapped that even with those brutal losses, his efforts still smashed forward the conquest of the 99th floor. Chronos glares at the hooded man, still blank-eyed, demanding, again, who the hell is really standing in front of him? The figure dips into a deep bow beside the bed, swearing that Lord Chronos is held in the highest honor and that helping him is a privilege. Chronos freezes in total shock because he can't wrap his mind around this mysterious stranger suddenly bowing like that. The stranger leans in and tells him that even the most insane talent can get crushed if life throws the wrong circumstances or hides the info he needs. He throws it back at everyone who lucks into success, saying this one moment proves, word for word, that unfair truth doesn't care how badly you try. Chronos keeps his face grim as the stranger leans in and asks whether that exact line sparks any memory in him. Chronos clicks with understanding, mutters his approval, and shoves the mysterious man to keep talking and spill the rest. The figure finally drops his hood and a creepy grin flashes along with a monocle. Then he introduces himself as Jirian, apologizing for keeping everyone waiting. Jirian cackles with a sharp, high-pitched grin, then demands Kronos remember him, because a brand new alliance is about to snap into place. Strolling those bleak streets, the air feels like a weight on their chests as the survivors choke down the horrors of their crushing failure. As soon as the cloaked woman comes into view, passers-by spot her and hiss cruel whispers, pointing her out with pure disdain as a disgraced Dragon's Wing Guild member. The furious local's tirade turns vicious. He screams, "Liar," and before she can breathe, he attacks her with his words and flings an object at her. The bottle explodes against the wall just inches from her, the crash screaming through the room like a brutal, "You don't belong here." She grips her groceries like they're lifelines and sprints away as the mob keeps jeering and yelling, demanding to know where she vanished to. This hatred has a clear source. The Dragon's Wing crashed hard on the 99th floor, killing people and shattering their name forever. Under her hood, she shakes with pure anxiety, because the 97th floor boss's defeat has turned into a wildfire and now everyone's staring. A worried voice cuts through her panic, soft but steady, asking if she's really okay. Back at their base, the survivors can't even breathe easy. Public backlash is slamming them so hard they're afraid to leave the house just to grab supplies. The door slams open with a brutal thud and there's Kronos, wrapped in bandages, face drawn tight, looking completely wiped out. Every woman in the room froze, gasping hard at the shock of seeing him suddenly, gaunt and wrecked. Shock hit them for a split second, then they surged forward, yelling his name at the top of their lungs and demanding to know, straight up, if he'd really been discharged from the hospital. Seeing Kronos like that, the narrator can't ignore it. This newest loss just shattered his spirit. Tears spill into their eyes as they stare at their leader, choking out his name through pure heartbreak. Kronos dipped his head in apology, voice soft as he asked if his sudden arrival had scared them. With a grim stare, he finally admits the floor boss showed a terrifying gap in power, one that crushed them completely. He turns to the group, crushed with guilt, and admits the ones who died weren't ready for that level of power. The mage reels in horror as Kronos shrugs off the collapse as nothing but rotten luck, not a shred of skill at fault. Kronos pushes hard to save their spirits, insisting that surviving all this disaster is a win all on its own. He screams like a maniac that their survival proves they're the real deal, right after their very first run against the 99th floor boss. The mage just gapes at him in disbelief, terror clawing at his chest, because the refusal to face reality is so wild, and the mage can't stop asking why he's still lying to himself. Unhinged, Kronos snaps that next time, if they finally unleash their real power, they'll absolutely nail it. Burning with reckless ambition, he lunges at the command once more, swearing on everything that this time he'll pull it off. Ignoring the terror flashing in his teammates' eyes, he slaps on a forced grin and pushes, "Come on, let's work hard together again." Elsewhere, a cloaked stranger drags a brutal load through the dark, chuckling like something wicked is laughing just behind the shadows. The story cuts to a dungeon, echoing footsteps thundering as a brand new group creeps up to a pitch-black cave entrance. A squad of armored soldiers surges forward in perfect lockstep, their blades and boots moving like one unstoppable storm. The soldiers stare in awe at Vim's running boost, and they admit it plain, they can't even keep up with his pace unless his magic is holding them up. A warning shrieks through the air, something huge is up ahead, and the squad is told to stay on full alert. The subordinate whips around to the captain and demands immediate orders on how to hit back at the threat. Camilla with the silver hair snaps an order, send 2 ahead, while magic circles blaze to life and light up the air. Vim stormed into the chaos with a razor-wide grin, roaring for everyone to hide Mary, because the signal for their attack was about to hit. Ida Marie crackles with energy and starts charging her spell, yelling that she's ready for anything. She blasts her magic into motion and hurls a blazing water spear straight at the enemy. The spell slammed down with brutal force, smashing the target apart in a roaring blast of water, rubble, and chaos. Vim and Hidamari revel in their flawless execution, then smack a jubilant high-five through the swirling dust. The surrounding soldiers erupt in praise, saying that kind of perfect synergy is exactly what you'd expect from childhood friends. Since they finally crushed the 98th floor boss, Hidamari leans in with a grin and teases Vim about what's next, because in her eyes, they're the perfect team. The story snaps back to the present. Now the investigation on the 98th floor is charging into its final stretch. The expedition team strides into the cave's pitch-black depths, locked in and ready to tear through whatever horrors the dungeon has been hiding. As the crew drops deeper and deeper into the earth, they stare in awe at just how far this dungeon goes, until they finally hit the innermost depths. Vim locks eyes on his digital map, brow knotted tight as he tries to crack the maze-like chaos glowing on the screen. He snaps the silence with a casual mutter, wondering aloud just how deep anyone could shovel into a labyrinth floor, only to get a totally baffled stare from his companion. The veteran soldier locks eyes with him, utterly stunned, like he can't wrap his head around why on earth anyone would ask a question that wild. Vim blinks, confused, and realizes a second too late that his casual curiosity has utterly thrown his teammate for a loop. The soldier cracks up loud, tells Vim that trying to outthink the labyrinth's logic is pointless, and then basically declares, "You're hilarious." Vim squirmed with embarrassment, scratched his cheek, and muttered that he probably just said something weird. The soldier chuckles and shakes his head, grinning as he points out that most adventurers don't even think about the dungeon's structural mechanics. Right as they're about to finish their sentence, they hit their destination, and the moment they step into that massive, crystal-bright chamber, the whole mood flips. Gigantic crystals stab up from the ground and walls, shimmering in the dim glow and turning the whole place into a total alien nightmare. The road ahead glows with towering, luminous monoliths, guiding the expedition straight to the heart of the floor. A massive pathway unfurls ahead of them, razor-sharp crystal cliffs towering on both sides, funneling them straight toward a dark, terrifying entrance. As soon as they clock what this place means, the squad declares it the legendary treasure vault, where the teleportation orbs are kept. A surge of pure triumph hits them as they roar with wild cheers, finally throwing their hands up because, at last, they've reached the end of the journey. The narrator drops a bombshell. The treasure vault hides in the shadows and only shows itself after the floor boss is finally crushed. This vault hides the labyrinth's biggest treasures and a special teleportation orb that shoots you straight to the 99th floor. Vim stares around in stunned awe, jaw dropped at the colossal vault. He's barely managed to whisper that this is his very first time seeing anything like it. He whips his head toward his childhood friend and, in a soft voice, asks Hidmari if she thinks the scenery is beautiful. Mary's face suddenly lights up, radiant, wide-eyed, and smiling like a kid, right as she drinks in the stunning view. Vim watches her reaction, and when he locks eyes with that pure joy and wide-eyed wonder on her face, his heart skips right out of rhythm. The soldiers crowd around their leader, Camilla, and tease her, because even the stoic boss is glowing with pure excitement, like he's a little kid at the best surprise ever. Blame hits Camilla like a punch, and she sputters a denial, saying she's just acting exactly the same as always. Vim can't help but smile as he watches Hidemari, and the thought hits him, she's always had that wild, don't tame me kind of adventurous fire. Camilla stands at the crystal pool's edge, cape snapping in the wind as she surveys everything and readies herself to fire off her next command. Right as Camilla shouts for Vim to move, a brutal, screeching sound clamps the air. Hidemari forces her to move instead. Vim blurts a confused gasp when someone suddenly yanks him out of nowhere, and his balance gets crushed by the shock of it. A long, terrified scream ricochets through the cavern as Vim is yanked off the ledge, fighting the pull with everything he's got. Hidemari launches straight into the void, yanking a howling Vim behind her while she screams at him to look. As they plunge off the cliff and drop into free fall, the oars burst into fierce, sparkling glory, turning their descent into a glittering light show. They slam into the water below with a huge splash, and Vim surges up from the depths, gasping, then admits, breathless, that the view really is breathtaking. Choking on water, Vim desperately fights to steady himself after that brutal, sudden drop. He whips around and blasts Hidemari with a furious shout. There's no time for sightseeing in the middle of a mission. While rage seethes in him, Hidemari stays unbothered, just laughs, points up, and tells him to forget the mission for 1 second and feast on the view. Above them, the cavern's ceiling glittered like a whole night sky, bioluminescent light and shining crystals exploding into a view so breathtaking it stole their breath. Hidemari locked eyes with him and beamed so bright it stole the show, her joy spreading like wildfire. Seeing the view and her bright joy, Vim's tough face melts and he murmurs, "Yeah, it really is amazing." Right as the moment clicks into place, another body slams into the water beside them, splattering Vim with a fresh, violent wave. Abel, this giant warrior, slams down with a thud and barks at the crowd to move, then snarls that they're idiots. Up high, another teammate launches off the ledge with a playful shout. then freezes midair when they finally clock just how terrifying that drop really is. She screams for someone to grab her, then slams into the water with a brutal, chaotic splash. Vim slumps on the damp ground, his soaked clothes dripping as he wrings out the silence, while Monica smiles brightly and keeps apologizing to Yui right beside him. Vim recovers fast, then stares in awe at the towering crystals around them, spotting that dazzling glow and knowing they're valuable adamantite. Hyde Mary zips around the cavern with non-stop energy, bouncing from spot to spot as she points out deposits of mithril. Watching her burst with joy, Vim grins, because he hasn't seen Hyde Mary this carefree in forever. Suddenly, she lunges in way too close, cheeks blazing red, and Vim's completely blindsided by the sheer intensity of her stare. She gasps out that her weird behavior isn't random at all, her dream is finally unfolding, right this very moment. Vim frowns at her words, looking totally lost, so she presses him, asking if he really has no idea what she's talking about. With a radiant grin, she reminds him, this is it, their big adventure at last, exactly like they dreamed. It hits Vim like a bolt, and he murmurs a quiet yeah as her words finally land. He remembers the version of the world he used to believe in, like the feeling never really faded, it just got shoved into the wrong place. It feels like he dropped that spark of wonder somewhere miles away, then got buried alive in the endless grind of his responsibilities. Seeing her bright, beaming smile, he realizes that her fearless, adventurous spirit is exactly why he felt burned in the first place, proving she hasn't changed one bit. Meanwhile, the artifact readout clicks into place, one orb rockets straight to the 27th floor, and the other blasts you straight down to the 99th. Everyone nods and seals the deal. This treasure vault stays buried in secrecy, because that shortcut could be pure gold on the battlefield. Vim shoots a shaky look at the glowing circle, throat tight, realizing the deadly 99th floor is right beyond that light. He fought to shake off the dread and forced himself to focus on his work, because if he let fear of what's coming freeze him, he'd never move. He chalks up his strange anxiety to pure exhaustion, then a sudden rustle nearby yanks his thoughts clean off course. A shadowy figure slips out of darkness and greets him close and personal, like young Vim already belongs to them. The man shoots Vim a grateful thanks for pushing this far so fast, and right as the praise lands, Vim tries to dodge it. The stranger won't let it go, he says refusing a compliment would be rude, because everyone truly appreciates Vim's work. Flushed with embarrassment and humbled to his core, Vim swears he won't slow down, he'll keep grinding to help the guild win. The man clamps down on Vim's shoulder, blasts that he's the ace of the knacked libel, and makes it clear he's got his trust riding on him. Vim senses the hand on his shoulder and instantly takes on the burden like it's his duty, heavy, real, and completely unavoidable. His eyes darken with raw determination as he realizes the night dragonfly is where he belongs, and he vows to shoulder that burden. He steels himself to turn his life around, shape up, and become someone people can truly trust and count on. Still, doubt slithers in as he wonders whether those whispering voices of praise are actually worth believing. As Vim leaves, one lone cloaked figure stays crouched in the crystal cavern's silence, then a magic circle snaps to life. A mysterious figure freezes in the darkness, dead still as it watches the teleportation device's faint glow flicker in the shadows. With the dark corridor looming behind them, the party strides back into the shadows and kicks off their trip home from the treasure vault. Vim strides with the knights, eyes locked on his glowing holographic map as he rips through the dungeon data. On the way back, his teammate throws him praise, saying Vim never once let his guard slip, and that makes him straight up amazing. Vim grins and snaps that he's not anxious, but admits that the ride back feels way easier than the one that brought him out. He forces himself to snap back into focus, and promises not to let his guard slip for even a second. A sudden beep from his console snaps his nerves, but he fires back with a quick lie, saying he's just scouting for gold veins. Camilla snaps around to him and fires off a sharp question, demanding to know exactly what he's staring at. Suddenly, the silver-haired leader halts mid-step, and her instincts scream because something feels horribly wrong. She grabs the group's attention and snaps that a trap lies ahead, then she wonders aloud whether they somehow skipped right past it on their way in. The holographic display flashes a deadly pit trap right in the center of their path. Vim suddenly realizes the trap was baited while they were still in the treasure vault, because they'd slipped past this spot safe and sound before. He tilts his head up and demands confirmation. Tell me this is really a man-made trap. This is brand new for him, he's never seen a man-made trap inside a dungeon before. Camilla leans in and explains that these traps almost always spring from rival parties or straight-up sabotage to seize control of territory. She adds that this kind of interference usually pops up when mid-tier teams clash on the lower rungs of the ladder. Confessing she doesn't know what's going on, she turns to young Vim and demands his take on the whole mess. Vim thinks the trap setter may have stumbled on the vault first and tried to bury the secret, but he spots one thing for sure: the treasure is still pristine, untouched. Camilla fires back at that theory, piecing it together fast. This trap wasn't random, it was built to hit them. She thinks about it, grudges are everywhere, and admits it's been way too long since she last had one breathing down her neck. A cold thought flashes in her mind and she panics. She pushes it away fast, insisting it's probably not true. Camilla snaps her fingers and screams, "Freeze!" Everyone drops on the spot while the leaders stay standing, and she warns them this is a trap set by a rival crew. The mage can't stop himself, he's hit with the full weight of it, overwhelmed by the sheer chaos of everything that could go wrong. They finally grasp the brutal truth: the enemy isn't just holding them back, they're out to murder them. Vim studies the schematic, and you can tell whoever built this trap has a truly cruel personality. He finds a poisoned needle tucked right where someone's hand would land, right where it would trigger the trap and end them. It's an assassin's masterpiece, built to read every move and cut down anyone skilled enough to try disarming it. Staring into the darkness, Vim tries to get inside the enemy's head, questioning what he'd do if he were the one laying the trap. Chilling thought hits him like lightning, and his eyes snap wide as it finally clicks. He yells at Simon to look up on the wall, admitting he can't scan that area himself. Simon's suspicions hit pay dirt. He spots the trick mechanism, rigged to hurl a boulder down at the perfect moment with a delayed trigger. Vim forces a nervous grin as he realizes the enemy has snapped past sanity, doing something nobody, not even their wildest minds, would ever predict. Even with danger screaming in his face, he whips his head to Camilla and declares, straight-faced and fearless, that he's got that trap totally under control. He stands locked in, staring down the danger with ice-cold nerve as he readies his plan to unleash. Camilla grins, clocking that he finally gets it, then presses him. Does he see what it truly means to be the ace? She gives him the green light, and Vim follows her command with unshakable resolve. Vim rockets forward, vaults into the air, and smashes straight through the magical floor triggers. The earth erupts under his feet, and boom, an enormous pit tears open right where he swore it would. He drops into the pitch-black abyss, wind howling past his ears as he plunges downward. Twisting his body in midair, he snaps into position and swings in with his blade fully drawn. He launches into a brutal maneuver, blasting off the wall to dodge the death that's waiting for him below. Hanging onto the cliff like his life depends on it, Vim prays his move actually helps as his teammates stare from afar. He drives his blade into the rock wall to keep himself steady. Sparks explode as steel bites into stone. Vim snarls at the trap setter's nasty vibe, clocking the mechanism he spotted, but realizing he still totally missed what they were truly trying to do. The enemy knew he'd glance back at his teammates, so he used that tiny blink of distraction to snap shut the real trap. Suddenly, a giant shadow crashes down overhead as the shield unit snaps into place to intercept. The party freezes in stunned silence as a colossal boulder crashes down on them from the dark above. Vim blasts out a desperate warning, shouting everyone into action as they scramble to brace for the brutal impact. The tank flashes a savage grin and hoists his shield, charging straight into the falling death. Magic circles blaze to life as the mage unleashes an enhancement spell, blasting the defense into something unbreakable. The support fighter shouts to Abel, trusting his strength to keep the party alive, right as the boulder slams in. Vim's stomach drops as he realizes that boulder isn't a threat at all, it's a decoy, built to tie up the shield unit. He frantically sweeps the area because he can feel it. This is the moment the real threat is closing in and their defenses are wide open. A deadly projectile screams past the enemy squad, laser-locked on one exact target like it knows exactly what's coming. With trembling focus, Vim calculates its trajectory, praying Hidmurray can react before impact and wrench it off course. A sharp pause hits him mid-thought, and he can't shake the feeling that maybe his judgment of the whole situation is wrong. He keeps replaying the trap setter's twisted playbook, convinced there's still a hidden layer they haven't uncovered yet. Panic crashes into him as he realizes there might be an explosive mechanism hidden inside the boulder, and he knows they don't have a second to spare. He shoves his doubts aside and decides to take this threat down himself, right here, right now. He still remembers that fist bump, the trust his team put in him, like the night dragon flies overhead, cheering him on. With everything on the line, he vows to smash those expectations, and he'll succeed no matter what hits him. Without warning, a twisted magic circle ignites under his feet, and a chilling hum crawls through the air. Camilla shrieks his name in pure terror when she finally clocks it. A teleportation circle is snapping to life beneath him. Vim rockets out of the cave and rematerializes high above the world, smashing straight down through the clouds. As rubble crashed down around him, he flailed in midair, and then it hit. He'd been totally split from his team. As gravity kicks in, his eyes widen. He realizes that trap was built to teleport him. That cold, brutal truth hits hard. This is a one-way ride, no easy way back. He forces the shock away and locks onto one goal: survive the fall no matter what. He grunts through sheer strain, desperately twisting his body to wrestle control of the wild drop. Crashing through the treetop, he whips the branches to slow his drop, then lands hard without going straight to the ground. He hits the ground with a brutal thud, and pain jolts through him as the impact rattles every bone. Stunned and sprawled on the forest floor, he snaps his head left and right, totally lost, and can't stop wondering where the hell he ended up. He glanced up at the sky and instantly figured it out. This open ground is still a trap, and he's stuck inside the labyrinth. With dread in his gut, he wonders, did someone really fling him all the way up to the 99th floor? A cold sweat erupts as he realizes he's totally lost on the labyrinth's deadly front line. He's so sure the night dragonfly party won't have a clue where he is that a rescue mission feels totally doomed. It hits him, maybe they still haven't even clocked that he got yanked out and teleported. He can't help but wonder if that trap was built to tear the party apart. Then, somehow, he clings to the small mercy that he's the only one who got taken. Striding across the alien wasteland, he decides, no matter what, to hunt down a teleportation orb and blast his way back home. He halts mid-step, snaps his head upward, and feels a strange presence lurking among the giant trees around him. An owl perches on a branch and stares him down, then lets out a sharp, simple hoot, like it's greeting the lost adventurer. Half a day vanishes in the blink of an eye as Vim trudges through unfamiliar territory all by himself. He rockets through the thick, tangled forest, lungs burning as ragged gasps tear out of him while he claws for any way out. A sharp buzzing rips through the air, stops him dead in his tracks, and forces his eyes straight up. Crouched deep in the brush, he stared at the strange winged creature, and it matched every crazy theory he'd made earlier. His researcher instincts sparked the second he spotted it, wondering if he'd just stumbled onto a brand new species of winged insect he'd never seen before. For a split second, danger slips his mind. He blushes hard, swept up in real excitement at what he just found. He snaps out of his trance in a flash, cursing himself as an idiot, because danger was right there and he still let it distract him. He snaps back to reality. His life is hanging by a thread, and he has to get back to Camilla and the others right now. Half a day vanished and the truth hits him, so he snaps back to focus, hunting for the teleportation orb with everything he's got. Suddenly, he locks onto movement far off, then gasps when he realizes the shadows between the trees are shifting. Squinting through the leaves, he finally spots the group, and relief hits him hard when he realizes they're adventurers. A seed of doubt hits him like a brick wall. He remembers the rumors about monkeys on this floor that copy humans. He pauses, eyes sharp, trying to read the scene and figure out if this really lines up with the way monsters move. Hiding behind the cover, he wrestles with one terrifying question: is it safe to step out and let them see him? Knowing he's out of options, he barrels through the bushes, grinding his teeth and forcing himself to stay razor sharp. He shakes the paranoia off his shoulders, berating himself for spiraling and overthinking everything. He bursts into the clearing and locks in on it. Those movements are unmistakably human. Vim bursts out of the tree line, shouting at the top of his lungs to grab everyone's attention and make sure they know he's there. He touches down in front of a tight knot of heavily armed thugs, so dangerous they make ordinary explorers look harmless. Two strangers, one hidden behind a plague mask, the other staring him down with razor-sharp eyes, locked onto him like he was guilty of something. Vim throws his hands up in surrender, stammers that he's completely lost, and begs to regroup with their party. He bursts into the truth, saying a trap yanked him through teleportation, and then swings his name like a blade: Vim Strauss from the Night Dragonfly Guild. The moment his name drops, the group gasps and murmurs, and you can see their whole vibe flip instantly. They huddle in whispers, feeling it in their bones. His presence is impossible to ignore, and they can't decide if it's truly him. One of the guys steps up and speaks to him respectfully, nodding like, "Yeah, you're really the lost adventurer we found." Vim just stands there, stunned by their reaction, totally lost for words on what to say next. He steadied his breathing, reintroduced himself, and shot back, "Are you the leader?" Rita Hanks strides forward with a confident grin and introduces herself. She calls him by name and tells him flat out, they're the survey team sent straight by the guild. Leaning in with a creepy grin, she whispers to Vim that she knows him inside and out. A cheerful young woman with glasses flashes a warm smile and introduces herself as Rita Hanks. Vim freezes as soon as the stranger blurts out her name, then flat out claims they know Mr. Wim Strauss better than anyone. He freezes in disbelief, trying to square this bubbly woman with the serious expedition leader he just pictured. Rita instantly snaps into attention, blaring with pure excitement the second she spots a giant silver stag beetle right there. Chaos erupts when the hulking bald man blurts out a rainbow beetle, and Vim just stands there, stunned that none of them are taking this seriously. Then boom, back to business. A hand shoots forward a guilt card, making it official and confirming who they are. Vim can't stop wondering if all these wild antics finally prove they're a real team, while Rita keeps hunting bugs with the relentless joy of a kid. The bald man leans in and tells him, "Don't freak out, this chaos is totally normal for our special members." Another member stares at the soil like it's priceless, calling the spot a hidden treasure, while Rita crawls along the ground hunting answers. Rita lays it out, this expedition team runs the mission in a whole different way than a normal party that only cares about fighting. As he watches them bounce off each other, Vim can't shake the feeling that their whole vibe looks painfully familiar. He leans in with respect and tells her with a voice full of awe that meeting someone this prominent and famous is truly an honor. Rita shoots him an apologetic look and admits she can't go with him yet, she still has research she has to finish. She clocks that he could probably slip back through the secret route by himself, but she's got a different plan in mind. She insists he tag along for now, then rushes to apologize for the trouble she's caused. Rita pulls him in and says, "Come watch our investigation as we keep pushing through the dungeon." She grins and says that the moment anyone steps onto a fresh floor, excitement erupts like it always does. Vim gets it instantly, there's never enough time and somehow there's always too much to see. He bursts into laughter, blushes as he admits it, those labyrinth wonders snag his attention too, and he gets distracted in a heartbeat. Rita flashes a huge grin and tells him she already knew he'd say it, word for word. The hulking cloaked man strides forward and demands a moment from Mr. Strauss. Vim shot his eyes up in sheer intimidation and realized the man was every bit as towering as Camilla, the silver-haired powerhouse. Rita turns to the giant and names him Petrus, then gushes that his research is absolutely fascinating. She tells him he's hunting for the very first creatures, the ones that later transformed into the monsters everyone fears. Petrus breaks it down, yeah, monsters are basically animals, stuffed with magic, but even with their twisted, grotesque bodies, they're still unmistakably biological. He throws down a mind-bending paradox, asking who the monsters would even be if you stripped them of magic. Petrus drops the bombshell. He cross-checked Vim's report on the 98th floor boss against every sea slug relative he could find, but not a single one matches perfectly. Vim leans in, eyes locked, as the researcher unfolds his sharp step-by-step deduction. Petrus couldn't shake the question, did this creature come from some long-lost species that died out in history? Triumph surges through him as he unveils the Amatora, something he dug up from a fishing port to the east of Fieldbrunn. Petrus trembles with pure excitement, swearing that this discovery is straight-up paleontology. Vim is blown away by the theory, convinced this is the kind of deep knowledge he'd expect from an expedition member. Petrus swivels on Vim and demands his take, because he's the one who actually dueled the floor boss. He pushes for an opinion, and Vim smiles and says the theory is simply wonderful. Vim hesitates, awkward as he braces to step in and correct the expert. Vim says those antennae weren't useless leftovers at all, they moved just like organs, twitching in sync with the force fields. The moment it clicks, it smacks Petrus in the chest, straight up thunderstruck. Petrus shakes in total despair while Rita cackles, absolutely loving his huge blunder. The hypothesis claims these extinct creatures have somehow evolved again and now roam the labyrinth. Suddenly, Vim jolts hard, something like a tremor shoots through his arm. A colossal striped monster explodes out of the bushes, screaming a terrifying roar that rattles the whole forest. Vim spots the creature charging through the undergrowth and realizes it's a brand new species, striped like a tiger but unlike anything he's seen. Panicked, Vim demands to know why nobody's scouting, then Rita brushes off his worry with a lazy wave. She just stares dead quiet and then drops the truth that no security setup was a deliberate chess move from the start. Footsteps pound the ground as the team bursts into position, ready to stop the beast in its tracks. A fierce woman surges forward with a giant fork spear, driving it straight into the tiger's paw with surgical precision. The weapon hits dead on, slamming the beast's limb into the dirt with a brutal metallic crunch. The tiger bellows in brutal agony as the trap snaps shut, and Vim freezes, stunned by the shock of it all. As Vim stares at that magical restraint, his mind races. Could this be a brand new, never-before-seen kind of magic? Without a second thought, the man clamps the tiger's jaws shut with his bare hands and rips them apart. He grapples the beast face to face, calmly commanding it to keep its mouth wide open as he brushes off its frantic thrashing. The man fumed that he got there first, yet everyone else was still pawing at it. Then he snapped at them, calling them idiots for barking at it nonstop. Rita points out the woman with bangs and yells, "Vanessa," while the hat-wearing man gets called Kevin, and together they wrestle the creature into submission. She tells you they both specialize in monster magic, the kind that lets them take down beasts that are way too dangerous for anyone else. Vim's eyes widen as it hits them. This whole monster lure was deliberate, and they're being dragged in just so they can study them. Rita admits her research papers don't quite line up, then she snaps up and blurts out, asking if Mr. Strauss has a specific area he's truly an expert in. Vim shoots back that if he had to pick just one specialty, he's choosing enchantment. Rita freezes for a moment, and you can practically see her clocking a reference to her own work in his words. She lets out a quiet chuckle, totally entertained by the connection she's just made. She whips around to face him and reminds him she's known him inside out since the very beginning. She tells him she actually reads every paper he writes like it's a hobby, even though he never once sends a single one to her magazine. Rita leans in and asks if her last name rings a bell, daring you, like a reader, to realize you already know the editor-in-chief of the Labyrinth Fanatics. Realization hits Vim like lightning. He stammers, blurred out Hanks, and suddenly Hanks clicks in her with that famous publication. She grins and confirms she's Professor Hanks, the editor-in-chief, then flashes a peace sign like it's all part of the show. She adds, and bam, despite her teen-like face, she's the exact same age as Camilla, leaving Vim totally stunned. Right then, one of the team bursts in with a report, and Rita snaps, "Speak of the devil." Rita practically exhaled with relief the moment she learned they'd finally managed to make contact with Camilla. She whips around to Vim and fires off an invitation. "Watch this experiment we're about to unleash." She shoots him an expectant stare and demands a promise, confirm he'll join them or don't waste her time. They burst into a clearing and find the rest of the team hard at work, cooking up a massive hot air balloon like it's go time. Rita fires off a question, does he get what they're trying to do? And Vim, unsure, points at a balloon and says that's the objective. Then it hits him, this gear isn't just tech, it's a warning, and he demands to know if they're really testing the sky. Rita nods like she just proved him right, then leans in and goes, "Yeah, but why would you even be doing something like that?" Vim stalls mid-move, convinced it'll score 50 points for doing the same thing, digging straight into the ground. She shoves the question into his head, what does aiming for the sky really reveal about what kind of dungeon this place is? Vim swallows hard, nerves exploding as the answer starts to click into place in his mind. He hesitantly throws out the idea that this experiment is the key to uncovering the labyrinth's real location. Rita smirks with pure satisfaction, sure as ever that he nailed the exact conclusion. She breaks it down with two big guesses about where the labyrinth really sits. One says it's tied to a whole other dimension, and the other claims it's hidden deep underground. She tilts her head to the sky and declares, loud and fearless, that the very fact there's an open above-ground world shatters the underground theory for good. Rita yanks out a folded paper with a sharp rustle and flashes it to Vim, letting him see exactly what they're cooking up. She spreads out a massive map, and suddenly whole strange continents and wild new landmasses come into view. Vim squints at the bizarre map, completely baffled, and blurts out what in the world he's even staring at. She grins and tells them this isn't just any map, it's a prediction of the labyrinth's real location. Rita can't contain her excitement as she insists the labyrinth sits on a totally different continent. She calls out the similarities between the floors, and there it is again. The very same wyvern shows up on both level 26 and level 97. It turns into a wild puzzle, figuring out the right match between plants, animals, weather, and soil across every layer to crack the hidden pattern. They stripped out the magic, lined up the floors by the local climate, and bam, they uncovered connections that matched a whole hypothetical continent. She whips her gaze to him, serious as steel, and demands if he gets what it really means, and Vim stammers out a nervous yes. The theory says they're slipping around that continent using teleportation orbs, no digging underground at all. Rita swore she'd prove there's a whole other continent out there. She even named it the continent hypothesis. Her whole body shakes with excitement as she declares that proving this theory is their team's #1 mission right now. Vim swallowed hard, staring in shock at how reckless the hypothesis sounded, and how far that expedition crew dared to go. Rita shuts down the chatter and snaps that it's officially showtime for the experiment. A hot air balloon lifts into the clouds as someone calls out the pressure readings falling one by one. A crew member screams that the oxygen is plummeting, then slams down an order to blast in more heat before it's too late. Rita tells her they used to fire balloons from the 98th floor too, but some membrane-thin barrier kept slamming them back every single time. This time they're rushing to prove the barrier is real, then snag the data so they can dissect exactly how it works. A voice blares, "Slow down the climb," as the balloon barrels toward that dangerous, critical height. Someone yells to the whole crowd that the impact is almost here. The balloon keeps climbing higher and higher, while the basket swings wildly beneath that massive envelope. Suddenly, the sky starts warping and bending out of nowhere, and the people on the ground can't even breathe, pure shock. Someone yells to start recording fast as the balloon slams into resistance. They realize the barrier won't budge, so the team cranks the output higher, pushing harder and refusing to stop. The order to detonate hits the air, and right away, there's a sharp snap that cuts through everything. Rita snaps at Vim to keep his eyes on the barrier, because that thing is the labyrinth's true framework. The balloon rips apart high in the sky, detonating in a violent blast and raining down debris everywhere. Rita snaps out orders, no one takes cover, and everyone stares hard at what's unfolding in the sky after the blast. A weird, wavering roar rattles the air as the explosion's smoke finally thins and the truth comes into view. Clouds tear apart, sliding aside just to reveal the spot where the blast ripped open the sky high above. Vim jolts in disbelief when the sky rips open and then snaps back together as if nothing happened. Rita is panicking, demanding, "Tell me you got the recording and the event data. Did you capture it?" The whole crew erupts in cheers, shouting that they finally cracked it and grabbed every last bit of data they needed. Rita's face instantly blooms with pure, unfiltered joy as their experiment finally pays off. Vim stares at her face and his heart jolts as real emotion breaks through. The whole team erupts in laughter, claps each other on the back, and celebrates like they just pulled off something incredible. Vim clocks it instantly. Every single teammate wears a bright, kid-at-heart grin like they're buzzing with pure joy. He realizes they must have poured in serious study and prep for this one blazing day of success. Most spirits out there tower over everyone, smash through trouble, and skip the small stuff, but this crew, they're different. Vim admits that this kind of non-stop curiosity isn't just smart, it's real adventurous spirit. A crushing silence clings to the overgrown ruins of the 72nd floor, and it feels like the moment the investigation team steps into their hidden sanctuary. Vim skates down the tunnel, screeching like metal until, bam, he slams to a stop at the bottom of the chute. Rita yanks off his blindfold, blurts out an apology, and explains that the investigation team staying under wraps is totally normal. Vim spun around, baffled. He'd memorized every inch of the 72nd floor's map, yet somehow he'd never even heard this place existed. A voice shouts "Leader" from behind, and Rita's attention snaps to it instantly. She whips her head around at the summons, and with a quick nod, she instantly gets what's happening. He gestured for Vim to come closer and addressed him with full respect, "Mr. Strauss." She shoves a device into his hands, and Vim blurts out a stunned gasp because he just realized he's gripping a rare magic tool. Rita snaps in, telling him the sound's awful, but then reassures him he can still use it to talk straight to Camilla. Most of the devices pulled from that labyrinth of magical machinery still run on secrets nobody understands. Vim yells "Camilla" straight into the device as the static rages, and when she answers, she snaps back with a "You're young, Vim." Camilla's eyes widen as the interference hits. She can't believe a teleportation circle was hidden inside the trap. She leans in, reassures him, and tells him she owes it all to him because everyone is safe thanks to him. Vim exhales like a weight just vanished, telling her she's only relieved because everything finally worked out. Camilla blurts out that Rita asked him to come too, right to the upcoming research meeting. Then he asks Rita if it's really okay, and she fires back that it'll probably be an awesome experience, go for it. Camilla's voice slices through the static once more, and she swears to him she's sure he's going to learn a ton. Vim nods and agrees to join, then quietly admits he's hoping he won't end up in the way. He stares down at the gadget in his hand, stunned that a magic tool can somehow let him talk across different floors. Rita leans in and tells him to keep the tool hidden, saying they only get to use it because they were handed special permission from above. She waves him over, urges him to step inside now that the call is finally over. Vim's jaw drops when she realizes the Labyrinth Fanatic magazine they worship is officially published by this very group. Rita tells them straight up this isn't an official guild magazine at all. It's unauthorized because she and her team still haven't forgotten the mess they had with the Sages Association. She smirks at his reaction as Vim gapes in awe, completely blown away by their rebellious streak. With a sharp click of the latch, Rita swings the door open and beckons him into the main room. Inside, total chaos erupts. Members shriek at each other about whether their symbolic chanting is the real answer or if some other theory holds the truth. The argument spirals into vicious personal attacks, and the researchers start hurling trash and dropouts like they're trying to end each other's careers. While a few guys are trading punches in the background, the rest just sit there reading like it's nothing, completely shutting out the whole brawl. Rita shoots a warning at him, go in, and it's on his own head, because a huge knife is being waved right there. The room turns into a full-blown storm, scrap and scribble everywhere, dust churning skyward as the fighting gets vicious. Vim can't believe what he's seeing, pure horror, and he's stuck wondering if he's actually allowed to fight or if everyone's just pretending not to notice him. He lets out a shaky laugh, sweat pouring down his face as his mind tries to catch up with the sheer madness of the bass. Suddenly, the brawling grinds to a halt and every head snaps toward the newcomer, dead stunned and baffled. The group finally puts it together, that's Strauss, and the moment it clicks, everyone erupts in a shocked shout. Researchers scramble to yank the documents free, shouting his name while that naked libel hung in the air. One guy hoists a 2-year-old paper in the air, pointing at how he studied the 5 insect species that flagged the arrival of giant monsters. Vim's jaw drops. Someone actually read his words, and he never expected anyone besides Hidamari to know they existed. Right as the tension spikes, a researcher suddenly erupts into a scream, then whips a finger in furious objection. They jump straight into a heated argument over his theory. Are those maggots crawling on his skin, or is it the burn of fire magic heating him up? With their intensity crushing him, Vim forces a grin, then throws out a lie, telling them he truly thinks both of their theories are awesome. A furious roar bursts from the researchers, rattling the walls as their reactions hit instantly to that statement. Rage seared across his face as the man screamed he wouldn't be lumped with academy dropout trash, spitting that the others were nothing but the paper's flimsy delusions. Veins bulging, he snaps at his rival and demands to know what the hell he thinks he's saying, spitting curses and calling him a bastard. Out of nowhere, a thundercrack slices the chaos. Rita slams her hands together and roars, demanding everyone's attention right this second. The whole room goes ice cold in an instant. Researchers halt mid-brawl, weapons still up, fists locked tight, and everyone stuck in a dead, awkward silence. Rita snaps her hand toward the blackboard, declaring that the image on it is the same photo of the tear in the sky from earlier. She points at the sky and declares it. Those same patterns line up perfectly with the teleportation circle formula. The researchers stare at the evidence with mouths hanging open, and all their anger vanishes the second this revelation hits. Rita's eyes flash with sharp intelligence as she announces, "All right, time to officially kick off the research meeting." She flings her arms wide and demands their hypotheses, then the whole group erupts into another storm of chaotic shouting. The theories explode across the room as everyone screams, convinced it's repulsion magic, restoration magic, or wait for it, duplicate magic. A man in a hat barks out an objection, insisting that even after the restoration magic, the barrier's true origin still hasn't been figured out. Vim's standing right in the middle of this raging burst of intellect, completely shell-shocked and stammering like his brain can't even process what he's seeing. Panic hits him hard as he realizes this isn't some entry-level briefing. This is the investigation team at full power, and the debate is so advanced he can barely keep up. The argument keeps burning. One researcher swears the barrier's already being repaired, while the other snaps that none of it explains how the repair is even happening. Violence detonates again, someone screams "die," and the air instantly fills with brutal blows and relentless fighting. Petrus's massive form glides up beside the trembling Vim, and he demands Vim's take on what's going on. Petrus leans over and asks him point-blank what he really thought about the discussion they just heard. Vim shoots back a shaky "I get it," and Petrus lights up, thinking that means he's finally catching the big picture. Petrus pushes him again, crowding his space and looming over him, demanding he spell out exactly what he really thinks. The giant glares like it can see through his soul, demanding he speak, but Vim's panic spikes inside. He can't even pretend anymore because he finally admits he has zero clue. Petrus eases up, leaning in and asking, "So, is there anything about this debate that Vim still doesn't get?" Vim hesitantly blurts out, "Were you talking about building a barrier with magic, something like the flame barrier, but using restoration magic?" Rita shuts down his doubts, saying he's right, then quickly admits she's no expert and that this whole topic is way beyond her. She flashes a reassuring smile and tells him, "Yeah, this is a dead end," then adds, "Don't stress, it's fine if you don't get all the complicated details." She admits that after all their digging and research, they're still stuck, because the one magic mechanism powering that barrier is nowhere to be found. Vim stands in dead silence before the blackboard, eyes locked on the tangled diagrams and the photos pinned all over it. He starts wondering if some hidden mechanism is behind it, like a magic tool made on purpose to forge those barriers. He stares at the patterns again, convinced these shapes can't be a random fluke, because they look uncannily like a magic tool. Vim mutters that they seem familiar, and Rita snaps her head toward him, eyes curious as she realizes what he's noticed. Rita's eyes glitter as a strange smile creeps onto her face, then she leans in and demands of Mr. Strauss, "What's wrong, exactly?" Vim hesitates, then finally blurts out that the whole phenomenon might not be science at all, it could be enchantment magic. The whole room suddenly goes still, every researcher freezes in place, faces blazing with pure confusion and shock. Vim snaps his hand up and shapes his fingers like a diagram, throwing it at the baffled crowd to prove his point. He lifts a tiny round device to the light and declares, without a hint of doubt, that its pattern is enchantment magic. He tells them you can't see it in the photo, but there's one crucial detail they're completely missing. He blurts out, "If we reshape that pattern, won't it turn into a trust magic formula?" and pitches a whole new way to see it. Vim jabs his finger at the photo and goes, "Okay, here's the deal. Since it's enchantment magic, it's not a structure at all, it's secretly built like gears." He figures out the barrier's hiding nothing fancy inside it, and that twist straight up clears the whole mystery. The researchers stare, frozen in stunned silence, as Rita's face suddenly burns, half pure euphoria, half horrifying realization of. A sharp voice snaps, "Mr. Strauss," and it catches him totally off guard as he stands there by the blackboard. The researchers finally snapped awake, realizing they'd been so blinded by advanced magic that they'd totally ignored what enchantment magic could do. The team fires up again and storms into the research, using Vim's insights as their main playbook. A researcher looms over Jin, barking that he needs to hand over the knowledge, right now, no questions. Vim is horrified when she realizes Kevin stabbed himself on purpose, just to prove he could heal the wound. Flashbacks crash in with pure chaos, shouting fills the air, fights break out nonstop, and everyone's constantly getting snapped at for their ignorance. Vim screams that they wrung every last scrap of knowledge out of him, until he finally snaps and shouts right back. He braces himself, panting hard as the whole nightmare replays in his head, each breath snapping out in sharp, desperate gasps. A tangled diagram erupts in light, and the real truth finally snaps into place, like the structure was enchanted from the start. Vim and Rita stared up in pure awe, because the ceiling cracked open to reveal a colossal web of magical gears. They crumpled against the wall, utterly drained but grinning through the exhaustion, because their enchantment magic had forged a real barrier. Rita suggests we ditch the plain explanation and describe the phenomenon in symbolic terms to truly crack what it's really about. She explains that the sky hanging over the labyrinth is basically a magical barrier spell, etched right into the air itself. She declares this understanding is the spark of a brand new research paradigm. She whirls on the rookie and quizzes Mr. Strauss, demanding to know how he survived the investigation team's relentless intensity. Vim drops his shoulders and blurts out, no hesitation at all, that he's utterly spent. Rita smirks, reads him like a book, and asks if he finally ended up liking them after all that brutal treatment. Vim straight up admits it. Sure, Night Dragonfly is smoother, but he's obsessed with how rough and unstoppable they are once their passion takes over. He lifts his gaze, flashes a real smile, and says, "Yeah, I loved it," and Rita flashes a hidden smile and whispers that hearing it makes her feel so relieved. Their talk snaps to a halt the moment they're sprawled on the floor and someone yells for the leader. They gasp in pure shock because somehow the others wrapped up their tasks faster than anyone expected. Vim mutters under his breath, stunned, trying to figure out what kind of magic they used to pull off that impossible speed. He rubs his head, then stops dead, realizing this crew follows rules that normal logic never even touches. Rita pushes to her feet and tells Mr. Strauss to come with her, just for a moment. She flashes a grin full of excitement and tells him she's got something she's dying to show him. Vim's face twists with confusion, but she braces herself and follows her straight into the depths of the facility. They roll up to this gigantic wooden beast, packed with mine carts and a full set of roaring tracks. Rita tells them this is the testing ground, while Vim squints through the dim light, trying to figure out where he even is. Vim keeps blurting out the place's name, trying to figure out what those tracks are even for. Rita spots a shadow in the distance, yells out for Laura, and blurts that she knew she'd find her here. A hood with little ears frames her face as she snaps around and answers her teacher without missing a beat. Vim freezes in pure shock, instantly clocking that the girl is a demi-human. A tight close-up snaps to her hand and you can't miss it, the wild fur and razor claws that mark her species. Rita steps in, points at the two, and tells Laura, "Go on, say hello to Mr. Vim Strauss." Laura dips into a polite bow, introduces herself with a soft smile, and lets her gentle side shine. Rita whirled back to Vim and snapped the conversation to the colossal infrastructure towering around them. She leans in and demands, "So, did you finally figure out what we're digging this giant hole for?" Vim stares into the tunnel and the gear scattered around it, connecting the dots and locking onto what the team is there to do. He blurts out whether they're trying to smash the maze's limits, then throws it back to that sky experiment from before. Rita nods and seals Vim's deduction about the boundary with a flawless 100-point score. She whips around to Laura and tells the demi-human, "I'm counting on you to take care of the next step." Laura's body starts to twist, crackle, and ignite as she finally unleashes her hidden power. Vim snaps into a crouch in pure alarm as Laura unleashes a terrifying roar and morphs into a beast-like monster. She rockets into the wall at blinding speed, her claws ripping through the stone with a brutal, thunderous impact. Rita leans in and tells them the truth. The average adventurer can't even nick this bedrock. It sits on a whole other level. Blood splashes onto the rocks as Laura drives her fists into the wall again and again, refusing to care that her own hands are getting wrecked. Vim shrieks that she's bleeding and they've got to stop, while Rita stays cool and insists she's completely fine. Reeling from the leader's icy cruelty, Vim fires back, demanding to know how she can look him in the eye and claim the girl is fine. Rita jabs at the wall, swearing that Laura was trained for this exact moment and that she'll be fine. At last, the hole bursts wide open, and a dark, mysterious world hidden under the rock spills into view. Deep in the opening, a creepy chain of slithering magical gears churns and throbs, glowing in the dark like it's alive. Rita stared at the deep labyrinth and said, "So this is what it really looks like," then compared it to the barrier they'd seen hanging in the sky. She decides if those barriers follow the same rules, this wall is way better for watching everything up close. Vim shrugs off the lecture and barrels to Laura, blurting out, "Are you okay?" as he gets ready to heal her. Laura just stares at him, totally blank, like she's used to people ignoring her bruises. He reads the sighs and instantly panics, then keeps insisting over and over that Laura is going to be totally fine. Laura fidgets like crazy while Vim carefully tends to her hand, but he can't quite hide the uncertainty in his face, like he's not sure what to do next. Rita digs in, saying enchantment magic must be analyzed, then leans in and demands Vim's take. She heaps praise on him, marveling that a mind like his is 1 in 10,000, and that enchanters like him are practically extinct. Vim snaps the last bandage onto Laura's hand, grinning like the worst of the danger is finally over. Rita rubs the back of her head and bluntly blurts out, "Do you get it? I'm trying to recruit you." She flashes a grin and swears he's got the same adventurous soul, and that together they'll crack the labyrinth's secrets. Vim took a step back, jabbed a finger in the air, and said, "No, this is totally different from what we talked about." Rita tilts her head and plays dumb, acting like she has no clue about his suspicion. Vim can't stop thinking this whole thing is off. No matter which way he turns it, it still feels wrong. He locks eyes with her and demands, straight to her face, whether she's hiding something from him. Rita finally drops the act and, with a heavy sigh, admits her deception was a mistake. She says he snapped into action quicker than she ever thought, so fast it basically forced her hand because she was already running late. She's crushed by one thought: she was sloppy and her best story still didn't win him over. Rita snaps her gaze to the wall, and with a sharp announcement, she reveals his escort has finally arrived. The wall erupts. Camilla smashes through, screaming at young Vim to get away from that monster. She glares with pure fury, barking that this is Minerva of Ikea's base, and they've come to snatch him back. Vim blurts out Minerva of Ikea in pure shock, totally thrown by this brand new revelation. Rita steadies her nerves and finally steps up, ready to introduce herself to Mr. Strauss the right way. With a wicked, dark smile, she drops the truth: she's Rita Hanks, the ruthless leader of Minerva of Ikea. Camilla locks eyes with her old acquaintance, ice in her gaze, and tells her straight up that Rita hasn't changed one bit, still the same old scoundrel. Rita smirks and tells her that servant of a bencha sounds way better than slave or scoundrel. Ignoring the banter, Camilla cuts through everything and orders her to stop. She demands young Vim be freed from her custody right now. Rita casually scratches her head like she couldn't care less, even though she knows her crimes will come back to get her. Whipping around to Vim, Camilla explodes into a scream. She's sure he's been duped, and the truth has to hit him right now. She drops the bombshell: every fancy twist of that trap was built just to snatch him, and she's basically calling Rita a master manipulator to her face. Rita shrugs and admits, yeah, I made up parts of it, but if you call it all lies, it just makes me sound like some kind of monster. She lets out a defeated sigh, admitting she totally fumbled her move this time. Right as the talks collapse, a savage strike cuts through the air. Violence erupts in the blink of an eye. Rita hides behind her subordinate and snarls at Laura to protect her, like that's all she's ever meant to do. Steel screams as metal crashes together. Laura lunges in and blocks the incoming blow. Rita peeks from behind the girl and snaps at Laura, telling her, "Be my shield," because the woman facing us looks terrifying. Camilla locks eyes on the pair, her silence turning into razor-sharp judgment and unbreakable resolve. Rita throws in the towel, blurts out how they even found the base, then decides to pass Mr. Strauss over the right way, because she's the one who messed up. She insists they had a barrier standing guard, so there's no way a tracking device could have found them. Camilla's face twists with disgust as she snaps, "How could you even think of something this underhanded, like a tracking device?" Rita looks totally baffled and blurts out, "So you're telling me my guess about a tracking device wasn't perfectly reasonable?" Camilla snaps that they're nothing like Rita, because the wisdom of Hyde Mary is on their side. She declares that righteous reason will always crush evil, and she even threatens Rita, promising to teach her a lesson. A flashback hits and Hyde Mary panics at a console, frantically checking the feed, only to confirm that Vim isn't on the floor they expected. The sage went all in with terrifying intensity, her face twisted in sheer fury as she clawed for any sign of their missing member. Camilla praises her, saying she charged in like a possessed woman and shattered Rita's defenses. Rita lets out a shaky laugh, realizing she just made a deadly mistake by underestimating the 74th sage. She lets out a heavy sigh and admits she can't argue with a sage's skills, but her face still screams that she's not buying his moral lecture. With defeat weighing on her, Rita snaps to Mr. Strauss, "Go on, you've got my okay," and lets him leave with his friends. Vim sprints back into the night, heading toward the Dragonfly team, crossing that line from captors to rescuers. Camilla watches him come back, then snaps her orders. Everyone falls back fast because their mission is done. Vim freezes for a split second, then looks back over his shoulder at that strange crew that just cracked his world wide open. He gives a breezy wave goodbye, cutting off the eccentric leader and her crew as he takes his leave. Deep in his chest, he remembers meeting Minerva of Ikea, and he knows he'll never forget it. Back topside at Party HQ, his teammates mob around him, and you can see the worry written all over their faces. Vim shrugs it off with a grin, swearing that during those 2 days away, he almost got brainwashed. He finally admits their methods are a nightmare, and that's when he realizes Camilla wasn't exaggerating. The danger she warned him about is real. Still, he couldn't deny it. Yes, he saw the ugliness, but he was also blown away by their knowledge and pure passion. He stares at the gear-like patterns carved into the deep labyrinth wall, and it clicks. Rita's theory about the continent might actually be dead on. On the rooftop with the city spread out below, Camilla lays a hand on his shoulder and declares, "You're the ace of the night dragonfly." She tells him straight to his face that this title is the real deal, and that it's the ultimate proof they trust him completely. She challenges him to prove, right there in front of them, that he's got what it takes to shoulder that crushing burden. Vim catches a whisper riding the wind, like the world itself is quietly backing his resolve. Over dinner, with his teammates cracking up around him, Vim finally realizes it. He doesn't just want to be here, he wants these days with the night dragonfly. Vim locks eyes with the swirling darkness inside his head, wondering why his chest feels wrecked when outside world stays exactly the same. A week later, the long-awaited day for the 99th floor expedition finally hits, then Vim gets blindsided with an order to take time off. Birds shriek and chatter overhead as the night dragonfly team braces themselves among the towering, ancient trees. One of the team members shot his eyes up in pure awe, and there it was. The sky was truly blue, just like the report promised. VIMS scans the area and clocks the truth. Our search on the 99th floor is charging forward, steady as hell and looking promising. He suddenly realizes the floor isn't flat at all. It's a massive dome, and somewhere beyond that endless jungle, a wall is waiting. A teammate girl closes in on Vim with her staff in hand, and then right in his face, she says she needs to check something with him. She presses him for answers about the barrier, and Vim gives a polite nod, confirming he's fully tuned in and listening. Right then, she lazily points out a tiny bug nearby, and just like that, the whole conversation gets yanked in a totally new direction. Vim lets out a breath of relief, realizing they're finally willing to treat him like a normal person, even after the mess he made with Minerva of IKEA. He takes it in, realizing just how kind they've all been, and gratitude hits him so hard it almost knocks the breath out of him. From far away, I grin. Looks like Vim is really holding it together. Camilla snaps at the team that he's taking a break. She's got scouting and intel covered for now, because she's saving him for the next emergency. Calm gets shattered as ominous rustles and razor-sharp shrieks burst out from the thick, tangled bushes. This rugged adventurer wipes the sweat off his brow, whispering that the odds of bumping into the floor boss around here are way too high to ignore. As they press onward, a cheerful member shouts to everyone, "Stay sharp, make it back alive this time, no exceptions." One more member fires off a complaint about the brutal heat, begging for a water source, like they can't wait another minute. Vim steps into formation and suddenly gets the gut punch realization everyone's counting on him for way more than basic scouting. He clocked it instantly. Fighters closed in around him, and their exact formation screamed that they were guarding him. Crows shriek overhead like they already know the next unavoidable moment is about to hit. A stream of numbers blasts across the screen, plotting coordinates and ticking down like a countdown to something huge. Vim locks eyes on his device screen, trying to figure out if that blue patch is actually a lake. He stares harder at the landscape and a jolt hits him. His first read on it was totally wrong. He stares at the wreckage in front of him and realizes it's the aftermath of a spell called Inferno Torrent. Vim gulped hard, panic surging as he realized the whole area had been wiped clean, burned down to ash. His mind snaps back a few months to when Dragon's Wing kicked off that reckless dungeon expedition that was practically begging for death. He can't stop replaying it in his head, terrified that the tragedy happened because he didn't stop Chronos in time. While guilt claws at him, he admits it feels almost impossible. Dragon's Wing conquered the 99th floor, and that success is downright unreal. Still, he admits it. Looking at it through an adventurer's eyes, they were the first ones to stake everything and dive straight into the risk. He points out that the townspeople still look down on them, but the intel they just hauled in is worth more than gold. He can't stop thinking about the floor bus. People are even starting to shift their opinions about the group now. Suddenly, a sharp jolt rips through him, snapping his focus straight back to the danger right in front of him. A teammate glances at him with worry, asking, "What's wrong?" as he crouches there on the path. Vim shot a quick glance up at Camilla, slapped on a smile like it meant nothing, and insisted everything was fine. He studies the threat up close, then goes, "Yep, these are the monsters from Dragon's Wing, no doubt." He snaps a warning to the team right as the forest erupts with movement, because they're suddenly surrounded by a massive pack of monkeys. Two ferocious apes shriek from a tree branch, their eyes snapping onto the intruders as if they're ready to explode. More monkeys spill out of the shadows, their ripped bodies and sharp eyes screaming, "This fight is going to get brutal." One teammate snaps a warning, "There's a whole lot of them, each one is smart and each one is dangerous on their own." Camilla barks orders for everyone to hunt for an opening first, warning that any careless retreat will only pour gasoline on the problem. A gigantic hand crashes onto the wooden floor with a thunderous bang that rattles the whole room. The team hears that steady pounding thump echoing through the forest again, and they can't help but wonder if it's the exact same sound as last time. Camilla blasts out a furious scream, demanding everyone's attention and ripping them straight out of their confusion. She declares right here on the dungeon's front lines is exactly where the night dragonfly belongs. With fierce determination burning in her eyes, she commands them to risk everything to save their comrades, then make sure every single one of them comes back alive. The whole squad snaps into battle stances together, roaring their agreement in sync with their captain. A team member flashes a grin and says her speech lights a match under him, burning his hype straight to the top. Vim stands frozen, realizing only he can hear that eerie sound because nobody else even reacts. Hearing it all feels wrong, like his body knows he shouldn't be able to hear that voice. With hands shaking, he realizes this crushing presence can only mean one thing: the floor boss is here. He forces himself to breathe, plants his feet, and tries to wrestle his nerves into silence. Vim clenches his teeth and wrestles his emotions down as his heartbeat pounds like thunder in his chest. Out of nowhere, the monkeys burst apart and sprint every which way, fleeing something absolutely terrifying. The whole team is left scratching their heads because the monsters aren't fighting at all, they're fleeing like something just terrified them. An adventurer stares in disbelief, demanding if they're really backing off right now. Camilla feels the danger hit like lightning and yells at everyone to brace themselves right now. Vim roars that a massive attack is about to hit, then the trees around them start snapping like they're getting pulverized. Camilla jolts upward in pure shock, realizing this attack isn't just dangerous, it's on a whole different scale. Massive trees get splintered like twigs as a blazing projectile screams through the forest. A gigantic tree rips through the sky, crushing the team under a towering shadow. Turns out the projectile wasn't a weapon at all, it was a giant tree, hucked with terrifying, crushing force. It slams into the earth, blasting debris everywhere and ripping open a massive shockwave. The beast smashes down in a cloud of dust, slaps its hands together, and screams out a terrifying, unfamiliar cry. A hulking giant stomps out of the dust cloud, and every thunderous footstep rattles the very earth. Camilla curls herself toward the enemy, jaw set tight as her face hardens the moment the boss shows up. She shoots frantic questions through the air, scrambling to confirm her squad is all right and checking every last status. One guy rushes in and shouts that a dozen people are pinned under the trees, and they need a little time to regroup before they can move. The enemy's coming, those heavy footsteps pound louder and louder, closing in fast. Thanks to Dragon's Wings report, they lock in on the monster's identity. It's the floor boss. Then the veil drops, it's the horned ape, a hulking monster with a terrifying face that makes your stomach drop. Camilla snaps her tongue, finally clocking just how bad things really are. The horned ape flashes a wicked grin, and its terrifying presence pounds straight through you like a wave of fear. Camilla steps up to the plate, voice shaking as she stammers out that she's going in. She tells young Vim to sprint for them and snag enough time to regroup, but she slams the warning, "Don't go too hard." Vim clenches his device so tight his hand trembles, taking on a weighty responsibility that feels almost too big to hold. He swallows his fear and fully accepts it. This is his fight, because he's the only one who can handle what comes next. The horned ape leans down and stares into the eyes of the tiny adventurer who just got in its way. Vim squares up for war, shouting that the puppet master is about to switch modes. A huge tree stump towers over the snowy wasteland, and all around it lies the wreckage from a brutal, explosive hit. Camilla rockets to her fallen soldiers, cradling the wounded as she promises, "I'm here, right now, so you'll be saved." She barks out rescue first commands, then snaps back to her squad. "Stay sharp, those monkeys around them can turn dangerous fast." Panic ripples through the troops as they scramble to understand what's happening, yet one soldier manages to throw his commander a heartfelt thank you. The soldier blurts out that the floor boss has gone full chaos mode, unleashing an attack so massive it feels totally out of control. Camilla's face hardens as she counts the dead and admits they need time to regroup, but she slams the point home to her men: "Stay calm." She slams the truth into the moment. Vim's got the whole line by himself, and that's the precious window they need to regroup and recover. Vim flashes a grin so wild it looks feral, eyes blazing and locked forward as he barrels straight into the monstrous threat. He can't deny it now, this terrifying, high-stakes chaos has somehow started feeling familiar. Even after they warned him it could kill him every single time he uses it, Vim still shuts down all doubt and believes he can control the power. Despite balancing on a tightrope that almost shouldn't hold, he feels rock solid, and it screams one thing: this time is totally different. Vim realizes the real power of this enchantment isn't about clinging to a tiny shot at winning no matter what, it's about something deeper. Spitting at his own overthinking mid-fight, he slams Bump Up, instantly blasting his abilities up by 50 times. That giant ape boss can't believe his eyes as Vim tears off into a blur and disappears in pure speed. Vim snapped around midair, just barely dodging the monster's deadly claws. Without missing a beat, he cuts into the beast's arm as he streaks past in midair. He drops in like a shadow and rockets through the forest, streaking to stay out of reach. Sweat pours down Vim's intense face as he sizes up the situation. The giant ape looms over its tiny opponent, eyes locked on them with a face that gives away nothing. Suddenly, the beast starts flexing and hooting like it's having the time of its life, totally pumped for the challenge. It lets out a thunderous roar and slams its chest, flexing raw, primal dominance like it owns the whole world. The soldiers stare in pure terror, wondering if this terrifying display is only here to crush their courage. Vim clocks it, the floor boss is vibrating with excitement, and that seals it. The creature is a full-on battle maniac, just like the rumors said. That ape bears a huge grin, buzzing with pure excitement because it finally gets to scrap with someone just like it. Seizing the perfect opening, Vim lunges ahead with his weapon fully drawn. He rockets through the treetops and fires a blistering aerial strike straight at the giant. The ape snaps into action with insane agility, darting along the tree trunk to cut him off. With a ferocious glare, the beast gapes its massive jaws and snaps toward the incoming strike. Vim slams his blade down with everything he's got, desperate to land a hit and cause real damage. The blade slammed into the monster's neck with a bone-jarring impact. The ape's eyes go wide with shock as the attack finally crashes home. Vim snaps the slash through, his momentum bulldozing him straight past the target. He's stunned when he realizes the monster's skin is so rock-hard his blade can't sink in. The ape leans in and snarls at him with obnoxious kissing sounds, taunting him that this kind of momentum won't even come close to taking it down. Vim slams to a stop on the ground, muscles tensing as he braces himself after that failed strike. Vim realizes he can still move and fight hard, but this level of power just won't cut it to seal the win. When the boss keeps shoving more work on Vim, he can't help wondering just how far can he crank his brain's processing speed before he runs out of mental room. He's convinced he can take the tiniest bump, like multiplying by just one, then calling it under control. Panic crashes over him as he wonders if this reckless shove will knock him out cold. Clenching his teeth, Vim steels himself and takes the plunge, because everyone's life is hanging by a thread. Vim grapples with his conscience because choosing his own safety over the lives of his squad isn't something he can live with. He finally admits there's only one way out of this. He has no choice but to swallow his pride and go all in on the extreme measures needed to survive. He starts scrambling for excuses about a tiny power bump, then throws caution to the wind and rockets straight into a savage escalation. As the bump-up power kicks in, his mind's gears slam and grind, then his brain overheats and starts blasting steam like it's about to blow. Power crashes through his system in a roaring wave, replaying in his head until the upgrade finally clicks into place for good. Vim recklessly slams the instant enhancement on a suicidal 100x multiplier. Reality bends around him as his processing speed skyrockets and that massive ape monster hangs motionless, like time itself just stopped for him. Panic hits him instantly as his mind starts spinning at full speed, threatening to tear his consciousness apart right there in midair. He knows one thing for sure: if his mental code cracks, his body explodes and his mind gets swallowed by the void. Screaming inside his head, Vim clenches his focus like his life depends on it, because one tiny slip and it's over. The colossal ape lets out a deep, ominous rumble, and you can feel the whole atmosphere change as it braces to attack. With terrifying ease, the floor boss muscles up a gargantuan boulder overhead, ready to smash its tiny opponent into the ground. Vim clamps down hard on his weapon, nerves buzzing, while the beast flashes a grin of pure sadistic delight. That giant rock gets blasted off with explosive fury, screaming through the sky straight for Vim's position. The ape lunges with a savage swipe, but Vim just stares it down, unnervingly calm, smirking like he's already won. With pure, fluid grace, Vim skates over the brutal terrain, then the shock hits. This beast isn't just fighting, it's reading the rhythm of combat like he does. With every surge in speed, the danger turns razor-sharp and Vim can't even think. He's drunk on the deadly rush of battle. He unleashes a primal roar and throws himself completely into the adrenaline pounding through his veins. A manic grin tears across his face as he realizes he can still fight. He drinks in the chaos of a real battle like it's salvation. The idea of a guaranteed tomorrow suddenly turns disgusting and dull, because this electrifying moment is ripping all that hope apart. He tosses aside a safe life like it's nothing but boredom, then surges ahead, chucking security for the sharp, deadly edge. Vim finally snaps. He can't bury that dark joy anymore, and a twisted grin crawls across his face. He finally admits it to himself. Loneliness has been gnawing at him, and the moment his skills turned regular fights into something safe, he started craving this kind of danger. Alive like never before, he howls at his own stupidity and sprints across the death tightrope like he's daring fate to blink. Pure ecstasy crashes over him as he screams this is the best moment of his life, and he completely forgets his comrades and the retreat. A sudden shout snaps him out of his battle trance, freezing him mid-motion in pure confusion. Camilla rockets into the space between them, throwing up a blinding wall of light that slams the duel to a forced stop. Her voice hits like thunder as she orders Vim to snap out of it, calm down, and stop playing recklessly. She cheers his hard work, then snaps, screaming that he has to stop stacking power, because if he dies, the whole squad is finished. Vim's frantic energy craters out of his face, and the moment her words land, he's left staring stunned, hollow, and wiped clean. Horror crashes in and knocks Euphoria out as he spirals, doubting his sanity and replaying exactly what he thought he was doing just a few moments ago. Camilla blares the word, the retreat prep is done and there's no need to hunt or slay the monster. Her sharp authority crumbles into a desperate plea, and she begs him to hand over the rest to them. Clarity snaps back into Vim as he admits Camilla's right, and he finally drops his guard and stands down. His sharp logic kicks back in and lays it out. Real raids need strategy and numbers, not some lone, suicidal charge. He shoots himself a reminder, this is a retreat mission only, and then tells his leader loud and clear that he's still got full movement. The floor boss plucks at its ear, dripping pure disappointment, and you can tell it's officially bored now that the prey has finally stopped fighting. A command slices through the air, then the squad blasts out a storm of magic, firing ring after ring to smoke the battlefield and rip open their escape. The ape jukes out of the blast like it's nothing, then sprints into the forest the moment the fight is over. Using the trees like a launch pad, the beast rockets through the branches with insane agility, and the humans get left in the dust. The creature steals one final glance at the battlefield, then vanishes into the shadows like it never existed. The beast's brutal crash through the canopy fades away, and just like that, the danger is finally gone. Vim stays frozen to the ground, blankly staring into the forest while the adrenaline wipes out his strength and leaves him feeling hollow. A scout radios in that the floor boss and all his minions are pulling back, and the whole place lets out a breath as the tension finally snaps. Relief crashes over the squad, and they erupt into wild cheers because they just pushed the monster back. Soldiers close in on Vim, shouting praise for his heroism, then lifting him up like a trophy, ready to toss him into the air to seal the celebration. In the forest, the survivors' joyful shouts ring out, so far away and so strange that it feels like Vim is hearing them from another world. Pitch black trees loom over the victory, starkly clashing with the loud, wild celebration. A shadow slices across Vim's eyes, and he chokes out a quiet, aching plea, telling them to stop. Soldiers erupt in cheers as they hurl their savior into the air, totally clueless about the storm brewing inside his mood. Each rise and fall only widens the gap. While the squad feels relieved, Vim sinks deeper into a hollow emptiness. Vim shuts his eyes, begging that death's sweet, seductive whisper would finally stop luring him. A soldier stares at Vim, eyes shining, and cheers the young hero for crushing the floor boss with an absolutely unreal performance. After sealing the 499th floor win, the team finally lets out a breath, then Hyde-Marie strides up to Vim and delivers his personal congratulations. Hyde-Marie can't stop gushing. He's blown away that Vim can face a monster like that and stay calm, trading blows on equal footing. Vim forces a grin onto his face and clamps his mouth shut, because the weight of what everyone expects from him is crushing. Hans stormed up to Hyde-Marie and snapped at the vice-captain that he'd gone too far, too loud, too intense for the boy. When he realizes he messed up, Hyde blurts out a loud, sudden apology to Vim, because all that trouble was his fault, driven by his uncontrollable excitement. Vim waves off the apology in a blur, saying he only got to fight Kumlai because Abel was right there backing him up. Hidemary's eyes soften, he's genuinely moved, and he can't help wondering if he thanked them with enough warmth. Switching gears, Hidemary leans in and asks Vim if his body is physically holding up after that brutal battle. Vim reassures everyone he's perfectly fine, and this time, thank goodness, he won't have to set foot in the hospital. Hidemary sweeps the group into a celebratory meal, but he stalls for a second, worried that Vim might be too wiped out to show up. Vim grins and accepts the invitation without hesitation, and it instantly lifts the weight off Hidemary's shoulders. He'd been terrified Vim would shut him down. Hidemary confessed to Hans that it would have felt wildly rude not to bring their newest member into the fold. Hans nods and admits it's basically impossible to turn down an invitation from the vice captain. Vim shoots them a calm look and reassures them he's totally fine, saying that this fatigue is nothing compared to what he's felt on his usual dungeon dives. With her acceptance burning like good news, Hidemary leans in and asks Vim straight up if he's got a favorite regular restaurant he always hits. Vim freezes mid-step, racking his brain to remember the one place he always swings by. He shoots Sue a silent, knowing look, and the two of them lock in the destination with no more words. The crew finally reaches a plain, humble shop. One glance at the sign shows a bird trapped in a cage. The moment the shop door swings open, a warm, welcoming voice booms from inside, pulling the customers in at once. Vim and Sue slide in side by side, shooting the staff a casual, familiar grin like they own the place. A waitress hauling a tankard freezes mid-step, eyes widening when her usual regulars stroll straight in through the door. Her whole face lights up the second she spots Vim and Sue standing right at the entrance. She beams as she greets them again, laughing and needling Vim like, "Come on, I thought you'd gotten so famous you wouldn't bother showing up." Vim rubs the back of his head with a sheepish grin, admitting he's just been slammed with one thing after another. The waitress notices his face light up and can't help smiling. She's thrilled he brought Sue along. Her eyes snap wide with shock when she finally spots the massive figures standing in the doorway behind them. Vim steps up and introduces them as his fellow people from the Nacht Libel, saying they've come with him to share this meal. The elite squad of the strongest party strolls in like they own the place, and as they squeeze through that tiny entrance, they greet the staff like it's all business as usual. The waitress goes stone still, her mind scrambling to make sense of the legendary figures looming in front of her. She panics, whips around, and screams for the master with raw, urgent desperation in every word. From the kitchen, the master snaps his head back and yells, demanding to know why all that noise is going on. He chalks it up to Mary sneaking in and throwing another tantrum, and he can't figure out why she's making such a big scene this time. Every elite fighter in the squad lines up stiff as statues in the doorway, while the staff freezes, staring back in pure, jaw-dropping terror. The master's jaw hits the floor the moment he finally sees the insane crowd of customers packed right at his doorstep. He stammers in instant disbelief because he spots the legendary heat haze haunts the second they hit. His eyes snap to the next figure, and he instantly recognizes the legendary Abel of the Iron Wall. The waitress can't stop trembling with excitement as she spots the legendary Monica of the Thunderbolt. The master and the waitress lose it completely, overwhelmed when a lineup of pure superstars floods their shop. Sweat pours off the master as he barks at his daughter to snap out of it and serve them with spotless, never-changing hospitality. The flustered waitress hustles the legendary group to their seats, her voice shaking as pure excitement explodes in her. A lavish feast drops in out of nowhere, flooding the table with succulent meats and crisp, colorful salads. The Nacht Libel crew barrels into the little restaurant, loud and unapologetic, their sheer presence taking over the whole place. Vim tells everyone he swings by this shop only now and then, because it feels right and somehow has this irresistible kind of charm. Hans snatches a massive wooden tankard, grinning like he owns the room, and announces that he's officially taken a liking to the place. He steps up and declares the whole meal is on him, then pushes the squad to feast and keep going until they're ready to crash. The soldiers erupt in cheers, tear into the feast, and savor this rare slice of peace after surviving the dungeon dive. Laughter bursts and chatter rolls through the tavern as the elite warriors finally kick back, tearing into food and washing it down with ale. Vim leans in and whispers to confirm Lawrence and Carl's identities, then freezes, totally starstruck because he's actually sitting down to dine with legends. A jolt hits him as he realizes he's not just in a fancy crowd, he's surrounded by real nobles and top-tier elites. Vim can't believe it, almost everyone in that naked label came from a fancy academy or had private tutors feeding them knowledge. A sharp sting of loneliness hits him. What if he's the only broke little nobody in the whole squad? A bitter old memory slams him back. His family was barely scraping by, and they hauled him over the coals for drinking too much milk. His face hardens instantly as the harsh shadow of his impoverished past crashes into the bright celebration all around him. Hans leans in and asks if Vim learned everything by himself, and Vim just nods, because back home he was too broke to ever go to school. Vim couldn't believe it. Hans cracks open the truth. He, too, started from nothing but the dirt under his feet, armed only with his body and a burning ambition. Vim freezes in shock, confessing he'd actually thought the vice captain came from a way more elite background. Hans leans in and admits the truth. He was the third son of a poor landowner, so all he ever got was a measly bit of financial help. Vim snaps into disbelief the second aid gets mentioned, because he realizes they're talking about totally different kinds of poverty. Hans grumbles that he had to slave for months just to swap out his worn gear for top-tier equipment. Vim breaks into nervous sweat, convinced that any financial help or even just buying the right gear instantly makes Hans feel loaded. Hans tells it straight. The captain hunted him down and pulled him into a secret suborganization, and his early days were a living nightmare. The other members break down in tears and lavish Hans with praise, completely shaken by his so-called ordeals. Vim just gapes at the group, stunned that they'd label a landowner's son as poor. The squad erupts in laughter as Hans braggers about how his wife has his back, totally clueless to the storm of confusion brewing inside Vim. Vim stays completely silent, staring straight ahead as the clash between him and the elites hits him like culture shock, emotionless on his face. Drunk soldiers keep the party rolling, lifting their mugs high and cheering like there's no tomorrow. A vein pulses on Vim's forehead as his irritation spikes, fighting to swallow that privileged, rose-colored view. Hans lifts his glass again, grinning so wide it could light the room, and drives the celebration forward with every toast. Vim locks eyes with the vice captain, and as the patient teeth snap in his grip, realization hits. He has to adapt or he's done. He glances down for a heartbeat, then swallows his real feelings to keep the team's peace standing. Clenching his mug so hard his knuckles went white, he wrestles his mind into a new gear to match the mood. With a desperate shout, Vim hoists 2 mugs into the air and yells, "Hey!" Also he can blend right in with the festivities. Somewhere far off in a lavish office lit by moonlight, a tense negotiation unfolds like a countdown beneath the quiet night sky. Captain Anselm of the Palm Mouse throws his whole commando unit on the table, because he'll trade everything for Vim alone. Camilla slid into her chair behind the desk, rejected the proposal on the spot, and snapped that the trade was totally impossible. Anselm lets out a chilling chuckle, then leans in and asks her, point blank, would she really turn down a request from another captain? Camilla tells everyone that Vim is the perfect model soldier. He's out there scouting and training nonstop, no orders needed. She flat out declares his combat power is on par with a floor boss, and then hits the team with the truth: he's completely irreplaceable. Finally, she shuts the offer down cold. Vim's presence is his choice, not something she's willing to trade away. And they grilled the Minerva archive. Was the Twilight Owl really aiming for it? Because the danger felt dangerously real, and they couldn't stop worrying about everyone's safety. Camilla shoots back that it's all under control, but Anselm fires a warning: big parties are prime targets, and rival groups like the Fox could slip in spies any moment. The old captain shoots her a grim look and orders her not to let their newest asset slip through their fingers, because handing over that kind of combat power to the enemy would be a disaster. Camilla brushes off the worry with calm, unshakable confidence, saying she knows money alone can't trap a man like him. She stares up at the towering structure and muses that the only real force strong enough to hold someone together is the bond they share with other people. Vim bursts into the reception area with a bright grin, then slides the NACT label's income and expenditure report across the desk like it's good news for everyone. The receptionist snaps the documents out of your hands, checks everything in a blink, and nods like the paperwork is perfectly in order. She takes the files with a polite nod, then tells Vim to keep up the good work, like she's trying to make the guilt stick less. With a soft smile, the receptionist leans in and says Vim looks way brighter and a whole lot happier than last time. Vim's cheeks flare red with shock and he blurts out the truth: he's honestly ecstatic to hear he's changed. With spring in his step, Vim practically breathes out in relief, finally feeling like he truly fits in. He slams up to the commander's office door and shouts for Camilla, right as he gets ready to report in. Vim tells everyone he's done with his errand, then stops cold when he looks around and realizes the room is totally empty. He swings the door wide and steps into the silent hallway, and his gut screams that something's terribly wrong. A weird, sinking feeling hits his gut as he realizes the mansion is way too quiet, like something holding its breath. He stared down the empty corridor, baffled. Everywhere should have been crowded, yet not a single soul was there. Sweat beaded on his brow as he burned with one question: where the heck could all his teammates have vanished to? Silence clings to the walls as Vim stands alone in the pitch-black, endless hallway. He's sure someone's waiting in the Great Hall, so with a shaky breath, he pushes those massive double doors open. From the darkness, a massive roar blasts out, so loud it nearly knocks Vim right off his feet. Vim freezes in the doorway, eyes snapping wide with pure shock as confetti explodes around him. Camilla nervously steps forward to apologize, admitting that the whole surprise moment got pushed back because they were swamped with everything else. Hans keeps needling his commander for killing the vibe with an apology, and Camilla snaps and grumbles when she finally realizes she messed up. Vim freezes in the doorway, his mind scrambling as the dead silence explodes into wild celebration. Camilla snaps out of it fast, throws her voice up, and orders the whole squad to kick off the festivities right now. The Nacht Libel's members explode into cheering, waving their newest comrade in with open arms and huge, shining smiles. Vim's face turns beet red with rage and disbelief because he can't wrap his head around it. So many incredible people showed up just for someone like him. The whole squad beams at him, laughing like they've known him forever, and the warmth in their faces screams, "You belong here." Tears surge in Vim's eyes, and the crushing emotion of that moment threatens to spill over for good. He shouts a heartfelt thank you to everyone, and for the very first time, he finally drops his guard completely. The battered libel banner swings proudly above the hall as the party officially snaps into full high gear. The hall erupts with chatter and laughter as the soldiers dig into the food and drinks, raising their cups to honor their savior. Vim downs a mug of ale in one big gulp, riding the celebration's wave of unstoppable excitement. He drops the mug with a satisfied sigh, cheeks blazing with pure joy and a little too much alcohol. One squad member leans in and tells them, "Yep, surprising the new recruits with a party is our team's oldest tradition." Camilla glides in with a soft smile, praying he's actually enjoying the welcome they put together for him. She presses a hand to her chest and with full ceremony thanks him for tearing them out of death, calling him their benefactor. With a hard, serious stare, she demands that if he's truly willing, he keeps fighting right beside her. Vim nods eagerly, but his voice shakes. He's fighting hard not to let the tears spill. As their hands lock in a solid handshake, Vim suddenly feels that burning warmth, and he finally understands what it means to be truly moved. Vim shuts his eyes and it hits him like a warm explosion in his chest. This is the place he's been chasing his whole life. Beneath the proud banner of the Nacht Libel, the soldiers lift their heavy mugs high and toast their new comrade like family cheers for the home they share. A fresh recruit tiptoes up to the hero of the hour, voice shaking as they nervously call out to Vim. Vim swivels around mid-sip, then freezes with a confused stare as he blurts, "Hey, what's really on your mind?" The recruits stammer, faces flushing bright red, as they wrestle with the words to finally admit how much they admire him. Suddenly, courage surged through him and he blurted out his demand: turn Vim into his personal goal and make him his rival. Vim tilts his head, dead serious with confusion, and blurts out, "Wait, what do you mean by that exactly?" The recruit leans in and admits he's been thinking it through, and now he realizes that just admiring Vim from afar simply isn't enough anymore. He declares, eyes blazing with resolve, that he'll hunt down Vim's tail, and one day he'll finally overtake him. Vim lights up with a bright, encouraging grin, and he eagerly nods. He's ready to keep training side by side with his brand new rival. As Hans pumps his hand with a proud grin, Vim can't help but admit under his breath that if they ever sparred for real, he'd still get crushed. Vim scans the room, soaking up all those smiles, fully convinced the Nacht Libel is the best party he's ever seen. He can't help but admire how their fierce combat skill and noble heart were forged through righteous effort in a blessed world. He finally gets it. Every bit of their kindness comes from scars they all earned the hard way, frustration, suffering, and pain they've lived through before. A wave of pure bliss lights up his face as he decides, no hesitation at all, that with these people he can go anywhere. The story slams into a lonely, empty hallway. Vim stumbles forward by himself, and inside his head he boasts that there's no party in the whole world that even comes close. Sudden nausea hits him hard, and the sharp sound of retching slices through the silent corridor. Vim crumples over a stone drain in the dark, violently heaving as the night's brutal toll finally smashes into his body. Breath shatters in his chest, his face gone pale, and he yanks his hand across his mouth while trembling alone in that empty hallway. Vim stood tall under the Nacht libel banner, then bragged to everyone he was the 14-year-old ace of the greatest party in the world. He admits the weight of his responsibilities crushes him, but his face still lights up, burning with pride for carrying everyone's expectations. With a bright grin, he jumps right in and promises to show you what a typical 24 hours of his life looks like. The sun claws up over the far-off mountains as a rooster crows at full volume, blasting the morning countdown to life. Vim jolts upright in bed, stretches his aching limbs, and lets out a long, brutal groan just to get his body moving. With a bright, fresh grin, he glances out the window and can't help but gush at how perfect this morning feels. A tiny bird flutters onto the windowsill, and Vim leans in instantly, ready to greet it. He flashes the little creature a warm good morning, kicking off his day with a kind, gentle moment. Fueled by pure determination, he fires himself up and vows to crush every challenge waiting for him tomorrow. Vim stands alone in the heart of that massive stone courtyard, ready to kick off his daily grind. He takes a deep breath and drinks in the fresh morning air, the sharp chill biting straight into his lungs like it's waking him up for what's coming. Pure bliss lights up his face as the calm, sacred atmosphere washes his heart clean. Still, a brutal headache detonates and his ears start screaming, forcing him to flinch even as the silence around him hangs on. Ignoring the symptoms, he talks himself into it. Maybe it's just the season shifting or some weird change in the air pressure. Camilla rushes up to him to apologize for dragging him before breakfast, but Vim cuts in fast, claiming it's just his job as a member. She dips her head and urges him to start the session, and he snaps into a sharp salute and eagerly says, "Absolutely." Vim tells us how that morning training session with Camilla has turned into a daily routine that nothing can break. He notices the sessions have blown up. Now it's not just Abel waiting, tons of members are lining up to jump in. Vim beams with gratitude as Camilla steps in and tweaks the participant count, right on time so he never gets overwhelmed. Guilt stabs his chest, yet it spoils him rotten, even slipping extra money into his pocket for every one of those morning practice sessions. The story swings into the cafeteria, and there, on a buffet, sausages and steaming comfort food wait like a feast for starving soldiers. Vim strides up to a table where two older members are sitting and with a respectful smile asks if he can sit with them. They greet him like he's family, pulling him in and asking, "Have you already crushed your morning training?" Vim spots Eckenhart and Lawrence and calls them out by name, beaming because he still remembers the rearguard, even if he barely ever talks to them. He pumps himself up in his head, convinced that all those hard studies are finally cashing in the moment he's in social situations. One guy bursts into loud laughter and tells everyone, "Talk to each other, otherwise you'll spark pointless drama inside the team." Vim nods along, suddenly seeing the truth. Real harmony only survives when people communicate the right way. The sun climbs to its fiercest height, just as the day flips into the chaos of busy afternoon. In the library, Vim slips in unnoticed, working shoulder to shoulder with the other staff as he quietly powers through a pile of documents. A female colleague snaps a shocked gasp and blurts, "Wait, did you already finish all of your work?" Vim even offers to help with her documents, and that's when panic slams into her. She blurts that she feels awful for burdening anyone. She cheers him for taking on half the work, and Vim stews in the fact that everything he's learned from the Drachenflug is finally paying off. He can't believe it at first, but once it hits, he realizes he's surprisingly great at the paperwork, and people are counting on him. A warm rush surges through his chest the moment he admits it. Being useful to others genuinely makes him feel happy. The moon climbs high above the city, and with it, night sweeps in over the streets buzzing with life. A bunch of girls burst into piercing, thrilled screams right there on the street, like something just lit up their whole world. The girls crowd around the tall stranger, clock him as the guy who can pull off a wicked Nacht libel and practically beg for a handshake. An older member chuckles with delight as Abel gets swallowed up by a sea of his adoring fans. Reinhardt and Mark clock the truth too. Someone's seen them, so they sweat it out as they gear up for the coming mob. Vim stalks the scene from afar, convinced that a busted lie, naked as it sounds, turns even a basic dinner out into pure chaos. A bunch of girls shrieks Vim like he's a legend, and the poor young ace instantly freezes, completely blindsided by the sudden, devoted attention. A hulking teammate bursts into laughter, bumps Vim with his shoulder, and tells him straight up, waving at the fans is a huge part of his job. Vim awkwardly flaps his hand, and boom, the excited girls erupt into an even louder storm of high-pitched screams. Even though Vim's grateful for the support, a brutal shriek slices through the air, and his pounding headache flares with pain. The story swings into a rowdy tavern, where a sizzling plate of bright red, sinister-looking sausages hits the table for dinner. The squad demands to know who the absolute idiot ordered those super spicy sausages, because everyone's already bracing for the heat. Everyone's pointing at Mark, and he finally cracks, admitting he ordered everything just because the menu promised a specialty. A suffocating silence crashes over the table as everyone freezes, praying they don't end up being the next one to devour that blazing dish. Mark's sweating like crazy as he finally gives in, then he straightens up, takes a shaky breath, and declares, "I'll take responsibility, I'll eat them." Vim shot his hand up to stop Mark cold, stepping in fast so Mark wouldn't get hurt. The whole table gasps. Vim throws himself in front of the sausages and insists he's the one who has to taste them. He tells me he's been testing his limits lately by going after spicy food, then realizes he can actually take the burn way hotter than he ever thought. The whole squad stared at him like he'd lost his mind, begging, "Are you really about to do this, and are you even okay?" A teammate frets that he's overdoing it, but Vim flashes a confident smile and tells them he's totally fine. The soldiers erupt in cheers, and the vibe snaps into pure excitement as they push him, "Go for it right now." Vim chomps into the spicy sausage, chewing slow and steady as everyone else stares, holding their breath. He gulps, blushes a little, and breaks into a satisfied grin as he declares, "Wow, it's actually insanely delicious." The squad goes wide-eyed in shock, firing back, "You're serious?" And Vim just grins, confirming he's got it, no sweat at all. Vim's reaction lights a spark in everyone, and they start thinking should they go for it too, while Mark steps up and gets ready to jump in. Mark and Vim started a countdown side by side, then they both lunged for the sausages at the exact same second. Mark clenches his determination and bites in, bracing for a spice level he can actually handle, judging by Vim's reaction. Instant regret hits Mark like a punch as he shrieks in agony from the brutal heat, while Vim plays dumb with a straight face. The table erupts in laughter at Mark's misery, cheering for Vim's deadpan poker face while they clink their drinks together. Vim slams back his tankard in one wild gulp, and heat flushes up his face as the red wash hits. One of his teammates blurts out that Vim's been downing drink after drink tonight, and they're totally stunned by how wildly out of character this indulgence is. Vim flashes a flushed grin and insists he's just itching to cut loose and enjoy every second. He mutters that the alcohol will drown out the non-stop throbbing pounding in his skull. A lively melody bursts into the tavern, and everyone knows the show is about to start. The soldiers start singing along to the Bell of Vilbrun, their voices ringing out like a celebration of every adventurer's life. They scream out battle lyrics, craving glory, swearing they'll never look back even when death comes knocking. Vim hears that tune and snaps, recognizing it on the spot as the legendary adventurer's song. A teammate grins and yells for Vim to jump into the singing, and Vim beams right back, ready and excited. They break into song about meeting again in the afterlife, locked together by an unshakable, reckless spirit for one more wild adventure. As the song fades out, one of his teammates leans in with a soft grin and says Vim has gotten way brighter lately, like it's been lighting up from the inside. He brings up their first meeting, and you can tell he can't believe it. Vim looks like a whole new person now. As Vim slips the moment they walk away from the table, a teammate shoots a worried look and asks, "Are you okay?" His teammate thinks Vim got too drunk, but Vim shoots his hand up, waves it all away, and declares he's totally fine. With panic clawing at his throat, Vim stammers a question, anything to dodge the subject and yank attention away from his condition. With a fake smile that screams, "Don't ask questions," he urges everyone to hit a second bar and keep the night going. His teammates stared at him in total disbelief, stunned that the normally quiet Vim actually wanted to keep the party going. His teammate stalls, not sure he should pull him to the next bar, but Vim shoots back that he's totally good to keep going. Buzzing with joy at the answer, his teammate can't wait and hurries him to jump into the next round of festivities. The city drifts into sleep under a sky full of stars, with silent rooftops glaring at the chaos partying below. Later on, Vim trudges home with a hot, flushed face and lets out a happy sigh, still buzzing from how incredible the night was. He stomps down the stone steps all by himself, convinced that a perfect day is simple: great food, cold alcohol, and the best people by his side. A grin tugs at his lips as he reassures himself he's fully satisfied and nothing more is even wanted. His face tightens as he pounds out the mantra over and over, no doubt left in him. He is truly, undeniably happy. A brutal, off-key sound slams into his head, and suddenly alien, glyph-like symbols flash across his mind. Distortion cranks up, warping into this gnawing screech that chews through his sanity. Darkness crawls across his vision as the auditory hallucination blasts in, ripping the world apart with sudden, violent intensity. Vim rips into the empty street, snapping and shouting that the non-stop noise finally needs to leave him alone. He whirls around in pure panic, desperately clinging to the truth: this isn't a dream, he's outside the labyrinth. Pain slams into him in one brutal wave and he drops to his knees, retching onto the pavement. With both hands clamped to his head, he sobs and pleads with the unseen whispers to finally shut up and leave him alone. Above the suffering boy, a crescent moon hangs in the sky, casting a cold, indifferent glow that won't care. Meanwhile, a mate rushes to greet Camilla as she rolls back into the mansion, and she shoots a heartfelt thank you to the commander for all her relentless hard work. The maid drops the bombshell that Vim and the others are out getting drinks, and Camilla just nods like she already knew. She beams with warmth, thrilled that their brand new ace is settling in fast and lighting up more and more. Camilla has to admit it, Vim nailed the perfect sweet spot. He keeps his humility, but he also holds his head high about his own power. As she stares out at the calm night sky, doubt slithers into her mind. Could this be so perfect it's suspicious? A hulking horned ape smashes through the foliage, roaring into view and kicking off a deadly encounter deep in the tangled forest. The creature looms beside a massive, twisted tree, swallowing the whole landscape with its presence as it stalks for its next meal. With a grin that screams trouble, the horned ape flexes hard and locks those demonic eyes on the area, hunting for any intruder who dares to show up. A pack of smaller apes suddenly explodes into a wild frenzy, screeching and cackling so hard they shatter the woods' silence with every piercing cry. Alpha 8 freezes in place, ears snapping and swiveling as it catches a tiny ripple breaking the forest's calm. His eyes snap into a razor-sharp, predatory focus, locking onto a target with terrifying precision. Saliva streaks from its bared fangs as the beast braces for that first hit of fresh blood, hunger roaring higher with every breath. It lets out a thick, steamy exhale, bracing its enormous body for an earth-shaking, explosive lunge. While Vim and the Nakaribra clan push through tangled undergrowth, they have no idea something watches them from the shadows. Vim freezes, cold sweat crawls down his spine as his instincts blare that something is horribly wrong in the silent woods. The expedition team keeps marching single file, formations locked tight as they cut through the deadly, rough terrain. Vim skids to a stop, stares at a giant butterfly perched on a flower, and then looks back at the armored leader, proving his analysis was right. Beads of sweat thunder down his face as he realizes this insect isn't just another one, it's yet another brand new species, hiding at this impossible depth. A party member groans through clenched frustration, swearing, "Are you kidding me? This is the 5th brand new species we've bumped into on this one run." Vim lights up as he insists this creature looks like a Majiro Ajiha, but the 99th floor's wild environment has blown it up to an absurd, massive size. His scientific curiosity surges so hard it swamps the nasty tinnitus and pounding headaches, and he throws himself headfirst into discovery. Lawrence fires up the team, praising their progress as the Labyrinth Dive's results start paying off big time right away. While the rival Dragon Wings party is roaring, he says the Nakaribra clan is gunning to land the top contribution spot on the 99th floor. Vim stays silent as the talk spins into the Dragon's Wings' explosive comeback, and you can see how fast his old party is climbing again. Rumors are flying that Kronos has finally started showing his real side as a leader, pushing the rival crew to heights nobody ever thought were possible. People whisper about his godlike intuition, this supernatural instinct that lets him cut a way through even the darkest, hopeless messes. Vim's chest tightens with real, bright happiness as they realize, somehow, they've actually survived and even flourished through that messy split. He realizes that if both sides keep winning and finally find peace, the old bitterness will slowly burn out and disappear. Camilla bursts into carefree laughter, swearing off drama for good and choosing joy, ready to chase the unknown with her best companions by her side. Vim replayed the exact same thought in his head, totally clueless that those sweet little hopes were about to get crushed hard. Yanked back to reality, Vim blasts his magic communication and warns the group, horned apes are crashing in right now. The calm shatters the second the party yanks their weapons out and snaps into a tight defensive formation. 3 hulking apes burst out of the tree line, screeching like madmen and glaring straight at the intruders. Monica, the female knight, bellows at everyone to lock in their stances, her gaze glued to the oncoming threat. Vim slams his back to a tree, breath snagging in his throat as the ghosts of past battles crash in and threaten to drown him. He violently shakes his head, grits his teeth, and clamps down on the panic rising in his chest before it freezes him in place. The apes hunch low on a fallen log, every muscle firing as they brace to unleash a perfectly timed assault. A heavy silence slams onto the battlefield, shattered only by the panicked vanguard's sharp, nervous gasps. Right before everything erupts, the world holds its breath, like the air itself is daring violence to break loose. A vanguard member flashes a shaky grin and tells Lawrence, "I'm counting on you," and Lawrence just answers with a cool, stone-faced nod. Another fighter yells that he can handle his piece, pushing morale up as the enemy bears down on them. Vim blurts out sharp tactical orders to Monica, strike the flank, then hit the opposite side the moment he makes his move. He clamps down on his weapon, and a wave of fear rips through him as the roar of battle surges all around. Suddenly, that massive alpha-horned ape rockets out of the treetops and smashes to the ground, rattling the earth with its terrifying, ground-shaking weight. Vim's eyes go wide with pure terror when he realizes the monster in front of him isn't just any beast, it's the one that spells doom. Lawrence orders Vim to take the floor boss solo, then he splits the party, dumping the minions on everyone else as they tear across the battlefield. The camera widens. Vim stands toe-to-toe with a hulking, horned ape as a tense standoff snaps the air, while brutal chaos erupts behind them. Lawrence locks eyes with the boy, then declares without hesitation that Vim is the absolute keystone holding the whole operation together. He grabs Vim's attention and fires a reminder, "We're a team." Then he warns him not to charge in blindly because their combined strength is what will carry them. The leader barks the last command, hammering home that Vim has to use what they learned the hard way after their last failure. The horned ape bares its teeth in a sickening grin, like it's secretly entertained by the human's panicked, desperate scheming. Vim yanks back in panic, eyes blazing with distress because his mind is begging for the pressure to snap right as everything is about to spiral out of control. He keeps it all locked inside, bitterly insisting he never asked for this, while the crushing weight of unwanted responsibility drags him down. The monster locks eyes with Vim, smirking like it's been daring him to snap, like Vim's been secretly waiting for this exact beat of violence. Snapping into combat mode, Vim slams Heaven's Spieler to switch in a puppeteer, and his stands shift into position as battle ignites. The moment he used the skill, the cruel tinnitus and brutal headache vanished instantly. Vim lets out a shaky breath of relief and realizes this brutally intense combat flow doesn't scare him at all. It finally feels right. The horned ape snaps its huge hands together out of nowhere, gearing up to smash the boy with a brutal physical blow. Vim slips and dodges with inhuman speed, snaps his counter back instantly, and then throws up a blazing magical fire circle that leaves the beast totally stunned. He rockets a surge of high-set heat, blasting the creature's flank with a point-blank explosion of searing magic. The monster snarls as scorching flames lick its fur, and behind it, Camilla wrestles a cyclops-like foe. Vim watches the attack land, grins, and decides to keep repeating that exact coordination pattern until the enemy finally gets pushed back. He steadied himself with one grounded thought: finish this mission, then get back to the surface for dinner. Suddenly, a screaming report crashes in. Someone's shattered the rear left flank of their formation. A swarm of smaller apes crashes into the knights, vaulting over their shields and shredding the front line into pure, screaming chaos. Camilla blurts out an apology to Vim, confessing that a friendly fire misfire blew a deadly hole in their defenses. Vim's stomach drops when he realizes a tiny human mistake just hit at the worst moment. Now the whole strategy is on the verge of collapse. One of the party members screams that Vim's performance is insane, then practically pleads with him, just keep the boss's attention a bit longer. The horned ape casually rakes its shoulder, acting bored by the interruption, then waits hungry for the real fight to kick back off. Vim's eyes flare wide with shock as he watches the monster strut its smarts and wait with terrifying patience. The beast lifts a clawed finger and beckons Vim in, daring him, like it's time to restart the duel right now. Vim's eyes harden with steel as he accepts the challenge, and under his breath he vows he knows exactly what he has to do. The air snaps with tension as Vim inhales hard, gearing up to shove his body past every limit until it finally gives out. He rips out a blood-curdling scream and hits instant augmentation. Bam! He multiplies himself by 100 to blast his body full of explosive power. The horned ape's grin stretches into something deranged, and when it feels its opponent's power suddenly explode, its bloodlust spikes like a live wire. Vim rockets into the sky like a bullet, slamming into the jumping beast the moment the two of them kick off a gravity-bucking dogfight. The world streaks into speed lines as Vim locks onto the enemy, everything else fades, and his focus snaps to a razor-sharp edge. The monster's roar rips through the air, perfectly matching Vim's wild speed and brutal ferocity as they smash into each other high above the forest floor. They ricochet off the tree trunks so blistering fast they turn into nothing but motion blurs, streaking through the canopy like a violent storm. Vim clamped his daggers tight, eyes snapping around in panic as he hunted for one single crack in the beast's crushing defense. The ape lunges and swings that giant claw, trying to smash the enchanted boy out of the sky like a fly. When their attacks slam together, a violent shockwave rips through the branches, shredding every bit of nearby foliage. For a heartbeat, the whole world feels like it stalls. Both fighters lock eyes, and right before the clash, everything hangs on that one last second. They collide in a streak of raw violence, blades flashing as they whip past each other midair at breakneck speed. The horned ape drops onto the branch, grin still locked in place, clearly savoring every second of the fight with a true worthy opponent. Vim recoils in disgust, practically pleading for the creature to stop staring at him like they're buddies in some nightmare. The horned ape lets out a sick grin, taunts Vim as it drags its claw across the truth. Every move they made in that clash was perfectly synced. Vim flinched hard, sick to his stomach at the idea that he and this monster are driven by the same bloodlust. He rockets away through the trees, jaw clenched as he can't deny the terrifying truth creeping in. A twisted rush of joy surges through him as he realizes how amazing that weightless feeling is, and just how wildly fun the swordplay truly becomes. He realizes the rush skyrockets because his life is teetering on a knife edge in this deadly showdown. Vim's face twists into a wild, manic grin as he dares the beast to end him, commanding it to strike only his life in exchange. They slam into each other in midair again, and Vim thinks that anything short of a deadly fight would be pure boredom. He roars at the monster, demanding to know if it's getting the same wild adrenaline rush pounding through its veins. With a thunderous roar, Vim shouts his opponent's name and locks eyes with the horned ape as they brace for their final collision. Vim and the beast crash together in a violent collision. His blade digs in deep as they tear past each other. Searing heat and searing pain rip through Vim's body, and somehow that torment only cranks his exhilaration higher. He realizes this isn't some petty tiredness, it's a wild, one-of-a-kind spark you only ever feel in the fire of battle. As he stumbles back, Vim smirks in a daze, chasing that head-spinning thrill of risking everything. He drinks in the suffocating tension, knowing one tiny processing mistake will wipe him out instantly. Suddenly, a magical message slices through his haze, shouting that the minions are wiped out, so he can finally snap back and return. The battle spell snaps the moment it's cast, and Vim just freezes, staring at nothing while the truth slams into him. He blinks hard, confused, as the adrenaline drains out and he can't believe the fight just ends. The horned ape slams to a halt, utterly stunned, like it can't believe their brutal deathmatch just stopped out of nowhere. Brutal silence slams down between the man and the monster, and the battle's momentum just vanishes into thin air. They lock eyes in a freezing standoff, and just like that, the bloodlust drains away as the whole fight suddenly changes shape. To Vim's shock, the horned ape just flicks a lazy goodbye, turns around, and walks off like he never cared. The beast strides off with zero hesitation, sealing the truce the moment the party's mission is done. Vim watches the creature vanish into the forest, and that deadly clash doesn't end in a roar, it fizzles out with a helpless whimper. The horned ape shoots one last silent stare like it's sharing a secret with a fellow soul, then vanishes into the dungeon's dark depths. Lawrence barrels ahead with the rest of the party, breathless, demanding to know if everyone made it out, still standing, still unhurt. A party member shouts in relief, saying they're all safe because Vim just pulled off something incredible. Vim forces a grin and nods, swallowing the whirlwind of emotions roaring under his skin. Lawrence lifts his weapon high in victory, shouting to the crew that they've done it again, they've survived the dungeon. Vim locks eyes with his shaking hand, fighting tooth and nail to believe he doesn't still crave the rush of the kill. The story kicks up to the city's surface, and the Nakaribra flag snaps high above a packed, noisy street. A wave of screaming fans surges into the streets as Vim finally shows up, and they erupt into cheers, shouting his name like it's worship. Vim slips on his famous adventure mask, grins wide, and waves at the girls losing their minds in the crowd. A local guy spots him and greets him like they're old friends, asking if he's rushing out again. Then Vim fires back with that same practiced, upbeat smile. At the party, everyone's buzzing about dinner and one person pipes up, "Remember that chorizo shop we hit last time? We've gotta go back." Right after that, another guy fires it down and grins grimly. This place is basically impossible to get into now, thanks to the brutal long lines. Outside the restaurant, a monster-sized line wraps around the block, proof that every shop Nakaribra steps into blows up overnight and becomes instantly famous. That's Tamari Gi. Now Tavern is a full-blown hotspot, stuffed with customers scrambling to spot the heroes. The city's chaos swirls around them, clashing hard with the dungeon's deadly silence. Vim shrugs off the scene and pushes for somewhere else, praying a stiff drink will drown the sting of the fight still crawling under his skin. Pale moon hung in the night sky, bathing the drifting clouds in a cold, quiet glow. Vim shoved open the heavy door to his room, murmuring under his breath with a tired grin like, "Man, that was so much fun." He steps in with a strained grin, but the second he does, a sharp groan of pain bursts out of his throat. The room feels stripped bare and lit like a nightmare, and there, right beside the bed, a metal bucket sits there like it's waiting to spring trouble. Hit with a wave of nausea, he drops to his knees and vomits violently into the bucket. A nasty, wet guttural sound tears through the silence as his whole body jolts and writhes in brutal pain. He wipes his mouth with a trembling hand, totally rattled, not understanding why his stomach is throwing up on him. Clinging to his delusion with white-knuckle desperation, he tells himself day after day that he's happy. He imagines himself standing tall right in the middle of the heroes of the Drachenflug, faces he's always looked up to. Tears roar down his face as he shovels food, choking on every bite, and he can't stop asking, why is this happening when he's supposed to be happy? He just gapes at the bucket, caught in a daze, thinking, what kind of messed up situation makes someone feel like they're seconds away from hurling? He whips his head side to side in panic, refusing to believe it, telling himself over and over that nothing could possibly be wrong. He forces a smile, insisting everything's fine, even as another wave of sickness comes crashing toward him. Vim is sprawled on the cold floor by his bed, and the whole room goes silent until his ragged breathing breaks the dark. He thinks about slipping into Greta's shop for a drink to drown his thoughts, but then he remembers that brutal, never-ending line that blocks the door. He clings to his routine, slides over to his desk, and pours his thoughts into his journal to keep the pain from swallowing him. Crouched over the book on his bed, he snaps into motion and starts writing with a wild, manic focus. The pen screams across the paper as he rages through his thoughts, writing everything down. He pencils down vivid descriptions of his crew, spotting Reinhardt, and singling out the man called Barthold. He keeps going on his list, staring hard at the people around him like he's trying to grab onto reality. Done with his entry, he snaps the book shut like it's the last word in the world. Vim slams onto his back on the bed, lets out a huge exhale like he's finally dropped a massive weight. With a fake, hollow grin, he insists he's calm now, and swears today turned out to be a good one. He shuts his eyes tight, tells the world good night, and tries to force sleep to take him. Darkness slams over him, crawling with warped glitch text that scrambles his thoughts, and then silence shatters as voices seep back into his mind, whispering the things he desperately can't bear to hear. The second he drops his guard, the intrusion comes roaring back at once. The voices twist into a scrambled blur, and he fights tooth and nail just to make sense of that impossible, roaring mess. He battles the chaos inside his head, demanding answers. What does it want, and why does it sound so damn knowing even after he tries to shut it out? His body turns weightless, drifting through a void, while reality starts to peel away and blur into nothing. Desperate for peace, he pleads with the voices to finally shut up and promises them anything just to make the madness stop. His mind's world crashes into chaos as he howls, "No," then a voice cuts through the wreckage, "Vim," and yanks him back from the delusion. A vicious slap cracks across his face, and his companion roars at him to wake up, stop acting like a total idiot. Vim's eyes snap wide open, the punch hitting him like a thunderclap, and he freezes, stunned and totally unable to speak. The girl in the beret looms over him, gasping hard, her eyes blazing with furious concern. Confusion crashes over him as he freezes in place, staring with a dazed blankness and blurting out a truly bewildered sound. She snaps at him, shouting, "Do you even have a clue where you are right now?" She snaps her finger, glaring at him, and demands to know why he thinks he's safe inside his own room. Vim frantically scans the room, sweat pouring down his face as the illusion of his bedroom collapses into nothing. He goes completely still because right now they're staring at the terrifying entrance of a labyrinth, and the reality hits like a punch. Mary snaps at him, screaming, "Do you even know where you are right now?" Vim just stares back, eyes blank and hollow, like his mind freezes for a split second trying to catch up to the question. Reality slams into him as he scans the grand architecture, and one thought hits hard: he's standing right at the labyrinth's entrance. When Mary catches Vim out in the dead of night and demands to know what he's doing, Vim plays it innocent and claims he was just trying to sleep like a normal guy. She slices through his delusion the second she spots the weapon he's clenching in his own hand. Vim stares at his blade in disbelief, like it just appeared in his hands out of nowhere. A brutal, chilling truth slams into him: his body was moving toward the labyrinth without his say-so. To steady his nerves, he makes the girl tell her name, and she answers, "I'm Mary." She snaps back on the spot, demanding he name himself, say where they are, and tell her the time right now. Vim shouts that he's Vim Strauss and right at the Adventurers Guild labyrinth entrance. Yeah, it's probably midnight. Seeing that he makes sense, Mary breathes easy, checks his sanity, and he just nods right along. She grabs the moment and tells them to head home right now, then turns and strides in front like she's setting the pace. Vim slammed on the brakes and Mary snapped around, calling his name with worry spiking in her voice. With a straight, dead-eyed face, Vim announces, "I'm heading into the labyrinth right now." Mary freaks out and blurts that, yep, he's absolutely not sane after all. She calls him out for never sleeping, and when he snaps back, he shuts his eyes in bed, only for her to scream, "That doesn't count." She refuses to let him ruin himself, grabs his hand, and demands they go home, because she's determined to stay and watch over him. Vim stares at her with dead, hollow eyes and demands to know exactly where she expects him to come back to. She demands he come to the mansion, then makes him lie there while she watches him sleep right in front of her eyes. Vim lets out a chilling laugh and fires back, asking if she honestly thinks he's the kind of guy who can actually fall asleep. Right before she can cut in, he throws out the terrifying question: what happens to him the moment he wakes up? Mary freezes mid-breath, her face contorting in raw anguish as the truth hits. She has no answer. Vim clocks her silence and knows exactly why she's choked up, because the truth hits too close. He leans in and tells her, "You know me too well, so you get why I have to do this." His gaze locks in like a spotlight as he declares, clear and unstoppable, that he wants to go. Mary glares at him, utterly frozen by the unshakable fire in his voice. Vim admits to himself that he chose his words unfairly, because he already knew she couldn't fight his own will. He turns his back on her, then strides straight into the dark, because something out there is calling his name and he knows he has to go. Mary lunges after him, but he slips away, just out of reach again. She lets out his name in pure panic, fighting to keep him from disappearing as he strides away. Tears surge into her eyes as she watches him walk away, powerless, unable to stop him. She's left trembling in a silent, empty hall, grief and frustration crashing over her all at once. Vim launches into a full sprint, his boots thundering across the corridor's stone floor. He barrels straight toward the glowing transport pedestal, not even a flicker of doubt slowing him down. A magic circle ignites under his feet, and before he can react, it starts warping him even deeper. He throws himself headfirst into the light, mentally begging forgiveness, trying to cover for Mary while shouting that he's only diving, nothing else. As he tumbles downward, he digs in and swears to himself that he's moving on his own terms, by his own choice, full force. A wild grin tears across his face as he tells the voices he finally gets it. He hits the ground and rockets forward, smashing through the dungeon walls as he sprints. Vim bolts forward with wild abandon, like someone finally yanked the plug out of his head. Vim snaps to attention when he realizes his senses are blazing sharper, and then the usual headache slips away, leaving his body unnaturally light. He crouches beside a glowing monument in the bioluminescent forest, steadying his nerves as the storm draws in. A sharp, jarring crash booms overhead, yanking his attention straight to the towering trees. Vim shot his gaze upward and his face tightened like steel, locked in razor-sharp focus. He yells into the dead quiet void, demanding to know if the presence he feels is real or just haunting his mind. A flock of birds erupts skyward, their terrified screams cutting through the forest's tight, breath-stopping silence. Vim roars at the top of his lungs, shouting that he arrived here all by himself. A quick flicker of doubt slams across his face as he wonders whether he's about to bare his deepest vulnerability to someone. He swats the worry aside on the spot, shrugging it off because he's already burned all his bridges and walked away. He roars into the dark, swearing nothing can stop him, no obstacles, no interruptions, nothing stands in his way. A wild, unhinged grin cracks across his face as adrenaline surges and takes control. He clamps a hand over his mouth, too late, those words have already slipped out. Guilt crashes over him for a split second, but he forces himself to admit the moment's already gone, he's past the point of no return. Even with the danger staring him in the face, he couldn't stop himself, he desperately needed to announce he was alone. He can't tell if the voice steering him is the floor boss talking, or if the labyrinth is whispering straight into his head. But through the chaos of voices and confusion, one hard truth cuts straight through his mind. A gigantic hairy foot slams onto the forest floor with earth-shaking force. Vim admits he couldn't resist the voice beckoning him from the very depths. He shoots his gaze upward with terrifying force, then blurts out that he's been dying to meet this creature. The towering horned boss leers down at him, absolutely entertained by the little human's bold nerve. The monster clocks it instantly, neither of you has any allies hiding in the shadows tonight. He calls it a real one-on-one deathmatch, no helpers, no tricks, no interference. Vim cuts through the tension with a calm little smile and tells the monster, wait just a second. He snaps his skill *puppeteer**** and locks in, ready to completely change his form before the fight explodes. He taps his head in real confusion, staring as if to say, wait, nothing in me has changed at all. It hits him all at once like lightning in his chest when he finally gets what's going on. He bursts out a sheepish laugh, realizing that power had been running the whole time, and he never even clocked it. He locks in on his target and cranks the magnification all the way to the max. He figures he can go on a reckless attack now, because if he dies, nobody else will pay for it. The moment he's free from worrying about his own survival, pure relief crashes through his whole system. His eyes flare wide and his sight twists as that power surges straight into his brain. Camilla and his friends flash in his mind, but he slams the unauthorized memories out, then locks in and goes straight for the kill. The horned boss towers over the ancient forest, blasting pure dominance like a storm. The beast huffs out a blazing plume of steam, practically itching to smash the tiny insect right in front of it. Vim's frozen in place and the sheer pressure rips through his body, tremors shaking him to the core. The boss sneers, totally misreading that trembling as pure terror, like he's watching a frightened prey animal freeze in fear. It's like Vim can feel death breathing down his neck already, so he trembles, electric with the thrill of what's about to happen. Vim jerks his head up with a demonic grin, and with eyes blazing pure madness, he apologizes for the delay. The boss's smiles slip for a heartbeat, thrown off by the prey's warped, hungry grin. Vim rockets into the sky and slams into the monster with a brutal impact that shatters everything. Vim lunges at the horned boss, grinning like a lunatic as his dagger bites into the monster's iron hide. An earth-shattering shockwave detonates from the hit, blasting debris in every direction and rattling the forest like it's about to tear apart. Ancient trees around them cracked like paper, snapping under the brutal impact like they couldn't take a single second of the force. When the dust finally clears, the boss is still standing untouched, while Vim crouches in the open, gasping hard but already locked in and ready to strike. The two fighters lock eyes, boss smirking like he already won, while Vim stares back with razor-focused intensity. Vim bursts into action, rockets sideways to cut off the massive creature with blinding speed. He unleashes a storm of slashes, but the boss slips through every strike with terrifying, lightning-fast agility. The monster snaps back with a lightning-fast kick, and they don't even get a chance to react. Sent flying through the air, Vim bursts into a maniacal laugh, screaming that this near-death experience is straight-up awesome. His consciousness buckles under the strain, but he forces it back with one stubborn thought, everything's fine. He charges right back into the chaos, only to realize the one thing he truly fears isn't the fight, it's when it finally ends. Ignoring the pain, he carves his name through the air, grinning like he knows he can keep smashing his limits. A vivid memory hits him, his laughing guildmates beckon him over, inviting him to their table for drinks. He admits to himself those days were pure fun, but one sharp flash of the memory twists into regret like a knife. Ripping the nostalgia away, he erupts in a scream, saying their kindness was so painfully annoying it couldn't be tolerated. He tries to set things right, whispering that he just wanted the memory to stay nothing but pure and happy. He snarls at his own memories, daring them to explain why he can't keep tearing himself down. He brushes it off as just a habit, insisting it somehow makes life easier, even as he keeps dragging himself down. Tears pour down his face as he spits in the mirror at his own slavish weakness, swearing he'll fight back, still dragging the weight of their pride. A brutal fist whips past him at the last second, yanking him back into the deadly truth of the duel. He leaps off the tree trunks, and the closer he gets to death's door, the more his spirit catches fire. The phantom echo of his friend's voice keeps haunting his thoughts, goading him to hit the bar for drinks again. He roars at the hallucinations to get out, swinging his blades wildly at empty air like it's the enemy itself. He ranted that even without force, that suffocating pressure to act proper never really went away. He slams their acceptance away, seething because they're trying to grin and tolerate his creepy laugh and twisted personality. In his head, he curls into despair, realizing that he and those brilliant people don't just live different lives, they're from totally different worlds. He finally admits the social circle he worshipped wasn't inspiring at all, it was brutal to stick with and painfully dull to listen to. Falling back in a rush, he leans in and whispers, "I swear I'm not trying to mock you." He still hears the applause in his head, and admits that one taste of success tricked him into believing he really belonged. He clears them of every last accusation, because deep down he knows they're good people who truly treated him right. He curses the fact that if he'd only found more courage and held his patience a little longer, everything could have turned out different. Fighting through those tears, he finally realizes that fitting in is something normal people do like it's nothing. He unleashes his envy at everyone with honest hearts, gearing up for his next move. A chilling memory claws its way back. He can still hear someone say "creepy," and it slices straight through his worst fear. He chokes out a heartbreaking apology, finally admitting the brutal truth: he's fundamentally broken where they're whole. Right when he starts to crumble, the boss slams in with a brutal, sweeping kick, snagging him in midair before he can even land. He crashes into the ground so hard it steals the breath from his lungs, then yanks him through the dirt like he's being dragged by the earth itself. With that massive beast looming over him, Vim drops a whisper: he's not just pathetic, he's the absolute lowest of the low. He pushes himself up from the dirt and a heavy darkness settles in, because deep down he knows this kind of lonely life fits him perfectly. A strangled, twisted laugh bursts out of him, and in that instant he knows there's no stopping his true nature from crashing through. Scrambling through thick jungle leaves, the small figure clawed and scrambled up the brutal, jagged slope. Breathing hard, she glances at her coordinates. There's that huge rock at 0:35, and she fights to stay on course. A chilling voice snaps for the info, and she forces herself to lock in on the data even as exhaustion drags her down. Her foot skids on the loose dirt as she blurts the measurement, then scrambles hard to catch her balance. Gravity drags her under and she gasps and slides helplessly down the slope. The operator snaps at her with cold indifference, barking that he can't hear her over the comms, so she has to repeat it, no matter how much pain he's ignoring. She hauls herself upright, blurts out that it's a 2-degree climb, and the voice snaps, "Keep your pace steady as you push south-southwest." Terrified to the bone, she still obeys. Her voice shakes as she swallows the fear and answers the command. Frozen in place, she gapes in terror as shadowy figures crawl out of the trees around her. A troop of monkeys stares her down, their wild chatter cackling through the air like a threat. Panic explodes in her chest when she realizes she's totally boxed in by hostile beasts on every side. The handler on the other end just says, straight to the point, that he's fully aware she's in real danger right now. Tears brim in her eyes as she screams that the pack is closing in, and escape is already gone. With a chilling command, the voice smashes through her fear, orders her to march straight ahead, and shuts the door on any retreat. The handler coldly asks whether she wants a replacement sent instead, and those words slice straight into the sore spot she never stopped hurting. The monkey explodes forward and whips out a brutal kick, blasting her through the air as she lets out a sharp, pained grunt. She slams into the ground, snaps her gaze up, and there they are, grinning beasts laughing at her helplessness. The transmission turns pitch black, and Laura forces herself to answer anyway, pain be damned. With her injured side clutched tight, Laura gasps that she can't take the pain anymore. The handler brushes off her agony and shouts for a report on the enemy's every trait. Comfort is out of the question. Shaking like a leaf, she says they're tiny, black little creatures, even smaller than she is. The order hits hard, jump straight into the fight. Only after you smash through do you get the retreat, and even then it's locked to 0. 113. A monkey lunges at her again, and a scream of pure terror bursts straight out of her throat. Laura twists her body with lightning agility, slips the strike at the last second, and leaves the beast utterly thrown off. Desperation clenches her heart, and pure fury rips out as she screams, "I've done enough, mapping this area all by myself." Tears spill down her cheeks as she convinces herself that if she pulls this off, no way they'd send a replacement. A warm memory crawls up from the dark corners of her mind, and a gentle voice calls her name. She remembers her mom raving about how fast she runs, and how Laura is the kind of runner who never slows down. Laura grabs that shattered identity and, with the memory roaring in her head, bursts into action at a sprint. After years of pain and terror, she finally drifts back to the truth she'd buried in her mind. She dashes past the attacking monkey, and her whole body surges back to purpose like it's finally found its beat. As she sprints for her life, a wild memory hits her. She used to love running like it was her dream. Suddenly, the forest goes to pieces as a brutal, unstoppable force rips straight through the trees. A blazing blade cuts through the chaos, snapping into action and striking the monkey out of midair with ruthless, pinpoint accuracy. The beast's face snaps into stunned silence the moment the strike lands. One clean slash rips straight through the monster and tears the nearby timber apart in the same breath. As the creature's life slips away, its eyes dim, and it chokes out one last pathetic whimper. Vim stood in the wreckage, weapon raised and face hidden, arriving exactly in time to catch it all. Looking back on it, you can't help but be shocked by how much fear makes your own mouth spit out. The moment the truth finally slips out, it's like a heavy weight lifts and your heart suddenly feels wide open. The beast's face settles into cold, calm menace, and it mutters a soft, contained warning, unshaken by the whole confrontation. Clenching his blade with white-knuckle force, Vim blurts out, half in awe, half in dread, wondering if that creature is lonely. A brutal realization hits him like a punch, and he freezes instantly as the air around the monster twists into something worse. The creature hucks a severed limb into the water, and its whole body starts ballooning with a dark, unstoppable energy. Vim freezes in shock as the creature's face twists violently, and huge horns blast out of its skull. A blast of hair and raw energy detonates outward, slamming into Vim so hard he has to brace himself against the crushing pressure, right now, before it gets worse. The moment the transformation hits, the air cracks under a brutal, terrifying aura, and the ground starts shaking like it's about to split. Muscles surge and stretch, ripping past the creature's old limits as it remakes its body from the inside out. The moment the transformation locks in, a hulking, horned demon bursts into view, packed to the brim with raw, unstoppable destruction. Vim freezes in pure horror, realizing he's staring down a complete transformation that makes no sense at all. The demon lifts one clawed finger, pinpointing its prey with a cold, razor-sharp intelligence. With a lazy flick of its arm, the beast snaps out an invisible slash that rips through the dark and rockets straight for Vim. An eye snaps wide with sudden understanding. He spots the incoming destruction, but the attack scale crushes him before he can react. A colossal blast of water and earth erupts as something splits the land clean in half like an unseen blade. The forest gets ripped in half, massive trees slam to the ground as the shockwave's crushing force tears through everything. Silence crashes into the clearing as Vim stands locked in place, dwarfed by the brutal wreckage left behind by that one deadly strike. A nervous, manic grin splits across Vim's face, and a tiny squeak of pure fear jumps out of his mouth. Sweat drenches his face the moment he realizes one single hit from this monster is instant death. The demon blinks out of existence, then blasts forward with a speed so violent it practically dares your eyes to keep up. Vim barely registers the strike. He slips aside by the thinnest slice of a breath while the demon's claw rips through the space where he was standing. Panic detonates in his eyes as he scrambles frantically to dodge the relentless, breakneck onslaught. He darts through the lethal barrage, and the demon's blows slam down like a brutal storm of blades. Vim snaps up the punch at the last second, but the impact rips through him. He screams as his strength crumples beneath that crushing force. Horror slams into him as he realizes the enemy's body is being supercharged, physically reinforced by a mind-blowing burst of magic. As the demon tears through the trees, Vim snaps to the truth. This power isn't magic at all, it's the raw result of its biological transformation. The beast lunges yet again, its hands snapping into a spear tip that's meant to drive straight through him. Vim gets shoved into full defense as the demon's speed whips into a lethal streak of motion. Realizing he's trapped in a nightmare position, Vim panics and slams his cult technique into action, hardening his weapon and bracing himself for the hit. The hit hurls them through the forest like a storm, smashing tree trunks into splinters like they're made of matchwood. Vim gets blasted backward with brutal force, smashing into a boulder as his defense caves in. He careens across the ground, barely catching his breath as the demon charges in for a no-mercy hunt. The demon towers over him with a sadistic grin, savoring every second of the hunt, and Vim can barely gasp out breaths. Vim's fear detonates into pure euphoria, and he barks, screaming that this battle is the best, most fun thing he's ever experienced. He feels the plug in his brain burst free, and his cerebrospinal fluid goes whipping into a wild, adrenaline-fueled spiral. Memories slam back into his mind, and suddenly his entire life plays out like a full-on movie, flashing before his eyes in one breath. Facing the very real chance of death, he stares into the void and thinks, if there's a next life, I'm taking a totally different path. He dreams of being born again as a genuinely honest kid, finding real joy in everyday little moments, and living a normal, peaceful life. For now, he shrugs off the chaos like it's no big deal, because nobody's died yet. If the moment's fun, that's all that counts, since what he wanted to truly cherish was never something he could actually hold on to. Still, his grin fights through the madness, and he can't stop wondering if he ever had anything he really wanted to build, or do at all. A flashback hits him hard, her voice calling him a boring guy, snapping through the chaos of battle like a blade. Vim starts doubting his own memories, wondering if Hidamari ever truly said those exact words to him. Then the memory snaps into a bold promise. He swears he wanted to be more than what he was. He calls out the hypocrisy of someone who swears they've quit their dreams, yet still gets completely lost in stories. Realizing he only stopped because there was no other choice, he pleads with the voice in his head, not to hit the bruise at his core insecurities. Vim snaps back to the moment, lunges at the beast, and decides that if death is coming, it's going to meet him right here, right now, like a damn victory. He slips the killing strike, and with a wild grin, he realizes this pulse-pounding fight, life or death, might be the exact rush he's been craving. He shouts at the horned ape, daring the monster to match his adrenaline and prove it feels the same rush. That demon looms like a nightmare with teeth, daring Vim. Can he keep up, and is he really ready to die? Vim lunges straight into the danger, roaring that the risk of death is the fuel that drives him forward. He feels his instincts snap into focus. Every time he accepts the danger, his body surges faster and turns even more deadly. With everything he's got, Vim braces to unleash a real, deadly blow and end this duel once and for all. The fight's momentum dies on the spot as both fighters go still, their eyes snapping to a new presence that just crashed the battlefield. Vim locks onto the figure, briefly thinking it's Hidamari, then his gut drops as he realizes something is horribly wrong. He realizes the intruder is barely holding on, breath coming in thin, and their life force is draining fast. Vim realizes he can't dodge this anymore, and with a clumsy grin, he blurts out to the demon, "Time out, please," then rushes out an apology for the interruption. He blasts the ground to make a quick distraction, yells one last apology, then dashes out of the duel. A battered little girl lies sprawled on the forest floor, motionless, her body wrecked and utterly still, like the world just stopped for her. Vim rockets toward the fallen body, panic crashing over him as he finally realizes the intruder is just a kid. With that monster breathing down his neck, he drops to his knees beside the girl and blurts out, frantic, "Are you okay?" The girl answers with ragged, shallow breaths, gripping a dark object so tightly her hand won't stop trembling. As Vim scrutinized her gear, a chill sweat broke over his face, because he instantly spotted the Twilight's Nest insignia, Minerva Akaya. Drenched in her own blood, the battered girl fights to stay awake, pulling in ragged, shallow gasps that barely keep her conscious. Vim freezes the second he spots the hood's insignia. His mind snaps into place. This little kid is Minerva Akaya from the Twilight's Nest. Kneeling beside her shaking body, he blurts out if she can hear him, or if she can somehow find the strength to stand. The girl doesn't stir at all, her body hangs limp and shattered as the full horror of her condition slams into everyone's minds. Vim's heart drops as the truth hits. These injuries will kill him the second he wastes another moment without treatment. Desperation claws at him, so he fires up his analysis magic and scans her body for any sign of internal damage. Giant magical circles snap into place around the girl, cutting through the mystery of what she is and exposing a brutal truth she can't hide anymore. The diagnosis lands like a punch. Her thigh is ripped open with deep lacerations, and her back suffers trauma just as brutal. Worse yet, the magical scan screams the truth. Her neural pathways are severed, and her legs lose every last signal. With a trembling apology for the pain that's coming, Vim snaps that he has to tie her leg right now, fast, so the deadly bleeding doesn't keep pouring out. She doesn't even fight it. Her eyes go glassy as the pain and shock slam into her senses, crushing everything else. Vim's hand slides to her leg, and terror punches through her as she realizes her lower body has zero movement left. He realizes that even if he bandages the wound and strengthens her body, she'll never be able to crawl away and escape on her own. Panic slams into him as he scrambles through his mind, hunting desperately for any spell or technique that can still save him from this impossible mess. A lightning bolt of inspiration hits him out of nowhere, fueled by the adrenaline that's cranking his brain into overdrive. He realizes he can twist his puppeteer's spell, Heaven's Spieler ***, to slip past her severed nerves from the outside, then manually force her muscles to move again. A breakthrough explodes in his mind, and as his sharp intellect snaps the pieces together, the road to salvation opens up like a curtain lifting. He starts mentally tearing apart the spell's structure, plotting a brutal upgrade, stealing the control from her upper body and slapping it straight onto her frozen, paralyzed legs. We have to recalc the contraction and relaxation timing of over 100 muscles, live, in real time. It's a jaw-dropping marvel of magical engineering. Someone just rewired nearly 500,000 lines of spell code to make it work. Even though this kind of work usually drags on for days, Vim barrels straight into the math, sure his lightning-fast mind can slam it out right now. He hooks a hand onto her hood, eyes blazing with razor-sharp focus as he readies himself to upload that insanely complex magical structure. With a calm, reassuring smile, he tells her, "Don't worry," even as the chaos barrels toward them. He declares with total certainty that he only came here to save her life. Sorry about the bumpy ride, he leans in and warns her that violence is about to explode. A horned ape crashes into the moment and detonates a brutal strike, blasting the earth out from under their feet. Debris erupts in every direction as the shockwave rips through the forest, signaling their lethal duel is back on. Vim sprints through the wreckage, gripping the girl tight as he barely dodges the monster's deadly strike. The demon snarls at the prey as it bolts away, rage burning hot because this rescue mission just wrecked the duel it was about to finish. Teeth clenched from the brutal strain, Vim realizes one terrifying truth: he can't outrun the beast with the girl's extra weight dragging him down. He blurts out orders at lightning speed, telling her that for a brief moment he'll force her body to start running. He tells her, "Just swing your arms like normal, and your legs will snap into the rhythm on their own." The girl gapes up at him, utterly lost. She can't make sense of the impossible magic he's just thrown at her. Vin slams the spell into place, and he treats her stunned silence like a yes to the contract. He hurls the dual spells, Darien and Widdershins, then flips the switch on the magical bypass system he just built. A strange jolt surges through her the moment the magic locks in. Her body suddenly feels unfamiliar, but it answers back. She feels something yank at her body like a puppeteer's hand, then, snap, everything locks in place. The demon rockets into the sky, flooding its body with raw magic to slam down a crushing finisher. Vim yanked his blade up to block the blow, but the impact still shook his resolve, because he just gambled everything to see if it would finally work. Vim jams the strike aside with a grinder that spits sparks, then roars at the girl to tell him, does his magic hit and can she take it? Vim snaps out of his spiral, locks eyes with the girl and fires off a quick question: can she stand? Because they've got zero time to waste. He weaves through the trees, slipping past the horned ape's brutal strikes, and throws his body between them and the injured child. Vim points dead ahead and orders her to push south-southwest until she slams into the main road. He vows to come running the moment he finishes the monster, pushing her to hang tight and wait for rescue at the transfer formation. Vim tells her that the monster can't cross the barrier of the transfer formation, so the moment she makes contact, she's finally safe. Panting from the effort, he blurts out, "Was that too hard for you to follow?" The girl forces a small, trusting smile and it practically screams, "I've got the whole plan down." Magic circles ignited around her legs, snapping into place and locking tight with the reinforced muscle design Vim had engineered. He tells her straight to her face that she'll make it through, his voice carrying ironclad confidence she can't shake. Her expression tightens with grit as she braces herself, ready to hand the spell full control of her body. Her legs fire on instinct, kicking into a burst of speed that rockets her away from the battlefield, while Vim holds the line. She rips across the terrain at supernatural speed, puppeteer magic snapping her paralyzed limbs into flawless motion. Vim stares as she vanishes into the forest, then double-checks his code is chewing through the rough terrain just fine. Relief crashes over him the second he checks it. This reinforcement spell is working perfectly, exactly like it was meant to. The horned ape lunges again, spitting fury because its prey keeps slipping away, but Vim is already in motion. Vim throws out a casual apology to the monster, and his whole vibe flips from battle-hardened warrior to someone panicking because he's about to miss an appointment. He snaps at the beast that he just can't keep chasing their duel anymore, even as its fury roars back at him. Vim whirls away from the deadly opponent and drops his whole fighting stance like he's done for good. He throws out a truce, then blurts an apology for ending the fight so suddenly, like it only mattered for his convenience. With one last wave, he vows they'll finish this the next time around. Vim rockets into the forest, and behind him, the monster he just ditched erupts into furious, confused roars. The horned ape lurks alone in the clearing, teeth grinding with pure frustration as its target slips away into nothing. Above the forest canopy, the sky stays crystal clear, cold, calm, and totally indifferent to the chaos tearing through everything below. Vim spots Hidamari in the woods and lunges in fast, demanding to know why she's risking her life in a place this dangerous. He admits he came here hunting her, then fate ripped the moment away and led him straight to the injured girl. Vim tells everyone that while he managed to stabilize her with healing magic, her blood loss is too severe, she needs surgery, and she needs it now. Hidamari panics and blurts, "Tell me, what can I do to help right now?" Vim orders her to rush the girl to the mansion's infirmary, the closest spot with the medical supplies they need. Hidamari snaps into agreement at once, yelling that they've gotta move right now, then Vim cuts in, telling her to wait just one more second. He stares her down, demanding to know if she's really fine physically, before she goes running. She freezes for a heartbeat, then nods like, "Yeah, I can keep up." Vim nods, accepts her answer, and steels himself to launch into the sprint. A dark shadow slashes across his face the moment he finally understands how bad this situation really is. In that moment, he cut the cord on his own safety and told himself it didn't matter anymore. Meanwhile, the moon blazes overhead as a brutal commotion erupts across the base, shattering the night's silence. Soldiers snap into panic as an emergency summon blasts out at some ridiculously late, irregular hour. Camilla storms out in full armor, blares "State of Emergency," and orders the first wave to hit the field immediately. Deep in the forest, Vim and Hidamari sprint side by side, smashing through the underbrush at pure, desperate speed. With the girl riding on his back, Vim clenches his jaw and bellows, "We're almost there." His eyes bulge the moment he locks onto their destination. Salvation flashes on the horizon. With the injured girl huddled on his back, Vim sprints across the mansion grounds, and when he spots Hyde, he demands, "Mary, what's with all the noise?" Hidamari tells everyone the chaos erupted the moment she confessed that he'd vanished into the labyrinth while he was half asleep in a dream state. Vim snaps to attention, stunned by the raw shock of realizing just how enormous the disturbance he's unleashed really is. Camilla spots him in the crush of people, and relief hits like lightning as she hurries up and calls his name. Vim rushes in, apologizes for the mess, and tells her he's hauled back a critically injured person who needs help right now. Camilla's expression snaps into raw disbelief the moment she realizes there's been a real casualty. She snaps back to focus and barks orders to her subordinates, and they answer with one thunderous shout of obedience. Hidamari barrels toward the building to seize control of the treatment, and she leaves Vim with one urgent plea: trust her. Watching her disappear, Vim reassures himself, since Hidamari's taking care of the medical side, he knows things will be all right. Camilla closes in on him, and when she finally says his name, her voice shakes with raw emotion. She yanks him into a tight embrace, shaking all over, and whispers that she can't believe he came back, so relieved it hurts. Tears stung her eyes as she kept repeating, over and over, how relieved she was that he actually came back alive. Vim freezes in her arms, completely stunned, like her breath got stolen by that shocking burst of affection. Camilla yanks back and demands answers, furious that the report claims he charged into the labyrinth by himself. Vim hangs his head, drowning in shame and guilt for dragging so many people into trouble. Camilla leans in, demanding answers about the injured girl, and Vim fumbles for the right words, caught between guilt and fear. He tells them he found her on the 99th floor, and panic hits hard. He's convinced she's a demi-human, someone dragged in as a combatant. Camilla goes ice cold when demi-human hits, then a grim, deadly truth flickers behind her eyes. She snaps the girl's location to the Twilight's Nest hideout, and the truth hits her. This has to be the demi-human Laura. Vim seals it with one sharp statement. He's sure it's the very same girl he pulled from danger. Camilla's face tightens the moment she clocks it. These political stakes just flipped, and everything changed fast. She screams for everyone to freeze, then slams down the rule: nobody steps into that mansion unless she personally says so. With a snap of authority, she calls the lockdown and orders the guards to detain anyone who tries to sneak anywhere near the infirmary without permission. Mary slips out of the infirmary, wipes sweat off her brow, and groans that the exhaustion has crushed her. Vim fires off a question about the patient's condition, and Mary snaps back that the transfusion's already been done, but the treatment is still in full swing. Glancing at the guards, Mary drops her voice and whispers that the air outside has turned unnervingly tense. Vim fires back, asking if she gets what's going on, and the girl just guesses the girl's situation is way more tangled than anyone realizes. Her eyes cut narrower and sharper as she warns that they're probably tangled in a spy-driven conspiracy. Vim demands answers, and she snaps back that Camilla only called in her oldest, most trusted priests. She clocks that the whole security team is made up of Camilla's old buddies, not a single newcomer. Mary pieces it together: anyone who's joined the order in the last few years has been cut loose, because they're weeding out the people who might sell them out. Then she drops another bombshell, revealing the girl swallowed a slow-acting poison. Vim freezes in horror as the truth hits, and Mary casually drops that she's already wiped out the toxin. She grimly clocks it: this girl was rigged to die before anyone could even reach her. Camilla bursts in mid-conversation, apologizes for the delay, and braces herself to finally lay out what's going on. Vim starts to talk, but Camilla slams the brakes, snapping that there's no time left and he needs to keep it short. She insists she has to deal with Vim's situation first, even if everyone else thinks it should wait its turn. Her eyes lock onto him, heat building in her stare, and she blurts out that there's one question she has to ask right now. With a stare that cuts straight through him, Camilla leans in and demands, "When you were down there, did you hear that voice?" Camilla slices through the tension with a chilling question. She demands to know if Vim heard that voice while he was trapped inside the dungeon. Vim's blood turns cold as he stares in shock. Camilla already knows the secret he was terrified to confess. Camilla's face hardens and she confirms his worst fear. She names it for what it really is: the labyrinth call. She tells you this isn't just information, it's a tightly guarded secret, because even passing the idea along can spark real danger. Since Vim already slipped into the labyrinth by herself, she figures there's no point in dodging the truth anymore. Camilla's face hardens as she lays down the two brutal outcomes for anyone who hears that voice, and neither one even whispers salvation. First, he plunges alone into the labyrinth. Either he vanishes without a trace, or he stumbles onto a corpse. The second fate is getting swallowed up and absorbed by Manhwa Recaps and the Twilight's Nest. Camilla doesn't play. She slaps Vim with a brutal punishment and bans him from diving into the labyrinth for who knows how long. She makes it crystal clear this isn't punishment at all, it's a tactical move needed to shut down the call's influence. She warns him Rita is going to try and reach him no matter what, then orders him to unleash his strengthening magic and bolt, at any cost. With Vim's safety finally handled, the talk slams headfirst into the terrifying situation with the demi-human girl, Laura. Camilla snaps that Laura's in immediate danger, and that once the preparations finish, they have to evacuate her from Valebrun right now. Vim gapes in disbelief, shocked that a patient he just rescued is still fighting for their life. Mary steps in with a hard stare and snaps, "This isn't a medical problem, it's pure politics." Camilla spills the truth: Laura's caught in the Dark Map Project, a ruthless plot that grinds demihumans down for profit. Since she's a demi-human pulled from the front lines and right there obediently following Rita, it's crystal clear they treated her like a throwaway pawn. Vim freezes when it hits him. Laura wasn't just raised for anything. She was forged from the start as a sacrifice to create that map. Confused, he blurts out, "Why are we still facing danger for her after we finally pulled her out of that dungeon?" Camilla's face contorts in pure disgust as she braces herself to unleash the truly nauseating truth of what's really going on. Vim swallows hard and pushes herself forward, forcing her courage as she digs into the dark truth hiding behind the conspiracy. Suddenly, the whole group slams to a stop in the hallway and Camilla freezes because something feels horribly wrong in the air. She orders Vim and Hidamari to stay put, then storms off to investigate the disturbance. Vim freezes in the mansion corridor, his nerves snapping tight as he scrambles to figure out what fresh threat just slipped inside. A jolt of commotion bursts through the air and a loud struggle screams nearby, so Vim snaps upright in pure shock. Hand snaps that they've got a spy in custody, and his voice crackles with the kind of panic only a breach can bring. Spotting the intruder was just a cleaner, he radios Marion for backup and demands they deal with it fast. Camilla storms back and admits the mansion is compromised, then snaps that they need to keep explaining as they make a break. As they head out, she leans in and drops the chilling truth: dark maps are made by sacrificing people to map those deadly depths. The whole scheme depends on the mappers getting killed, because if even one survivor flips and spills the truth to the creators, the entire operation collapses at once. If they trace the connection, they'll track down every big-name client who bought those maps too. A cold jolt hits Vim as he realizes the organization can't risk a disposable tool slipping out alive. He pieces it all together and the truth hits hard. Demihuman kids can beastify in a way nobody else can, making them the perfect tools for this cruelty. Camilla explains that beastification lets a child temporarily tap into deadly combat power, so much that it rivals an adult adventurer. Even a kid can turn into a terrifying weapon, barely surviving long enough to steal the intel before it all ends. They're the perfect disposable tools, fast, reliable, and doomed to get wiped out before they can ever turn into a problem. A special grade Demihuman's map is treated like pure luxury, and its price tag is so insane it might as well be astronomical. Because a top-tier client demanded it, Twilight's Nest won't hold back. They'll cut down the loose end, no matter the cost. They slip into the courtyard and find it, one carriage waiting in the dark, primed for a secret getaway. Camilla slams her decision down. Laura has to be shipped to a sanctuary so far out of their enemies' reach that they can't even dream of getting her. Vim clenches his jaw, steels himself, and nods, ready to launch as the crew slips out under the cover of night. Carriage wheels thunder against the road as they slip out in secret from the mansion grounds. In the cramped vehicle, the air feels like it's choking them, and Hidamari keeps flashing gestures to Vim, begging him to shatter the silence. She hisses a razor-sharp command at him to comfort the traumatized girl, and it completely knocks Vim off guard. Awkwardly lurching forward, Vim blurts out her name, stammering like crazy, just to make sure she's awake and actually listening. His voice cracks while he fights to find the right words, trying to comfort them in a moment so desperate it feels like the world is ending. Self-hatred crashes over him the moment he realizes he has no hope to give, because he's got none left inside himself. He can feel it, the enemy is closing in with cold, vicious malice, and they're aiming to kill this child. Even with panic choking him, he forces himself to stop his fear from spreading to her. With his heart pounding, Vim locks eyes with her trembling fear and pushes out words he doesn't quite believe, yet. He leans in and swears to her straight to her face that they'll save her no matter what the world throws at them. Laura locks eyes with him, her gaze blazing wide, driven to catch even a single lie hiding in that promise. Vim flashes a gentle smile and tells her, "Don't worry, everyone around us is tough, dependable, and ready to protect you." A tiny hand shoots out and clamps down on his finger, trembling nonstop like she's clinging to the only lifeline she has. Vim jolts the second they make contact and the truth hits her. She's way more scared than she ever admitted. The carriage slams to a stop in the woods and Camilla snaps, "Forget the ride, we're going on foot from here." They jump off and push through the thick forest, where the silence feels like a hunter closing in. Camilla lays out their daring plan: ride the river down to a safe house, where a trusted acquaintance will pull Lorraine in and keep her safe. Suddenly, Camilla slams on the brakes. Her senses go wild as she feels something's deeply wrong. As Vin picks up her nerves, she blurts out before Vin even finishes speaking. She senses something's seriously wrong right away. Camilla's eyes harden as she snaps the truth. This was a trap all along, and now they're fully surrounded. Hidamari snaps at Vim to lower Laura right away, then they get ready to brawl. Vim stares into the dark and his instincts shriek a warning, because something feels wrong even when he sees nothing. A magical sensor sweep comes up empty, but that eerie sense of being watched only grows stronger. Vim finally realizes the enemy isn't just hiding, they're running high-level stealth that slips right past the usual detection methods. A shiver rips through him as that weird, prickling sensation crawls over his skin, proof something is there, even though his eyes can't catch it. A bright, teasing voice suddenly slices through the silence, greeting them like they've been best friends forever. Rita bursts out of the trees with arms wide open, backed by a squad of eerie owl-masked figures that send chills down your spine. The defenders go still, faces tightening the second they spot the danger looming in front of them. Rita locks eyes with the adults and, like it's no big deal, asks whether Strauss and the sage are doing all right. Her gaze snaps to the trembling girl, and with a bright grin, she adds that she hasn't forgotten Laura either. Laura jolts back in pure terror, yanking her cloak tight like it can shield her from that voice. Tears pour down her face as she panics and desperately apologizes to the girl who kept tormenting her. Rita tilts her head, grin twisted, as she insists she's not mad at all. She leans in with a cruel glimmer in her eye and whispers that she only wished Laura would have come back to school if she'd stayed alive. As Laura thrashes on the ground, Rita leans in and says it's nothing, she's just shaking because she was an unbelievably great student. Vim and Camilla snap into battle stances as crackling magic snaps through the air. Fingers twitch like they're itching for a fight. Vim slams into his puppeteer spell, ready to throw down the second battle sparks. He drops into a defensive crouch over Laura, throwing his body between her and her tormentors. As Laura crumples to the ground, sobbing apologies into the dirt, Vim braces himself, ready for the brutal violence about to hit. Vim locks eyes with the frightened girl and, with zero doubt, promises he'll protect her no matter what it takes. Tears surge into Laura's eyes as his promise crashes through the fear she's been hiding behind. Vim lunges in, clamps her hand to her neck, and slams the halt suppression spell, freezing everything into instant stasis. Magic energy surges through her body while he dials the power down millimeter by millimeter, making sure she stays safe. He tells them he's casting a light reverse strengthening curse, just to make it act like a magical sedative. He knows what's coming will shatter her, so he decides the safest move is keeping her knocked out cold until the danger finally blows over. Laura's eyes roll up as the spell latches onto her, and her body goes slack while she sinks into a deep, dreamless sleep. Rita dramatically pouts and fires off a furious complaint. How dare Strauss set up their escape right after they just got reunited? Camilla barks sharply, so Vim shuts out the provocation and sprints, while she stays planted to hold the line. Rita leans in and waves Petrus over, ordering him to lead their guests straight to what they've brought. A colossal masked figure rumbles in approval, growls at the command, and strides out of the shadows like it's ready to unleash hell. With a brutal thud, Petrus slams 4 bound, battered hostages onto the forest floor so everyone can see. Camilla snaps, rage takes over. She screams Rita's name at the top of her lungs, finally grasping just how cruel her enemy really is. One of the blindfolded captives groans through the pain, and every week they crawl back to Camilla, apologizing like they're begging for forgiveness. Rita beams as she tells everyone she spotted those tiny mice tucked by the river, just waiting for someone to come pick them up. Vim freezes in terror, staring at the bruised bodies, and blurts out to Camilla, "Who are these people?" Sweat drenches Camilla's face as she snarls through clenched teeth, forcing herself to reveal those were the carriers she'd set up for their escape. Vim questions Camilla about those bound figures, and his voice shakes as the awful truth lands: something is seriously wrong. Sweat pours down her face as Camilla clenches her teeth and finally admits it: these really are the carriers she personally set up. Petrus jams a blade to the hostage's neck, and Rita erupts into gleeful, sadistic laughter. Vim locks in with razor-sharp focus and blurts out that he's completely rewritten everything he thought he knew about Rita Hanks. Rita erupts into hysterical laughter, loving every second of how that crude, simple threat is somehow getting to them. Vim demanded answers, his voice slicing through her laughter, to get the price she was willing to pay for the hostage's safety. She demands Laura on the spot, insisting it's only obvious that the girl's valuable information means she can't be left in anyone else's hands. Camilla takes a fierce step forward and demands, sharp as a blade, whether there's any guarantee they'll spare the girl's life if they obey. Rita brushes off the question, snaps that stalling won't save them, because she's got more hostages than they can afford to lose. Camilla spits curses at her, her face contorting with pure disgust as Rita shrugs off human life like it means nothing. Spreading her arms wide, Rita sneers at them, calling their choice so pathetic they'd toss away a victory over something this trivial. Rita wags a finger at the sky and, with a grin, drops a quiz, straight up meant for Strasher to crack their problem. She blurts out, "Why are we in this kind of crisis when we're sitting on every advantage and we're way stronger than they are?" Vim freezes in stunned silence, his thoughts sprinting as her twisted question finally clicks and the answer hits him like lightning. Rita flashes a bright grin and blurts out the truth, "Your real weakness is screwing up the important humans and treating the disposable ones like they matter." Without warning, Petrus lashes out with his blade and brutally executes one of the bound hostages right there. Camilla and Vim lock up in terror as the corpse smacks the ground, that brutal jolt exploding their courage on the spot. Rita towers over the body and coldly declares that this hostage never mattered to them in the first place. She urges them to ditch these dead-weight fools and rush to her hideout, where they can drag Laura into their interrogation and take their time. She locks eyes with Vim and demands his approval like they're both partners in her twisted, dangerous plan. Camilla yells at Vim to ignore her, but Rita sulks and fires off complaints because they won't even let her finish her pitch. Camilla locks in, flat out declaring that Vim is with them, and nothing, not even those vile tricks, will ever shake her resolve. Rita pouts again, whining that she just wants a conversation, and then she snaps on them as stingy for shutting her down. She taps her chin, chewing on the thought that her client might blow up if she drags her feet and doesn't finish up fast. A deadly grin unfurls across her face as she locks in a decision that's all about what she wants. She slings a new offer: she'll free the rest of the hostages if Camilla lets her slip away and talk to Vim in private. Rita grins and says she's making an enormous concession. If they agree, she'll even let them keep Laura. She winks playfully and says the final call is up to Vim himself, but you can tell she's really hoping he chooses her. Camilla snaps, demanding to know what that offer even means. Her suspicion ignites the second the words land. Rita shoots back that she means every word, her smile locked in place as she patiently waits for someone to bite. Vim starts to step up and take the deal, but Camilla snaps at him to stop, then lunges in to block him. She glares at Rita and snaps that she better not try to steal Vim for herself with sweet lies and empty promises. Camilla presses Rita for one clear answer. If he agrees to that mysterious talk, what exactly is Rita going to do to him? Rita bursts into delighted laughter, thrilled, because now it's her standing in the crosshairs, turning the tables on the cornered knight. She tilts in close with a sweet, innocent look, insisting with total sincerity that she only wants to talk to him. Vim freezes in place, sweat streaming down his face, trapped between two hostage lives and the terrifying risk of the deal. Camilla shrieks for him to stop, but Vim barrels over her and fires one hard, serious question straight at Rita. With deadly seriousness, he demands to know whether Rita is the type who keeps her word. Vim strides forward, declares he'll personally verify the terms, and shuts down Camilla's shock on the spot. He demands a clear, no-games confirmation that her promise to never get involved with Laura again is 100% real. Rita leans in and tells him, straight up, she has zero plans to hunt for loopholes, and to believe her words exactly as they are. Vim nods to the deal but then slams his demands down. Release the hostages right now and treat them immediately, or he won't lift a finger. Whipping around to his allies, Vim blurts out an apology, scrambling to shield Mary from the chaos as she gapes in stunned silence. Rita smiles and agrees on the spot, then snaps at Kevin to start treating the captives immediately. Relief floods the hostages as the enemy medics rush in and start bandaging their wounds, all under the truce. Camilla chokes out an apology to Vim, her regret hitting hard as she points the blame at herself, saying her own helpless power shoved him into this fight. She orders him to come back to them alive, no exceptions, and Vim swears on everything that he'll make it happen. Rita cuts in with a bright smile and ushers everyone to a quieter corner so they can finally talk in peace. As they head off, Rita flicks a look over her shoulder and spots Hyde Mary slipping in behind them, heading straight into the woods. Hyde Mary shoots them a question, "Can I come too?" so she can just watch from a safe distance. Rita nods and grants permission, but she snaps that the sage must stay at least 10 steps away. As he stares at her back, Vim can't help but wonder, does that terrifying ease come from having too much power and zero doubt? A cold shiver crawls down his spine as he realizes every single thing is happening exactly the way she wrote it. He can't shake the question, how did she track them down when Camilla never told a soul where Laura was? Shock slams through him the moment he puts the clues together and realizes a tracking seal is out there, watching his every move. Vim slams into her with the truth Hyde Mary had to be compromised, and Rita just smirks like she's won, taunting him, so you finally figured it out. He admits he didn't really catch it at first, then it clicked in his head. This was the only logical explanation. Rita grins and rubs salt in his wound. She confirms his guess, saying she secretly planted tracking seals on both him and Laura. Vim is horrified by her total lack of legal ethics, slamming her with the truth. Private possession of tracking seals is a serious crime. He makes it crystal clear, stealing and using controlled magic seals from public institutions isn't just illegal, it's a heavy felony. Rita bursts into laughter, brushing off the accusation, saying it'd be a total waste not to take advantage of tools this perfect. Vim freezes in disbelief, then blurts out that if things keep going like this, she's betting there are wiretaps planted in every corner already. She reads the specs and snaps that shrinking the wiretaps is a massive technical wall she still hasn't figured out. She shrugs and admits she tried to swipe the legendary listening stone, abhorrent, only to get completely shut down because the thing wouldn't stay put. Vim is left totally stunned by her outrageous confession that she tried to steal national treasures. Rita shoots back, claiming those mighty tools are really just communication devices, and they deserve to be used. Spinning around and catching Hyde Mary crumpling to the ground, Vim blurts, "What's wrong with you?" Rita brushes off the sage, rushes to a cliff above the river, and declares, "This is the place." She swivels toward Vim and tosses out a casual apology for how rough she got earlier. She insists that if it weren't for what happened with Laura, she would have wanted a much slower conversation. A heavy silence slams down, and the whole air snaps into something sharp, ruthless, and dangerous. Two figures stand nose to nose on the cliff edge, while Hyde Mary lurks in the shadows, watching every breath. The air turns thick with an awful, unexplained pressure, so intense it starts warping the space around them. Hyde Mary stands in the distance, shaking with fear as that sudden, crushing tension from the two men slams into the air. Rita perches on the ledge and tells everyone straight up, this thing isn't a magical barrier at all. With a casual shrug, she admits she doesn't fully get the principles behind it either. Rita smirks like she's hiding a secret, then hints that, yeah, she's actually teaming up with him. Vim just stares at her, baffled out of his mind, because he can't make sense of the nonsense coming out of her mouth. With a sharp cough and a throat-clearing shake, Rita drops the excuses and finally dives headfirst into the real point. Vim freezes dead in his tracks, eyes flying wide as the horrifying realization smashes into him like a punch to the gut. Color vanishes from his face the second he hears it. He jolts, gasps, and realizes that's the labyrinth calling him. Rita's perched on the cliff edge, acting casual, and admits the truth. She's not a native speaker at all. She just copied the exact sound she heard. She grins and admits that sure, she just copied the audio, but somehow recreating it ended up being way harder than it looked. Rita explains that once magic is soaked into the sound, their kind can almost understand what's being said, no grammar needed. Trusting her gut, she claims that this call can only mean one thing. It's basically a welcome home waiting on the other end. Vim snaps everything into place, realizing that the call he heard and the way he was pulled into the Twilight's nest are tied together by the exact same truth. Rita grins and says, "Yeah, together with you," basically confirming that Vim is, at its core, the same kind of species as them. She leans in and hisses, telling him not to brush it off so hard, because his real feelings clash with the no he keeps insisting. Rita drops the last nail in the coffin and declares that the labyrinth's call only reaches people who truly, deeply want it. Vim freezes in place, breath trapped in his chest as her words slam into his mind and won't let go. Cold sweat floods his face as he realizes this situation is sliding straight into real danger. He frantically tells himself to shut his brain off, just let the words bounce away and resist the pull. The explanation hits him way too close to home, and horror slams in as he realizes her words mirror the truth he's been hiding inside himself. Rita grabs his face, yanks him close, and demands Strauscher finally stop ignoring her. With a hypnotic stare locked on his, she leans in and demands he swear he'll agree. Vim feels her abyss yank him under, the labyrinth snapping into place around him as the pull to just surrender grows stronger by the second. Rita goes straight for the heart with one blunt question: does he really hate those guys? Panic sparks in Vim's eyes as he erupts into a denial, screaming like he can't bear the accusation. Rita smirks like a predator, basically purring that she never once named who those guys were. Vim freezes, his blood turns to ice as he realizes he just walked right into her verbal trap. Rita leans into her opening and hits him with the truth. He admits his real spot isn't here either. Vim clutches his face in agony, sweating buckets as he stammers that she's dead wrong. Rita's stare drills into him as she snaps that he's not wrong, everything was messed up from the beginning, and it's because everyone else simply can't understand. Vim trembles hard and blurts that he has no idea what she's talking about. Rita fires back saying she gets it perfectly because the call is basically a mirror of the heart, one that speaks loud when you start to feel like you don't belong. Vim clamps a hand over his mouth and yells, "I don't know," like he can drown out the truth. Rita snaps that denial won't save anyone, then she hammers the promise. He's coming to the labyrinth and they'll be waiting right there. Her eyes catch his terror as she drops the truth. This is what she calls their relationship, compatriots. A sudden sharp clap cracks the hypnotic spell and snaps Vim back to reality, shattering the heavy, choking air like glass. Hidemarie strides in, cuts the whole conversation off, and declares, "That's enough, no more." She flicks her hand and shoos Rita away with a casual wave, then thanks her for going all that distance to be there. Rita's eyes snap wide as the spell shatters, cut off by the abrupt interruption. Hidemarie happily steers Vim back, grins as she waves them off, and cheerfully turns her back on the enemy. Rita blurted out one last detail, lifting a finger like a memory just snapped into place. She swings her voice back to casual friendliness and tells them, right to their faces, to take care of Laura. Hidemarie blares, "We're done," at Camilla, while Vim just stands there stunned as everything flips on a dime. Vim freezes, staring at the ground in pure horror. He realizes he'd been totally swallowed by the enemy's words. Hidemarie yells to him, snapping him out of the spiral his thoughts were stuck in. She presses him on the compatriot comment Rita dropped, and Vim hesitates before admitting it's true. Hidemarie tries to shake off the heavy tension by casually saying Rita also calls her a compatriot, and it blindsides Vim with just how normal it sounds. She swears she lives a clean, upright life above ground, but when she starts comparing herself to Vim's current path, her words trip and she awkwardly stalls. She wipes the enemy's mind games off the table and tells him, flat out, not to buy into that nonsense. It's got no real power behind it. Hidemarie admits the Night Dragonfly squad runs on a totally different wavelength, one he can barely grasp, but insists he doesn't have to be like them. She turns her back on him and with ironclad certainty tells him he has no reason, none at all, to turn into a monster. She whips around with a fierce stare demanding his agreement, and Vim quietly nods, understanding hits him instantly. Camilla throws open the moment with pure relief, peppering him with, "Are you okay? Did you get hurt?" as the standoff's tension finally starts to melt away. She says Rita swells her ranks by flooding Valebrun with spies, then her web of infiltration freezes the military police cold. Camilla calls Rita's charisma a kind of spellcraft, then snaps him out of it, telling him not to sweat that tiny moment when he nearly wavered. She insists that only one truth counts. He turned his back on the darkness and came back to them. Camilla fires back saying that all it takes is his return, because coming back is how he crushes the enemy and proves his own righteousness. A heavy silence crashes down as Camilla stops, and the mask on her face slips into something far more personal. She leans down, locks eyes with him, and calls him by his name, softly, shattering that stiff Knighton subordinate line like it never mattered. She tells them plain and cruel, if the labyrinth calls to you, it's because you already feel like you don't belong anywhere in this world. Vim shoots her a glance, mutters that he has no idea what she's talking about, and tries to slip away from the burning truth. Camilla leans in and bluntly asks if the Night Dragonfly's world is so suffocating he can't take it anymore. Vim goes quiet, sweat pouring down his face as he fights to choke back the storm of emotions surging inside him. Camilla throws her support out there, telling him that she and the others are standing by, ready to listen, no matter how much space he thinks he needs. Sensing his turmoil, she leans in and tells him, "Don't jump to conclusions yet, slow down and think." She tells him to calm his heart first, promising them they've got all the time in the world to wait for his answer. Chaotic memories slam into his head. One moment he's fighting, the next he's bargaining, until the whole day overwhelms every sense he has. Exhaustion hits him hard the moment he realizes he's got way too much to process all at once. Rita's final words echoed in his head, "Take care of Laura," echo, blasting straight through the fog of his exhaustion. Staring down at the sleeping girl, Vim can't stop replaying the enemy's one careless remark, the exact words that won't leave his head. Flashback hits and suddenly a warm voice praises Laura, telling her she's an insanely fast runner. With a bright, innocent grin on her face, Laura laughs off the compliment and boldly declares that she absolutely loves running. Fresh from playing outside, Laura slips back home, swings the door open, and shouts, "I'm home," only the house answers with eerie silence. She barges into the room thinking her mom will be right there, but the silence hits like a warning, screaming that something is horribly wrong. A stranger suddenly shows up wearing that famous look of sympathy and tells her straight, her parents have vanished far away and they're never coming back. Masking his real motives, the man pulls her close and invites her to a school, swearing that once she gets there, someone will take care of her. He lures her in, promising she'll never have to beg for a bed or hunt for food again, if she just obeys him. Laura admits the truth, she really had no other choice, and then she confirms it. The place actually gave her the bed and food they promised. Still, the truth was brutal. She was trapped in non-stop, grueling training day and night with no escape. She's stuck reliving that cold, suffocating atmosphere, the kind that didn't just haunt the place, it swallowed her whole world. Even in that brutal place, the older boys and girls still met her with real, heartfelt kindness. But that comfort didn't last. She watched her friends vanish one by one, and none of them ever came back. Laura stares at the older kids disappearing backs as they're carried off, and she's left behind, stranded in a shrinking crowd. Rita bursts in with a bright grin, then turns to the kids left behind and asks who's brave enough to tackle the huge job ahead. The older kids huddle the younger ones, soothing their fears and throwing their own bodies in front of the ominous weight of the request. Rita locks eyes with Laura and grins, basically daring her, "So, are you gonna be the one to save the day this time?" Shaking like a leaf but refusing to back down, Laura steps forward and begs Rita to stop the other kids from taking that role. Rita tells her survival comes down to pure hard work, and Laura swears she'll do everything she can, even if it ends up costing her life. Back in the present, Laura slumps in her hospital bed, staring at the ceiling, and can't stop worrying whether the friends she left behind are safe. The door creaks as it swings open, and Vim leans in fast, cracking a careful look at his patient as they recover. Laura's face ignites with joy, her tail whipping back and forth as she blurts out Vim's name. Vim fumbles for a second, then thrusts Chillo into her hands, exactly the book she asked for, and she beams, thanking him for the wizard tale he brought back. He asks how she's doing, and she beams, telling him she crushed a ton of rice for breakfast this morning. Seeing her full of energy, Vim lets out a breath of relief and awkwardly scrambles to keep the conversation alive. With hospital food on his mind, he leans in and asks her straight up what she ate for her meal. Laura gushes about it like it's a gooey, white, mushy mess, and Vim is left totally stunned and clueless. As they wrestle with whether it's rice pudding or porridge, Laura grins and thinks, "I'm so lucky Vim shows up every single day." She meets his eyes with a warm smile, grateful he won't give up trying to lift her spirits even though her injuries still keep her from standing. Vim abruptly freezes in confusion, trying to claw back what he ate for breakfast that very morning. He finally clicks no, it wasn't that gooey mystery at all, it was bread and cheese, and he's correcting his own memory on the spot. His smile drops into something serious as he locks eyes with her, and the whole vibe snaps from casual to raw, heartfelt. He murmurs her name to catch her attention, and Laura lifts her gaze to him with eyes full of trust. Vim tells Laura he's praying she recovers fast, and Laura lights up, because his daily visits make her feel stronger every single day. Vim lets out a soft smile, finally relieved that his presence is genuinely helping her heal. Laura's thoughts rip back to that forest, where she lay there, pinned and powerless, just waiting for death to come. She's trapped in sheer terror and agony, legs frozen solid, body unable to move, even fainting out of it feels impossible. In that crushing moment, she screamed for her mother, because deep down, she realized she wasn't ready to die. And a voice tore through the darkness, promising she'd be all right, because he was here, ready to save her. She remembers the moment that stranger burst into her life out of nowhere, flipping her fate in an instant. To Laura, Vim isn't just any guy, he's a fairy tale wizard who pulled off a miracle and handed her life back. Mary jerks and flinches with a weird look, and Vim immediately demands what's wrong, but she brushes it off fast like it never happened. Vim snaps the focus to the courtyard, and suddenly he's right back to the time he went through his own rehab there. Laura fires back asking if he ended up hospitalized too, and Vim admits he pushed himself way too hard during that labyrinth dive. She frets over his health, but Vim grins and tells her, "Don't worry, I'm fully healed now." Camilla strides up to the group with a bright, warm greeting, instantly pulling everyone's focus onto her. She tells Laura that Vim's injury wasn't a tragedy at all, it was a proud scar, earned by crushing a floor boss. Camilla grins and tells everyone that Vim's plain face is just a decoy, because under the surface he's way bigger than he lets on. Laura stares at him like he just leveled up, while Vim blurts at Camilla to quit the wild exaggerations right now. Hans jumps in with the praise, insisting Vim is incredible, and yeah, maybe the #1 adventurer in Veilbrunn. Vin panics and begs them to stop, but Laura's eyes light up, convinced he's the real hero. The whole crew bursts into laughter while Vim keeps fumbling to fix the mix-up, and the air suddenly feels warm and cozy. They wave goodbye to Laura, and she's left beaming with a smile as the visit finally draws to a close. As Vim turns to leave and says she looks better, Camilla's smile drops, then she goes serious and demands the straight medical truth. Suffocating hush slams over the group, and the cheerful act cracks instantly. Hyde Mary checks Laura over and confirms she's fully physically fine, and the tissue regeneration is done. She credits advanced magic for making the cure flawless, but one thing still nags at her: whether she can walk. Hyde Mary admits she can't predict when Laura will walk again, because she insists rehab needs to work the way it's meant to. Vim gives a quick nod and jumps in to help with her rehab, desperate to see her recover all the way. Mary freezes mid-step, her expression twisting as an emotion she can't hold back anymore finally bursts through. Silence drags on between them, and Vim finally clocks it: something's horribly wrong. Spinning on Camilla, Hyde Mary snaps that they can't keep the truth from him anymore. Camilla gives a serious nod, admitting the truth: no more secrets. Vim squints at them, totally baffled, and Camilla blurts out an apology before she steels herself to drop the bombshell. Hyde Mary strides up and says, "I'll explain, because I'm the one who made that diagnosis." Vim pushes, asking if the diagnosis is truly final, and Hyde Mary shuts him down with a confident yes, proving her expertise in regenerative medicine. Still reeling from the contradiction, Vim blurts out, "If I'm supposed to be healed, then what's actually going on?" He pushes for answers, demanding to know if her physical treatment is truly over. Hyde Mary doesn't even hesitate. She declares the medical procedures are already fully finished. Vim's frustration explodes as he demands, "If you're cured, why won't you move?" He demands answers because he can't make the facts add up. She just won't move. Hyde Mary cuts him off with a chilling correction, telling him coldly it's not that she doesn't move. She locks eyes with him and drops the devastating truth: Laura can't move. Vim's blood runs cold as her whole body freezes in shock, trying, without success, to wrap her mind around what she just said. Hyde Mary proudly announces that every muscle is fixed and every nerve is reconnected perfectly. She pauses, letting the crushing weight of the medical anomaly hang in the air. She admits that even after all the repairs, the signals firing from her brain just won't reach her legs. Vim blurts out, "Is this a psychological problem?" But Hyde Mary shuts it down instantly with a grim, hard shake of her head. She says the neural pathway is totally gone, so the signals have nowhere left to go. Hyde Mary tells them the brutal truth: Laura's brain has wiped out her legs' functions completely, like they never existed. To spare herself from crushing pain and terrifying fear, she panicked and cut the connection to her own heart without even realizing it. Hyde Mary bursts into the room, panicked and breathless, screaming Vim's name to stop him before he does something reckless. Standing by Laura's bedside, Vim jerks his gaze up when Hyde Mary snaps at him to step outside so they can hash out what's going on in private. Hyde Mary slammed down her authority. She reminded him she was the one who diagnosed the condition and that she'd been steering Laura's condition long before the transfer. She tells them Laura was crumpled on the ground when they found her, and that confession makes Vim finally admit it. He'd used his enhancement magic to force her body to run. All flustered, Hyde Mary admits Laura could have slipped away then, though she's convinced it was nothing more than a lucky fluke. Vim snaps a look at her and shuts her down, because he just whipped up a new spell mid-battle to force her muscles to obey through sheer enchantment. He explains it's basically the same as regular training, only he keeps tweaking the muscle itself over and over until it starts mimicking real movement. Hyde Mary admits the logic checks out, but claims he could recreate the same effect for real, just crank the spell's power even higher. While everyone argued, Vim snapped into action, casting *** Heaven's Healer, Transition, Puppeteer ***, and locked in so hard on the spell's construction that it practically lit up his hands. Mary snaps her breath into a gasp, staring in shock as he boldly throws the forbidden technique right there in the hospital room, no hesitation at all. Vim swings the door open and Laura jolts upright on her bed, staring at him like, "Wait, are you really here?" He blurts out an apology for the interruption, jaw tight, fist clenched, then he steels himself to carry out his plan and get her walking again. With Analyze activated, Vim lunges into the magical structure, hunting for the exact feeling and the code he'd used during their frantic escape. He forces himself to yank that exact spell formula back into his mind from that moment, chasing the surge of bone and muscle control he felt. Magical energy comes crashing into the room, and Laura nearly jumps when the air changes. Vim's power has taken over the atmosphere. Laura stares at him with wide, shocked eyes, feeling the heat in the air, while Hyde Mary stays locked stiff in the doorway, frozen, watching everything crash into place. Vim leans in close to Laura, eyes locked on hers, and gets ready to deliver the instruction that's about to flip her whole life. He leans in and tells her, "Just do one thing, take the enchantment in your breath," then he nudges her to say, "I accept the buff." Laura hesitates, staring up at him, totally lost, but Vim leans in and begs her to trust him. No doubts, not a single one. Tears shimmer in Laura's eyes as she nods, then boldly declares that she accepts the enchantment. Vim flashes a relieved smile and tells Laura, "That's all we need." Then he grins because his plan is officially in motion. He whips around, throws his hand up toward Mary, and calls her name to make it clear the procedure is done. Mary stammers, went silent, stunned by the wild success of his spur-of-the-moment procedure and the sheer audacity of how he did it. Camilla leans around the corner, catching the chaos in the air, and can't help wondering what the heck is going down inside the patient's room. Laura jolts upright from the bed, her body flooded with magical power as the puppeteer's spell locks in and steadies her weight. Camilla freezes in sheer shock, eyes popping wide as she watches that paralyzed girl stand up, right there on her own 2 feet. Vim grins like he's won, while Camilla can't even find words at how wildly ridiculous it all is. Days later, a formal conference erupts at the mansion, Laura's doctors on one side and the Night Dragonfly research crew on the other. Pietro Muller, the hospital director, calls it a massive breakthrough, stunned that enchantment magic can be pushed this far. He pitches Laura as the first case study, betting that once this treatment takes hold, it'll birth an entire new breed of enchanter physicians. Vim can't believe the reaction, while another doctor starts to doubt, can a technique this complicated really be used that easily? Vim tells them because it skips elemental enchantments, the difficulty is basically the same as a beginner's textbook, if they just stretch the chant time long enough. The doctors hammered out the real problem: the patient would need an enchanter glued to their side nonstop, unless they trained a whole crew to handle it. Camilla slices right through the hype about the future, dragging the whole vibe back to the harsh reality Vim is facing right now. She snaps out that under the current system, Vim's stuck. She'll have to keep Laura glued to him nonstop just to keep the spell alive. Camilla clocks what Vim is trying to pull, then snaps at him, furious that he's risking his life far too much just to make it happen. She rips into him for burning the whole night crafting spell formulas, then warns him that a permanent fix won't be quick, it could take years. Vim lets out a heavy sigh, clearly worn out but still refusing to quit, while Hydemary lingers right behind him, watching every step. Hydemary storms in and slices through the gloom, saying there's a simple solution to the whole problem, obviously. She tells Laura, "You don't need to wait, use what you've got magical power, so become an enchanter yourself." Doctors are floored by how simple the idea is, realizing they totally missed it in all their medical talks. But a doctor snaps back, this year's job acquisition ritual is already over, and only the sage is allowed to perform it. He's devastated they'll have to wait a full year, and when he hears it, Vim's face snaps into pure, jaw-dropping shock. The doctor's face tightens, he fears Laura's legs will grow much weaker within a year, and he urges you to petition the Sage Association to beg for an exception. Mary's eyes snap with rage, how dare they talk about asking someone else when the sage is right there, sitting in front of them. She snaps with annoyance at the brutal truth: inside her own organization, her title means nothing, and nobody gives her the respect she deserves. With fury bursting out of her, Hydemary jabs a finger at herself and roars that she's the 74th generation sage they've been searching for. The whole room freezes in stunned silence when the doctors finally piece together who the woman really is. The story introduces a sage, an almost mythical class that's born once every few decades, just to steer the destiny of the whole era. The sage stands as the very root of every profession, able to forge brand new magic and even carry out job acquisition rituals like it's nothing. From the clock tower, the Sage Association pulls the world forward, using their deep magical research and sharp guidance to keep everything on track. A heavy silence crushes the air, made even colder by the still, looming scales and the stone pillars towering overhead. The magical measurement locks in at 17 degrees, and that tells you the power reservoir is huge, no matter what's happening around them. Even with low aptitude, the verdict drops, and somehow the subject still manages to master the enchanter class. Laura finally lets out a breath she didn't know she was holding, and relief hits her hard as the good news lands. The sage tells him, "Stop moving for too long and your muscles start to fade," so he has to make the call fast. She locks eyes on them and makes it crystal clear. This life-changing decision is 100% the girl's alone. After weighing everything again and again, the group finally locks in on one decision: Laura should become an enchanter. Laura digs deep, grips her courage, and declares, fierce, unshakable, that she's doing it. She admits it plain and simple: she can't walk anymore, so any other job would feel pointless. The sage takes her decision in stride, giving her a calm, understanding nod. Before she locks it in for good, the sage gives her a brief window to second-guess everything, just in case her heart flips. Feeling the dread hanging in the air, the sage drops his gaze to Laura and presses her. What's making her so anxious? She snaps her focus to Vim, nudging him to jump in and speak anything at all, even the smallest words. Laura can't even pin down where the unease comes from. She just feels completely swamped, like the weight hit her all at once. The sage leans in and fires off a playful, knowing wink that leaves the adventurer utterly baffled. She flat out orders him to take the lead, then pushes Vim to talk to her, directly, no detours. He whispers the order to cheer her up, and the sage walks off, leaving Vim totally flustered and lost. Vim pauses for a beat, then softly calls out, "Laura," like he's afraid the words might break something. He grabs her by the heart with total conviction and promises, "You'll rise back up, and you'll run on your own power." As he remembers the times he carried her, he leans in and tells her, "Breathe, rest easy. The future is coming, and you can trust it." Laura's words slam into him, and just like that, tears explode from her eyes. Vim is left utterly stunned. Vin panics on the spot, blurting out frantic apologies as his mind spirals, thinking he must have said something that hurt her. The sage just stares at the whole scene with a stone-cold face and deadpans that the guy's unbelievably dense. She tells him, "Just at least rest a comforting hand on my shoulder so I can calm down." As he awkwardly stretches his hand toward her, Laura's sobs erupt even louder. Laura chokes out an apology through tears, while Vim just stares, completely helpless, utterly baffled. She breaks down in messy sobs and blurts out that she has no clue why she's crying at all. Finally, she spills the truth. She's not hiding anything. She's just drowning in emotion because the two of you keep being so kind to her. Finally getting it, Vim drops to one knee and softly pats her head as she lets go of all that emotional weight. A few days later, a massive magic circle sits waiting in the courtyard, ready to spark the ritual. Vim drags himself in on crutches with Laura, stunned as he takes in the ceremonial setup for the first time. From a window, they stare in silence, hearts heavy, because it's been decades since they saw this last time. The sage strides onto the circle in full ceremonial robes, grips her staff like a blade, and radiates raw authority. As Vim takes in the eerie atmosphere, Laura fidgets and blurts out if the cocoon process hurts. The sage cackles as she scares her to death, swearing she puked up blood nonstop for 5 straight days during her own ritual. Laura lets out a blood-curdling shriek of pure, no-turning-back terror. With a sly wink, the sage admits she's messing with them, because enchanters never have to go through that brutal cocoon transformation. The sage swats away her terrifying tale like it's nothing but a joke, then swears the process will be painless, done in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, her whole mood flips, and she blares that the incubation ritual is starting right now. Vin freezes dead in his tracks, totally blindsided by the sudden shift in the air. No one can tell if the sage is just talking, or if he's secretly spinning a full-blown incantation under his breath. With her insane power, the line between casual chit-chat and high-level magic might as well not exist. Seriously, it's like she's just warming up. You finally learn the hard truth of the arcane. Magic doesn't happen by luck, it comes from something deeper. No, when the magic starts surging through the caster, the chant bursts out against their will, like their own power is forcing it. A brilliant blast of light erupts from the circle the second the ritual kicks in, and Laura freezes, tense, alert, and ready for whatever comes next. The sage plants herself at the very heart of that power, her silhouette blasted in light as a magical vortex surges upward. Watching her bark orders to the forces, Vim suddenly realizes he's been underestimating her station, because her usual carefree attitude keeps making her power slip his mind. Right in front of them stands the 24th sage, pure, undeniable power radiating off him. With a cold, clinical command, the sage summons Einschnitt to carve a magical incision straight into the soul. Laura gasps as a glowing, geometric structure erupts straight from her chest. The sage studies the manifested soul with ice-cold precision, clocks a 0-7 distortion, and pins it down as an ellipsoidal shape. She blurts out a lightning-fast chain of mystical coordinates, and in the span of a breath she turns the girl's very soul into a map. The diagnosis is a total win. Laura's got serious natural talent for the enchanter class, and it's confirmed. The wise sage clicks into mentor mode and readies himself to teach Laura the exact incantation she needs. She starts the chant, calling down the storm and begging the people of the wind to shower the witch in silver. The verse keeps rolling, summoning you to the Emerald Palace in the west, promising knowledge, elemental love, and the buried hearts waiting underneath. It ends with a hard, heart-on-the-line promise: I'm going to become an enchanter. The sage slams the moment on Laura and orders her to recite that mind-bending verse right now. Laura panics on the spot, stuttering that there's no way she could memorize that massive string of words instantly. The sage slams the truth down hard: if they miss even one word, the spell won't just stumble, it'll fail completely. Vim stares on, jaw tight, realizing that for people with real talent, this kind of memory magic feels effortless. With the sage leaning in, she swears her rare talent will carry her, then tells her to trust her gut and keep reciting like her future depends on it. With tears streaming down her face, Laura recoils in shame and blurts out that she can't possibly be smart enough to handle this task. Shutting down her self-doubt, the sage gently prods her to reach back for the very first word. Laura wrestles with every breath to find her voice, while her thoughts sprint and the magic circle beneath her wheelchair throbs like it's alive. To her own shock, Divina and Dastramuta burst out of her mouth on pure instinct, like her lips had a mind of their own. The sage grins like he's seen it all before, and he tells you straight up that your aptitude is just the outline of your soul. Vim watches in silence as Laura freezes in stunned realization, feeling the raw power surge through her. Laura's face snaps from confusion to laser-sharp focus, and Vim grins proudly like he just watched her level up. With newfound confidence, Laura's voice cuts across the courtyard, blasting the ancient verses like they've finally awakened in her. As she finishes the chant to summon knowledge and heart without a single flaw, Vim can't shake the wild feeling of déjà vu. He realizes he's retracing the very same road he once followed to become an enchanter himself. Memories of his youth slam back to life as he spots his younger self standing in the very same magic circle. He can't stop thinking, does he look as tiny and as determined as the 73rd sage does, the way Laura looks at them right now? Laura roars out the final decree, seals her fate with a blazing flash, and locks herself in as an enchanter. The magical construct crumbles into a burst of light and slips, soft and seamless, straight into her chest. As the light dies out, Laura stares at her own body, stunned that the whole thing ended so abruptly. The ritual ends with the sage's triumphant decree: Laura is officially an enchanter now, so her brand new life just ignited. A roar of applause bursts from the crowd, sweeping through the courtyard like thunder to celebrate her win. Cheers explode from the packed crowd, celebrating the transformation she fought for every step of the way. Her strength gets non-stop praise. People tell her she crushed it and handled every brutal step like a champ. Slumped in her wheelchair, Laura feels the sting of emotion hit. She realizes everyone stayed right there, cheering her on. The older observers lean in, whispering in sheer awe, finally realizing Hyde Mary's massive HP isn't a gimmick at all, it's the mark of a real sage. Mary snaps a terrifying glare at them, and their gossip dies instantly because those men freeze in their tracks. The sage snaps her focus to the young couple, and right as Vim closes in on Laura, he steps in with his own proud words. Laura can't stop fidgeting in her seat, her body shakes like the adrenaline hasn't burned off yet, and the next big moment is right around the corner. Vim drops to his knees beside her and pushes for them to try her brand new abilities right now. He leans in, grabs her attention, and demands she recite the spell, Blind Dine Beam, right there with him so they can ignite the enchantment. Laura locks eyes with him, those wide, trusting sparks saying, "I'm ready, let's do this." She sucks in a deep breath, then nods hard yes, letting sheer determination steamroll every jitter in her nerves. Their voices lock together in a thunderous chant, calling forth a power that sinks into her legs. Magic circles flared to life under her wheelchair, and the crowd erupted into stunned gasps. In the courtyard, spelllight spills everywhere as the magic finally locks onto Laura's paralyzed limbs and makes them start to move. Laura pushes herself up from the chair, wobbly at first, then takes her first trembling steps toward Camilla, moving under her own power again. As Camilla watches her walk, she whips around to Vim and demands, "Did you finally figure out what's been wrecking your heart?" Vim stands there in dead silence, her expression turning solemn as she truly feels the gravity of your question. Camilla leaned in and grilled him about life in the mansion, hunting for any sign he'd finally found comfort. She pushes harder, demanding to know if that suffocating weight from his past still crushes him. With a painful, forced grin, Vim admits the suffocating feeling still clings to him. Seeing his hesitation, Camilla steps in and offers to set him up with a whole new place if the mansion feels too overwhelming. She points out that everyone needs their own personal distance, and Vim nods, thanking her for the thoughtfulness. Camilla insists that people are born with their true nature, so just thinking won't fix everything. She lays it out for you, those clashing natures tear her up inside, and sooner or later it spills out as friction with the world. She insists that being human means so much more than just wrestling those struggles. She's about to lay out a crystal-clear example of how he's changing the world. Camilla jabs a finger at Laura and tells him in no uncertain terms that a real life is right here, one he saved without question. She shifts gears and leans in, asking Vim if he's been hearing that calling lately. Then he shakes his head, saying no. She claims Laura might have become his safe haven, something that grips him tight and keeps him from getting swallowed by the void. Camilla takes that offer straight for herself and her whole team, cutting in to remind him, without him, they'd already be dead. She hammers home this truth, every single life he saved matters, yet Vim can't stop trying to shrink the achievement, downplaying it with humility. With a sly smirk, Camilla leans in and teases that maybe the real issue is simple, she just isn't as cute as Laura. She mercilessly teases him, promising she'll wear animal ears and bark like a dog, anything to see that smile on his face. Vim's eyes went wide, his voice cracked as he blurted out that he never saw the stoic leader turning around and cracking jokes like that coming. Camilla slammed her foot down and declared loud and clear that her gratitude is the real deal, something nobody can ever deny. Suddenly, Laura streaks across the background, and everyone's eyes snap to her. She rockets across the grass, and her brand-new enchantment is firing on all cylinders. Vim stares in disbelief, realizing the way she sprints that fast right off the bat screams raw, unreal talent. Laura stumbles, slams into the ground, and pure panic erupts as everyone scrambles and yells for her. She swears she's totally fine, saying getting back up isn't a struggle, it's just another lesson in her training. Vim showers her with praise and Laura's face lights up. She grins and shamelessly begs for even more. Camilla bursts out in loud, hearty laughter, genuinely thrilled by the girl's bold, admirable attitude. With a gentle smile, she leans in and tells Vim, "You've got so many precious things in your life now, and it's obvious." She tells him the Dyke Brainahan Conquest Festival is creeping up, and the Nacht Libel is clocking out for a much-needed break. Vim nods and takes the order with a huge exhale, thankful he's off the hook for work for now, Camille. Camilla drops one last piece of advice, there's zero reason for him to rush. Vim finally exhales in peace, smiles at her, and whispers a heartfelt thanks for everything. The 99th floor sprawls out ahead of them like a wild, untamed frontier, overflowing with danger just waiting to strike. The expedition slams to a stop when a colossal obstacle blocks the trail, and the whole crew starts to panic, like they've hit the end of the road for good. Sophia snapped her gaze to their leader and demanded answers. "Kronos, how are you planning to deal with that giant tree blocking our path?" With calm authority blazing, Kronos barks at his subordinates to step back and clear out. He needs room to move. The whole party goes stone still as raw power starts to surge around their leader. With a single blinding slash, the colossal tree gets split clean down the middle, ripping open the path for the adventures ahead. His followers explode into cheers, shouting thanks to Kronos for blasting through the way with pure, overwhelming force. Kronos snaps his blade back into its sheath, sneering that this tiny obstacle is nothing, no kind of distraction at all. With arrogant pride blazing in his chest, he declares, "We are the Drachenflug, the wings of the dragon, and nothing on this earth will stop us." Suddenly, Kronos thrusts up his hand for silence, and his razor-sharp senses lock onto a faint sound rolling in from far away. He hears the noise and snaps to attention, because that's a Minimo bird call and he knows the dungeon like it's written on his skin. He points out that these birds only nest by the water, so a massive body of it has to be right up ahead. The squad pushes past the tree line and boom, finds a pristine underground lake just like he predicted. Sophia sweeps the area with her magic, and once she senses nothing dangerous nearby, she grins and declares the place totally safe. Nellies bursts out excitedly, calling the group over, and points them to a shocking discovery right by the water. She uncovers a patch of Heilkraut, and just like that, they realize they can mass-produce powerful revival potions. The whole party erupts in celebration over yet another huge win, and they swear their luck is all because of their fearless leader. They stare in awe at Kronos' sixth sense, fully convinced his intuition can't be wrong. Standing on a rock like a king, Kronos boasts that the water and herbs are theirs, then declares this place their new launchpad for the next big leaps. He flashes a killer smile and straight up demands, "You in, are you ready to follow me to even higher heights?" With one voice, the dragon's wing members roar their unwavering loyalty, all hooked on his fierce leadership. One member swoons hard, her heart hammering as she gushes. Kronos looks insanely cool. Sophia snaps at the girl on the spot, blasting a warning, "Don't you dare try to slip ahead of the others." Inside, Kronos knows he's still not satisfied. He's hungry for something that'll hit harder on the way back. Sophia stands by his side, watching in silence as her expression stays locked behind those glasses. Back in the city, the guild hall erupts with noise as adventurers swarm in, trading rumors and hunting for their next big break. A deafening hush crashes over the room as the doors burst open, shouting the dragons wing back from the shadows with a triumphant roar. Bystanders can't hide their smiles as that victory glow spreads across their faces, because the team just racked up yet another huge win. Rival adventurers clenched their jaws in raw frustration, furious that Kronos keeps steamrolling every challenge. Even with jealousy gnawing at them, they're shoved into admitting it. His strength and results don't lie. Kronos struts in with a smug grin, then slings a question at everyone. Are they actually loving the view from a real winner? He chuckles like he's above it all, brushing off their reactions as nothing but entertainment for him. With a nasty sneer, he mentally warns the crawling ground dwellers, "Don't you dare speak to me." He spots his team in the hallway, then strides right up like it's no big deal. He demands to know where Sophia is, and the team tells him she slipped off to file the mission report. Kronos praises her non-stop hustle, admitting the party would have crashed without her steady support. A member can't stop praising her spot-on timing and leans in like, "Kronos, where did you find a talent like this?" Kronos gives a slippery answer, saying he'd spotted her in a tavern, then the memory comes rushing back. He remembers bespectacled Sophia sitting all alone, telling him she was hunting for a brand new party. He can't stop thinking that their meeting was pure accidental luck. Kronos smirks like it's all fun, while his team buzzes about fate, nodding along as he accepts their hype about what's really going down. One of the girls beams, clasps her hands, and practically begs everyone to hit the stores together. She reminds them the Conquest Festival is right around the corner, and tells them they'd better be ready to wow the townspeople. The men stand there stone-faced as she demands they dress to the nines for the occasion. A towering stand piled high with cakes and glistening fruit screams pure luxury, turning their celebration into straight-up extravagance. Sophia unfolds the financial report, and while she's doing it, the rest of the party digs into the banquet like they're starving for victory. Kronos sprawls on the sofa and locks eyes with Sophia, sealing the deal. This ledger doesn't just look good, it proves there's a clear surplus. A bored look settles on his face as he clocks the numbers, slick on the surface, that's all he'll give them. Sophia freezes mid-breath, clutching the document with a troubled look as she steels herself to confront the discrepancy. She points to the absurdly huge chunk of money that's vanished out of thin air, and says the only way that blood seal on the leader can even move. Kronos cuts her off with a sinister grin, telling her to hand everything over to him and walk away. He claims everything's running perfectly right now, and just like that, he shuts down her questions mid-sentence. Sophia drops her gaze to the papers and the truth hits her. This has been going way too smoothly for comfort. She remembers the brutal reforms Kronos unleashed, then watched herself get cut loose from strategy and mapping for good. After that restructuring, Kronos took the whole weight of planning and logistics onto his own shoulders. Sophia starts to suspect foul play because there's no way he could pull off something this complex without studying first. Kronos realizes after staring at his own past mess that he's actually got a hidden gift for management. He insists this will let everyone give it their all, but Sophia won't buy a word of it. Sophia tries to grill him about the missing funds, but a huge blast slams the door shut out of nowhere, cutting her off instantly. Party members stare in disbelief, convinced someone just set off fireworks inside the banquet hall. A towering old man with a giant greatsword stomps through the wreckage, bashing aside the rubble as he apologizes for barging in. He stands in the shattered doorway and with zero hesitation declares that he's come to duel Kronos, face to face. A woman snaps at him to cut the jokes, screaming that Kronos would never stoop to fighting someone like him. While the girls sprint to catch the intruder, the rest lose their minds, blowing up with frantic questions. What on earth is that old man up to? Sophia freezes in shock, and the second she locks eyes with him, her memories snap into place and she knows exactly who he is. Kronos steps up to the intruder and points him out. "You're Nush Velkesh." Nush steps up and introduces himself as the Black Lizard Party's leader, someone whose legends Kronos couldn't stop idolizing since he was a kid. He tells you, yeah, meeting you is an honor, but a duel is hardly how you're supposed to make friends. Nush stares at him, eyes blazing with pity and fury, and Kronos still hasn't even understood what's happening. One of the party members leans in and whispers the ugly truth to Kronos. Nush's daughter died in the middle of their latest boss fight. Kronos snaps on fake shock, but Nush just glares back, burning hatred blazing in his eyes. Kronos gives a half-hearted apology, basically telling everyone that sacrifices are unavoidable the first time you face a floor boss. Nush admits his daughter wasn't just reckless, she knew exactly what it meant to die inside the labyrinth. Clenching his teeth, he snarls that an adventurer doesn't get to die any way he wants, there's a proper way. He rips into Kronos, blasting him for sending the team to their deaths without checking the people first, then backs it all up with what survivors say. The image of his grief-struck form flickers in his mind as he demands to know, did Kronos even bother knowing how old that girl was and what she'd been through? Nush shrieks, "I'm only 15, I've barely made it to the 25th floor," and calls her own death a total senseless waste. Tears pour down his face as he yells that he hates Kronos more than anything in the whole world. Idikich yanks out his magic sword and thrusts it forward like a treasure, betting his most prized weapon on the duel and daring fate to take it. Kronos smirks, masks his gaze, and answers the challenge with one icy word. Tension detonates in the banquet hall the moment the duel kicks off. Nush and Kronos lock eyes, staring through the wreckage like it's nothing. With a sinister grin, the battle-scarred veteran leans in and snarls, asking if that young upstart's really ready to meet his death. Nush's roar tears through the air, furious as he warns Kronos he'll regret what he did, right before he lunges in to strike. Out of nowhere, a third figure slams into Nush from behind, and Kronos snaps at his subordinate for showing up late for his security duty. Nush crumples to the floor with a bloody head wound, gasping and cursing the cowardly surprise attack. Kronos stared down at him with ice-cold fury, snarling that the failure to spot the surprise strike just proved Nush's mind is too old and broken to fight. He locks eyes with the old man, pity spilling out of him as he declares, Nush's era died a long time ago. With a sharp sigh at all those jealous old men causing trouble, Kronos snaps at his guard to grab the magic sword and chuck it out into the trash. He blurts out a careless afterthought, mumbling that he never even told the man to get mauled. The massive bodyguard slams his blade downward with bone-crushing force, trying to end everything for good. Nush crushes the strike, lets out a furious scream at the brat to slow down, and swears he'll leave nothing but dust in his wake. With one last roaring command, he rips the magic from his sword and summons the Hitakage, an inferno of fire lizard. A torrent of liquid fire snaps toward him, but Kronos twists aside with a smirk, so smooth it leaves Nush wide-eyed, shocked, and speechless. Kronos lets out a crushing sigh, furious that he can't even get a rational conversation out of someone drowning in emotion. He plants a boot on the defeated man's head, snarling that the magic sword will rake in a fortune. Cackling like a madman, Kronos strides off into the wreckage, forcing Sophie to stare after him, her face dark with dread. Sophie grips the fabric of her dress, shaking hard as the truth hits. She can't let this man keep running free any longer. Later on, a cloaked figure slips through a rundown alley in near-total silence, stepping right past the slumped bodies hidden in the shadows. She halts at the chain-link fence, then fires off a secret code phrase to let the person on the other side know she's here. In a busted old church, hooded Sophie stands frozen in place, while a voice growls for the results of her investigation. She shoves the documents into their hands, and the recipient lets out a stunned gasp as the damning words hit. Sweat streamed down Sophie's face as she spiraled in dread, thinking, I didn't join the dragon's wing just to end up like this. A masked figure peeks from behind the fence and says she drew the short straw, and she nods along, face heavy with it. She gets pressed for an answer on the spot, and the message is crystal clear. The higher-ups are demanding action right now. Sophie's thoughts yank her back to the past, reminding her that Kronos wasn't born as a villain, his flaws just made him dangerous. She clings to those moments they laughed together, confessing that somewhere along the way, she'd caught real feelings for the team. She swallows her feelings, pushes aside the sentiment, and snaps that the execution can happen anytime. Vim grabs a detached house on Valebrun's outskirts and kicks off his fresh start, finally escaping the city center. When the morning sun hits his face, he jolts awake and can't believe how good that sleep was in this brand new home. He can't deny it anymore, love it or hate it, he's already accepted this brand new reality. His mind snaps back to the exact spot in the dragon's wing he was clawing to break free from. He remembers that suffocating pressure, chosen people stacked their efforts on top of each other, fueling the whole drive to level up together. A dark memory surfaced like a hateful stain spreading through that perfect group from the inside. Just as his mood sinks, a sudden close-up snaps in. She's grinning, animal ears and all, like sunshine in the dark. Vim snaps his eyes open, and there she is, perched right over him in the bed, staring down like she's about to start trouble. She beams, saying, "Good morning, master," and leaves him so shocked he can barely breathe. Panic crashes through him as he blurts, "Why are you here instead of the hospital?" Then he spots Hyde Mary passed out on the sofa and snaps, demanding to know why she's there too. Hyde Mary tells him, "Since I've been hearing the labyrinth calling me, I need a lookout for the first stretch." In a flashback, Vim pushes back hard and insists that a man should take the watch because they're the same sex. A terrifyingly intense woman lunges forward, screams that she's from the same hometown, and the whole place goes ice cold with fear. Camilla leans in, reassures him, and tells him she's already used to this, then promises she'll be watching from outside. Vim can't believe it. Why are they inside his house right now if he agreed to meet them somewhere else? He grabs Hyde Mary and shakes her awake, demanding she explain this messed up situation. The sage jolts awake, eyes half-lidded, and blurts out that she dozed off on duty by pure accident. She shrieks at Laura to untie her right now, then unleashes a storm of curses on that brat for dragging the world around on her own terms. Laura stuck her tongue out like a brat and challenged the sage with pure, defiant attitude. Vim can't believe her eyes. Yesterday she was calling him Sage Sama, and now their whole relationship has flipped overnight. He reaches for her, Laura, but she snaps into place and corrects him with a crisp, maid-like, "Yes, coming, master." Vim fumbles and blurts out, asking her to stop calling him master and switch to his real name instead. He leans in and insists he doesn't want anything complicated, just for her to call him by his name. Laura lets out a mischievous giggle and dares him to admit she caused that weird misunderstanding. She snaps her head up, sniffing the air like a hunter, pulled in by a mouth-watering scent creeping out of the kitchen. Breakfast's ready, she calls out to Vim Sama and urges him to come grab a seat and eat. As Vim strides toward the dining room, Hyde Mary keeps screaming behind him, demanding they let him out. A mouth-watering spread toast, eggs, and steaming coffee waits on the table like it's about to fuel the next big move. Laura tells him to hold up for a second, then rushes around in her maid outfit like she's on a mission. Vim stared as she cooked, remembering she'd been dropped off as a server for the Nacht libel right after her discharge. He clocks how flawless her steps are, and realizes her enchantment skills are already scary good. Mary slides into the table with them, and the whole crew digs in together. Laura swoops in, offers to take Vim's portion for him, and slips right into the role of a devoted maid. Hyde Mary ducks her face behind her hands and fires off. "So do you actually get what's going on, Vim?" She rips the disguise away and tells him the truth. This girl looks older, but she's only 13. The sage rips into Laura, accusing her of faking her frail girl act just to sneak into a man's house. Hyde Mary snaps that Laura can't possibly mouth off while dressed in something that's shameless. Vim confessed he couldn't stop staring at Laura's outfit, and the second he said it, Laura's cheeks flared as she scolded him for being way too curious. Vin panics instantly, blurting out non-stop apologies as he finally realizes he just made everything painfully awkward. Laura coyly tells Vim she'll gladly do anything he wants, then Hyde Mary snaps, screams slut, and spills her real colors. Laura shot down the accusation on the spot, saying Camilla didn't just ask, she specifically ordered her to wear this outfit so she could see how it looked. Hyde Mary snaps that a 13-year-old is in a perilous developmental stage, and she drills it into Vim that this rut won't break by itself, so don't ignore it. Hyde Mary snaps and lunges to bite Vim's head, pure rage in her veins, while Laura panics and begs her to stop, telling her she can't be eating people who talk dirty. Laura instantly switches gears, her eyes lighting up with pure excitement as she tosses out a brand new topic to throw them off. She can't hold it in, she declares that today is the start of the Eve Festival for the Dyke Brainihan conquest. Leaning in clothes, she can't help herself. She demands to know what kind of special outfits the two adventurers are planning to wear for the big occasion. Laura insists that if there's a market and festivities happening, then dressing up in fashionable clothes is an absolute must. Vim remembers the awards ceremony had zero dress code, everyone just marched in their full combat gear for the parade. He snaps to a conclusion, it makes zero sense for them to go buy fresh formal wear. Hyde Mary nods on the spot and blurts that she'd rather stay in her room unless it's truly unavoidable. Laura was trying to build the vibe, but the two adults just sank into full-blown laziness and flat-out killed it. Laura freezes, stunned that they're acting like this huge moment means nothing. She slams both hands on the table and yells, "This is the Conquest Festival, and nobody has a clue when the next one's coming." Vim leans in and whispers to Hyde Mary, realizing the girl is dead set on tagging along to the festival with them. Hyde Mary snaps at him, warning that it'd be downright cruel to brush off her excitement, especially after everything she's been through. Laura drops her gaze with a heavy sigh and admits the festival is a cherished memory, the kind her parents made for her before everything changed. She shrugs and admits she was too small to remember much, but that feeling of pure fun and mouthwatering food still sticks with her. Caught in her guilt trip, Vim lets out a heavy sigh and finally gives in, agreeing to head to the market and grab some clothes. A sudden realization slams into Vim and Hyde Mary at the same time. Neither of them has an ounce of fashion sense, and it shows hard. They shoot each other a terrified glance, admitting that if they went alone, they'd look totally clueless. They gaped at their empty plates, panicking, and tried to think of anyone at all, who could rescue them from this mess. Laura's eyes light up, she snaps her finger up in the air like, "Wait," and suddenly she knows exactly who she has to ask. A familiar woman swings open her door and lets them in, stunned that the whole crew just showed up on her doorstep. Vim shifts in embarrassment and blurts out for her help, praying she can lead them straight through the wild world of fashion. The moment she spots Laura, she can't help but gush, cooing about how insanely cute that cat-eared girl looks. She brightens instantly and agrees to help since she was headed to the festival anyway, and then she turns her full attention to Su-chan. The woman practically glows with joy, bursting out that she can't believe Su-chan finally wants to dress up. Hyde Mary froze in confusion and pointed at herself, insisting, "No, Laura was the one who wanted to go, not me." She shrugs off the correction, then lays into her, counting every time she told her to stop dressing like a potato. With a terrifying grin, she announces that today, Su-chan is officially her personal dress-up doll. While the woman yanks the protesting Hyde Mary away, Vim watches in bitter regret. Damn it, he should have asked Monica. The crew bursts into the festival grounds and a roaring sea of people greets them like rock stars, pure, electric celebration everywhere they look. A loud, booming vendor flags them down and screams that if they stop to eat at his stall, he'll cut them a deal. The narrator lays it out, this Conquest Festival isn't just some event, it's packed with deep tradition and carries serious cultural weight. Revelers lift their mugs high and toast the labyrinth that keeps their city alive, thanking it like it's a guardian. Like the sea steers every sailor, the labyrinth is the beating heart of Vilbrin, its people's whole reason to exist. Hyde Mary chomps down on a pretzel and right on cue Laura blurts out, totally rude, asking the female dog what she's eating. Laura smirks that Vim also snagged her a pretzel, and Hyde Mary immediately snaps, demanding the shop's address out of sheer jealousy. That woman snaps at Hyde Mary for stuffing herself again, warning, "Stop now or your clothes are going to start choking you." Laura leans in and interrogates Greta. Why does she call Hyde Mary Su-chan? Greta starts to spill the truth about how she's been stalking it year-round, but a sudden shout slams the moment shut. Greta darts to cover her tracks, then lets out a shaky laugh and urges Laura to jump in on the cute nickname too. Vim slumps in the background, drained and pacing, wondering if they'll ever snag those clothes before the sun fully sets. Greta beams as she holds up the dress, then tells them with total confidence that the quality and the price are spot on. She steamrolls through one option after another, stacking choices with ruthless focus and picking each item without a single pause. Vim feels totally out of place as women's clothing surrounds him, while Greta lights up, grinning and proudly holding up a shirt like she just found treasure. The sneaky shop clerk's golds, locked in on Mary, frantically hide her after she starts stuffing her face inside the store. Greta's eyes flare with excitement as she blurts out that she's finally found the perfect items. She shoves the girls toward the fitting room and orders Vim to hang back outside. Alone in the room, Vim locks eyes on the door and it hits him. This feels exactly like the last time. Curtains burst wide as Greta proudly declares the first transformation is finally complete. Laura bursts out in a frilly dress, strikes a pose, and demands, "So, how do I look?" Vim freezes in place, totally caught off guard by the sudden shift in appearance. He blurts out that it's blue, then instantly realizes that was the worst possible reaction. Hidemary glares at him with pure disgust, and Laura's confidence collapses at the bland reply. Vim frantically blurts an apology in his head, panicking because he realizes, way too late, that he has zero clue how to handle fashion compliments. Curtain rises one more time, and Vim gets his shot to redeem himself. He bursts out shouting that he thinks it's super cute, pouring every last ounce of his energy into that compliment. Laura practically sparkles as the praise hits, her whole face lights up like a sunrise. Vim lets out a heavy sigh of relief, knowing he pulled it off and escaped the mess. Greta yells for the next model and declares that at last it's Su-chan's turn. Hidemary moves like a glitching android, snapping that the headpiece feels wrong and that her arms and legs just won't obey. Greta rips into her, forcing her to tough it out for fashion and snapping that she needs to keep her legs closed, while Vim just sits there wondering if he even dares to say a word. With a proud, dramatic flourish, Greta bursts into the spotlight and unveils her masterpiece to the eager crowd. Vim freezes in stunned silence, staring at the wild transformation unfolding right in front of him. He blurts out, totally baffled, who this person even is, while Hidemary quietly decides his silence must look terrible. She snaps at him, shouting that he should just admit it doesn't suit her, stop staring and say it. Vim practically swears he's right, he really thinks it fits her perfectly. Hidemary's face flushes scarlet as shock hits. She stammers, "Wait, you really mean it?" She clamps her fist in a secret little victory pose, grinning like that compliment just lit her whole day on fire. Greta barges in and declares that it's now Vim's turn to get all dressed up. Later, Vim thanks Greta for grabbing his clothes too, but Greta waves it off, saying it's just part of the day's deal. Greta blurts out that they're hitting a girls' gathering next, and Laura just stands there, totally baffled. She reels in Hidemary with a mouth-watering promise of meat, and just like that, the sage gives in and throws his full support behind her. Right when the women head out for their feast, Greta leans in and tells Laura to join them as soon as she's discharged. Vim and Laura head back to their new house with full shopping bags, bathed in the golden evening light. Laura grins ear to ear, says it was awesome, and begs to team up again tomorrow. Vim hesitates like the thought hits her hard, she's got to get back to the hospital soon. Laura blurts that the nurse was meant to pick her up by now, and panic is already starting to creep in. They hit the door and Vim spots a letter dumped on the floorboard. He grips the envelope and gapes at it, wondering who on earth would track him down and send a letter to his brand new address. Laura leans in with a sly grin and whispers, "So, you think this is a fan letter?" After reading the contents, Vim shoots Laura a sad smile and tells her he can't go with her tomorrow. While the streets buzzed with life, townspeople groaned through their hangovers, laughing like hell at how wild yesterday's celebrations spiraled out of control. All the groups crowd together, swapping battle plans for the day ahead, and they pour heartfelt thanks to the labyrinth for the prosperity it keeps delivering. Hidemary can't forget Vim's apology from the day before. He yanked their plans out from under him at the last second and left her reeling. She plays a recording on the surveillance stone, reads the stress in his voice, and realizes it can only mean one thing: an emergency. She slips through the packed festival streets like a shadow, eyes darting everywhere for the first hint of movement. Her eyes lock onto a sketchy figure, and annoyance sparks as she realizes someone else pulled the disguise trick again. The moment Hidemary clocked his tiny size, she realized that the hooded stalker wasn't just any stranger, it was the shrimp. She yanks the hood back and Laura's face is exposed. Laura panics instantly and blurts out non-stop apologies. Laura cranes her neck in total confusion, shocked to realize her captor isn't who she thought, it's Su-chan. Hyde erupted in complaints. Everyone who's into VIMS always ends up doing the same creepy stalker routine. She stares down at the girl and bluntly demands to know what the hell she's doing here. Laura stammers that she thought they'd be going out today, then slips out of the hospital under the radar just to see him. Hyde spits out that the hospital staff must be in total panic when they realize a patient has vanished. She figures Laura was waiting outside Vim's house, and the girl nods in a calm, quiet confirmation. Hyde admits it's terrifying to chase someone nonstop, but she gets why that fear feels so real. She fires off a lecture to Laura, demanding whether she's ever thought about how the other person needs time to rest. Laura freezes, eyes clouded with worry, trying to finally say what's tearing her up inside about Vim. Hyde keeps her eyes locked on her, bracing herself for the predictable punchline hiding in this crushing emotional confession. Out of nowhere, a man slams in front of them and screams that if anyone wants to deal with Vim, they've gotta get past him first. Two girls lock eyes with the intruder in dead silence, and the whole room turns instantly awkward. The man's whole body locks up when he spots Hyde, and Laura, and the truth hits him like a punch. He's made a massive mistake. Hyde groans, realizing this is the second time Abel has ripped off a stunt like this. She barks at him to sit, and he obeys instantly, dropping to the ground right beside Laura. The three of them huddle shoulder to shoulder in the alley, three stalkers caught in the middle of everything. Abel lunges into self-defense, yelling that this is a legit surveillance mission, and nobody gets to lecture him. Hyde glares at him, dead skeptical, and asks if he truly thinks she'll fall for that. Abel swears the captain ordered him to escort Vim around the festival at least once. Sweat pours down his face as his flimsy excuse collapses the second Hyde locks eyes on him. She says he just mistimed his chance to speak, so everything spiraled. Now he's stalking, and his excuse sounds painfully desperate. Hyde leans in and asks if this sneaky little act is truly how he wants to show Vim who he really is. She tears into him about taking responsibility like a grown man. Abel feels it in his bones, crushed, groaning through the pain. She snaps her focus back to the girl and asks Laura what she was about to say before. Laura shoots a terrified look upward and blurts out her confession, like she's one breath away from watching Vim vanish into thin air. A split panel locks on Abel and Laura's faces, serious, tight, like Abel can feel the weight of Laura's words crashing into him. Laura says that even when he teaches her spells or talks to her, something is still terribly, fundamentally wrong. She felt that invisible gap stretching between them, and it practically yanked her by the heart. She had to do something about it. Abel tries to cut in with a comforting word, but you can see the doubt in his eyes. Laura asks, voice trembling and raw, "Do you hate me?" and the tears instantly spill over her eyes. Abel's face snaps into panic as he flails his hands and begs her to stop wearing that deadly serious expression. Tears spill down Laura's face as she finally realizes the truth. She's actually hated, and it crushes her worst fear right into reality. Abel panics and blurts that Vim's hate for being served has nothing to do with him. It's a painful, deep-rooted identity problem. He freezes, suddenly realizing he's about to spill sensitive info he really shouldn't share without permission. With his voice dropping low, he spills the truth. Vim's family has served for generations, raising him to serve, not to be served. Laura's stomach drops. Everything she's tried to do to help him might be hurting him more than it's ever made him smile. Abel watched her face, stunned that his explanation actually broke through the stubborn girl's defenses. Hyde snaps at Abel for blabbing secrets that were never his to reveal, then turns to Laura and warns her to keep her mouth shut. Snapping the conversation shut, she tells them flat out they're burning precious time, then orders them to sprint after Vim right now. Laura stalls for half a beat, and the truth hits her hard as she starts connecting the dots on where Vim could be headed. She locks onto one cafe like it's a spotlight, realizing from his path that he's headed straight for his usual spot. Abel heaps praise on her gut instinct, then immediately challenges the ethics of stalking your friend like this. Glancing at Vim through the window, Abel realizes that ever since he came back from the labyrinth, Vim has stopped trying to grit his voice into sounding tough. He notices Vim has slipped back into his usual groove, shoulders sagging and his back slumping instead of staying locked rigid. Abel added that his voice has even slipped back into its old, gentle softness. Then he leaned in and asked the girls if that somehow disappointed them. With a real smile blazing across his face, he says he actually likes this version of him more, because it finally feels like the true him. Laura's cheeks flare pink, she beams so hard it's glowing, and she blurts out that Abel finally gets the exact magic she's been trying to show him all along. Right when their celebration kicks off, they spot a stranger sitting across from Vim inside the cafe, and the whole vibe instantly collapses. A chic elf woman with glasses stands there like she owns the moment, radiating pure calm and sharp intelligence. Laura gasps in pure horror, her heart dropping as she realizes Vim is meeting up with another woman. Abel spots the elf at once and knows she's from the dragon's wing, but the second he senses her, he realizes her vibe feels totally different from last time. Inside the cafe, the elf's sharp eyes snap to the side as she suddenly realizes someone was watching her. Abel clocks her sudden reaction and can't help wondering what flipped her attitude so fast. Laura's eyes go wide, her eavesdropping stone snaps to silence, and just like that, their entire audio feed cuts out. She snaps her weapon up, barks a command, and orders everyone to get ready for an immediate breach of the premises. Cursing under her breath, she realizes the elf has thrown up a barrier, blocking their surveillance magic. Inside the barrier, Vim faces Sophia across the room, trapped in a tense, wordless stare, while the tea on the table sits untouched. Vim's nerves spike as she realizes that the exact way she's calling him out screams, "I know everything about you." Sophia crosses her arms with a calm smirk and asks, "Should I praise you for that killer deduction?" Vim demands how long she's known, and Sophia finally confesses she clocked the truth almost the moment it all began. She tells him the bureaucratic steps he demanded were a little too strange enough to expose him. Vim snaps back that Sophia is basically a living anomaly, no party history at all, yet she's insanely skilled. He claims Kronos was reckless to let someone with that opaque past slip into the dragon's wing. Sophia grins at Riley and admits through that smile that his read on the situation is sadly, painfully spot on. She tosses it out like it's nothing. Yeah, she built the barrier because the rest of their conversation is locked down tight and absolutely classified. Vim locks eyes with her, fear and surrender tangling in his chest, and mutters that she moves like the real deal con artist. Sophia shrugs off the label with zero shame and flat out confirms, "Yeah, this is exactly who I am." She leans in and tells you that in the underworld, everyone doesn't call her by her real name, they know her kind only as Fox. The folder glides across the table while she lays out the plan, slip into the enemy's ranks and tear them down from the inside. She flips the trap on him once Vim stamps his magical seal on that paper. Every last asset of the dragon's wing becomes legally hers. Vim stares at the contract, and the betrayal crushes him like a ton of bricks. Sophia grins and admits her only real blunder. She never guessed the guy doing the paperwork would be him. Vim admits that in his wild drive to guard the party, he once built a super complicated management system, every rule covered, no loopholes left. Sophia confirms it, every money route was built to force Vim's magical seal, not Kronos. Vim admits that getting fired out of nowhere never gave him a chance to undo the bureaucratic failsafe he had secretly built. He figured it would sit there just fine, until some con artist tried to yank a mountain of cash out of place. Sophia snaps in frustration, swearing she never thought she'd get caught in such a painfully specific trap. Vim asks with a laugh at himself vibe if he should actually be happy that his parting gift ended up being this useful. He says she feels like the kindest person around, especially after how hard she's been pushing to help those 3 younger adventurers. With her eyes shut like she owns the room, Sophia calmly admits this is just how a con artist survives, acting trustworthy. Vim points out if you can't snatch the money, you'll just become a top-notch assistant for absolutely nothing. Sophia brushes off his taunt, eyes blazing, and snaps, "Enough, let's move to the main point." Sweat drenches Vim's face as the pressure spikes, and Sophia quickly blurts out, asking if he's okay, like physically okay. Vim stammers all this time it was just circumstantial evidence and pure suspicion. He admits he deliberately dodged the obvious leap, linking the party's success to shady illicit activities. Sophia slams the scorching transaction records between the dragon's wing and the Twilight Owl onto the table as brutal, undeniable proof. She hits them with a blunt truth: Kronos bought dark maps, and that's the real reason the party's just been raking in victories, all powered by corruption. Vim snaps his gaze away, stinging with the truth. He'd been clinging to the hope that he could keep the 2 realities apart, and now it's shattered. Sophia corners him, slamming the accusation. He's been funding everything while pretending not to notice the impossible boss subjugation he keeps ignoring. She drops the truth: those demi-humans marked by the NACT label weren't protecting anyone at all. Kronos sent them straight out to carve these blood-soaked maps. Sophia scoffs that for Kronos, the labyrinth dive isn't exploration anymore, it's just a cold, calculated stroll. She tells them we already know the safe routes and the threat levels ahead of time, so there's zero risk. Vim leans in and asks the real question, does this method actually pay off, or is the whole plan just money trouble? Sophia shuts that down on the spot, saying the dark maps are so outrageously expensive that the dungeon loot barely even covers the bill. Seeing Vim clutch his chest in distress, she calmly coaxes him to take a drink of water. Vim groans through the pain, mumbling that his blood's moving like it's broken, as the truth finally slams into him. His thoughts sprint and stall, scrambling to figure out whether the blame hits him or Kronos, swinging from crushing guilt to furious denial. Sophia slices right through his thoughts, snapping that Kronos is the real culprit, and that the Twilight Owl is the source of every last bit of evil. She insists Vim did nothing wrong, so blaming himself is totally off the mark. Vim tries to swallow her logic, but it crumbles until horror hits him. He's undeniably part of this tragedy. He's stuck in agony over the cold truth that his own choices helped set off the chain that ended in someone's death. Shaking badly, he blurts out whether every last shred of info in those documents is the real deal. Sophia swears it's the real deal, backed by strong proof, so it can hold up in court. Vim snaps that her con artist joke isn't funny, then jabs him toward the end of the file. She drops the bombshell that even the crew coming to rip out the floor boss weren't random at all, they were sent by the Twilight Owl's network. She drives the last nail home, confirming Kronos signed off on that operation too. Vim fixates on the paper, and as the betrayal's true weight crashes into him, sweat pours down his face. He nods and seals her transfer contract with magic, trading that stamp for the proof she demanded. Sophia just nods once, yes, and her face gives away absolutely nothing. Vim leans in and asks, so you're really trying to wipe out the dragon's wing for good with this move? Sophia snaps that Kronos has fallen off the righteous path, and she swears she'll stop him right now before he racks up even more atrocities. A brutal flashback of that past tragedy snaps across the page, and she swears she'll stop a horror like that from ever happening again. Sophia tells them she can hand over the documents as they are, but she won't move until she gets the money she needs for her own reasons. Vim clenches his teeth, accepts what's coming, and gets ready to forge his magical seal. He points out her weirdly untouchable greed, or lack of it, because she could have easily demanded a cut of the money but didn't. Vim freezes mid-sentence, then snaps his thoughts straight because simple greed just doesn't match her at all. He clocks it instantly. She's not doing this for justice, not for faith, not even for profit. There's some other motive driving her. Bone-deep silence crashes over them as the weight of that final deal sinks into the room. Sophia shatters the quiet with a last addendum, insisting there's one final thing she has to say before she can wrap everything up. She reveals that the moment Vim finally made contact with the demi-human girl Rita, the creation of dark maps stopped cold, completely. Vim winced as the truth hit him, realizing his choices weren't empty, they left real scars on the world. Once the chatter dies down, Sophia slams the deal down as officially finished. She takes one look, confirms the papers are received, and seals the deal for good. She tells him the moment she gets the money, her allies will blast the guild, the cops, and the press with the news right away. So that dragon's wing will collapse on its own, no help needed, no stopping it. Sophia leans in and tells them that even foxes, especially foxes, carry a fierce professional pride. Their code is ruthless in one way: they never touch the poor, they hunt the rich because only they can afford the hit. To make up for her part in it, she decides to turn the stolen money into an orphanage. She orders Vim to stay silent for the next 30 minutes and spills the terrifying truth: her crew has already ringed the building. The door pops open with a sharp unlatching snap, and that sound instantly blows the tension out of the room. Vim's eyes widen in shock as strangers explode into the cafe, smashing the standoff to pieces. Spots on the masked figures in an instant. Vim clocks their top-tier pros and he goes still, refusing to make a move. Voices scream his name as Hide Mary, and the rest barrel onto the scene, freaking out in full panic. Hide Mary jolts in confusion and blurts in panic, demanding to know what kind of mess they've stumbled into. The air turns thick with bloodlust as the swarm of foxes surges with pure, murderous intent. Vim's eyes go huge with terror and he yells at his friends to freeze, no moving, not a single inch. A deadly projectile slices through the air, and you can practically hear the world holding its breath for the massacre to begin. Abel snaps into action with lightning speed, slams up a shield to stop the incoming strike, and Laura immediately counters. Chaos explodes in that cramped space as blades snap free, and the two groups slam together in a heartbeat. Vim lunges straight into the chaos, shouting through sheer panic that they're not trying to fight at all. He's pleading with everyone to put their weapons away and hold their tongues until the set time finally runs out. The tension snaps and the group finally gives in, while Vim lets out a grateful breath like a weight just lifted off his chest. Kneeling beside the shaking Laura, Vim murmurs an apology, begging forgiveness for the terrifying ordeal she just survived. Festival energy explodes through the city streets, flags snapping overhead as cheering crowds surge and roar like they own the night. Rowdy revelers clink their mugs in the tavern, roaring with laughter as they slam drink after drink to celebrate. The guild master lounges there with a drink in his hand, eyes locked on the chaos, and just blurts how wild the energy is for this legendary double-floor conquest festival. His assistant snaps at him hard, warning the master that downing drinks during official duty is strictly off-limits. The master swears he's just steadying his nerves for the opening ceremony, but the assistant snaps back and shuts him down cold. Heavy footsteps boom down the hallway, cutting straight through their argument and yanking the master's attention. A staff member rips through the door, screaming for the guildmaster as panic claws at them. Gasping for breath, the messenger bursts in with an emergency that screams for instant attention. In the cafe, the tension finally snaps. Our crew stands there, surrounded by the wreckage of that brutal confrontation. Vim whips around to hide Mary and tells her to explain everything to Laura, because there's no way he can sum up this mess in a few simple words. Hide Mary sneaks a glance at the young girl, trying to figure out if she can handle the brutal truth. She quizzes Vim on whether anything they can't say in front of Laura exists, and he tells her yes, there are. Vim rips open the truth and admits it straight: those dragon wings weren't just flying, they'd been buying illegal dark maps behind the scenes. Laura gasps and her face drains of color the moment she realizes what that revelation really means and how corrupt it all is. Her hands shake as she demands answers about the elf woman. She knows Sophia had to be the one who pulled the strings to expose it. Vim wears a bitter grin as he shrugs off the fox's tail, saying that story is an entirely separate matter. As the crew gets ready to leave, Hide Mary lets out a breath of relief because they've finally escaped that standoff for good. She says the elf was a brutal trickster, but then admits it was Dragon's Wing that turned the whole mess back on them. Vim lowers his gaze and quietly nods, because the party truly harvested exactly what they planted. He whips around to the sage, eyes dead serious, and braces himself to deliver his exact request. He orders Hyde to take Mary and escort Laura back to the hospital, then demand they report the whole incident to the NACT, no delays. When someone grills Vim about his next move, he snaps that he's heading straight for the guild and the military police to dig up information. He steadies a panicked Laura and promises everything will be okay, then tells her to stop worrying about him. Laura blurts out, "Wait, why are we all here in the first place?" totally baffled by the whole gathering. Vim tells everyone that Laura's been hunting him down to show up for the festival, so when he finally arrived, it dragged the rest of them in too. He adds that Abel tagged along because he was terrified Vim would land in trouble for blowing off his reporting duties. Vim blurts that Abel is basically his surveillance officer, and Abel snaps back hard, saying surveillance feels way too far away. He's flustered and stammers that it's technically a mission, then he snaps into gear and immediately pivots to obey, escorting Laura like he's been ordered to. Hide Mary strides forward and declares she's going with Vim, because this mess is way too complicated for him to face by himself. Vim stops cold at the door, shuts down her offer, and declares, without a shred of doubt, that he's going alone. Hide Mary lunges to protest, insisting they stay side by side no matter what. Vim slams the brakes on the conversation and snaps, "This is my mess, so I'll fix it." With a burst of speed, he rockets out of the room, then his friends just freeze, gaping at the empty doorway in total disbelief. He rockets through the streets, wind howling past him as he charges straight for the guild. Bystanders huddled in hushed whispers, desperate to know if the rumors about the Dragon's Wing were real. The crowd huddles over those dark maps and it hits them hard. This scandal taints the whole Conquest Festival, casting a shadow over everything. Dashing past them, Wim seals it. This is real, and the word is already racing through the crowd like wildfire. He's desperate to get intel on how the military police will move and what's about to happen to the festival. A massive crowd has already slammed into the guild, roaring in fury and demanding answers for the scandal. Vim shows up to the scene, drenched in sweat, realizing this mess has already exploded into full-blown disaster. Vim flashes a polite smile and pleads with the thick crowd to move, his voice so faint it barely survives the roar. He shoves through the towering crowd, teeth clenched, grunting as he muscles his way to the front. Realizing raw force won't cut it, he roars out his name and clears a path through the chaos. The name explodes through the crowd, and heads snap around in total shock. Spectators instantly call him the real hero and demand everyone clear the path right now. The crowd splits like C4 as Mr. Strauss rips through, clearing a path just for him. The guild official grabs his attention, beckoning him out of the chaos like it's about to swallow him whole. The official is convinced Vim has already heard the rumors tearing through the city. He tells everyone he'll spill only the exact details that hit Vim, nothing else. A tip just landed at the guild, proof in hand, showing those shadowy maps etched into the dragon's wing, and it doesn't leave any doubt. Vim can't believe it. Why did this confidential investigation blow up into a full-on riot? The official shrugs it off like it's common knowledge. Those parties' weird, unnatural moves were so painfully obvious. He finally spills the truth. Military, police, and guild have been tailing them for ages, biding their time until this very moment. Vim freezes cold when the truth hits. Every bit of their preparation suddenly feels terrifyingly real. The official confirms it. An armed joint task force has already been sent to raid the dragon's wing party house. As the official laces up to leave, he leans in and demands to know what Vim plans to do next. Vim bursts forward in an instant, bolts hammering ahead as he sprints for the house. Dust explodes in his wake. Breathing hard at full sprint, he blurts out, "Why am I running toward this disaster?" He drifts back to that one stubborn hope. This festival would finally be the kind where he doesn't leave with regrets. Grand opening flashbacks crash into his mind, blasting back every last spark of that first, jaw-dropping excitement. Fireworks exploded across the sky, lighting up the moment like the start of a celebration that was supposed to be perfect. He relives that sweet rush when he sees the crowd finally go all in for the event. Your memories collide while the guildmaster's voice chokes on regret, and the worst scandal they've ever seen keeps spiraling out of control. A hooded watcher stares at the mob, his fear screaming that their wild excitement has twisted into something cruel. The observer's face twists grim as he feels the air turn dangerous, like something bad is about to snap. Vim slams down the familiar cobblestone path, racing straight toward the party's headquarters. Suddenly, memories crash in, girls buzzing with excitement, jabbering over the fact they're buying a house right on the street. He vividly remembers Kronos gloating as he announced their promotion to a C-rank party. His body moves on pure autopilot, tracking every curve of the path he's crossed 100 times. He still remembers the team striking a gold vein, so swept up in their win they couldn't even see straight. Vim can't shake it. Deep down, he never felt at home there, and nobody ever truly welcomed him. Yet he still remembers those nights at the table, clinking glasses and toasting their team victories like nothing could break them. Even though he felt shut out, he still admitted, right there, that he'd tasted real accomplishment and deep, honest fulfillment. As he hits the last corner, he can't help but feel that familiar rush of relief, like that door always knows exactly what he needs. Vim skids to a sudden stop, eyes bulging as pure horror slams into him. A massive inferno swallows the party house, flames roaring up into the night sky like they're screaming for attention. The mob roars for blood, shouting for the criminals to burn as the police strain to physically hold them back. Vim stands frozen, staring at the burning building, his mind scrambling to make sense of how wrong it all feels. He can't stomach the idea that the people of Vilbrun, right there in his own world, could ever fuel hatred like that, even towards sinners. Battling the scorching heat and the crush of bodies, Vim shouts that he's here and makes his presence known at the blockade. A bystander spots Vim at once and blurts out, confused and shocked, what the heck is happening to the hero. He tells them that while everyone else dropped and surrendered, Kronos locked himself behind barricades because a girl just unleashed a brutal, massive attack. Vim murmurs Malice hissed the name, then snapped to it. His old teammate was mixed up in that deadly standoff. When they press him about the breach, he snaps that the police are stalling because the street is packed with a massive crowd of gawkers. A rough-looking thug lunges out of nowhere, clamps onto Vim, and snarls his entire name like it's a threat. Right up in Vim's face, the man snaps that he's been in on the scam from the very start. Vim recoiled at the accusation, and disgust hit him like a tidal wave. Vim swallows the hostility and can't stop himself from asking, why did he even come here, knowing this hatred was always waiting for him? A piercing shout cracks through the air, and suddenly he's grabbed right in the middle of his runaway spiral. A female knight fights tooth and nail against a heavily armored enforcer, screaming for him to let her go. The enforcer grips her stance like stone and snaps out, "Ice cold, there's only one target left." Commander Dan Berg of the military police steps into the frame, eyes locked on the burning building. He rips into the silence outside the house, screaming for Kronos to hand himself over right now. Danberg coldly demands he atone for his crimes, says it's the bare minimum courtesy he owes to the people he destroyed. With flames roaring around him, he shouts the order to surrender one last time. The whole crowd buzzes with anticipation as a lone figure finally steps onto the balcony. Kronos throws his hands up in defeat and admits he gets it, then vows he'll do exactly what they demand. Danberg smirks with grim satisfaction, clearly convinced he just chose the right leader. Kronos suddenly smirks and goes, "Just kidding," then rips into them with a brutal windfang blast. A brutal burst of compressed air explodes into the police line, whipping armored cops off their feet in midair. Debris explodes through the air as the vanguard gets erased in an instant by sheer, unstoppable power. The remaining knights burst into panic, because this power shatters every intelligence report they ever believed. Subordinate rushes to check on the commander as Danberg grunts through searing pain. Danberg's eyes snap shut with focus as he locks onto the exact source of that unnatural power pouring off the enemy. Kronos floats above the battlefield, and his sword blazes with an ominous glow fueled by a massive magic stone. Danberg snaps to it. Kronos poured his dirty money into the weapon and supercharged it with catastrium, the disaster. Oh no. A mob member jabs his finger at the sky, yelling that the criminal is fleeing across the rooftops. As Kronos bolts, the crowd erupts with non-stop, conflicting demands, and his ex-teammates stare on in pure horror. Vim just stands there frozen in the chaos, face drained as he watches his whole old team crumble to nothing. Bloodlust crawls through the mob as they chant for the fugitive to be killed on the spot. Frenzied cries thunder through the streets, screaming for everyone to run after the villain who's slipping away. Bystanders spat angry curses at the cops for dragging their feet, swearing they'd never let him slip away. Hatred floods the crowd as they roar at Kronos to stop running, and they spit the word coward like it burns. As the party house collapses into ruins, the festival's twisted thrill slams into its darkest climax.